Chapter 131. Loquat went to see her father. Report tomorrow. Shin Qiushan had originally intended to bring Su Loquat with him, but today was the mental hospital's open day, and the little mushroom head wanted to see his father before starting school, so he decided to register tomorrow. Lin Xiaomo nodded slightly, and turned the conversation back to Shin Qiushan. You should register first. Vice President Lu promised to give you an apartment in the faculty dormitory, didn't he? I've already given you the key. I take you there later. This freshman orientation was the first important task for Lin Xiaomo, the vice secretary of the Youth League Committee, and fulfilling the promise she had made to Shin Qiushan was also part of her job. Okay, Secretary Lin. You go ahead. Shin Qiushan jokingly called out to Secretary Lin, then dragged his suitcase to the freshman reception desk at the School of Electronic Information. Old Shin is here. Old Shin, we've been waiting for you. As soon as Shin Qiushan appeared at the reception desk of the School of Electronic Information, a group of students in charge of welcoming new students surrounded him. After learning that Shin Qiushan, the senior top scorer in the college entrance examination, was a freshman in their school, everyone was eagerly awaiting his arrival. After all, Shin Qiushan was truly unique. A 38-year-old freshman, and a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Absolutely unprecedented. Shin Qiushan exchanged a few pleasantries with the enthusiastic seniors, then was accompanied by Pang Fei, the president of the School of Electronic Information Student Union, to register. Pang Fei was already a senior this year, and this was his last time participating in the welcome ceremony. According to school tradition, the student union elections took place in the first week of the new semester. Pang Fei, a senior, would then resign from the student union to begin preparing for work or postgraduate entrance exams. Old Shin, you made the right choice by choosing our electrical engineering major. The country desperately needs people like us now. Even though you're a little older, you won't have trouble finding a job after graduation. Pang Fei was a talkative person, and because he had long served in the student union, he had a bit of the air of a veteran cadre, and his conversation was even more mature. Little Pang, are you planning on taking the postgraduate entrance exam or getting a job? Shin Qiushan asked casually. Employment. Pang Fei said firmly, I don't want to waste my time in school. As the saying goes, the sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. I'm planning to go out and try my luck. A hint of arrogance crossed Pang Fei's rather youthful face. Shin Qiushan smiled and nodded. Although Pang Fei had previously exuded the air of a veteran cadre, he was still a young man in his 20s, and his words were more in line with his age. Have you found an internship? Shin Qiushan asked casually. I'm looking. I've already sent out some resumes. At this point, Pang Fei, who had been so full of confidence just now, looked a little downcast. He said to himself, actually, I really like to go to the electromagnetic pulse cocooning pavilion. Unfortunately, after Professor Yi's passing, the internship program seems to have been shelved. I sent out my resume, and haven't received any response. Old Shin, you've heard of the electromagnetic pulse cocooning pavilion, right? Pang Fei turned to look at Shin Qiushan again. Huh? Shin Qiushan was startled by the sudden mention of the name. It's the Yuanhang Laboratory. Professor Yi, you know about it, right? Pang Fei was somewhat surprised to see Shin Qiushan looking so bewildered. Students majoring in electronic science and technology couldn't possibly be unaware of Yuanhang. Many even took him as a role model. For Professor Yi wasn't just some old scholar stuck in the lab all day. He was a successful businessman and a successful scientist. He combined these two seemingly unrelated identities beautifully, and that was exactly what Pang Fei was pursuing. He was deeply interested in electronics, but he wasn't content with just doing research. Do you really want to intern at the electromagnetic pulse breaking cocoon pavilion? Shin Qiushan asked, regaining his composure. Of course I do. What graduate of our major wouldn't want to go? Pang Fei sighed. Since Professor Yi graduated from Sanjiang University, the electromagnetic pulse breaking cocoon pavilion used to offer 3 internships to students annually. Whether or not one could stay in the lab depended on their performance. But now that Professor Yi has passed away, the new owner of the electromagnetic pulse breaking cocoon pavilion seems to have abandoned this tradition. Perhaps he just doesn't know it exists. Shin Qiushan shrugged lightly. That's possible. Pang Fei nodded in agreement. Professor Yi never married, and he has no children. It's unclear who inherited the electromagnetic pulse cocooning pavilion. Shin Qiushan said nothing more. Since the system rewarded him with the electromagnetic pulse cocooning pavilion, he had only been there twice. The first time was to take over the laboratory and complete the legal procedures, and the second time was when the lab's finances reported to him on the current financial situation. As for the specific operations of the laboratory, since he had no knowledge of them, he did not interfere and simply ran it according to the original operating model. Shin Qiushan's original plan was to spend more time visiting the lab after officially enrolling at Sanjiang University. Yi Yuanhong's lab was very close to Sanjiang University, less than a 10-minute drive away. Old Shin, we're here. This is dormitory 618. Peng Fei was particularly considerate of Shin Qiushan, the elderly man, and helped carry his suitcase up the stairs. Shin Qiushan, in turn, carried his newly claimed luggage, school uniform, and other miscellaneous items. Thus, by the time he reached the 6th floor, Peng Fei was already panting with exhaustion. However, Shin Qiushan, known as the Endurance King, and with 90 points of strength, was completely unfazed. Thank you, Xiao Peng. Shin Qiushan smiled, patted Peng Fei's shoulder, and teased, it's just that at your young age, you're a little weak. Don't stay up late all the time, exercise more. Yeah. Peng Fei nodded perfunctorily, silently criticizing, Old Ding, don't you have any idea how heavy your suitcase is? However, seeing Shin Qiushan carry so much stuff without blushing or panting, he felt a little impressed. Alas, these days, people really do become more sophisticated with age. Grandma Qing is in her 70s, yet she can handle a slew of lawsuits and still have the energy for a romantic relationship and a career. Old Shin, almost 40, carried his bedding and backpack and climbed the 6 floors in one breath as if it were flat ground. The door to dormitory 618 was closed. Peng Fei, taking a breath, pushed it open. His idea was that since they had already been delivered to the dormitory door, he might as well just send them inside, and then help them make the bed, etc. His main purpose was to help people to the end, and see them off to the west. As soon as he opened the dormitory door, he was startled by the sight inside. Over a dozen people were crammed into the small room. Of course, most of them were middle-aged, clearly parents dropping their children off for school. These parents were easily divided into 3 distinct groups. 2 student support groups consisted of just 2 people, their parents. But a chubby kid sitting on a chair was surrounded by 6 adults, 4 of whom appeared to be in their 40s, and a white-haired elderly couple. It was clear the whole family had gathered. Peng Fei and Shin Qiushan entered the dormitory one after the other, drawing immediate attention from everyone. A middle-aged man, with a Mediterranean hairstyle immediately greeted Shin Qiushan, with a beaming smile upon seeing him. Old Shin, hello. I never thought my son would be assigned to the same dorm as you, a top scorer. Oh, this is my son, Zhao Hongyu. My name is Zhao Wanjun. You can just call me Old Zhao. Middle-aged pointed at the young man sitting on his bed. The man wore glasses, had fair skin, and looked gentle and refined, the typical face of a top student. In fact, anyone who could get into Sanjiang University, especially a student in a popular major like the School of Electronic Information, could be considered a top student. Hello, Uncle Shin. Zhao Hongyu waved at Shin Qiushan. Don't call me uncle. Just call me Old Shin. Shin Qiushan smiled and shook his head. It'd feel weird if we share a dorm together. You're Shin Qiushan, the 38-year-old top scorer in the college entrance exam? Brother, you're amazing. At this moment, another middle-aged man approached. He had slicked back hair, a light blue shirt, black trousers, and spotlessly polished leather shoes. He looked a bit like an insurance salesperson, a bit like a bank lobby manager. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Feng Jianhui, and this is my son, Feng Sikong. As the man with the slick back hair introduced himself, he pointed to a young man leaning against a wardrobe, wearing a Nike tracksuit. Shin Qiushan immediately greeted the father and son. At this moment, the chubby kid, who had a support group of 6 people, stood up from his seat and said to his parents impatiently, Dad, Grandpa, Uncle San, you all go back. I can do it myself. You've never been far away. What's the point of saying you can do it? A middle-aged woman in the crowd rolled her eyes at him, then smiled and waved at Shin Qiushan. Hello, Mr. Shin, your bed is the lower bunk. Can you swap with our little brat? He's fat and full of flesh, and it's hard for him to get up and down. The dormitories at Sanjiang University all have 4 people. There are 2 bunk beds on the left side of the entrance, and a desk and wardrobe on the right. Thus, each dorm has 2 upper bunks and 2 lower bunks. The beds are assigned in advance, with the names of the new students labeled on them. Clearly, the chubby kid was randomly assigned the upper bunk. Shin Qiushan happened to be on the lower bunk. That's why the middle-aged woman suggested that Shin Qiushan and her son swap beds. Beibei's mother, Zhao Wanjun of the Mediterranean Sea, spoke up. Beibei's mother, Old Shin, is almost 40. How dare you ask such a thing? Beibei is, after all, an 18-year-old boy. Climbing up and down is just exercise. I didn't tell you that. You're so rude. The middle-aged woman rolled her eyes at Zhao Wanjun. It was obvious that the two of them had a disagreement before. Otherwise, Zhao Wanjun wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Indeed, before Shen Qiushan arrived, the middle-aged woman had already suggested switching beds with Zhao Hongyu, who was assigned to the lower bunk. But Zhao Wanjun disagreed, arguing that his son was nearsighted and wouldn't be able to climb up and down with glasses. While Zhao Wanjun's reasoning was legitimate, Bao Beibei's mother muttered something petty. The two exchanged a few words. Now, Bao Beibei's mother suggested switching beds with Shen Qiushan again. Zhao Wanjun, displeased, stood up and challenged her again. Mom, stop it. I just sleep on the top bunk. It's fine. Bao Beibei couldn't bear to watch, even feeling a little embarrassed for her mother, so he quickly spoke up to stop her. But Bao Beibei's mother ignored him. She continued to stare at Shen Qiushan and asked, Old Shen, what do you think? No problem. Then let's switch. Shen Qiushan waved his hand nonchalantly. With his physique, climbing to the top bunk was easy. Besides, Shen Qiushan had an apartment in the faculty dormitory, so he probably wouldn't be living in the dorm much. Of course, these were secondary concerns. Shen Qiushan didn't want to see any conflict in the dorm on his first day. At his age, having finally made it to university, he naturally wanted a more harmonious dormitory. Moreover, Bao Beibei's mother was the type who doted on her child, likely pampering him to the extreme. At the same time, she likely had a rather strong personality. While doting on her, she also controlled everything about Bao Beibei, big and small. To the point that Bao Beibei was now powerless to make decisions. Thank you, Old Shen. Thank you so much. Seeing Shen Qiushan agree, the middle-aged woman thanked him profusely, her face beaming with gratitude. The two white-haired elders also nodded in gratitude to Shen Qiushan. It was clear that this family doted on Bao Beibei. Old Shen, I help you make your bed. By the way, my name is Wu Xuelian. Let's add each other on WeChat later. I might need your help in the future. Wu Xuelian made her son's bed first, then climbed onto the upper bunk, wiped the bed board clean with a rag, and then took the initiative to help Shen Qiushan make the bed. Thank you. Shen Qiushan didn't stop her. Although it was only a brief encounter, he probably had a good idea of Wu Xuelian's character. Her entire focus was on her son, Bao Beibei, and everything she did was from his perspective. For example, she offered to make Shen Qiushan's bed. This was partly as a way of repaying Shen Qiushan for agreeing to change beds, and partly to leave a good impression on him. After all, he and his son, Bao Beibei, lived in the same dormitory, and as a real adult, he was likely able to help his son with anything he needed. Mr. Shen, have a cigarette. I'm Beibei's father. He's been spoiled at home. You're the elder. If Beibei does anything wrong in the future, feel free to criticize him. Of course, you should help look after him more often. Bao Beibei's father handed over a cigarette, his words confirming Shen Qiushan's suspicions. This little fat boy is truly spoiled at home. Old Shen, I'm going home first. Tell me on WeChat if you need anything. Seeing he had nothing else to do here, Peng Fei said goodbye and left dormitory 618. Wait, let's go together. Shen Qiushan was going to find his second sister-in-law, Lin Xiaomo, and then take a look around the faculty and staff quarters. The student dormitories were quite limited. Although Sanjiang University was considered decent, with 4 people sharing a bathroom, they couldn't compare to the private spaces of the faculty and staff quarters. Besides, Shen Qiushan had a secret. So, he really needed a place that guaranteed privacy. Dormitory Building 18. Dormitory Room 142. Shinishu had already made the beds and wardrobe. But besides him, only one of the 3 roommates showed up. His name was Yubo, a tall, thin man with a permed head of curly hair. At this point, Yubo's parents had already left. He stealthily dug a pack of cigarettes from his suitcase, first putting one in his mouth, then offering another to Shinishu. Brother Xiao, want one? I don't smoke. Shinishu waved his hand. Then you be exposed to secondhand smoke. Yubo chuckled, but even as he said this, he still walked to the balcony to light his cigarette. He then took a long, puffy puff, his expression relishing. I'm dying of choking. Mom and Dad are finally gone. Brother Bo, your words are ambiguous. Shinishu quipped. It's okay, I have no taboos. Yubo exhaled a puff of smoke and said, I heard. That 38-year-old Lao Ding who was so popular before is actually from our school. I just don't know which department he's from. Shinishu glanced at Yubo, somewhat speechlessly saying, he's from the School of Electronic Information. Really? That's amazing. A 38-year-old top scorer in the college entrance exam. Yu Bo sighed, then added, but it's kind of magical to think about a 38-year-old Lao Ding going to college with us. I heard his son and daughter got into our school too. Brother Xiao, what do you think it's like to go to college with your dad? Yu Bo asked casually, puffing out smoke rings comfortably. Shinishu sighed. It feels like I've been fitted with a GPS. I have to be extremely careful about everything I do, afraid of being caught by my dad. Huh? Brother Xiao, you seem to understand. Yu Bo glanced at Shinishu with a puzzled expression. Is there a possibility? I'm the son of the 38-year-old Lao Ding you mentioned. Shinishu spread his hands. He wasn't angry with Yu Bo. Although his roommate had referred to his father as Lao Ding, Shinishu knew he didn't mean it with disrespect, he was just gossiping. Just like the other 60,000 or so students on campus. I wonder how many students are talking about their own fathers right now. When boys start chatting, they're likely to mention that Lao Ding. There's nothing they can do. Shen Qiushan is old enough to be their father. Holy crap. Really? Yu Bo was shocked. He looked at Shinishu in disbelief, muttering to himself, Shinishu, last name Shen. Yeah. Brother Xiao, I didn't know he was your dad. Sorry, that was a bit rude. Shinishu shook his head and sighed, if he weren't my dad, I'd probably be gossiping like you. Brother Xiao, that's not a compliment. Our dad is truly amazing. He can still top the college entrance exam at 38. By comparison, I'm nothing. Yu Bo sighed heartily. As the two were talking, a muscular man, looking about 30, walked into the dormitory. Hello guys. My name is Park Yoon-jae. Have you seen my matches? The muscular man introduced himself and posed a question. Shinishu and Yu Bo exchanged a look, both a bit bewildered. Seen a competition? Sounds like this guy's an athlete, and the competition he competed in must have been quite prestigious, otherwise he wouldn't have asked such a question. Holy crap! Are you the Olympic champion Park Yoon-jae? After a moment's pause, Yu Bo was the first to react. Looks like you've seen me compete. Yes, that's me. Park Yoon-jae laughed. He was a former Olympic weightlifting champion, but Shinishu was still in elementary school when he competed, so she had no memory of him. Yu Bo, on the other hand, had a vague impression of him. He remembered that Park Yoon-jae had come from behind to win the championship, thanks to his lighter weight. It was quite a legendary story. To his surprise, an Olympic champion would become his roommate. Chapter 132. Park Yoon-jae is 30 years old and officially retired last year. Athletes like him, who have won Olympic gold medals, typically have three options after retirement: becoming a civil servant within the sports system, becoming a coach for a national or provincial team, or attending university. Park Yoon-jae obviously chose the latter option, following the recommended admission route for outstanding athletes without having to take the college entrance examination. I thought I was the oldest freshman in our class. I didn't expect there's a 38-year-old. I heard he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. How impressive. Park Yoon-jae sighed as he made his bed. After hearing his words, Yu Bo burst into laughter. Brother Park, do you know who Shinishu is? Huh? Park Yoon-jae looked at Yu Bo suspiciously, then at Shinishu standing nearby. Isn't that this young man? He's the son of that top scorer you mentioned, Yu Bo said with a smile. Really? Park Yoon-jae was surprised. When he registered, he heard from school officials that there were people in this freshman class who were older than him. Unexpectedly, that older student's son was actually his roommate. Shinishu nodded helplessly. He suddenly realized that for a long time to come, Old Shen's son would be his primary label. At that moment, Shinishu suddenly understood why so many second-generation celebrities desperately tried to prove themselves. It was simply a desire to shed the labels their parents had placed on them. Be yourself? But in reality, this idea is incredibly hypocritical. While you enjoy the halo of being a second-generation celebrity, you also flaunt your independence and abilities. This is a classic case of wanting both. And yet, numerous facts prove that very few second-generation celebrities can surpass the achievements of their parents. Even achieving half of their parents' accomplishments is considered remarkable. And most second-generation celebrities, after struggling through it all, finally realize one thing. It turns out that life is more comfortable without the struggle. Of course, Shinishu can't be considered a second-generation celebrity now, but his father's high profile at Sanjian University still has some influence on him. However, Shinishu has always maintained a positive attitude. Well, label them if you want. Dad is awesome, I blame you. Girls' dormitory. Room 306. Shen Yenren had a similar experience to Shinishu's. After his father left, his other roommates, Gui Shanshan and Wang Shihan, arrived at the dormitory one after another. Most of the girls applying for journalism have decent looks. Even if they're not considered beauties, they're still decent enough. Shin Yanran's 3 roommates are all quite good-looking. Besides Qin Jiahuan, who's been in the dorm since the beginning, the 2 who joined later are, one a well-behaved girl from an educated family, the other a more refined young lady. Of course, since this is the first time these girls have met, their personalities remain to be seen. After learning that Shin Yanran is the daughter of the highly regarded top scholar Shin Qiushan, Gui Shanshan and Wang Shihan started a conversation with her about this. Shin Qiushan himself probably never imagined that he would become the connector between his children and his roommates. By now, Shin Qiushan had already followed Lin Xiaomao to the faculty dormitory. As one of the top universities in China, Sanjiang University's faculty dormitories are excellent, offering private studios, 2-bedroom units, and even single 3-bedroom units. As a bachelor, Shin Qiushan was naturally assigned a studio. However, this studio was over 40 square meters and came with all the basic amenities, including a refrigerator, air conditioning, water heater, and gas. It was quite comfortable for 1 or 2 people. After walking around the room, Shin Qiushan patted the somewhat worn sofa and asked, "Can I replace this sofa myself?" "If you pay for it yourself, you can replace it with anything you want," Lin Xiaomao replied calmly. "Well, I go to the furniture store when I have time." If nothing unexpected happened, Shin Qiushan would probably spend quite a bit of time living in this apartment. He simply replaced any furniture he disliked. The sofa, in particular, was a relatively small 3-seater, one of the wooden legs even slightly bent. If 2 people sit on it together and interact with each other, the sofa might collapse. So, it's crucial to choose a sturdy sofa, durable. "Do you usually live on campus? Or at home?" Shin Qiushan asked Lin Xiaomao again. "Most of the time, I go home, and sometimes I stay at campus." Lin Xiaomao pointed to the room across from Shin Qiushan's apartment. "That's my room." "Wow, we're neighbors." Shin Qiushan's room is 505, and the room across from him is 521. "We're all new here, so the logistics department arranged all our dormitories." As if afraid Shin Qiushan might misunderstand, Lin Xiaomao explained. "Knock, knock," the 2 were talking. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. "Excuse me, can you lend me a chair?" The dormitory door was open, and Shin Qiushan instinctively glanced toward it, his eyes suddenly brightening. The woman who had come to borrow the chair was a graceful woman, about 25 years old, with long, wavy chestnut brown hair. She wore a beige silk shirt, the collar button unbuttoned to the second, revealing a hint of her fair collarbone and a faint glimpse of her ravine. In the hazy look, a hint of sexiness emanated. She paired it with a pair of vintage blue straight-leg jeans, perfectly embracing her voluptuous hips and straight legs. A thin brown belt tied around her waist highlighted her slender waist. Judging from her attire, she wasn't particularly open-minded, perhaps even a little conservative. But thanks to her well-proportioned figure and a pair of naturally alluring fox eyes, she spoke normally, yet her eyes radiated a captivating charm. "Ah! Are you Shin Qiushan?" After gazing at Shin Qiushan for a moment, the woman's long, alluring eyes twitched slightly, a look of delight on her face. "My name is Lu Qingwu, and I'm your counselor." The fox-eyed beauty introduced herself with a gentle smile. "Counselor? Isn't that right?" Shin Qiushan looked doubtful. He had already met the counselor when he reported for duty. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s named Lu Guangming. Although he was about the same age as Shin Qiushan, he had gained weight and looked rather greasy. Even if he dressed in women's clothing, he couldn't possibly be as charming and alluring as Lu Qingwu. "Oh, I forgot to mention that. I'm the assistant counselor." Seeing the confusion in Shin Qiushan's eyes, Lu Qingwu quickly added, "The counselor system at Sanjiang University is that every 3 or 4 classes are assigned a counselor. However, each class is also assigned an assistant counselor, referred to as assistant counselor. These assistant counselors are generally interns. For example, Lu Qingwu is a 3rd-year graduate student at Sanjiang University. She was given the opportunity to stay on campus for an internship, and was assigned to Lu Guangming as an assistant counselor. Typically, assistant counselors have more contact with students, as they are only responsible for one class, and they are generally younger and can get along well with them. "Hello, Teacher Lu." After confirming the other person's identity, Shin Qiushan greeted him. He glanced around his dormitory and spotted a plastic stool on the balcony. "Is this okay?" Shin Qiushan asked, holding the stool out. Sure. Lu Qingwu nodded. She looked at Shin Qiushan again, and said a little sheepishly, "Old Shin, can you help me? I'm putting up the curtains, and it's a bit hard to do it alone." When Lu Qingwu came to the door, she wasn't just looking to borrow a stool, she was looking for help with the curtains. It turned out that the person living next door was actually a student from her class. And it was the famous top-scoring Gokao student, Shin Qiushan. Not only that, Lu Qingwu discovered that this older top-scoring Gokao student was much more handsome in real life than he appeared in the video. His looks were impeccable, even more handsome than those male celebrities on TV, and his figure was top-notch. And his fashion sense was excellent. Although his clothes were simple, they were very stylish. He was like the domineering CEO from a TV show come to life. She even felt as if his entire being was shimmering. He immediately drew her in, and she inexplicably longed to interact with him more. "No problem." Shin Qiushan readily agreed, then said to Lin Xiaomao beside him, "Secretary Lin, go ahead and get busy." There were outsiders present. Of course, they had to address him by his title. But to Lin Xiaomao's ears, Shin Qiushan's words sounded like a way to shoo her away. He even used the title Secretary Lin to distance himself from her. Man, he must have taken a fancy to the girl," Lin Xiaomao muttered inwardly, giving a cold hum. Then she prepared to leave. Lin Xiaomao had perfectly inherited her father, Lin Maoxuan's tsundere genes. Although she didn't want to leave at the moment, Shin Qiushan's attitude had made her somewhat angry, so the second sister-in-law decisively walked towards the door. However, Lu Qingwu, standing at the door, called out to her, "Secretary Lin. Are you Secretary Lin from the Youth League Committee?" Lin Xiaomao paused and nodded slightly. "Yes, Deputy Secretary Lin Xiaomao." "Oh, hello, Secretary Lin. My name is Lu Qingwu. I'm a third-year graduate student in the journalism department of the School of Journalism and Communication. I'm interning at the School of Electronic Information. Secretary Lin, please take care of me." Lu Qingwu introduced herself in detail, then nodded and bowed slightly, showing her respect for Lin Xiaomao, the Deputy Secretary of the Youth League Committee. "Yes, hello." Lin Xiaomao nodded politely in response, saying nothing more as she brushed past Lu Qingwu and strode towards the elevator. Looking at this beautiful deputy secretary, who had just arrived at Sanjiang University and was being targeted by a group of single male teachers, Lu Qingwu couldn't help but sigh in admiration. She has such a great figure and a perfect appearance. No wonder she's so coveted by so many male teachers. But why do I feel like she's hostile towards me? It seems like this is our first meeting. "Teacher Lu, are you still installing the curtains?" At this moment, Shin Qiushan asked, carrying a stool. "Yes." Lu Qingwu, regaining her composure, quickly nodded. Her gaze swept over Shin Qiushan once more, as if she had discovered the reason for Deputy Secretary Lin's hostility towards her. Before her arrival, the two seemed to be chatting harmoniously. And her appearance seemed to have disrupted the harmonious atmosphere? That should be the case. However, it's said that Deputy Secretary Lin has a powerful background. She seems to be the daughter of the director of the Sanjiang Municipal Education Bureau. With such a family background, could she really fall for Shin Qiushan, a 38-year-old with 2 children? Oh yes, don't be fooled by appearances. He has 2 children. Even if his appearance is good, it can't be used to make a living. Lu Qingwu calmed herself down. She had a clear plan for her future and very specific criteria for choosing a partner. 2 words. Rich, looking at faces isn't her style. I can't be fooled by this old white-faced guy. Lu Qingwu mentally warned herself as she walked. Shin Qiushan, on the other hand, silently marveled at the powerful buff of Goddess Face. According to the system, possessing the title of Goddess Face increases one's attractiveness to the opposite sex by 40%. No wonder both young girls and beautiful mature women like Shin Min are so enthusiastic about him. It's probably the Goddess Face buff that's fueling this enthusiasm. Having come to this conclusion, Shin Qiushan glanced at Lu Qingwu beside him and thought, she's not going to fall for me too, is she? Alas, it seems even older men have to protect themselves. Chapter 133. Lu Qingwu lived in dormitory 506, just across the wall from Shin Qiushan's room 505. And installing the curtains was a piece of cake for Shin Qiushan. He was done in less than 10 minutes. "Old Shin, thank you." As soon as Shin Qiushan got down from the stool, Lu Qingwu immediately handed him a bottle of mineral water. "Teacher Lu, you're so polite. If you need any help in the future, just call me. We live next door anyway." Shin Qiushan took a sip of the mineral water, and then took a look around Lu Qingwu's room. In fact, when the school first allocated the dormitories, the furniture and appliances were all the same. But most of these dormitories have gone through several owners, and the furniture has almost always been replaced. The previous owner of Lu Qingwu's dormitory was probably a female teacher. The sofa and coffee table were of the looks good but doesn't work variety, garish and over the top. Old Shin, was your faculty dormitory specially approved by the school? Lu Qingwu asked curiously. This was her 7th year at Sanjiang University, starting as an undergraduate, and she had never heard of students living in faculty dormitories. She was only eligible because she had secured an internship on campus. Yes, President Lu approved it. It was one of the conditions for me to come to Sanjiang University. There was nothing to hide about this kind of thing, so Shin Qiushan answered truthfully. Wow, that's amazing. Lu Qingwu cheered like a little fangirl and gave him a thumbs up. By the way, Old Shin, let's add each other on WeChat. Then I add you to the class group, Lu Qingwu continued. Shin Qiushan nodded and added the young counselor as a WeChat friend. Xiaolu can't wake up, in turn version, after seeing Lu Qingwu's WeChat nickname, Shin Qiushan couldn't help but think of the list of bad girls' nicknames that netizens had compiled. Among them was a name with the format someone can't wake up. Shin Qiushan's previous name was Work Hard, Work Hard, Work Hard again. Back then, he was struggling to make a living. Now, Shin Qiushan has changed his WeChat name to Leisurely and Delightfully. As a man with cheats and over 100 million yuan in his bank account, his first priority is naturally to enjoy life. So sometimes, a person's WeChat nickname can reveal some clues. However, it's not always the case. Lu Qingwu added Shin Qiushan to the WeChat group called Electronic Science Class 1. There are currently 18 people in the group. Before Shin Qiushan joined, they must have been chatting about something. As soon as he was added, 2 messages popped up. Sun Peng, I don't care, Director Lu is the prettiest. Zhou Jianyu, ha ha, of course, Sun Peng, a new guy's here, and he's a man. Zhou Jianyu, they say the School of Electronic Information is a monastic institution, and it seems to be true. There are 18 people in the group, excluding the 2 counselors, Lu Qingwu and Lu Guangming, for a total of 16 students. But right now, it seems like only Sun Peng and Zhou Jianyu are constantly chatting in the group. Shin Qiushan doesn't make a habit of chatting in the group, mainly because there's nothing much to talk about with these kids. Lu Qingwu must have seen the message in the group. She took the initiative to say to Shin Qiushan, there are 38 people in our first class of the Department of Electronics, and there are only 8 girls. But Mr. Shin, you probably don't care about this kind of thing. Only these boys would care. Hearing this, Shin Qiushan waved his hand seriously, not really. I'm planning on having a campus romance. Lu Qingwu was stunned for a moment, unsure how to respond. She couldn't help but silently grumble, brother, you're already 38. A campus romance? Come on. Just kidding. I'm not interested in children. Seeing that Lu Qingwu seemed to take his words seriously, Shin Qiushan quickly added, it's not impossible, actually. Girls these days really like older men. Old Shin, you have amazing looks. Who knows, there might actually be a girl who likes you. Lu Qingwu's words came from the heart. Shin Qiushan's looks were truly amazing, and she was a little tempted. But didn't the internet say it? Not just age makes you an uncle. The uncle girls have to be rich and stylish, and Shin Qiushan only met the less important criteria. If he truly met both criteria, Lu Qingwu would have made the move herself, not left it to those young girls. Huawen Publishing House. After returning to work, Qinmin got busy. Meetings, manuscript reviewing, and commissioning manuscripts, the whole process lasted over 3 hours. She didn't even have time for lunch. Finally finding a break, Qinmin grabbed a long cold hamburger and ate, while opening the science fiction novel The Three-Body Civilization that Shin Qiushan had given her. As the editor-in-chief of a publishing house, Qinmin's literary literacy and vision were naturally top-notch. The novel's writing wasn't particularly slick, but it was clear the author had a solid foundation. The story, however, left her bewildered, and her brows knitted into knots. The burger was finished. Qinmin also closed the document on her phone. She had a solid writing foundation. But Qinmin found this story a bit boring, at least at the beginning. Just as she was about to give up on the book, someone suddenly knocked on her office door. Come in. Qinmin put down her phone and instinctively glanced towards the door. A man in his 30s, wearing glasses, hurried into the office. Editor-in-Chief Chen, I finished reading the book you sent me. Well, what did you say? Qinmin then remembered that she hadn't reviewed The Three-Body Civilization herself. On her way back, she had forwarded it to her subordinate, Zheng Xihai. Science fiction was his area of expertise, and Qinmin herself wasn't particularly familiar with the genre, so she thought of letting Zheng Sihai take a look. But when she got busy, she forgot about it. In one word, absolutely amazing. It's a masterpiece. Zheng Sihai excitedly asked, Editor-in-Chief Chen, who is this author? I don't think there's such a brilliant science fiction writer in China. Seeing Zheng Sihai's reaction, Chen Min was naturally shocked, as she had almost rejected the book. Is it really as good as you say? Chen Min was skeptical. Editor-in-Chief Chen, it seems you haven't read it yet. I've read the entire section you sent me. The conception is ingenious, and the setting is incredibly exciting. I can't wait to see what happens next. Zheng Sihai's face was filled with unconcealed excitement, and Chen Min, a fellow editor, understood his feelings perfectly. When she encountered a work she thought was exceptional, she would get incredibly excited, sometimes even unable to sleep. However, as her career grew, these feelings became less frequent. With more time, she encountered more excellent works, and her threshold for excitement was raised. Zheng Sihai had been an editor for 6 or 7 years, and logically, not many works could excite him this much. But now, the novel Shen Qiushan sent her had achieved this feat, indicating that it must be something, but she hadn't yet read the exciting parts. I understand the situation. Let me review it. Chen Min replied calmly. After all, she was a leader, and she couldn't tell Zheng Sihai that she didn't understand it and found it uninteresting. Editor-in-Chief Chen, then you must do it as soon as possible. If such a brilliant book were to fall into the hands of another publishing house, it would be an irreparable loss for us. Zheng Sihai said solemnly. Okay, go get busy. Chen Min waved her hand, dismissing her subordinates, and then opened the document Shen Qiushan had sent her again. Thanks to Zheng Sihai's strong recommendation, although it still felt like a struggle, Chen Min persevered. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Min finally became completely absorbed. And once she was completely absorbed in the plot, she couldn't help but slap her thigh when she came to the exciting parts. This book was exactly as Zheng Sihai had described it. In one word, absolutely amazing. Even Chen Min, who rarely read science fiction, was completely immersed in the plot. By the time she finished reading everything Shen Qiushan had sent, it was already past her office hours. Chen Min stretched. Normally, she would have gone straight home from get-off work. But now, she called Shen Qiushan directly. Brother Shen, have you had dinner yet? If not, I'd like to treat you. Chen Min made a direct invitation. At this moment, Shen Qiushan was planning to try the Sanjian University cafeteria and had already greeted the 2 children. However, Chen Min's initiative was most likely due to the book. Of course, it's also possible that the other party was bewitched by his stunning appearance and simply wanted his body. But whatever the case, Shen Qiushan felt he had to go. So he accepted it outright. Chapter 134. The two met at a Western restaurant near Sanjian University. Chen Min didn't mention bringing the children, and Shen Qiushan followed suit. After all, whether discussing work or anything else, it wouldn't be convenient to bring children along. Since it was dinner time, and today was new student registration day, many parents stayed nearby, so the normally busy Western restaurant was practically full. Shen Qiushan and Chen Min were seated by the window near the entrance. Whenever someone entered or left, the Lucky Cat sensor on the shelf would chime in with a cartoonish welcome. It was a bit noisy, yet also had a touch of childish fun. The pleasantries were once again interrupted by the sound of welcome. Chen Min smiled and spread her hands. I wouldn't have met here earlier. Shen Qiushan took a sip from the coffee in front of him. Sister Min, how about we just order? Chen Min nodded with a smile. Okay, let's get straight to the point. I think your book, The Three-Body Civilization, is quite good. I'd like to talk to you about collaborating. Is the manuscript finished? Yes, it's finished. How many words? 880,000. So long? Wouldn't it be better if it were longer? Chen Min looked up at Shen Qiushan across from her and added subconsciously, I'm talking about the book. What else? Shen Qiushan looked innocent, as if he hadn't understood anything. After being treated like this by him, Chen Min's cheeks suddenly turned slightly red. A woman like her who is beautiful, and has been in the workplace for so many years, has naturally heard all kinds of dirty jokes. Even during social gatherings, clients and some famous male authors would specifically tell dirty jokes to her. Some simply enjoyed the verbal sparring, while others genuinely wanted something to happen with Chen Min. Chen Min had long developed her own methods for dealing with men, but Shen Qiushan's sudden descent caught her off guard. Crucially, she managed to catch him head-on. Now, Shen Qiushan's eyes were clear again, feigning innocence, as if she were the one initiating the conversation. If Shen Qiushan were just a greasy old man, Chen Min wouldn't have reacted much, but to her, Shin Qiushan was a younger brother, and his appearance was exceptional. This created the illusion of an older woman teasing a younger brother. At 880,000 words, it would be best divided into 2 volumes, or 3. Qin Nin gathered herself and brought the conversation back on track. 3 volumes, I've already divided them up. Yes. Qin Nin nodded slightly, then looked at Shin Qiushan again and said seriously, let's talk about royalties. How much do you want? Qin Nin's question seemed perfectly normal, but in reality, she was testing Shin Qiushan. First, she wanted to gauge his assessment of the value of her work. Second, she deliberately used unprofessional conversational jargon. If the person sitting across from her was a somewhat well-known writer, Qin Nin wouldn't have mentioned royalties, but rather royalties. Knowing that Shin Qiushan started out as an online writer and had no previous publishing experience, Qin Nin wanted to test his understanding of the situation. In return, Shin Qiushan simply replied, I take 20% royalties. Qin Nin, who had just taken a sip of coffee, nearly spit it out. She gritted her teeth and wiped the corner of her mouth with a tissue. Brother Shin, do you know what a 20% royalty rate means? After tidying up his demeanor, Qin Nin asked with a serious expression. According to current market conditions, when publishing houses collaborate with authors, the royalty share they receive generally fluctuates between 5% and 15%. If you're a relatively unknown, new author, you can generally only get 5%. A-list domestic authors typically only receive 15%, and only a few top-tier authors at the top of the pyramid may receive more than 15%. But collaborating with top-tier authors involves more negotiation. In addition to the royalty share, there may also be a guaranteed remuneration and other additional conditions. So, Shin Qiushan's 20% royalty share is exactly what a top-tier author would receive. And he's just an online writer. Although he's achieved some success on Penguin novels, he hasn't proven himself in the physical publishing world. Strictly speaking, he's still just a newcomer. Before arriving, Qin Nin had intended to sign a publishing partnership agreement with Shin Qiushan at a newcomer's price. But Shin Qiushan, however, demanded a whopping lion's egg. I think the three-body civilization deserves a 20% royalty, Shin Qiushan said with conviction. Every author thinks their work is a masterpiece, but whether it's a masterpiece isn't determined by the author or the editor. It's determined by the readers and the market. At this point, Qin Nin had already adopted a negotiating stance. She subconsciously folded her arms and stared at Shin Qiushan intently. Sister Min is considered the first reader of the three-body civilization. What do you think of this book? Shin Qiushan asked calmly. Qin Nin paused for a moment. She had expected a price war to ensue, but Shin Qiushan unexpectedly returned the question. I do approve of this book, otherwise I wouldn't have approached you, Brother Shin, to discuss a collaboration. But as I said earlier, your approval, or mine, doesn't really mean much. Only recognition from readers, and the market can bring real value. Qin Nin continued, Brother Shin, as a new author, I can assure you that it's impossible for you to get a 20% royalty share, especially since this is a science fiction novel. As far as I can remember, it's been a long time since a science fiction novel in China has sold over 100,000 copies. Qin Nin was interrupted mid-sentence by the waiter, who arrived to serve the food. The two of them ordered 2 steaks, a vegetable salad, and a snack. After the waiter left, Shin Qiushan picked up his knife and fork and, while cutting into the steak in front of him, said, Sister Min, do you think it's possible to sign an agreement where the royalty rate is tied to sales? For example, if 100,000 copies are sold, the royalty rate is 10%, 500,000 copies, the royalty rate is 15%, 1 million copies, the royalty rate is 20%, and so on. Of course. Qin Nin agreed readily, because their publishing house often uses this type of tiered royalty agreement with some best-selling authors. The more books sold, the higher the royalty rate the author receives. This approach is actually something publishing houses are willing to adopt, especially when working with well-known authors. If they simply give a high royalty contract, they are likely to lose money if the book doesn't sell well. Okay, then let's discuss the specific royalty ratio based on sales volume. Shin Qiushan knew it wasn't realistic for a newcomer like him to immediately receive a high royalty share, so he already decided on a tiered royalty model on the way here. If Qin Nin still wouldn't agree, then he just move on to the next one. After all, there were plenty of publishing houses. Outside the window, on the commercial street, a small group of 4 women and 1 man was particularly eye-catching. Especially the 4 women walking in front, each more beautiful than the other, creating a striking visual feature on the commercial street. Almost all the boys passing by took a second look, and some boys with their girlfriends had their ears pulled because they were distracted. The four golden flowers made up the group: Shin Yanran, Lin Jiayu, Fang Xiaoya, and Shin Yanan's roommate, Qin Jiahuan. The boy following behind them was, of course, Shinishio. The reason they came together was simple. Shin Qiushan had stood up his two children, and Lin Jiayu, his aunt, had just contacted them about having dinner together. Shin Yanran and Qin Jiahuan got along well, so she was dragged along. Fang Xiaoya, the ulterior motive of her little stepmother, naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity to connect with Shin Yanran and Shinishiao, so she insisted on joining the dinner and even offered to treat them, under the pretext of welcoming them. Since it was still early, Lin Jiayu suggested taking Shin Yanran and the other two to the school's commercial district for a stroll to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Yanran, what's so important about your father that he wouldn't even be eating with you for the first meal of the school year? Fang Xiaoya was curious about Shin Qiushan's whereabouts. Maybe he's secretly dating another woman? When Shin Qiushan arrived for work today, weren't there a lot of girls pulling him for photos? One of them was a WeChat friend of Fang Xiaoya's, and she even posted a message on her Moments, calling him the most handsome uncle she ever seen. Fang Xiaoya also checked the school forum. There were a few posts about Shin Qiushan, with titles like meeting Shin Qiushan at work. But in the replies, many girls were praising him with compliments like old Shin is so handsome and Uncle Shin is so handsome. This made Fang Xiaoya, the young stepmother, feel a sense of crisis. They said they were discussing work, but I didn't ask in detail. Shin Yanran didn't really care what her father was doing. She was still immersed in the joy of arriving in a new environment, curious about the shops lining the commercial street. And then, she stumbled upon a familiar figure. Dad? Shin Yanran knew her own father, of course. He was sitting in the Western restaurant to her right. Almost immediately, Fang Xiaoya also spotted Shin Qiushan sitting in the Western restaurant, and the vixen sitting across from him. She really did sneak out for a date. Who's that vixen? Fang Xiaoya stamped her feet in anger, like a young wife who caught her husband cheating. Huh? Brother-in-law, you really did go out on a date? Lin Jiayu, chewing a corncob between her fingers like a hamster, stopped and looked at her brother-in-law in surprise. Qin Jiahuan, walking beside her, was stunned. The vixen Fang Xiaoya was referring to was actually her own mother. Chapter 135. What's going on? Qin Jiahuan turned to look at Shin Yanran. Although they got along well, this all seemed too sudden. Roommates turned sisters? Yeah, and there's a younger brother. Qin Jiahuan turned to look at Shinishiao, but she hadn't noticed Shin Qiushan in the Western-style restaurant. This younger brother was chatting on the phone with his girlfriend. She had learned earlier during their meal that Shinishio had a girlfriend. They had been dating since high school. He'd been on the phone with his girlfriend almost all the way out of the cafeteria, and they seemed quite affectionate. My dad and your mom this? Shin Yanran looked at Qin Jiahuan in astonishment. She was, of course, also bewildered. If nothing unexpected happened, her father and Qin Jiahuan's mother should have met during the day. As a result, the two of them went out on a date that evening. This was moving so fast. Shinishiao, stop calling. Shin Yanran turned and glared at her brother, who had been on the phone the entire time. Oh, what's wrong? Shinishiao, lost in a long phone conversation, turned away bewilderedly. Just look for yourself. Shin Yanran pointed toward the Western-style restaurant. Shinishiao looked in the direction of her finger and couldn't help but sigh. Oh my god, Dad's in love again. Huh? Xiao, why did you add again? Lin Jiayu quickly caught the key word in her nephew's mouth and asked with a gossipy look on her face. Well, not really. I was just guessing. Shinishia's again was, of course, because he was thinking of his homeroom teacher, Chen Xiangyu. However, with his father entering university, their relationship likely ended, since neither had acknowledged it before. Shinishiao, now an adult, probably understood that his father and his homeroom teacher, Chen Xiangyu, were likely the legendary card-playing buddies. Baby, my dad might be secretly dating. I'm hanging up. Shinichi briefly explained the situation and ended the call with Luo Yao. Luo Yao, who had been admitted to the Beijing Academy of Fine Arts, had reported for duty a week earlier than Shinichi and had already begun military training. The two, separated by distance, would talk on the phone for over 2 hours every day, sharing videos, pictures, and updates on Kuaishou. For these two young people, being apart didn't seem as daunting as the internet portrayed them. Inside a Western restaurant, after a while of bargaining, Shin Qiushan and Qin Min had reached an agreement. For sales under 100,000 copies, Shin Qiushan receives a 5% royalty. For sales over 100,000, he receives an 8% royalty, and for sales over 500,000, he receives a 12% royalty. For sales over 1 million copies, Shin Qiushan receives a 15% royalty. For sales over 3 million copies, Shin Qiushan receives a 20% royalty. For sales over 5 million, he receives a 25% royalty, and for sales over 10 million, he receives a 30% royalty, and 30% is the maximum. Because publishing houses have limited profits, under normal circumstances, if a book performs well, the profit margin is between 30% and 40%. Thus, the maximum they can offer authors is 30%. This has squeezed their profit margin to the limit. Of course, a publisher's profit margin is primarily tied to the unit price of a book and its sales volume. The higher the sales volume, the higher the profit margin. Because higher sales volume reduces the cost per book, it's essentially the same principle as building a car. The initial investment remains constant. The more books you sell, the lower the per book cost. Furthermore, as sales increase, the printing house's prices can be lowered somewhat. Printing 10,000 copies won't cost the same as printing 1 million. During the negotiations, neither of them noticed what was happening outside the window. Only after the agreement was reached did Shin Qiushan realize that he and Shin Nin were practically like gorillas in a zoo. Ahem, Sister Min, look outside. Shin Nin was currently eating her steak, so preoccupied with the negotiations that she hadn't taken a single bite. After hearing Shin Qiushan's words, she subconsciously turned her head and locked eyes with her daughter. Shin Nin put down her fork awkwardly and waved at the children outside. It was obvious that the kids had misunderstood. Shin Qiushan chuckled. They must have thought we were on a date. That's right, just look at their expressions. Shin Nin shook her head slightly. As they were talking, the children who had noticed Shin Nin's wave had already entered the restaurant. Shin Qiushan and Shin Nin were sitting at a table for 6, and with 5 children entering, there wasn't enough room. Shin Ishiu asked the waiter for a separate chair and sat down at the side of the table. Mom, what's going on between you and Uncle Shin? After everyone was seated, Shin Jiahuan couldn't help but ask. What else could it be? Of course, we're talking about work. Your Uncle Shin has a novel coming out. Shin Min replied calmly. Huh? Publishing? The 5 children's eyes immediately fell on Shin Qiushan. Publishing a novel, in their eyes, was naturally a very impressive feat. Whether it made money or not was another matter, but at least it was prestigious. For example, Shin Qiushan had previously written novels online. Although they were very successful, Shin Yanran and Shin Ishiu rarely shared their experiences with others. Because the barrier to entry for online novels is so low, you just need to register an account and publish. Others don't think it's that great. In fact, in many people's minds, online novels are vulgar and lowbrow. But if your work is published and printed as a book, that's a completely different story. People will see you as a serious writer, a very impressive one. Uncle Shin can write books? The most surprised person was naturally Shin Jiahuan. The other 4 knew that Shin Qiushan wrote novels online and was quite successful. So, for the 4 of them, Shin Qiushan's novel being published was only a bit surprising. But Shin Jiahuan was even more shocked. Because his mother was the editor-in-chief of a publishing house, he had some understanding of novel publishing through her influence. With the declining physical publishing market, the barriers to entry for novel publishing have become increasingly high. Unless one buys a book number and runs the publishing operation themselves, that's relatively easy, just throw money at it. But if one goes through the formal channels, it's still quite challenging. It turns out Shin Qiushan wasn't just a top-scoring senior in the Gaokao National College entrance examination, he even published a book, and his appearance was stunning. He was practically a hexagonal dad. Shin Jiahuan, who lacked fatherly love since childhood, even began to envy her roommate, Shin Yanran. Your Uncle Shin and I have already discussed this. If nothing goes wrong, the novel will be published soon. Shin Nin replied to her daughter with a smile. Brother-in-law, is I really don't want to be reborn coming out? Lin Jiayu asked with anticipation. She was a die-hard fan of Xiao Yu. If the novel was actually published, she would definitely buy 2 copies to show her support. No. Shin Qiushan shook his head. It's a science fiction novel. Science fiction? Brother-in-law, you can actually write science fiction? Lin Jiayu was shocked, her beautiful eyes widening. Shin Yanran and Shin Ishiu, brother and sister, were also astonished. They had never heard their father was still writing science fiction. Fang Xiuya, standing nearby, had hearts twinkling in her eyes. Old Shin can even write science fiction. It's even getting published. That's incredible. Just writing something casually. Don't get your hopes up too much. Shin Qiushan waved his hand casually and changed the subject. Have you finished eating? Or haven't you? Old Shen, we've already. Fang Xiuya took over, grinning. Jiayu and I are bringing Yanran and Xiao Xiao to the commercial street to familiarize ourselves with the area. Shen Qiushan nodded slightly. He had known Fang Xiuya's thoughts for a long time, because Lin Jiayu had mentioned them before, but at the time, Shen Qiushan had just dismissed them as a joke and didn't take them seriously. However, things eventually unfolded in the direction Lin Jiayu had described. During the holidays, Fang Xiuya sent WeChat messages to Shen Qiushan almost every day. Good morning, good night, just the basics. She would also proactively share some trivial details from her life. To use a term popular among young people these days, licking a dog, but this was truly bizarre. After all, in real life, most licking dogs are men. Shen Qiushan and Fang Xiuya's situations were the complete opposite. Not only was the woman licking the man, but there was also a significant age difference between the two. Fang Xiuya was 20 years old, Shen Qiushan was 38. Dividing their ages, they were the exact same age as Shen Yanran and Shen Yixia. A young woman with a nice figure, good looks, and a high level of education licked a 38-year-old man. Anyone who tells this story will think it's a scam. It's the same as an older, single woman suddenly meeting a charismatic CEO who's understanding, provides emotional value, and is both wealthy and handsome. However, this exact thing actually happened to Shen Qiushan. During the holidays, Shen Qiushan subtly warned Fang Xiuya on WeChat not to waste her time on him. But the little girl clearly didn't listen. Actually, it's not impossible to eat a little more. As soon as Fang Xiuya finished speaking, the foodie Lin Jiayu muttered softly. Jiayu, what do you want to eat? Shen Qiushan asked with a smile. Maybe forget it. I'm trying to lose weight. Lin Jiayu replied with difficulty, glancing at the durian pizza poster on the wall. Shen Qiushan knew his sister-in-law well. She was a typical stay-at-home type with two hobbies, surfing the internet and eating. Beautiful girl, give me a durian pizza. Shen Qiushan waved to the waitress, then looked at Lin Jiayu. What else would you like? Mustard shrimp. Seared basa fish. Lin Jiayu had obviously been to this restaurant before. She named the dishes without even glancing at the menu. Shen Qiushan glanced at the other children. If you can't eat, order a drink. We go back to school together later. Dad, I want a rouge lemonade. I want a caramel macchiato. A little after 8 o'clock. Shen Qiushan returned to the student dormitory. However, as soon as he entered dormitory 618, Bao Beibei, the chubby little boy doted on by his family, approached with a beaming smile. Uncle Shen, you smoke? As she spoke, Bao Beibei shoved a box of Huazi cigarettes into Shen Qiushan's hand. What's up? Shen Qiushan didn't take the cigarette, but glanced at the fat boy. If someone's being too attentive, they're either a traitor or a thief. Uncle Shen, I want to confirm something with you. Is your daughter's name Shen Yanran? Bao Beibei asked with a smile. Shen Qiushan nodded. Yes, what's the matter? Indeed. Bao Beibei's eyes lit up, a bright smile spread across her face, and she puffed out her chest. Uncle Shen, my family owns 3 apartments and 2 cars in Shanghai. My father runs a company, my mother is a civil servant, and my grandfather and grandmother are both retired cadres. What do you think of these conditions? Chapter 136. Yeah, that's fine. Shen Qiushan nodded, then gently patted the chubby Bao Beibei on the shoulder. But don't easily reveal your family's circumstances to outsiders, especially your financial situation. Bao Beibei didn't even hear the second half of the advice. Seeing Shen Qiushan's affirmative response, he immediately beamed and said, Uncle Shen, how about I become your son-in-law? He then knelt on one leg and said, Father-in-law, please accept my greetings. Shen Qiushan's face darkened, and he was speechless. When Bao Beibei volunteered to reveal the family fortune, he had already realized that the chubby boy might be eyeing his own cabbage. But he had never expected this kid to be so aggressive. Who taught you that, to fall for someone else's daughter, you just bowed down to your father-in-law, puff? Feng Sikong and Zhao Hongyu, who were watching the fun from the sidelines, couldn't contain themselves. Both of them burst into laughter. Before Shen Qiushan returned, the 3 of them had been discussing their experiences from the day's registration. Boys, especially boys of this age, naturally couldn't avoid discussing girls. Feng Sikong had long been following Sanjiang University's campus forums and confession walls. Today, there was a hot post on the forum about a contest for the most beautiful freshman. The poster, presumably a senior in the student union responsible for welcoming freshmen, posted a profile picture of a girl and started a topic. Let's have a contest for the most beautiful freshman. Post the most beautiful freshman you've photographed in the comments section. The girl the poster had mentioned in the comments was quite pretty, And immediately after the post went live, many boys chimed in, agreeing that the girl the poster had pictured was the most beautiful freshman. Until someone posted a photo of Shin Yan-ran in the comments section. The boys who had originally supported the poster collectively switched sides, and then someone else posted photos of Shin Yan-ran from different angles. So, everyone came to a conclusion. This junior schoolmate was 360-degree beautiful. The most beautiful freshman was undisputed. Then someone dug up Shin Yan-ran's department and major, and the fact that she was the daughter of Shin Qiushan, the top scorer in the university. Feng Sikong, who had been following the school forum, naturally noticed the post. During a casual chat, he had forwarded it to Bao Beibei and Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu, from a small county town, was a typical small-town test-taker. Although he had his own dreams and aspirations for college life, he was more focused on studying and future employment. But Bao Beibei was different. He grew up in a metropolitan city like Shanghai, had a comfortable family background, and because his mother was very strict at home, after coming to Sanjiang to attend university, he was filled with the hope that the sea is wide enough for fish to leap, the sky is high enough for birds to fly. From the moment he received his acceptance letter, he was determined to find a beautiful girlfriend and have a sweet campus romance as his first step after college. So, when he saw Shin Yan-ran's photo in the post, he instantly felt like love at first sight. With just one glance, he even decided on the names for their child. Bao Beibei, Shin Yan-ran. The child would be named Bao Aaron. Especially after learning that Shin Yan-ran was the daughter of his roommate, Old Shin, he felt this was a match made in heaven. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen? Putting him in the same dormitory as Shin Qiushan was a chance for him to gain his father-in-law's approval. So, while chatting with Feng Sikong and Zhao Hongyu, he boasted that he would greet Shin Qiushan as his father-in-law upon his return. Feng Sikong and Zhao Hongyu naturally thought he was joking. But they never expected that this Shanghai young master would actually do it. Xiao Bao, get up first. Shin Qiushan raised his hand and pulled Bao Beibei to her feet. Then, with a serious face, he said, "First, dating is Yan-ran's own business. I won't interfere, and I won't make any decisions for her. Second, even if I really wanted to find a son-in-law, my criteria would definitely not be material conditions." Huh? This? Seeing Shin Qiushan reject her son-in-law application, Bao Beibei was immediately upset. A bit depressed. "Uncle Shin, what are your criteria?" "Character, of course." Shin Qiushan waved his hand. "But it's not just about character. It mainly depends on Yan-ran's attitude. She's looking for a boyfriend, not me looking for a son-in-law, right?" Yeah, I get it." The chubby Bao Beibei nodded repeatedly. "Uncle Shin, can you give me Yan-ran's WeChat?" "No, Yan-ran needs it." Shin Qiushan jokingly rejected Bao Beibei's unreasonable request. This? Bao Beibei was surprised by Shin Qiushan's direct refusal, and was at a loss for words. In his mind, he was a prominent young master in Shanghai, with a fortune worth over 10 million. "Now that I've seen your daughter, shouldn't I just give her my WeChat? And yet, you ask for her WeChat, and you refuse?" This was unbelievable. It was obvious that the fat little Bao Beibei had been so well protected by his family that he had no understanding of the ways of the world and still had the superiority of a Shanghai young master. In reality, Shin Qiushan had been quite polite to him. "You want to seduce my daughter, and you even asked for my WeChat." Not swearing was quite polite, wasn't it? It seemed that Shin Qiushan probably knew what kind of person Bao Beibei was, so he didn't bother to argue with such a spoiled brat. Shin Qiushan went to his closet to grab 2 changes of clothes, then hummed a little tune as he left the dormitory. Military training began on the 3rd, and tomorrow was registration day. So, there was absolutely no need for Shin Qiushan to suffer in the dormitory. Is the big bed in the staff dormitory uncomfortable, or is teacher Lu next door not charming enough? If there were nothing else to do, he would naturally prioritize sleeping in the staff dormitory's single apartment. After all, he was different from ordinary college students. These kids needed to get along with their roommates and build some dorm relationships. But Shin Qiushan and these kids had absolutely nothing in common, and there was no need to deliberately maintain a roommate relationship. They could just do whatever felt comfortable. After leaving the dormitory, Shin Qiushan went to the alumni supermarket to buy a quilt and some daily necessities. Luckily, he had a car and could roam freely around the dormitory area. Otherwise, carrying so many things would have been difficult. Driving to the staff dormitory, Shin Qiushan spotted a familiar figure from a distance. Lu Qingwu, carrying a bag of fruit, walking into the dormitory. But the light from car headlights behind him made Lu Qingwu stop and take a look. Then, she saw a brand new Wenjie M9. Lu Qingwu naturally recognized this car. After all, Her goal was to find a wealthy husband. As a top student at Sanjiang University, she had a very specific definition of a rich husband. For example, the car couldn't be less than 500,000 yuan, the house couldn't be less than 200 square meters, and it couldn't have a mortgage. The location had to be good, and the annual salary couldn't be less than 5 million yuan. Lu Qingwu felt that with her position as a university professor and her excellent looks, finding a man with these qualities wasn't impossible. So, having made this specific description, Lu Qingwu naturally did some detailed research, such as which cars cost more than 500,000 yuan, and which Sanjiang residential complexes would meet her requirements. The Wenjia M9's price was currently within her acceptable range, and many of her female friends, who shared the same aspirations, were saying that men who could afford domestically produced high-end new energy vehicles were worth looking into. Because this thing is currently still a big toy for the rich, ordinary people really won't buy it. Only those who are truly wealthy are willing to spend hundreds of thousands of yuan to buy a big toy just for fun. Whose teacher's car is this? Whose professor's? Lu Qingwu looked curiously at the driver's seat, but the glare from the lights made it impossible to see the person inside. Just as she was wondering who was behind the wheel, the car pulled up next to her. Shin Qiushan then got out, smiling. "Teacher Lu, it's great to meet you." "Old Shin?" Lu Qingwu hadn't expected this car to belong to Shin Qiushan. She had read news reports about Shin Qiushan before. Before returning to campus to prepare for the Gaokao, he was just an ordinary delivery driver. Logically, his family should be quite ordinary. And yet, he's driving a 500,000 yuan car. That's not something an ordinary family can afford. It seems the online reports aren't to be trusted. A number of thoughts flashed through Lu Qingwu's mind, but a faint smile remained on her face. "Old Shin, what do you mean by you're so lucky to have met me? Do you need any help? Teacher Lu is truly a top student at Sanjiang University. You're quick on the uptake." Shin Qiushan complimented her and opened the trunk. "I bought some groceries. If I hadn't met Teacher Lu, I would have made 2 trips myself." "You're quite lucky then." Lu Qingwu replied with a smile, then picked up the wash basin and placed the towel, shampoo, shower gel, and other items in it. With Director Lu's help, Shin Qiushan felt a lot more relaxed. He only needed to carry his pillows, bedding, and clothes. "Old Shin, that car you're driving is so huge. I don't even recognize the brand." Entering the dormitory building, Lu Qingwu feigned ignorance and sighed. Coming from a woman like her, men would hardly doubt her. First, few women know much about cars, and second, there are so many new energy vehicle brands these days, with a wide variety of logos. Not to mention women who don't pay much attention to cars. Even experienced drivers might not recognize every car logo. Furthermore, feigning ignorance and asking proactive questions can make men feel more accomplished. At this point, Shin Qiushan had no doubts. He simply assumed Director Lu genuinely didn't recognize him. As they walked, he explained, "My car is a Wenjia, a new energy brand." "So that's the Wenjia. I've only heard of it before, but it's quite large, quite impressive." Lu Qingwu reacted with shock, then offered a compliment. Because she knew men were susceptible to this. When you compliment a man, saying things like he's handsome or has good character, he just take it as a polite gesture and smile at best. But if you compliment his car, watch, fishing gear, or tea utensils, in short, compliments that appeal to his specific needs, that's when the compliments truly resonate. Shin Qiushan was like this at this moment. Lu Qingwu was giving him so much emotional value that he couldn't suppress the smile. Back upstairs, Lu Qingwu didn't rush to leave. She walked around Shin Qiushan's room and teased, "Old Shin, our rooms are only separated by a wall. If you snore at night, I can hear it, right?" "Yeah, it's possible." Shin Qiushan nodded and said seriously, "But you get used to it over time. Maybe you won't be able to sleep without hearing snoring." Hearing this, Lu Qingwu's foxy eyes flickered slightly. "According to you, after being neighbors with you, I have to find a husband who snores loudly." Shin Qiushan laughed and didn't comment. Just then, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. "Excuse me, I need to answer the call." Shin Qiushan gestured to Lu Qingwu and pressed the answer button. Lu Qingwu had originally been preparing to return to her room. After all, the financial resources Shin Qiushan had displayed at the moment were limited to a car worth 500,000 yuan, not enough to prompt her to take any initiative. She simply needed to leave a good impression, sow the seeds of affection. But the first words on the phone immediately captivated the materialistic girl. "Teacher Shin, I'm sorry to bother you so late at night. I'm the head of the copyright department at Penguin Fiction. Wudong sent you a message, but you haven't replied." "Well, A film and television company wants to buy the rights to I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn for 10 million yuan. Is that an acceptable price? Seeing the unfamiliar number, Shin Qiushan assumed it was a courier or something, so he didn't tell Lu Qingwu. Plus, the room was quiet, with only the two of them. So Lu Qingwu clearly heard the call. She had already taken a step forward, but instead of heading for the door, she walked directly to the sofa and silently unpacked Shin Qiushan's newly purchased 4-piece set. She first put her pillow into its case, then took the sheets and began making the bed, motioning Shin Qiushan to go about his business and not worry about her. Shin Qiushan glanced at Lu Qingwu, who looked as virtuous as a young wife, and walked to the balcony with his phone. Today was his registration day, and he had been so busy that he hadn't even logged into Shin Buick's WeChat account, which was why he missed the message from editor Wudong. He immediately spoke with the staff member from Penguin Novel's copyright department, who explained that a film and television company had contacted Penguin Novel a while ago, but the price wasn't right. Now that the novel was almost finished, they thought it was a good time to sell it while the buzz and influence were spreading. With money offered to him, Shin Qiushan had no reason to refuse. Adapting online novels into film and television series was nothing new, but rebirth novels didn't seem to be particularly popular. But that wasn't Shin Qiushan's concern. A hit would be great, but if it wasn't, it wouldn't affect his earnings. After ending the call, Shin Qiushan walked out onto the balcony. Lu Qingwu was now bent over, one leg kneeling on the bed, trying to smooth out the wrinkles in the sheets. Seeing Shin Qiushan approach, she tilted her head slightly, but remained bent over, her V-neck t-shirt completely unprotected, exposing the vast expanse of white to Shin Qiushan's gaze. She seemed completely oblivious to the exposure, instead jokingly saying, "Old Shin, you've been scammed. These sheets aren't pure cotton." The alumni supermarket loves to take advantage of the new student registration period to sell old, fake goods. Haha, what a fool. Chapter 137. Lu Qingwu smiled brightly, trying to appear innocent and playful. She knew that her greatest advantage over Shin Qiushan was her youth. Although she considered herself somewhat pretty, a goddess in the eyes of many men, the problem was that Shin Qiushan's looks and appearance were impeccable. So, her beauty advantage was gone. So, her greatest asset was her youth. As a third-year graduate student, theoretically, she should still be considered a little girl in front of a 38-year-old man. Thus, Lu Qingwu had carefully prepared her lines. She was confident that calling her little fool would definitely make the old man's heart beat faster. "Oh, it should be old fool," Lu Qingwu corrected, as if suddenly realizing something. And her combination of punches had a very good effect. Shin Qiushan grinned like a 38-year-old. "What? You're calling her a green tea? You're kidding. She's clearly an innocent and adorable little girl." Shin Qiushan's eyes involuntarily darted towards the V-neck. "And, rich and generous, a pretty little girl, trying so hard to cheer you up and provide you with emotional value. How dare you call her a green tea? Will sheets made of this material generate static electricity when rubbed against them?" Shin Qiushan followed up on the topic of sheets. "I think so. I try." Lu Qingwu's attire was different from when they met that morning. She wore a white V-neck t-shirt and linen casual trousers. As she spoke, she moved her kneeling leg back and forth, her knee rubbing against the sheets, generating static electricity. Of course, whether or not static electricity generated wasn't important at this point. What mattered was Lu Qingwu's posture, the way she knelt on one leg, her body hunched over and moving back and forth. In this situation, Director Lu could only be described with 3 letters. "I tried it, and it really does generate static electricity." Lu Qingwu understood the importance of stopping at a certain point. She straightened up and spoke to Shin Qiushan with a serious expression. It was as if she had truly been conducting an experiment. "Old Shin, if you have time, go buy another 4-piece set. If you don't know how to choose, I can go with you," Lu Qingwu said enthusiastically. "Okay, then I trouble you, Mr. Lu." Shin Qiushan didn't refuse Director Lu's offer. He wanted to see what other tricks he could come up with. "Yeah, it's getting late. Old Shin, you should get some rest." Lu Qingwu's signature trick was to flirt and run. Fishing requires patience, especially for big fish, which requires a long line. Besides, Lu Qingwu wasn't sure how big the fish, Shin Qiushan, was, and whether it would satisfy her appetite. So, she simply used a little bait to make a nest. Lu Qingwu knew from a young age that men were not good people. They would often take advantage of her and then deny her debt. Thus, she had to save this ultimate bait until last. Back in her room, Lu Qingwu changed into a pair of comfortable slippers, sat on the sofa, and silently opened her phone's notes. In her phone's notes, Names were written one by one. She opened a new line and typed the 3-word Shinchoshan. Age, 38, 7 points, appearance, excellent, 10 points, body, excellent, 10 points, family, single with 2 children, minus 20 points, wealth, over 10 million, 100 points, overall score, 107 points. First place. Lu Qingwu has her own scoring system for potential relationship prospects. And with a score of 107, Shinchoshan is already the highest scoring man on her list. September 2nd. The second and final day of freshman registration. After waking up, Shinchoshan drove to pick up Little Mushroom Head. The M9 wouldn't fit into the narrow alley. Shinchoshan had originally told Supiwa to wait for him at home while he parked and went inside to help her with her luggage. When Shinchoshan arrived at the alley entrance, Supiwa was already waiting. At her feet lay a large red and white woven bag and an old black travel bag. Large woven bags are a common way for migrant workers to carry their luggage while traveling for work, and they're often seen at train stations and long-distance bus terminals. The edges of that black travel bag were already worn white, showing how many years it had been used. As for a suitcase, Supiwa couldn't bear to spend the money on one. "Didn't I tell you to wait at home?" After getting off the bus, Shinchoshan lifted the large woven bag. It was quite heavy, and one could imagine how much trouble the little mushroom-headed kid must have struggled to carry it to the alley entrance. "It's not much, I can carry it myself," the little mushroom-headed kid replied stubbornly. "Well then, put this woven bag in the trunk." Shinchoshan, hoping to curb the little mushroom-headed kid's stubborn personality, pointed at the large red and white woven bag and said. Su Lokwa didn't object. She silently picked up the large woven bag, walked to the back of the car, and tried to lift it. But she was a bit short, and the trunk of the Wenjia M9 was quite high off the ground. Even with her blushing face, she couldn't lift the large woven bag. Shinchoshan watched from the side, silently grumbling. Such a show of strength, little mushroom head. Just as Shinchoshan was about to step forward to lend a hand, the little mushroom head suddenly changed her strategy. She picked up the large woven bag and tossed it into the trunk with a whoosh. Wow! Shinchoshan was startled by the little mushroom head's sudden burst of strength and exclaimed with a smile, "That's fine. Small body, big energy." Su Lokwat said nothing, but instead pouted and silently brushed the dust off her clothes. Seeing this, Shinchoshan finally realized that Su Piwa hadn't been able to put the woven bag into the trunk because it was too difficult to exert force, and the trunk was quite high off the ground. If he had carried her, he would have gotten her clothes dirty. Since it was the first day of school, Su Piwa had deliberately put on the pale yellow t-shirt and jeans that Shinchoshan had paid for and Lin Xiamo had helped pick out. This outfit was the little mushroom-headed girl's treasure, and she was always very careful when she put it on. Of course, she didn't want to wear it while carrying a large woven bag she had brought from home, which she would have to leave on the floor after a while. Really? Why was he getting angry with a little girl? Shinchoshan secretly regretted it, and took the initiative to pick up the black travel bag and put it in the trunk. Seeing that Shin Yanran and Shinishio hadn't followed, Su Piwa took the passenger seat. Once in the car, she gently grasped her collar with one hand and carefully flicked it with the other. At this moment, Shinchoshan also took the driver's seat. After getting in, he subconsciously glanced at Su Piwa's collar, intending to see if it was dirty. However, Su Piwa happened to tug at his collar, and Shinchoshan, tall and commanding, accidentally caught sight of the scenery he had seen last night at Lu Qingwu's place. This? Shinchoshan quickly turned his head. He couldn't help but sigh silently. What's wrong with this kid? He's so unbelievable. Luckily, the little mushroom-headed kid was focused on his clothes, and didn't notice Shinchoshan's eyes, or the change in his expression. How's your dad? Starting the car, Shinchoshan changed the subject. Just like last time. Talking about his father, Su Piwa still felt downcast, his eyes dimmed behind his glasses. It definitely get better. Shinchoshan quickly consoled her, secretly cursing himself for being so tactless and bringing up such a topic. By the way, come with me to the mall first. I need to buy 2 sets of bedding. Just as Lu Qingwu had said, the alumni supermarket was completely unkind. They were taking advantage of the new student registration period to sell off their unsold nylon 4-piece sets from previous years. Luckily, Lu Qingwu didn't stay in her room last night, otherwise there's a high probability that the two of them would have played cards in a flash. Lu Qingwu's long, wavy hair would have been tangled if she woke up. Although the urban village was rundown, it was not far from the city center, with Qinda Mall nearby. After parking the car, Shinchoshan took Su Piwa to the first floor of the mall. The mall had just opened, and aside from the vendors, there were few customers. Shin Qiushan walked into a home goods store called Alien Home Textiles. Perhaps because she just started work, the middle-aged woman in charge of the sales was still yawning. Seeing a customer approach, she adjusted her posture and greeted them. Shin Qiushan, with his typical straight man aesthetic, selected 2 dark-colored 4-piece sets and a memory foam pillow. Shin Qiushan carefully tested the pillow. It had excellent rebound and support, and was very comfortable. "Well, I take 2 of these pillows," Shin Qiushan said, glancing at the little mushroom-headed girl beside him. Okay. The saleswoman beamed. She hadn't expected to meet such a wealthy client so soon after opening. The 4-piece set Shin Qiushan had chosen was the best in the store, 2,488 yuan each, so 2 sets would cost 5,000 yuan, and the memory foam pillows were 499 yuan each, and 2 were another 1,000 yuan. Wait a moment. Just as the saleswoman was about to stock up, Shin Qiushan stopped her again and, counting on his fingers, said, "I want pillows." 8. 8? The saleswoman thought Shin Qiushan was changing his mind, and didn't want the pillows anymore, and was a little disappointed. It turned out he had indeed changed his mind, going from 2 to 8. Okay. Sir, please wait a moment. The saleswoman agreed repeatedly, then went off to stock up. Uncle Shin, why did you buy so many pillows? After the saleswoman left, Su Loquat asked, puzzled. "1 for each of you, Yanran, Xiao, Yanran's and Shishia's second and third aunts." Shin Qiushan replied casually. "But what about 2 more?" Su Loquat immediately calculated the difference. Shin Qiushan rubbed her little mushroom head and said, "Use that little brain of yours for something useful." Although Shin Qiushan said this, he also explained, "Well, we need 2 pillows for the faculty dormitory, and 1 for the boys' dormitory." "Oh!" Su Loquat nodded slightly at the explanation, but a hint of doubt was evident behind her glasses. She knew that Sanjiang University had allocated an apartment for Shin Qiushan in the faculty dormitory. But why would a single person need 2 pillows in an apartment? The little mushroom-headed girl's suspicion was not unfounded. Shin Qiushan had prepared the extra pillow for Lu Qingwu. He figured Director Lu would need it sooner or later. After spending 9,000 yuan at the home furnishing store, Shin Qiushan didn't take his belongings immediately. Instead, he left them there, and then took Su Loquat to a large clothing store on the same ground floor. This store has an affordable price point. T-shirts range from 59 to 139, with special offers of 2 for 99. Pants are slightly more expensive than t-shirts, with the most expensive being only 199. Little Mushroom Head's clothes were just dirty, so Shin Qiushan thought about buying her 2 more sets. If the clothes were too expensive, the little girl probably wouldn't accept them, so he brought her to a budget-friendly store that focuses on value. Even so, Su Loquat still refused. In the end, Shin Qiushan still managed to force her into buying 2 sets. The female salesperson at the home furnishing store helped carry the pillow and 4-piece set to the car, and before leaving, she complimented him, "Girl, your dad is so handsome." "Dad?" Su Loquat was stunned for a moment, then quickly denied, "He's not my dad." But by then, the saleswoman had already left. She was the only one in the store today, and the older woman was anxious to return to her duties. Su Loquat felt a little depressed, and she tilted her head to glance at herself in the rearview mirror. Black framed glasses, a small mushroom-shaped head, and a hint of baby fat on her delicate face thanks to the good food she'd been eating lately. She was almost 18, but she looked only 15 or 16. Of course, this was just judging her age by her face. If you looked at her overall appearance, Su Loquat wasn't young. I needed to change my image. Su Loquat silently made up her mind. Next, Shin Qiushan drove towards the school. Su Loquat, sitting in the passenger seat, silently opened the memo on her phone. Then, she clicked on the file titled Account Book. September 2nd, Qiandong Mall. Pillow, 499 yuan. 2 t-shirts, 99 yuan. 2 pairs of pants, 298 yuan. After typing this, the little mushroom-headed girl sighed silently. The debt was piling up. As of today, she already owed Shin Qiushan over 23,000 yuan. And the entire balance in Su Piwa's bank account wasn't even that much. I can't pay it back. I simply can't pay it back, especially since Su Piwa was studying clinical medicine, which is a 5+3 program. That's 5 years of undergraduate study plus 3 years of graduate study. It would take 8 years to complete the whole program. During that time, even if she worked, the money she earned would probably only be enough to support her daily life. It would be too difficult to pay off the debt. Well, I should try writing novels. After learning that Shin Qiushan made money writing online novels, Su Piwa also thought about writing novels. But since she had never read online novels before, she didn't know how to write one, so she planned to read books first, especially the ones on the top rankings. While working part-time during the holidays, she had already completed her initial chart-sweeping plan and had even taken detailed notes and summaries. Although Su Piwa didn't quite understand it, she noticed that male-oriented novels were mostly harem-themed, with the male protagonist often juggling multiple women. Female-oriented novels were more centered around stories, like the overbearing CEO falls in love with me, and various palace and family intrigue stories, though romance elements were naturally present throughout. After analyzing the popular elements and current status of male and female genres, Su Piwa decided it would be best to start with female-oriented novels. After all, she was a girl and could naturally relate to them. Su Piwa had already decided on the content for her first novel, The Light in My Life. Chapter 138. Sanjiang University. The second day's registration was much smaller than the first. The freshmen were incredibly excited and yearning for university life, and unless there were special circumstances, they usually rushed to register on the first day. As a result, the freshman reception booths at each department were deserted. The student union members in charge of welcoming the new students were either on their phones or chatting in small groups. At the medical school's welcome desk, Fang Xiuya and her roommate Zhu Ying were discussing lunch. Both were student union members in charge of the welcome. "Hey, old Shin." Fang Xiuya glanced over and spotted Shin Qiushan walking towards her. She quickly smoothed her hair from her ear and adjusted her collar, her lips curling up slightly in a bright smile. Beside her, Zhu Ying calmly used her phone as a makeup mirror and quickly reapplied her lipstick. After adding Shin Qiushan on WeChat last time, Fang Xiuya wasn't the only one of Lin Jiayu's roommates to send him messages during the holidays. Zhu Ying had also sent messages, though she was more tactful, only probing him briefly. Seeing that Shin Qiushan had no interest in chatting with a young girl, she stopped bothering him and thought she'd find another opportunity after school started. To her surprise, the opportunity came so soon. "Old Shin, what are you doing here? You're not looking for me, are you?" Fang Xiuya greeted him with a smile, intent on winning over Shin Qiushan's attention. His intentions were obvious to everyone. And Fang Xiuya didn't pretend at all, expressing her feelings openly. "Stop it, I'm here to register." Shin Qiushan turned sideways and waved to Su Pipa, who was walking behind him. Fang Xiuya then noticed that there was a little mushroom-headed girl following Shin Qiushan. "Hello, senior. My name is Su Pipa, freshman in the clinical medicine program." Su Pipa stepped forward and introduced himself. "Su Pipa, you're finally here. You're the only one in the clinical medicine program who hasn't registered yet." Zhu Ying took over, smiling and introducing herself. "My name is Zhu Ying, and I'm majoring in dental medicine. You can just call me Sister Ying." "My name is Fang Xiuya. Just call me Sister Xiuya." Fang Xiuya followed suit and introduced herself. "Hello, Sister Ying. Hello, Sister Xiuya." Although Su Pipa wasn't very sociable, she still greeted them politely. The two sides exchanged a few casual pleasantries before starting the new student registration process. Shin Qiushan had previously arranged with Vice President Liu to grant Su Piwa a spot for students with special needs. This wasn't a backdoor, as Su Piwa's qualifications matched perfectly. Simply making the appointment in advance saved a lot of unnecessary hassle and paperwork. Sanjiang University had a tuition waiver policy for students with special needs. This meant Su Piwa didn't have to pay tuition, only some miscellaneous expenses like bedding and military training uniforms. Sanjiang University also regularly provided food subsidies to students with special needs. The money was directly deposited into their meal cards, eliminating the need for any grand-scale selections or other events, a very user-friendly approach. After completing the necessary paperwork, the experienced Shin Qiushan drove Su Piwa directly to the women's dormitory. Naturally, Fang Xiuya and Zhu Ying didn't want to miss this opportunity to interact with Shin Qiushan, so they accompanied him throughout the trip, even riding in Shin Qiushan's M9. "Mr. Shin, why are there so many pillows in the car?" Fang Xiuya, sitting in the second row, pointed suspiciously at the several pillows in the third row. "Of course I bought them." Shin Qiushan shrugged. "By the way, take one back for Jiayu later." "Oh sure." Fang Xiuya nodded. She had wanted to ask if he had any of these pillows, but that question was clearly inappropriate right now. After all, she and Shin Qiushan weren't that close. There was no way he would give her a pillow as a gift. Zhu Ying quietly searched the price of the pillows. They were 499 yuan each. That was quite a price. The car crisscrossed the inner streets of the campus, and soon arrived at the girls' dormitory. Xiaoya, you guys go back and get busy. I take Loquat upstairs. After parking the car, Shin Qiushan waved at Fang Xiaoya and Zhu. It's okay, we live upstairs from Loquat. Yeah, I just happened to be back at the dorm to bring Jiayu a pillow. Su Loquat lived in dormitory 3, room 307, building 3. Fang Xiaoya and Zhu lived in room 511, so they were upstairs and downstairs. Since they both agreed, Shin Qiushan didn't insist. He carried a large woven bag in one hand and a travel bag in the other, striding up the stairs with big strides. Su Loquat followed silently behind him. She didn't know when it started, but the little girl with the mushroom head had grown fond of following Shin Qiushan. Seeing the tall, imposing figure in front of her gave her an inexplicable sense of security. The third floor arrived quickly. Since it was already the second day of registration, there were very few parents in the dormitory. Occasionally, a girl would be surprised to see Shin Qiushan. The door to dormitory 307 was open, and a girl with short hair sat at a desk, flipping through a copy of Medical Miscellany. Students who managed to get into the clinical medicine program were all top students in high school, among the best in their class. So, even in college, they maintained their reading habits. Seeing someone enter the dormitory, the girl with short hair subconsciously glanced at him, then politely greeted Shin Qiushan, "Uncle, hello." She figured Shin Qiushan must be a parent sending their child to school. Although he looked young, calling him uncle wasn't excessive. "Hello." Shin Qiushan nodded, then placed the woven bag and travel bag he was carrying on the floor. Of the 4 beds, only the lower bunk was empty. It was clearly Su Piwa's. "Loquat, let me make your bed." Fang Xiaoya did her best to play the role of a parent. "I help too." Zhu also rushed to share the burden, of course, to make herself felt in front of Shin Qiushan. She was actually curious about Shin Qiushan's relationship with Su Loquat and why he had sent her to register, but she couldn't ask directly. She decided to build a good relationship with Su Loquat first, and then get to know him better later. Seeing this scene, the short-haired girl nearby was a little surprised, because she had some impression of Fang Xiaoya and Zhu. Both were student union members responsible for welcoming new students, but they hadn't provided such attentive service to her. "No, I can do it myself." Su Loquat quickly tried to stop them. She didn't want to bother them with such a small matter. But Fang Xiaoya, her little stepmother, wouldn't let her help at all. "Not letting me work? How much this will affect my image as a good wife and mother to old Shin." Shin Qiushan smiled helplessly, Fang Xiaoya leaving him speechless. "I don't know what's wrong with this little girl. Why would she fall for a veteran like him?" However, being pursued by a girl 18 years his junior is a completely new experience. "Loquat, I be leaving now, with your 2 sisters helping me. Call me if you need anything." Shin Qiushan rubbed Su Loquat's little mushroom head again and left the girls' dormitory. After getting in the car, Shin Qiushan checked the time. He had business to attend to today. "I needed to sign a film and television copyright transfer agreement, for I really didn't want to be reborn with a representative from Chunghua Film and Television Company." Penguin Fiction also had a representative for this signing. The 2 parties agreed to meet at the China World Trade Center Hotel at 1 p.m. At this point, there was still an hour until the agreed time. Shin Qiushan navigated directly to the location and headed for the meeting. Half an hour later, in a private room at the China World Trade Center Hotel, Yao Sichuan, Penguin Fiction's copyright operations manager, Ma Zhuang, deputy editor-in-chief of the content department, and Tao Ming, content editor, arrived first. Yao Sichuan and Ma Zhuang were both middle-aged men in their 40s, while Tao Ming was a wide-eyed, adorable girl in her 20s. Tao Ming's name might not be well known in the online literary world, but many people know the author nicknamed Wudong. Although she had only been at Penguin Fiction for about 6 months, she had discovered I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn, a masterpiece with over 100,000 subscriptions. For a new editor, this was a tremendous achievement. After taking their seats in the private room, Ma Zhuang looked at Tao Ming with a smile. "Xiao Tao, are you sure Shinbuku is a high school student? He should be a college student now." He was busy preparing for the college entrance exam, so he often didn't see my messages. He barely even replied. Tao Ming was actually very curious about Shinbuku's identity, so she was quite looking forward to this meeting. "He's definitely not a high school student. I spoke to him on the phone last night, and he didn't sound like one." Yao Sichuan took over. "That can't be right. It must be his father who answered the phone, because he sent me so many pictures of him in class." Tao Ming was convinced that Shinbuku was a high school student. Otherwise, how could those pictures have been taken in school? Could he have deliberately hired someone to forge the pictures to deceive her? This is completely meaningless. Xiao Tao, you're still too young. Old men have their ways. Yao Sichuan jokingly joked. That's right. Some authors are obviously shabby, but they like to act cute. Ma Zhuang chimed in. As the deputy editor-in-chief of Penguin Fiction, he'd been in the industry for over 20 years, and had met countless online writers. Most people don't live up to their online personas. The contrast can be stark. The three were chatting. The waiter suddenly knocked on the door, and walked in with a tall, handsome man. Are you Mr. Liang from Changhua Film and Television Company? Yao Sichuan quickly stood up, and Ma Zhuang and Tao Ming also stood up. The man who walked in was so good-looking and charming that the three couldn't associate him with an online novelist. Due to their profession, online novelists, who write every day, are almost always otakus, the kind who don't care about their appearance. The man before him looked like a movie star. No. Shin Qiushan smiled and shook his head. I'm Shin Buke. Huh? The three of them were shocked. Especially Tao Ming. She had always thought he was a high school student, occasionally sending messages like "Keep it up, little brother." She had never expected that he was actually a handsome young man. Shin Qiushan's gaze swept over the three of them, then landed on Ma Zhuang. Your brother Xu, right? We've been friends for a long time. Thank you for your concern. Shin Qiushan had always thought his editor, Wudong, was a shaggy, pick-footed wretch. Of the three before him, Ma Zhuang was the only one who fit the description best. Chapter 139. Brother Xu? What the hell is Brother Xu? Ma Zhuang looked at Shin Qiushan suspiciously, unsure how to respond. At this moment, Tao Ming, standing nearby, waved awkwardly at Shin Qiushan. Hey, I'm Wudong. Huh? Shin Qiushan was startled and looked at Tao Ming in disbelief. You're Wudong? Yeah. Tao Ming nodded repeatedly, then pointed at Ma Zhuang and introduced him. This is Editor-in-Chief Ma from our content department. Hello, Ma Zhuang. Ma Zhuang extended his hand and smiled. Just now, Xiao Tao said you were a high school student. Before June, you could barely be considered a high school student, right? Shin Qiushan shook Ma Zhuang's hand, and casually replied. You're Shin Qiushan. Old Shin? Yao Sichuan, standing nearby, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. When Shin Qiushan entered the private room, he thought the man looked familiar. He just heard Shin Qiushan say he barely qualified as a high school student before June, and that immediately reminded him of the news that had gone viral online. A 38-year-old top scorer in the college entrance exam emerged from Sanjiang City. Yao Sichuan had paid close attention to the news back then, but he hadn't expected to meet him in person today. Hearing this, Ma Zhuang and Tao Ming realized what was happening. You're the 38-year-old top scorer? Ma Zhuang's face lit up with shock. Tao Ming, the wide-eyed, adorable girl beside him, blinked. With Shin Qiushan's identity revealed, it made sense why this high school student had such impressive writing skills and seemingly rich social experience. He was a high school student, yes, but he was also a seasoned veteran with years of experience in society. It's only natural that someone like this could write a brilliant rebirth story. Top scorer in the college entrance exam? That's all a thing of the past. Shin Qiushan smiled and waved his hand. Didn't a writer say we can't rest on our laurels and stop moving forward? As of yesterday, I'm a freshman at Sanjiang University. Awesome. Old Shin, I really admire you. Yao Sichuan gave a thumbs up. He was 39 years old, a year older than Shin Qiushan. While watching the news, he'd been wondering what his college entrance exam score would be if he went back to high school to study. He concluded that, let alone top scorer in the college entrance exam, even getting into college would be a struggle. After a few pleasantries, Shin Qiushan sat down next to Ma Zhuang. Old Shin, before the Changhua Film and Television Company people arrive, take a look at this contract. As he spoke, Ma Zhuang pulled a contract from his briefcase and handed it to Shin Qiushan. Ma Zhuang and Tao Ming didn't have to attend the signing, but they had a different mission than Yao Sichuan, to sign Shin Qiushan, a talented new author. Penguin novel author contracts are generally divided into three types. The first is the standard contract Shin Qiushan currently signed, which involves a single contract per book and imposes few restrictions on either party. The second is the master contract, which can only be signed if a certain level of achievement is achieved. Penguin novel offers authors more generous treatment, with the most immediate impact being an adjustment in the commission ratio for paid novels, from the 50-50 standard contract to 70-30ths. At the same time, authors will also be subject to certain restrictions. For example, if Shin Qiushan signs, the pen name Shinbuku will only be allowed to publish works on Penguin novel, with a contract term of 5 years or 8 million words. Of course, the contract term and word count are negotiable. The third type, the platinum contract, is a higher level than the master writer contract that Ma Zhuang had given Shin Qiushan. The author enjoys more generous benefits, but requires higher performance. Shin Qiushan carefully examined the master writer contract that Ma Zhuang handed him. It essentially tied the pen name Shinbuku to Penguin Fiction, but he received a higher percentage of royalties than before, along with various benefits and the honorary title of master writer. This contract is fine. However, I may not have plans to publish a new book in the near future. I just started college, so I still need to adjust to university life. Putting down the contract, Shin Qiushan said with apparent sincerity. In reality, whether he could publish a new book depended entirely on his luck. If he were to win another online novel, he would certainly be able to do so. There's no rush for the new book. You can take your time with the conception. Ma Zhuang chuckled. His mission this time was to sign Shinbuku and tie this talented new writer to Penguin Fiction, lest he be poached by other websites. By the way, this contract won't affect my ability to sign a publishing agreement with a publisher using my real name or a pseudonym, right? Based on Shin Qiushan's understanding of the contract, it shouldn't affect him, but he still wanted to confirm it. Absolutely not. Ma Zhuang replied in the affirmative, then curiously asked, "Why, are you planning to publish a short story?" "Well, maybe." Shin Qiushan gave an ambiguous answer. Naturally, there was no need for him to discuss the three-body civilization with Ma Zhuang, the deputy editor-in-chief of Penguin Fiction. Afterward, Shin Qiushan signed the master contract, officially becoming one of Penguin Fiction's master authors. After signing the master contract, Liang Renqiao, vice president of Chunghua Film and Television, also arrived. Since they had already agreed on the copyright price, both parties simply went through the signing process. Of the 10 million yuan in copyright revenue, Shin Qiushan would split it 50-50 with the platform, totaling 5 million yuan. After tax, that's over 4 million yuan. If it were before the novice mission was settled, over 4 million yuan would still be a huge sum of money for Shin Qiushan to be excited about for a long time. But now the situation is different. Shin Qiushan has over 100 million yuan in his bank account. In contrast, this is even more significant than the copyright income because it allows him to further launder the money he receives from the system. If he had said he had earned tens of millions through electronic royalties, many people would probably not believe it. But now that the copyrights have been sold for tens of millions, the credibility is naturally higher. Old Shin, we at Penguin Novels might want to promote the sale of the film and television rights to your book. After all, this is a work achievement. Do you think it would be convenient for you to disclose the specific transaction amount? If you mind, we won't mention the transaction price in our promotion. After the dinner, as they were leaving the private room, Ma Zhuang took Shin Qiushan's arm and said, "It's not inconvenient. You can promote it however you want. It's not like I stole this money." Shin Qiushan was eager for Penguin Novels to promote it. That way, he could also buy a luxury house and live in it. Having money, but not being able to enjoy it freely is actually quite frustrating. Their current apartment, while barely adequate, is rather cramped. It's better for their daughter, Shin Yanran, in the master bedroom, with her own bathroom. But sharing a bathroom with his father, son, and 3 others is quite uncomfortable. Besides, his small room is too cramped and depressing, so he'd been planning to move to a bigger house for a while, and now that the copyright is sold for 10 million, a luxury home wouldn't be too much to ask, right? Old Shin, you're so clear-headed. Once we make money, let's spend it openly. Ma Zhuang's face flushed after a few drinks. He liked authors like Shin Qiushan who didn't hide their earnings. This would help them promote themselves and attract more authors to Penguin Fiction. A new author, the copyright sold for 10 million. Isn't that more appealing than any advertisement? But most authors adhere to the philosophy of making a fortune quietly, and even if they've made a fortune, they're reluctant to publicize it. In real life, this approach is actually correct. Wealth should not be displayed publicly. This has been the norm since ancient times. Especially when your friends and family are on a completely different level of wealth than you. If they learn you've suddenly become wealthy, you'll be flooded with people coming to borrow money. If you lend money, you most likely never get it back. If you ask for it back, they might just say, "You're so rich, how could you possibly need this little from me?" If you refuse to lend, you become enemies, and there's no telling when they stab you in the back. So, when you suddenly become wealthy, the moment someone comes to borrow money, beware. Your relationship is most likely over. The reason Shin Qiushan doesn't care about this is because his situation is different from that of ordinary people. As a man with a cheat, this kind of thing can't restrain him. 3:30 p.m. First Teaching Building, Classroom 109. Class 1 of the Department of Electrical Engineering held its first class meeting here. When Shin Qiushan arrived, he was the only one still missing. His arrival immediately attracted everyone's attention. In fact, everyone in the class already knew that Shin Qiushan, the nationally renowned 38-year-old top scorer in the college entrance examination, was a classmate. However, with the exception of Shin Qiushan's roommates, Bao Beibei, Feng Sikong, and Zhao Hongyu, no one else in the class had ever met Shin Qiushan. Naturally, they were filled with curiosity about this elderly top scorer. "Uncle Shin. Here. I've saved a seat for you." With dozens of eyes fixed on him, Bao Beibei, the Shanghainese young master, waved vigorously at Shin Qiushan. This little fat boy was obsessed with becoming Shin Qiushan's son-in-law, so naturally, he didn't want to miss any opportunity to curry Shin Qiushan's favor. However, when he stood up and loudly greeted Shin Qiushan, it wasn't just to curry favor with him, it was also a way to attract the attention of the rest of the class. After all, everyone's eyes were on Shin Qiushan, and with Bao Beibei's words, many people would pay attention to him. Shin Qiushan had no objection to Bao Beibei, the spoiled Shanghainese. The child was still young. A few beatings from society would heal him. Under the gazes of dozens of students, Shin Qiushan slowly walked to the last row of the classroom and sat down next to Bao Beibei. "Uncle Shin, are you a day student? Do you always go home at night?" After Shin Qiushan sat down, Bao Beibei asked curiously. "I snore a lot, and I was worried it would bother you, so I slept in the staff dormitory apartment last night," Shin Qiushan casually replied. This response fully demonstrated the old man's high emotional intelligence and cunning. He clearly felt uncomfortable sleeping in the dormitory, but he interpreted it as a concern about disturbing others' noble behavior. "Old Shin, that's a waste of time. Beibei's snoring woke me up, and I thought it was thunder," Feng Sikong, standing nearby, added. "Don't talk nonsense, I didn't." Bao Beibei quickly denied it, then explained to Shin Qiushan seriously, "Uncle Shin, don't listen to his nonsense. I was just too tired yesterday and snored a little. I'm not like that usually." This Shanghainese young man was hilarious. He was almost telling Shin Qiushan, father-in-law, "Don't worry. I won't disturb Shin Yanran's sleep with my snoring. Xiao Bao, we're roommates and classmates. From now on, don't call me Uncle Shin. Just call me Old Shin." Shin Qiushan didn't care whether Bao Beibei snored or not, but the name had to be changed. The little fat man calling him Uncle Shin was just trying to be consistent with his generation, which showed that he still had evil intentions towards his daughter. "Uncle Shin, there's no need for that." Bao Beibei naturally didn't want to change his name. If he and Shin Qiushan were equals, wouldn't he be a generation older than Shin Yanran? Elders dating younger people, what the hell? "It's necessary," Shin Qiushan said sternly. "If all of you call me uncle, what's the point of studying? Beibei, just listen to Old Shin. Although Old Shin is older than us, we're all classmates," Feng Sikong echoed. As the three of them were talking, Counselor Lu Guangming and Assistant Counselor Lu Qingwu walked into the classroom one after the other. The sight of them instantly quieted the once noisy classroom. Feng Sikong and Bao Beibei also fell silent. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Guangming, and I'm the counselor for Class 1 of the Electrical Engineering Department. Here's my phone number. Everyone, write it down. Feel free to call me if you have any questions." As he spoke, Lu Guangming picked up a half-broken piece of chalk and wrote his name and phone number on the blackboard. Then, pointing to Lu Qingwu, he introduced her. "This is Teacher Lu, our assistant counselor. She's responsible for most of the daily work in the class. Teacher Lu, please speak a few words." With that, Lu Guangming vacated his seat in the middle of the podium. "Hello everyone. My name is Lu Qingwu." Lu Qingwu took 2 steps forward and announced her name. Then, she also wrote her name and contact information on the blackboard. Seeing this, the boys in the class quickly pulled out their phones. They were much more enthusiastic about recording the beautiful counselor's contact information than they were about Lu Guangming's. Chapter 140. Teacher Lu, that figure is absolutely stunning. She's 10,000 times better than the other girls in the class. Feng Sikong muttered quietly. There were only 8 girls in Class 1 of the Electrical Engineering Department, each one more abstract than the other. Feng Sikong and Bao Beibei had already discussed the situation since arriving in the classroom, but neither of them was interested in any of them. Lu Qingwu briefly introduced herself, and then stepped aside. After all, she was just an intern, the class's assistant counselor, basically, someone who did the work, so she still had to understand her place. Lu Guangming returned to his desk and continued, "Next, everyone, please introduce yourselves. Start here." Lu Guangming pointed to the girl in the first row to his left. She probably didn't expect the counselor to introduce her first, and she was a little nervous as she stood up. She was chubby, with slightly dark skin, and wore glasses. Although she was already in college, she still had the look of a high school student. Hello, teachers and students. My name is Lu Yuxiu. I'm from Yucheng. My Gokao score was 680. Perhaps she really didn't know how to introduce herself, so she even listed her score. The students behind her followed suit, introducing themselves one by one. After everyone in the class had finished introducing themselves, Lu Guangming glanced around the room and landed on Shen Qiushan. Old Shen, you be acting as squad monitor for the duration of the military training. You're the oldest, so take care of these kids. Okay. Shen Qiushan wasn't interested in being squad monitor, of course, but since old Lu had called on him in public, he couldn't refuse. I simply accepted the assignment. Military training begins tomorrow. Meet at the stadium before 8 o'clock. Let teacher Lu explain the necessary precautions. Lu Guangming, the counselor for 3 classes, had a face-to-face with Class 1 of the Department of Electrical Engineering before heading to Class 2 next door. Lu Qingwu once again walked to the center of the podium. She was wearing a Chanel-style dress today. The slim fit perfectly outlined her graceful figure, and the flesh-colored stockings wrapped around her legs added a touch of intellectual allure. Male college students of this age are at their peak of hormonal activity. Seeing a counselor like Lu Qingwu, with her stunning figure and good looks, inevitably led to some unrealistic fantasies. It was even possible that she would become the target of some male student's Taoist temple tonight. Lu Qingwu had a pleasant voice and occasionally cracked a little joke, which immediately lightened the atmosphere in the class. The boys were even more partial to this beautiful counselor. Shen Qiushan hadn't paid much attention to what Lu Qingwu was saying, because the royalties from the copyright sale had just arrived. Although Shen Qiushan currently had over 100 million yuan in his bank account, who could complain about having too much money? In a good mood, he directly sent a dinner invitation to the Sanjiang University family group. There were 6 people in the group: the Shen family, father and son, daughter, Lin Xiaoma, Lin Jiayu, and Su Pipa. The group had just been created yesterday, and Lin Jiayu had created it, saying it would facilitate communication. After Shen Qiushan sent the message, the foodie Lin Jiayu immediately jumped in to respond, clamoring for crayfish. Shen Yanren chimed in, sending an emoji expressing her desire for food. Shen Yixia sent a message saying she wanted to eat hot pot, only to be harshly criticized by Lin Jiayu and Shen Yanren. The 2-to-1 advantage was unbreakable. Next, Lin Jiayu directly sent the location of the crayfish restaurant. She had spent 2 years at Sanjiang University. Her academics were mediocre, but she knew all about good food. The class meeting ended. Shen Qiushan walked out of the classroom through the back door. Before he had taken a few steps, Lu Qingwu caught up with him. Mr. Shen, do you want to go to the faculty cafeteria for dinner? No, I have a date. Shen Qiushan waved his hand. Wow, a date? Lu Qingwu teased with a smile. What? You're in love on your first day at college? It seemed like a joke, but it was actually a test. After all, she didn't know Shen Qiushan's relationship status yet. She only knew that he had 2 children, Shen Yanren and Shen Yixu. But whether Shen Qiushan was single at this stage was uncertain. No, I'm taking the kids out for crayfish. Crayfish? I love them too. There's a Chaohui crayfish place near the school. They're incredibly authentic. It seems I haven't had crayfish in ages. At this point, Lu Qingwu's foxy eyes flickered at Shen Qiushan, her meaning clear. She was just waiting for Shen Qiushan to invite her. Today's a family dinner, so I won't invite teacher Lu. Let's do it another day. Shen Qiushan replied frankly. Then it's happily decided. I'm going to have the pork knuckle rice I've been craving. Lu Qingwu's lips curled slightly, imitating the look of a young girl eagerly awaiting a delicious meal. As she spoke, she casually touched Shen Qiushan's arm with her elbow, creating a sense of intimacy. Leaving the teaching building, the two waved goodbye. Shen Qiushan went to the parking lot. Lu Qingwu walked towards the faculty cafeteria. Not far behind them, Bao Beibei and Feng Sicong whispered, my father-in-law and teacher Lu seem very familiar with each other. Is there something going on between them? Feng Sicong shook his head. Probably not. We only met yesterday. But teacher Lu has a great figure, and her eyes are even more captivating. Just now, when she was speaking in class, she seemed to be looking at me specifically. TSK, shouldn't I take the initiative? I'd be willing to lose 10 years of my life just to have teacher Lu as my girlfriend. After hearing Feng Sicong's words, Bao Beibei rubbed her chubby chin. Sicong, Your thinking is very dangerous. Teacher Lu, but she's our counselor. She's just an intern, or more accurately, a senior. She probably changed jobs in the future. She can't stay a counselor forever. Feng Sikong looked understanding. Is that so? The fat boy looked at Li Qingwu's receding figure and muttered, Teacher Lu is very good, but in my opinion, she's not as good as Yan Ran. Xiao Hongyu, following behind the two, listened silently, quite interested in their conversation. However, shouldering the responsibility of family revitalization, he didn't want to focus on romance. Or perhaps, he felt, he wasn't qualified enough to prioritize a relationship. We arrived at the parking lot. From a distance, Shen Qiushan spotted Lin Xiaomo. This second sister-in-law was wearing a slim-fitting black half-length skirt with an irregular hem, creating an artistic touch. The fitted design accentuated her slender waist, and her fair skin looked even brighter against the black backdrop. She wore a pair of black stiletto sandals. Her semi-long hair was slightly curled, languidly falling, a few strands gently fluttering. Her eyes held a distant, cool expression, a true icy beauty. I thought you hadn't seen the message. Shen Qiushan approached and greeted her. The second sister-in-law hadn't responded to the message in the group chat, and since it was already time to get off work, Shen Qiushan assumed she was on her way home. In reality, she was already waiting in the parking lot, right next to his Wenjie M9. I'm just about to go eat. Lin Xiaomo had originally planned to eat in the faculty cafeteria before going home, but after seeing the message Shen Qiushan had sent in the group chat, she turned around and headed to the parking lot. She called her mother, Qin Qingju, to let her know she'd be sleeping in the school dorms tonight. Since Qin Qingju had recently intensified her pressure to get married, Lin Xiaomo had been planning to go home less often, and Shen Qiushan's suggestion of a dinner party in the evening seemed like a good excuse. Get in the car. Wait until Yan Ran and Xiao Xiao arrive, then we pick up Jiayu. Shen Qiushan opened the car door and got in the driver's seat, while Lin Xiaomo took the passenger seat. Although Shen Qiushan had owned this car for almost 2 months, Lin Xiaomo hadn't ridden in it much. After all, she usually drove herself, so she rarely had the chance to ride in someone else's car. Military training starts tomorrow. Are you going to join us? After getting in the car, Lin Xiaomo took the initiative to ask. Yeah, let's train them. Shen Qiushan shrugged nonchalantly. Are you sure you can handle it? If you don't want to train, I can just go and say hello. In Lin Xiaomo's opinion, Shen Qiushan was already 38 years old, after all. His physical fitness couldn't be compared to that of an 18 or 19-year-old. No need. Shen Qiushan waved his hand, confidently saying, I'm in good health. Those kids might not be any better than me. Showing off. Lin Xiaomo rolled her eyes, and gave Shen Qiushan a cold stare. I'm not just being bravado, I'm still strong in my old age. Shen Qiushan patted his chest. Those takeout orders weren't free. As they were talking, Shen Yanran and Shen Yishu opened the car door and climbed into the back seat. Shen Yishu was talking on the phone with Luo Yao, wearing a Bluetooth headset. I'm in the car. I'm going to dinner with my dad and my second aunt. Yeah, let's talk tonight. Is Yao doing well in Beijing? Shen Qiushan asked as he started the car after the 2 children got in. She said the school is a little small, and the military training is tiring. Dad, I'm going to Beijing during the National Day holiday. Is that okay? Shen Yishu asked. Sure. You can go if you want, but be careful. Shen Qiushan wouldn't stop his son from dating, even though he wasn't optimistic his son and Luo Yao would stay together long term. But making the long journey to Beijing to find a girlfriend during the National Day holiday would undoubtedly be an unforgettable experience in Shen Yishu's youth. When he reaches his age and reminisces about his youth, he'd think of the National Day holiday in 2025. He took a train for several hours from Sanjiang to Beijing. He and his girlfriend watched the flag-raising ceremony together, climbed the Great Wall together, and visited the Forbidden City together. You can go, but don't do anything unexpected. Talk to Yao Yao in advance? Shen Qiushan added. After all, the biggest taboo in long-distance relationships is unexpected surprises. Chapter 141. Although Shen Qiushan wasn't sure whether his son and Luo Yao's long-distance relationship would soon run into problems, based on various online case studies, the probability of long-distance relationships experiencing problems was incredibly high. So, avoiding unexpected surprises was often better for all 4 of them. Of course, Shen Qiushan knew his son well, and Shen Yishu wasn't worried about anything else right now, but no one could guarantee what was going on with Luo Yao. What if his son saw something he shouldn't have seen while delivering the surprise? Not only would it be heartbreaking, but it could also lead to unnecessary conflict. Breaking up isn't scary. But Shin Qiushan hoped that if his son did break up with Luo Yao, it would be done in a respectable manner. At least not over some cliched caught cheating incident. However, after hearing his father's words, Shin Yixiao's eyes lit up. A surprise attack! What a great idea! Yao Yao will be so touched. As expected, the old ones are still the wisest. I bet Dad must have used surprises a lot when he was chasing Mom, Shin Yixiao thought silently. Originally, when Dad agreed to let him go to Beijing during the National Day holiday, he had already opened the chat window with Luo Yao, ready to tell her the good news. But now he changed his mind. A surprise that came out of nowhere is much more romantic than a planned date. Shin Yanran, don't tell Luo Yao about this yet. Fearing that the news would get through to Luo Yao, Shin Yixiao leaned over and whispered in her ear. I don't care about your business. Shin Yanran didn't even look up, continuing to climb the stairs and check the messages in the class group chat. In contrast to the gender ratio of her father, Shin Qiushan's, Class 1 of the Department of Electrical Engineering, Shin Yanran's Journalism Class 2 consisted of 36 students, 26 of whom were girls and only 10 were boys. As the saying goes, 3 women make a drama, and where there are more women, there are more disputes. On the second day of school, 2 girls from Shin Yanran's class were already arguing in the class group chat. With such a big scandal to discuss, Shin Yanran didn't bother with her brother Shin Yixiao's romantic affairs. Shin Qiushan drove to the girls' dormitory with ease. Lin Jiayu and Su Piwa, who had been notified long in advance, were already waiting downstairs. Brother-in-law, what are you celebrating with this meal today? Lin Jiayu asked with a smile as they climbed into the car. To celebrate selling the film and television rights to my novel, Shin Qiushan replied casually. Huh? Really? Lin Jiayu was shocked, her beautiful eyes widening. Not only her, but everyone else in the car was naturally astonished. The film and television rights have been sold. It sounds so grand, and it reeks of money. Shin Yanran simply stopped eating the melon for the time being. Dad's wealth. What's the difference between hers and hers? This is a matter of personal interest. Dad, which book? Shin Yanran leaned her head against the passenger seat, looking at her father's profile and asking. Lin Xiaomao, sitting in the passenger seat, was also very curious. She was a devoted reader of I Really Don't Want to Be Reborn. If the film and television rights for this book had been sold, she was actually looking forward to the film and television adaptation. It's the one serialized on Penguin Fiction. The contract was just signed this afternoon. Shin Qiushan replied while steering. How much did it sell for? Does that mean our family is completely wealthy? Shin Yanran pressed on. The eyes of the people in the car fell on Shin Qiushan, clearly sharing their deep concern. Shin Qiushan didn't give a direct answer, but instead raised a finger. 1 million. Shin Yanran exclaimed, her beautiful eyes suddenly crescent-shaped. Dad, you're amazing. Another million. Lin Jiayu pouted and said, if I'd known I made 1 million, I wouldn't have eaten crayfish. We should have gone to the city for a big meal. Shin Yixiao chuckled. Dad, you're so rich now. Can you give me a little extra money when I go to Beijing during the National Day holiday? After listening to the 2 children and Lin Jiayu, Shin Qiushan shook his head gently and said calmly, not 1 million. Huh? It can't be just 100,000. That's too cheap. Shin Yanran, Shin Yixiao, and Lin Jiayu, these 3 little kids, had very limited imaginations. They didn't even dare to guess in the 10 million range. Because, in their opinion, selling the copyright of an online novel for 10 million was a bit outrageous. Lin Xiaomao, sitting in the passenger seat, chimed in, did it sell for 10 million? Having been following Shin Qiushan's novel, Lin Xiaomao had also researched the online novel market. The copyrights for some popular fantasy and fairy tale novels can even fetch tens of millions. Due to restrictions on adaptations and other factors, the copyright value of urban novels is relatively low. But with the popularity of Shin Qiushan's novel, it could fetch at least several hundred to tens of millions. After all, the monthly royalties were already in the hundreds of thousands. If the film and television rights were only sold for 1 million, it would be far too low. 10 million. Shin Qiushan nodded gently, confirming Lin Xiaomao's guess. Wow! 10 million. Brother-in-law, wouldn't that make you a multimillionaire? Lin Jiayu couldn't help but sigh. 10 million? Wouldn't I be a second-generation rich kid? Shin Yanran's crescent-shaped eyes seemed to gleam with brilliant starlight. Dad, I'm going to Beijing for the holidays. 10,000 isn't too much, right? Shin Yixiao was still thinking about going to Beijing for a date with Luo Yao. At almost the same time, in the editorial department of the Jiancheng Evening News, Wang Jishi was still at his workstation, working overtime. Ever since Shin Xiushan became the top scorer in the liberal arts exam in Sanjiang province, and he'd been slapped in the face, Wang Jixin's life hadn't been easy. He used to be able to capitalize on the traffic from criticizing Shin Xiushan, but after his successful comeback, criticizing him no longer had any impact, and instead, he was actually being retaliated against. And just as he was being slapped in the face, his arch-rival seized the vacant deputy director position in his department and became his immediate superior. Naturally, Wang Jixin's life became even more difficult. Today's overtime was the result of his boss's embarrassment. After finishing his work, Wang Jixin habitually browsed the various social media platforms for news to uncover. Suddenly, an article published by Penguin Novels caught his attention. He, who became a legend with one book, was actually the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Ever since the Shin Xiushan incident, Wang Jixin has become extremely sensitive to the phrase top scorer in the college entrance examination. He quickly clicked on the article. Today, the film and television rights to I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn, a work by our contracted author Shin Buku, were sold for 10 million yuan. At the signing ceremony, I finally met this mysterious new author, and I received shocking news. The new author, pen name Shin Buku, is actually Shin Xiushan, the top scorer in the liberal arts section of the Sanjiang province Gaokao. I'm sure everyone is familiar with Shin Xiushan. In this year's Gaokao, he scored 709 points, earning him the top spot in the liberal arts section of the Sanjiang province Gaokao. At 38, he also set a record for the oldest person to achieve a top scorer in the Gaokao. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine that the new author I've been communicating with online under the pen name Shin Buku was actually this nationally renowned top scorer. What I want to say is that outstanding people truly achieve exceptional results in any field. For example, Shin Xiushan's novel, serialized on our site, immediately topped major charts upon its release. The novel has already achieved an impressive average subscription of 100,000 before it was even finished. Today, the film and television rights to the novel were sold for tens of millions of yuan. The article was quite long, almost 3,000 words, and was written by Penguin fiction editor Wudong. In it, he detailed the story of Shin Buku, a rising star, from a new writer to selling copyrights worth tens of millions of yuan. Wang Jixin, sitting at his computer, felt his scalp tingle as he read. Shin Xiushan wrote an online novel, and the film and television rights were sold for 10 million yuan. Suddenly hearing this news was more painful than killing him. Not only had his enemy achieved top marks in the college entrance exam and successfully entered his ideal university, he had now become a multimillionaire by writing online novels. This wasn't just rubbing salt into his wounds. It was like adding pepper spray after adding salt. After reading the Penguin novel article, he quickly followed the link to open Shin Xiushan's book. He rarely read online novels, and even had a deep-seated disdain for them. Thus, he had no idea about the profit model of online novels, nor did he know how to judge a book's performance. But even so, he could tell that Shin Xiushan's book was likely to perform well. It had over 500,000 fans, and ranked 7th on the monthly vote list. Wang Jixin clicked on the first chapter and began reading. After about half an hour, he stopped. As a journalist, his writing skills were naturally impeccable, and the quality of Shin Xiushan's novel exceeded his expectations. In his impression, online novels were synonymous with shoddy and vulgar. While Shin Xiushan's novel wasn't exceptional, the writing flowed smoothly, and the story was lively and engaging. And yet, the film and television rights for just this online novel were sold for a staggering 10 million yuan. Wang Jixin still thought it was a bit too much. If writing an online novel of this quality could earn him 10 million, then why would he even be a journalist? Why not just write online novels? After pondering the computer screen for a while, Wang Jixin's eyes suddenly lit up. Traffic. It was all traffic. He opened Shin Xiushan's novel again, but this time he didn't just read it. He took meticulous notes. Of course, the places he noted were the flaws in the novel. 2 hours later, Wang Jixin once again spoke passionately in front of the camera. Today, while watching the news, I saw an article about someone who made 10 million yuan writing online novels. Looking closer, wow, the tycoon is an old acquaintance. Yes, it's Shin Xiushan. One of his novels actually sold for a whopping 10 million yuan. With an attitude of learning, I carefully read Mr. Shin's masterpiece. This is truly eye-opening. It's even completely shattered. Mr. Shin's hero is a complete scumbag, toying with and deceiving kind and innocent girls, and even has a tendency to keep mistresses. I wonder where Mr. Shin found the inspiration to create such a scumbag character. Also, I'd like to ask which film and television company spent tens of millions to acquire the film and television rights to such a shattering online novel? Is this the intention behind making something like this to promote the idea that men should be scumbags? I don't think any film and television company would do that. So, I seriously doubt this is malicious hype. Of course, there are certainly film and television companies that appreciate this kind of work. But I want to say, if you're really willing to spend 10 million for the film and television rights to a novel like this, then I can actually write it. And I don't need 10 million. 8 million will be enough. If that doesn't work, then 5 million. Wang Jixin found himself getting especially excited when he started bashing Shen Qiushan. He didn't even bother filming the video, it was done in one go. The video was released. Wang Jixin stretched, then hummed a little tune as he left the office. His Quine account's traffic has been quite low recently, and no matter what he posts, netizens always mention that he should change his name to Shen Jixin. After all, he lost a bet with Shen Qiushan, and after Shen Qiushan became the top scorer in the college entrance examination, he actually released an apology video to continue his internet career. But netizens weren't impressed, and continued to criticize him profusely. Seeing that an apology wouldn't work, Wang Jixin simply deleted the apology video. A month and a half later, Wang Jixin mentioned Shen Qiushan again in his video, and his previously sluggish traffic really picked up. Driving home, Wang Jixin checked the video's stats while waiting at a red light. The number of comments had already exceeded 1,000. Sure enough, it had to be Shen Qiushan again. He's my data traffic key, Wang Jixin gloated to himself. In fact, before Wang Jixin posted the video, a related message had been posted on Penguin Novel's Quine account. It's just that Penguin Fiction is promoting this story in a positive light. And the oldest top-scoring college entrance exam scorer in history earned 10 million yuan by writing online novels. Such news naturally attracts a lot of attention. Thus, after Penguin Fiction released the video, some media outlets were already reprinting or reporting on the story. As attention grew and more media outlets covered it, Shen Qiushan's name once again became a trending topic in the Class 1 Electronics Technology WeChat group. Sun Peng, who loves to chat in the group, directly shared a video of the media reporting on the incident. Sun Peng at Shen Qiushan Laoshan, is this news true? Sun Peng, if it's true, shouldn't you send him a red envelope? Zhou Jianyu, waiting for Laoshan's big red envelope. Feng Sikong, holy crap. 10 million. My roommate is actually a multimillionaire. Bao Beibei. That's worth an apartment in Shanghai. Hee hee, luckily we have 3. Chapter 142. The WeChat group for Class 1 in the Department of Electrical Engineering grew increasingly lively. Lu Qingwu, who was lying on the sofa in her dorm, maintaining her fish pond, also casually opened the WeChat group. She then saw the video Sun Peng had posted, and the figure 10 million everyone was discussing. It was finalized so quickly. Last night, Lu Qingwu overheard someone calling Shen Qiushan about film and television copyrights, and the price mentioned was 10 million. But to avoid appearing overly motivated, Lu Qingwu pretended not to hear anything and didn't inquire about Shen Qiushan's book writing. In reality, she was still very curious and had intended to find an opportunity to ask indirectly. She hadn't expected the news to break today, and to generate such buzz. However, after seeing that Shen Qiushan made his money writing online novels, Lu Qingwu was somewhat disappointed. One of her roommates had once worked part-time as an online novel writer, and had a high point with monthly royalties exceeding 10,000 yuan, but later on, the money wasn't so great. Her roommate once complained to her that the income from writing online novels was too unstable. However, Shen Qiushan's situation must be much better than her roommate's. After all, he sold the film and television rights alone for 10 million, but there's also a problem: the stability of future income. This book might have made 10 million, but what about the next one? It has to be said that Lu Qingwu is thinking quite long-term, but for her at this stage, Shen Qiushan is still a very good choice. After all, he has at least 10 million in assets as a guarantee, and even if his future works don't sell for 10 million, his income shouldn't be too low. Lu Qingwu also joined in the fun by posting a fireworks emoji in the class group chat. Then, she quickly downloaded the Penguin Novels app, found Shen Qiushan's novel, and began reading it diligently. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and 100 battles are won. If she wanted to have more conversations with Shen Qiushan, starting with his novels was the best place to start. Downstairs in the staff dormitory. After parking his car, Shen Qiushan pulled 3 pillows from the back seat and handed one to Lin Xiaoma. This pillow is very comfortable to sleep on. I bought a few more. Shen Qiushan had given Shen Yanran and Shen Yishu a pillow each when he sent them home, so Lin Xiaoma wasn't surprised by his gesture. However, Her gaze subconsciously lingered for a moment on the two pillows Shin Qiushan was holding in his arms. Why would one person prepare two pillows? Or was this pillow meant to be a gift to someone else? Lin Xiaomo couldn't help but think of the beautiful counselor from yesterday, Lu Qingwu, who lived next door to her and was the assistant counselor for Shin Qiushan's class. Despite having many thoughts in her mind, Lin Xiaomo naturally found it difficult to ask such a question. As they walked into the dormitory together, Lin Xiaomo's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID. It was her mother, Chen Qingzhu. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiaomo finally answered. Momo, have you arrived at the dorm yet? Yeah, just got there. Check your WeChat messages. Shaoli added you, but he said you haven't been verified as a friend. Shaoli is a nice guy with good qualities. You should have a good chat with him. When Lin Xiaomo answered the phone, she immediately thought it must be a blind date, and it turned out to be exactly that. Okay, got it. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaomo sighed helplessly. She hadn't necessarily been going against her parents' wishes. She had been on a few blind dates before, but none of them caught her eye. She had even met some rather odd men. This was when Lin Xiaomo slowly began to resist blind dates. She felt that relying on them would never lead to finding someone she truly loved. You seem to be very opposed to blind dates. Shin Qiushan, who had heard most of the call, said with a smile. It's so boring. Lin Xiaomo pouted slightly. So what kind of man are you looking for? You should have a picture in mind. Shin Qiushan asked curiously. Others are single, most likely because their personal qualities aren't great, or they have obvious shortcomings. But Lin Xiaomo is different. She is a typical hexagonal warrior, excellent in appearance, figure, education, work, family background, and personal abilities. If I had to find fault, it'd probably be her rather cold personality, and then there's her age. 31 is certainly not young. After all, in the marriage market, age is the single biggest factor influencing a woman's value. 31 might be okay for now, but after a few years, even if she's exceptional in every way, it'd be hard to find a man who matches her. For someone like Lin Xiaomo, who's exceptionally beautiful, the odds are still a little better, but for someone who's relatively good, but not exceptionally so, it's going to be very difficult. Because most women look for compatibility when looking for a partner. For example, if she earns 300,000 yuan a year, she might want a man with a 400,000 or 500,000 yuan annual salary. In her opinion, this requirement doesn't seem too high, just slightly higher than her own income. But the problem is, with men earning 400,000 or 500,000 yuan a year, there's a huge pool of options. Not only are they popular with older, single women in their 30s, but they're also popular with young women in their early 20s. So, if you were a man, would you choose a high-quality single woman in her 30s or a young woman in her early 20s? Hearing Shin Qiushan's question, Lin Xiaomo subconsciously glanced at him and replied, It all depends on eye contact. None of my previous blind dates had that kind of heart-pounding feeling. In fact, Lin Xiaomo had a comprehensive set of criteria for choosing a partner. First, physical appearance had to be satisfactory. She was a serious face-obsessed person, and she was very particular about looks. In Lin Xiaomo's view, if they were going to live together for life, they had to be pleasing to the eye. If they were bothersome, there was no way they could live together. Secondly, personality. Lin Xiaomo is an introvert, so she's looking for someone with an extroverted personality who can inspire her. And then, there's talent. She loves singing, and she actually has the artistic side of a young woman in her blood. She admires those with talent. She likes those with a rock and roll spirit, those who act freely and unconventionally, and those who are crazy in their approach to life. The three qualities that Lin Xiaomo values most are hard to pin down in one person. That's one of the reasons she's still single. However, recently, someone has appeared around her who practically possesses all three of these qualities. He had a stunning appearance and a stunning figure. He was a skilled novelist, not only gaining a large following, but also achieving wealth and social status. He didn't sing rock music, but his actions were incredibly rock. At the age of 38, he took the college entrance examination and became the top scorer in Zhejiang province. Lin Xiaomo herself had never imagined that the person she had been searching for was actually right beside her. It's just that for a long time, she hadn't noticed his shining point. Of course, that wasn't the point. The point was the delicate relationship between the two. If Shin Qiushan were just an ordinary man, he didn't have that delicate relationship with her. With Lin Xiaomo's personality, she would have rushed forward without hesitation. Even if he had 2 children. That wouldn't have stopped her, but not now. Their relationship was too complicated. She found it hard to convince herself to take that step. Lin Moxuan, didn't know his daughter Lin Xiaomo's inner thoughts, otherwise, Director Lin would have been inconsolable. He had 3 daughters. 2 of them liked the blonde type of man, and it just so happened that this blonde guy was the same person. After going upstairs, Lin Xiaomo returned to her room, hugging her pillow. However, she was still changing into her slippers when she heard a knock in the hallway. Judging by the volume, it was Shen Qiushan's room across the street. Lin Xiaomo frowned, then tiptoed to the door and peered through the peephole. Just as she had suspected. Sure enough, someone was knocking on Shen Qiushan's door, and she knew it, Lu Qingwu. Since they were in the dormitory, the person was wearing a set of silk pajamas, seemingly quite covered. But these pajamas are very form-fitting and flattering, especially since Lu Qingwu has a nice figure. They make her look even more alluring. Just as Lin Xiaomo was secretly observing, Shen Qiushan opened the door. "Old Shen, I knew you were back. I saw the news online and wanted to chat with you." Although she could only see Lu Qingwu's back, Lin Xiaomo could already picture the flamboyant smile on her face. This woman has ulterior motives. Lin Xiaomo frowned. As a woman, she naturally understood women better. She has a natural ability to appreciate tea. From the moment they first met, she felt that Lu Qingwu had naturally charming eyes, not just any in turn. During their conversation, it seemed as if they were not crossing any boundaries, but she could smell the scent of tea. With a bang, the door across the room closed. Lu Qingwu had entered Shen Qiushan's room, and as the door closed, Lin Xiaomo's heart sank. A single man and a single woman in a room. And it was so late, even if nothing happened, it was hard not to harbor feelings for each other. Besides, Lu Qingwu's motives were impure to begin with. Lin Xiaomo had been planning to shower, but she stood at the doorway for a long time, unable to move. At that moment, she felt a sudden emptiness in her heart, as if something had been stolen. It was painful, but she felt helpless. Besides, there was also a sense of anxiety. What if the two of them were to confirm their relationship just like that? It wasn't impossible. Lu Qingwu wasn't bad in herself, and was still very young. Just ask yourself, what old man could withstand the advances of a young, beautiful woman? It's like putting a piece of fat meat next to a big bad wolf's mouth. Can you really expect it not to eat it? Originally, this night spent hiding in the dormitory should have been pleasant. As a result, every minute and every second was becoming torture. Lin Xiaomo bit her lower lip lightly, finally slipping on her shoes and leaving the room. However, she didn't immediately knock on Shen Qiushan's door. Instead, she stood by the doorway and listened quietly. Perhaps, eavesdropping might be a more appropriate term. Chapter 143. Wow, that's amazing. I didn't expect you, old Shen, to write novels. I read novels often, but usually women's novels. I had a roommate who also wrote online novels, but hers weren't very profitable. Lu Qingwu's voice faintly emanated from the room. She must have deliberately raised her voice to create an atmosphere of shock and admiration. If it were a normal conversation, the sound would likely not be heard. This was indeed what happened next. Lin Xiaomo stood at the door for almost 2 minutes, unable to hear anything else. She had no idea what the two people were talking about in the room. After a brief hesitation, Lin Xiaomo knocked on the door. In the living room, Shen Qiushan and Lu Qingwu were startled by the knock. Although they hadn't done anything shameful, it was already past 9 p.m. Who would suddenly knock on the door? Old Shen, do I need to hide? Lu Qingwu pointed to the bedroom, with a hint of sarcasm. She said this jokingly, but primarily to test Shen Qiushan's attitude. If Shen Qiushan seemed nervous and actually asked her to hide, it would mean he wasn't single and was worried about being discovered with a woman in his room or about someone unexpectedly checking on him. No need. If you hide, it only make people think something's wrong. Shen Qiushan waved his hand and asked as he walked towards the door, "Who's there?" "It's me." Lin Xiaomo, standing outside, responded. "What's wrong?" Shen Qiushan opened the door and cast a questioning look at Lin Xiaomo. "I need your help." As clever as Lin Xiaomo was, she had naturally prepared an excuse, but then, as if she had suddenly spotted Lu Qingwu, she feigned surprise. "It's so late, and Teacher Lu is here too. I came to ask old Shen for advice on writing online novels." "Secretary Lin, let's get down to business. I'm leaving now." Lu Qingwu was also sensible. Although she didn't know Lin Xiaomo's intentions, it was certainly not appropriate for her to compete with her superiors for Shen Qiushan's rights of use in this situation. Besides, her superiors had already warned her, "It's so late." It was indeed inappropriate for her to stay in Shen Qiushan's room at this time. Lu Qingwu was only an intern, after all, and it was uncertain whether she would ultimately stay on campus. At this point, Her relationship with Shin Qiushan hadn't even begun, so it was unwise to offend Lin Xiaomao, the powerful vice secretary of the Youth League Committee, over this matter. Old Shin, let's talk tomorrow. As Lu Qingwu left, she waved to Shin Qiushan again. What happened? Shin Qiushan asked after Lu Qingwu returned to her room. Well, the shower in my bathroom isn't working. This was the excuse Lin Xiaomao had just prepared. Oh! Then I go check it out? Shin Qiushan followed Lin Xiaomao to her room. Next door. After Lu Qingwu entered her room, she didn't move at all. She leaned against the door, listening to the conversation outside. After hearing the door close, she changed into slippers and sat back on the sofa in the living room. Could that Secretary Lin also have Old Shin on his radar? The two of them returned together. I had just arrived at Shin Qiushan's room when she left. Was it intentional? Lu Qingwu was still very sensitive. She felt something was amiss with Lin Xiaomao, but she had no evidence at the moment. Elsewhere, Shin Qiushan unscrewed the shower head and examined it carefully. There's too much rust inside. Cleaning it should be fine. But it shouldn't stop running in this situation. At most, the water flow will be a little less. Shin Qiushan said, as he carefully cleaned the unscrewed shower head. Lin Xiaomao stood at the bathroom door, silently watching Shin Qiushan. She didn't care about the shower head at all. After all, it was just her invention. Why did Teacher Lu call you so late? Lin Xiaomao suddenly asked. She saw the news online and wanted to talk to me about writing online novels. Is that all? What else? Shin Qiushan asked back. Don't you think she's too attentive to you? Lin Xiaomao said with a stern face. Lu Qingwu is probably only around 25, not much older than Yanran and Xiao Xiao. I don't think you two are a good match. Lin Xiaomao was decisive and made her position clear. Although she couldn't express her feelings yet, she still needed to persuade those little devils around Shin Qiushan to back off. Even if there were just a hint of something, it had to be nipped in the bud. Huh? Shin Qiushan, who had originally dismissed the topic, looked up in bewilderment. Momo, what are you thinking? Teacher Lu and I have only known each other for 2 days. How could something like what you're describing happen? In reality, Shin Qiushan was feigning ignorance. He hadn't thought much of it when he met Lu Qingwu yesterday, but today this beautiful counselor came to him again, still discussing the multi-million-dollar film and television rights to her novel. And she was wearing a figure-flattering silk pajamas. Shin Qiushan was, after all, a man of 38 years. He was quite sensitive to such things. If a woman wasn't interested in him, she wouldn't come to his room dressed like that so late at night to chat. Shin Qiushan could probably guess what Lu Qingwu was thinking. This beautiful counselor was probably after his 10 million, but in front of Lin Xiaomao, he still had to feign ignorance. No, that's the best. I'm just giving you a heads up. Lin Xiaomao replied again, her voice cold. Let me be honest with you. I'm not even thinking about personal matters right now. I'm probably not going to remarry, Shin Qiushan said sincerely. Not remarrying? Why? Lin Xiaomao raised her eyebrows slightly, silently grumbling inwardly. I forbid you from dating those little fairies, but I didn't say against remarriage. We have Yanran and Xiao Xiao here. I don't want to find a stepmother for them. What if she treats them badly? Shin Qiushan shrugged, then added seriously, besides, I haven't met a woman who can make my heart flutter anymore. Perhaps I never will. After all, it's hard to be attracted to an older man. Shin Qiushan scoffed again. After hearing his explanation, Lin Xiaomao remained silent, but a small glimmer of joy welled up in her heart. She could glean 2 important pieces of information from Shin Qiushan's words. First, Shin Qiushan's primary consideration for remarrying was his 2 children, Shin Yanran and Shin Ishiu. He worried that another woman wouldn't treat them well. So, in this regard, he had an innate advantage. Second, Shin Qiushan, like herself, sought that heart-pounding feeling. Lin Xiaomao considered herself quite attractive. Furthermore, since they were both at Sanjiang University and lived across the street, their opportunities for interaction would naturally increase. Lin Xiaomao didn't believe her brother-in-law could remain indifferent when facing her. In her mind, the best scenario was to let Shin Qiushan break the ice. She was a girl after all. Furthermore, their relationship was rather special. In this situation, Shin Qiushan's initiative was more appropriate. Fixed. Shin Qiushan screwed the removed shower head back on. Then he tried it out, and water immediately gushed out. Okay. Shin Qiushan clapped his hands. He felt a great sense of accomplishment at having fixed something. What he didn't know, however, was that the shower head wasn't broken in the first place. Well, go to bed early. We have military training tomorrow. Lin Xiaomao had achieved her goal, even surpassing it. She had originally intended to interrupt Shin Qiushan and Lu Qing's conversation, but now, not only had she interrupted their conversation, she had also exposed Shin Qiushan's mate selection criteria. If you're feeling unwell, let me know. As she escorted Shin Qiushan out, Lin Xiaomo added another reminder. I told you I'm fine. Shin Qiushan shrugged, but he couldn't help but silently sneer inwardly. You're just not familiar with Xiangyu, otherwise you have to ask your old lover to prove it to you. This second sister-in-law clearly has no confidence in her health. Back in the room. Shin Qiushan lay in bed, scrolling through the news about himself for a while. When he saw the various media reports, Shin Qiushan didn't really feel anything special. After all, when he took the top spot in the imperial examination, even CCTV reported on him, a much bigger deal than now. However, after seeing the video Wang Jixin posted, Shin Qiushan couldn't help but laugh. This old friend is truly relentless, always ready to smear him whenever he gets the chance. But this time, Wang Jixin was actually putting in the effort, even reading his novel carefully. It was truly well-intentioned, but it was all in vain. Wang Jixin had no idea that the person he was dealing with had cheats. Shin Qiushan was extremely confident in the three-body civilization, and he would wait until it was published. The harsher you criticize him today, the more painful the slap in the face will be in the future. The next day, while in publishing house, the morning meeting took place as scheduled. President, there's a book I think we need to discuss again. The meeting was almost over when Zhou Gang, the publishing house's deputy editor-in-chief, suddenly spoke up. Which book? Chao Zizhou, the publishing house's president, glanced at Zhou Gang. It's the three-body civilization. Editor-in-chief Chen is offering a whopping 30% royalty share. And the author is a new writer. Isn't that a bit too high? Zhou Gang directly challenged Chen Min. He was deputy editor-in-chief, and Chen Min was editor-in-chief. They had stepped on Zhou Gang to get to the top. So, Zhou Gang had never been convinced and continued to secretly compete with Chen Min. Haven't we already discussed this? Chao Zizhou frowned and asked back. President, there's a new development. I don't know if you've seen the news, but Shin Qiushan, the author of the Three-Body Civilization, recently wrote an online novel. This novel is currently very controversial. It's distorted, and many internet celebrities are already condemning him. If we insist on working with such an author, won't it damage the reputation of our publishing house? Zhou Gang questioned. Is there such a thing? Chao Zizhou hadn't read the online news yet, and didn't know that Shin Qiushan, the top scorer in the Gaokao, had once again sparked heated discussion. Yes. Netizens are calling him an old scumbag. An old scoundrel. Zhou Gang added fuel to the fire. Although some people online are praising Shin Qiushan, they're actually a minority. The majority are calling him awesome. Top scorer in the Gaokao at 38. The film and television rights to his novel are worth tens of millions. This is pure positive energy, with a story about an older loser's comeback. Praise and admiration are the norm. But Zhou Gang, of course, picked out remarks that were unfavorable to Shin Qiushan, that would have the effect of undermining Chen Min. Editor-in-chief Chen, what do you say? Chao Zizhou looked at Chen Min. He knew that his editor-in-chief and deputy editor-in-chief were constantly fighting openly and covertly. And as president and owner, Chao Zizhou actually welcomed this situation. Managing such a large enterprise actually has many similarities to a monarch governing a country. First and foremost, one must understand how to ensure checks and balances among subordinates. Power cannot be completely concentrated in one person. Because this would pose a significant threat to imperial power, the best approach is to allow subordinates to fight, compete, and check and balance each other. What Deputy Editor-in-Chief Zhou said is true. Shin Qiushan did write an online novel, but the film and television rights alone sold for 10 million. Based on my understanding of Penguin novels, the digital royalties from that book should have been several million. It can be said that this one book has made Shin Qiushan financially independent. We're clearly getting a bargain by collaborating with such an author. Although he's only written online novels, he's been tested by the market. Because Shin Qiushan is a celebrity, we save a lot of money on promotional expenses when the book officially goes on sale. Chen Min argued his point with reason. She then added, the Nebula Award is currently in its final stages of soliciting entries, and I plan to submit the Three-Body Civilization today. If we win, it will be a significant boost to our official release. After Chen Min finished speaking, Zhou Gang, who was sitting across from her, couldn't help but laugh. Editor-in-Chief Chen, you're dreaming, aren't you? Nebula Award? You mean, a novel that hasn't even been officially released has a chance to win the Nebula Award? Do you think it's that easy for foreigners to win awards? Chen Min rolled her eyes and replied coldly, can I win the award? It's not up to you, nor is it up to me. I just think this novel has a chance to win an award, so why not give it a try? Even if it doesn't win, it won't be a big loss for us. If it wins, it'd be a windfall, and sales will increase by at least 100,000 copies. Zhou Gang snorted coldly. 100,000 copies? I think you're just daydreaming. No science fiction novel in China has ever won the Nebula Award. How can Shin Qiushan, an online novelist, write a masterpiece that wins the Nebula Award? You're kidding. Chapter 144. I didn't say it would definitely win an award. It doesn't cost a thing to give it a try. Chen Min spread her hands. Zhou Gang was completely targeting the person, not the issue. She didn't bother to defend herself. The contract had been signed, and the publishing process was already underway. There was nothing much to say. Anyway, I'm not optimistic about this book. Where's the market for science fiction? It's clearly a money-losing project. Could Editor-in-Chief Chen be close to the author? Just as Chen Min had judged, Zhou Gang was targeting the person, not the issue. But both Chen Min and President Chao Zizhou were accustomed to this kind of situation. Alright. Hasn't the contract already been signed? There's no point in discussing this now. Chao Zizhou slapped the table and turned to Chen Min, saying, "Tell the printing company to print 20,000 of the first 30,000 copies. We see how the market responds to the remaining 10,000. Let's adjourn." With that, Chao Zizhou stood up and strode out of the meeting room. Zhou Gang said sarcastically, "I don't think we sell even 20,000 copies. The publishing house's already tight financial situation is about to get even worse." Chen Min didn't bother to respond. She put away the notes she had taken on the table and returned to her office in her stilettos. Chen Min was personally optimistic about the three-body civilization. But she had no idea how sales would pan out, as there had never been a single science fiction novel with such strong sales in the domestic market. Sanjiang University. Stadium. Military training for freshmen had begun. Shin Qiushan, 183 centimeters tall, stood at the head of the class. The instructor for Class 1 of the Department of Electrical Engineering was Li Jun, a young NCO in his early 20s with a patch of acne. He wasn't much older than the freshmen. This was quite common. The instructors who came to the university to give military training to students were generally young, and were generally NCOs from the military. Sometimes, the instructors and students were even the same age, which is one reason why some female college students often develop romantic relationships with their instructors during military training. This was Li Jun's second military training assignment. For NCOs like him, military training was considered a good assignment. Firstly, it offered more freedom than in the military. Secondly, military training was much easier than their regular training. Also, being an instructor might lead to a romantic encounter. Having a female college student as a girlfriend would be such a prestigious thing. So, when they were out on missions, instructors, like Li Jun, inevitably discussed similar issues with each other. If he could be assigned to a department with more female students, this mission would be the best of the worst. However, Li Jun was clearly a bit unlucky. He was assigned to the first class of the Electrical Engineering Department as an instructor. There were 38 students in the class, but only 8 were female, and their looks were quite unspeakable. Instructor Li Jun's hopes of finding a girlfriend were completely dashed. Not only that, there was actually a man in his 30s in the class. That was quite an eye-opener for him. Everyone, stand at attention. The September sun was scorching and fierce. Shortly after the military training began, many students were already drenched in sweat and complained of exhaustion. But Shin Qiushan handled it with ease. After all, he was a man with a stamina max. The physical exertion of military training was nothing but a drizzle for him. A canopy had been erected above the stadium's rostrum, where all the school staff supporting the military training were located. There were members from the Youth League Committee, the Logistics Department, and most of all, the Student Union. The 25th class of Sanjiang University had 6,500 freshmen, spread across 3 campuses. The main campus, where Shin Qiushan was stationed, had the largest number, around 3,500. With so many freshmen undergoing military training simultaneously, emergencies were inevitable, so the school had to provide full logistical support. Lin Xiaoma, as the deputy secretary of the Youth League Committee, was also part of the military training support team, but her primary responsibilities were the military training cultural evening, the military song competition, and the welcome party after the training. As a leader, Lin Xiaoma wasn't required to be present. She stayed mainly to see how Shin Qiushan and her nephew and niece were doing during their training. Shin Qiushan, in particular, had originally wanted to contact the school and simply exempt him from military training. After all, At 38 years old, the school would surely understand. But Shin Qiushan insisted on participating, and Lin Xiaomo wanted to see if he could really persevere. Less than 2 hours into the training, a student had fainted from heat stroke. This had been a common occurrence during previous military training sessions. Medical staff and student union personnel, responsible for logistic support, took the students suffering from heat stroke to a cool, well-ventilated area for treatment. These students' physical fitness is really deteriorating. It's only been a short training session. Yang Jianjun, the head of security for the logistics department, sighed as he fanned himself. As he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at Lin Xiaomo from the corner of his eye. He had long heard that the Youth League Committee had hired a new deputy secretary who outshone all the female teachers in the school. He had only seen her from a distance twice before, but today he finally had the chance to see her up close. As the rumors had said, both her looks and figure were impeccable. Yang Jianjun, an old bachelor, was naturally moved, but he also knew that his qualifications were far inferior to hers. Even so, he wanted to show off in front of this beautiful deputy secretary, at least to strike up a conversation and become familiar with her. He had already moved closer to Lin Xiaomo. His words, seemingly mumbling to himself, were actually hoping that Deputy Secretary Lin would engage in conversation. But Lin Xiaomo seemed oblivious, silently watching the formations training on the track and field. "Secretary Lin, would you like a fan? It's scorching hot out there." Seeing Lin Xiaomo didn't respond, Yang Jianjun offered his courtesy. "No, thank you." Lin Xiaomo had long noticed Yang Jianjun, the security chief. She had met countless men like him. Lin Xiaomo knew their intentions perfectly. As for men she wasn't interested in, Lin Xiaomo usually took the cold approach. If there was a work-related interaction, she would talk directly about work. If the other party wanted to discuss personal matters, she would simply dismiss the conversation. For example, at this moment, Lin Xiaomo decisively and politely rejected Yang Jianjun's offer. Rejected, Yang Jianjun didn't give up. After a moment's hesitation, he smiled and said, "Secretary Lin, I heard you were just transferred to our school?" "Yes." Lin Xiaomo replied coldly, clearly showing signs of refusing to chat. Yang Jianjun continued, "I've been working at the school for 8 years, and am very familiar with the area around it. Secretary Lin, if you want to eat or play, just ask me. How about adding WeChat?" Lin Xiaomo nodded, not refusing, but the WeChat account she used to add Yang Jianjun was a small one specifically for those fly types. Due to work circumstances, it's impossible to refuse every WeChat request from someone like Yang Jianjun. After all, in a workplace, like a university, relationships are very stable. While it's okay to handle it coldly, there's no need to overly strain the relationship. Yang Jianjun had no idea this beautiful secretary's tactics were coming. After adding Lin Xiaomo on WeChat, his face lit up, and he began to think about how to win her over. Class 1 of the Electrical Engineering Department formed a formation. Since the class next door had been given a break, the boys still standing at attention couldn't help but complain. "Instructor, shouldn't we take a break too?" Yes, the class next door has already taken a break. If we don't take a break, I feel like I'm going to faint. If they can take a break, why can't we?" Feng Sikong took the lead, and Bao Beibei, Sun Peng, and others immediately joined in. Instructor Li Jun, with a stern face, shouted, "Quiet. I've told you so many times. Raise your hand before you speak. No organization, no discipline, a mess." Military training was tough to begin with, and Li Jun wasn't really trying to make things difficult. It was mainly because Feng Sikong, Bao Beibei, and the other new college students were just too fragile. It couldn't be helped. These students had spent their high school years immersed in mountains of books and homework, leaving them with no time for exercise. As a result, their physical fitness was generally poor. Report. Feng Sikong, having learned his lesson, raised his hand and shouted, "Speak." Li Jun frowned and glanced at him. Since this wasn't his first time as an instructor, he already had some experience and wanted to tame these students and get them to behave. First, he had to deal with the troublemaker in the class, and right now, in his opinion, Feng Sikong was that troublemaker. "Instructor, can we take a 10-minute break like the class next door?" Feng Sikong shouted. "Is that all? I don't know how you managed to get into university with your perseverance." Li Jun scowled, snarling, "People are resting because they've practiced well. What about you? You don't even know how to stand at attention. Everyone at ease." Swish. Li Jun finished his words. Everyone immediately switched from standing at attention to standing at ease. Just when everyone thought they could catch their breath, Li Jun barked out another command, Stand at attention. Stand at attention for 5 minutes. At that, a groan erupted from the formation. Quiet! You're in this state, and you still want to rest? Li Jun's face sullenly swept over the troops. As an instructor, while he wouldn't go out of his way to make things difficult for the students, today was the first day of military training, so he still had to show some respect. Impossible. Students can rest whenever they want, however they want. Then where's his authority as an instructor? Especially now, Li Jun spotted the beautiful instructor from the Electrical Engineering Department's Class 1 approaching their formation. Before the military training began, he chatted with the beautiful instructor for a few minutes, and she left a very good impression on him. It even gave him a sense of hope. Because the girls in the class were so disgusted, his plan to use the military training as an opportunity to find a girlfriend was largely unsuccessful. But to his surprise, this class had a young and beautiful instructor like Lu Qingwu. This could be a chance for a relationship. Well, don't say I didn't give you a chance. How about this, don't you want to rest? If any of you can beat me in the push-up competition, I let you rest for half an hour. If you lose, you have to stand at attention for an extra half hour. Seeing Lu Qingwu approaching, Li Jun shouted. In his opinion, showcasing his impressive physique was undoubtedly a great way to attract the beautiful instructor's attention. The value of 200 push-ups, those who understand, understand. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Sikong, Bao Beibei, and the others immediately looked around at the others. Competing with the instructor in push-ups? How could you possibly win? How shady. Feng Sikong cursed softly. Comparing his strength with their weaknesses was anything but fair. Old Zhao, you're in good shape, want to give it a try? Feng Sikong knew he could only do 20 or 30, so he whispered to Zhao Hongyu, who was standing behind him. I can't do it. Zhao Hongyu shook his head decisively. He was fine with the exercises, but he was truly terrible at push-ups. No one's up for the challenge. Then stop talking nonsense. Li Jun had originally wanted to show off in front of Lu Qingwu, but he hadn't expected these students to be so cowardly. Not a single one stepped forward. He even felt a little regretful. He just said that anyone who lost to him would have to stand at attention for an extra half hour. He must have scared the crap out of them. Feng Sikong gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, but ultimately he didn't have the courage to step forward. Shanghai young master Bao Beibei was already sweating profusely, mentally cursing. Why don't you just compete with me to see who's richer? Although the students were all brimming with energy, no one dared to step forward. No one who got into Sanjiang University was foolish, they had self-awareness. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the front of the line. Report. Speak. I'm signing up. Chapter 145. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to the front of the formation. Is it Old Shin? Old Shin is crazy. Father-in-law, don't be impulsive. At critical moments, it's still the old squad leader who matters. You know nothing. Old Shin is just stalling for time, so we can all rest. Fuck. Old Shin is so righteous. The moment they realized it was Shin Qiushan, the formation erupted in a commotion. Everyone thought someone might step forward, but they didn't expect the person to do so to be 38-year-old Shin Qiushan. Li Jun looked at Shin Qiushan in bewilderment. Are you sure? He was actually quite curious about this student, who looked many years older than him, but before he could ask what was going on, he was surprised to find that he dared to challenge him. Well, I learned from the instructor, Shin Qiushan replied politely. Okay. Step out. Li Jun nodded. He was deeply grateful to Shin Qiushan, for the old man's courage had given him the opportunity to shine. So Li Jun had already made up his mind. He wouldn't let Shin Qiushan lose too badly. He would prioritize first place in the exhibition, second place in the competition. At this moment, Lu Qingwu, holding a parasol, had already arrived next to the formation of Class 1 of the Department of Electrical Engineering. Li Jun had spoken loudly earlier. She had actually heard it. So, she was quite shocked. Although Shin Qiushan looked young, he was already 38. Teacher Lu, you've arrived just in time. I want to have a push-up competition with this classmate. Can you help me keep count? Li Jun turned to look at Lu Qingwu, a rare smile breaking across his stern, square face. He had dark skin, average looks, and was about 175 centimeters tall, with 2 large pimples on his face. In terms of appearance, he couldn't compare to Shin Qiushan, even though he tried hard to smile and impress Lu Qingwu. But he had no idea that the beautiful counselor before him was only interested in money, and his opponent, Shin Qiushan, was the biggest fish in the beautiful counselor's pond. Instructorly, you might not know Old Shin's situation. He's already 38 years old. If we were to compete in push-ups with you, I'd definitely be at a disadvantage in terms of age. Lu Qingwu didn't want Shin Qiushan to compete with Li Jun in push-ups. How tiring. She had come here to offer some warmth to Shin Qiushan and the rest of the class. Right now, she still had a bottle of frozen oriental leaves in her bag, originally intended for Shin Qiushan. But of course, she wouldn't be so blatantly discriminating. She had already contacted the alumni supermarket, and 40 sticks of ice cream would be delivered shortly. 38 years old? Li Jun looked at Shin Qiushan in shock. He thought he was around 30, but he never expected him to be approaching 40. Comparing push-ups with a 38-year-old man was a bit of a bully. Old Shin, let's forget it. Li Jun made a decision immediately. First, to give Lu Qingwu some face, and second, he felt the victory was a bit unfair. No need. Just a sparring match. Shin Qiushan smiled and waved his hand. Besides, the kids need to rest. What? You're still thinking of giving them a break? Li Jun raised his eyebrows. It was clear he thought he could win. Otherwise, where would they get a break? Teacher Lu, you heard it too. Old Shin insists on competing. Then give it a try, Li Jun said, stretching his arms a few times as a bit of preparation. Lu Qingwu frowned and looked at Shin Qiushan. Old Shin, are you sure you want to compete? Learn from Instructor Li. Shin Qiushan smiled and shrugged. He was the endurance king. Why was he afraid he couldn't beat Li Jun in push-ups? Drink some water first. Lu Qingwu took the bottle of Dongfang Yishu from her bag and handed it to Shin Qiushan. Wow! I hit it! Coach Lu, I want some too. We're thirsty too. The boys and girls who saw this immediately started to make a noise, forgetting to stand at attention. It wasn't the kids' fault, really. It's mainly because Shin Qiushan and Lu Qingwu look so good together. Their age difference doesn't seem too big, and their looks are quite compatible. Shin Qiushan is 183 centimeters tall. Lu Qingwu is 165 centimeters tall. Their heights are just right, too. And the water passing scene just now had a distinctly idle drama vibe. Of course, this also has to do with the age of these children. 18 and 19-year-old boys and girls are at their peak hormones. If two stray dogs on the street get too close, they smack each other for a while. Not to mention, Shin Qiushan and Lu Qingwu are the bigwigs of their classes. One is the top scorer in the liberal arts college entrance exam in Zhejiang province. The other is a beautiful intern counselor. 2 words. A perfect match. Lu Qingwu was actually aiming for exactly this effect. She feigned anger and glared at the students of Electrical Engineering Class 1, angrily saying, "What are you making a fuss about? Your ice cream will be here right away. Old Shin is going to compete with Instructor Li. Let him drink some water first. Isn't that perfectly normal?" Everyone burst into laughter after hearing Lu Qingwu's explanation, but some still continued to support this couple. However, they were even more excited for the ice cream the beautiful counselor was talking about. Hot summer. Boring military training. Children scorched by the sun. A bite of ice cream is priceless. Seeing that the students had picked the wrong couple, Li Jun couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. He couldn't help but silently complain. Don't you think Teacher Lu and I are a good match? Because of the noise coming from Electrical Engineering Class 1, the students in the surrounding formations all subconsciously looked over. However, except for the resting formation, all the other formations were sternly reprimanded by the instructor. Everyone. At ease. Rest in place for 10 minutes. Given the current situation, it was impossible not to let the students rest. Lu Qingwu had just said that someone would bring ice cream soon. Li Jun simply issued the order. Of course, he also wanted all the students to witness his match with Shin Qiushan. Feng Sikong, step out. Li Jun waved at Feng Sikong again. There were 38 students in the class, and he could only remember the names of 2 or 3. Feng Sikong, the troublemaker, was one of them. Report to the instructor. Any instructions? Feng Sikong walked out of the group in a formal manner. You be responsible for counting for Old Shin, Li Jun instructed, then turned to Lu Qingwu. Teacher Lu, thank you for counting for me. Okay. Lu Qingwu nodded. She actually wanted to count for Shin Qiushan, but since Li Jun had already arranged it, she couldn't argue. At this moment, Shin Qiushan had already accepted the Dongfang Li from Lu Qingwu, still icy cold. It was clear that Teacher Lu was quite attentive. The two of them took their positions. Then the push-up competition began. 1, 2, 3, 4. At first, the two of them were doing about the same pace. Feng Sikong and Lu Qingwu were counting, but the students in Class 1 of the Electrical Engineering Department couldn't help but follow suit. Li Jun glanced at Shin Qiushan from the corner of his eye, and then increased his pace. hoping to win by speed. Shin Xiushan, however, maintained his initial rhythm, focusing on the principle of if the enemy moves, I don't, steady as an old dog. Because of their different rhythms, the students in Class 1 of the Electrical Engineering Department stopped counting together and instead began counting silently in their heads. However, some were counting for instructor Li Jun, while others were counting for Shin Xiushan. On the podium, Lin Xiaomao had been silently watching the situation in the Class 1 formation. However, due to her distance, she didn't know what was happening. She only saw Shin Xiushan step out of the formation, and Lu Qingwu handed him a bottle of water. Then, there seemed to be a burst of boos from the Class 1 formation. Later, Shin Xiushan actually started doing push-ups with the instructor. Hey, what's going on over there? Yang Jianjun had been silently observing Lin Xiaomao, and following her gaze, he also noticed something unusual happening in Class 1 of the Electrical Engineering Department. It looks like a push-up competition. Captain Peng, one of the general officers in charge of military training, chimed in with a smile. After the opening ceremony, he escorted the senior officers back home and then returned to the stadium. Push-up competition? Then our students will definitely lose. Yang Jianjun shook his head. He glanced closely at the formation of Class 1 of the Electrical Engineering Department. Hey, isn't that old Shin? Captain Peng, the one competing in push-ups with that instructor is Shin Xiushan, our oldest freshman this year. The oldest freshman? How old is he? Captain Peng asked curiously. 38 years old. He's the top scorer in the Liberal Arts College entrance exam in Sanjiang Province this year. It was on the news, Captain Peng. Didn't you see? Yang Jianjun asked back. Him? I heard about him. I didn't expect he'd be at your school. Captain Peng was surprised, but immediately smiled and said, your top student is quite interesting. He's 2 years older than me. At 38, he still dares to challenge our instructor. I guess they're playing some kind of game? Yang Jianjun, not knowing what the two were up to, gently spread his hands. As the two were talking, Lin Xiaomao stood up and walked down the rostrum, heading straight for the electronic science team's first squad. Captain Peng, I go check it out too. Seeing Lin Xiaomao leave, Yang Jianjun quickly stood up. Let's go too. I join in the fun. As Captain Peng was the deputy commander-in-chief of this military training mission, he had the final say after the high-ranking officer left. His men were currently competing with students in a push-up competition, attracting considerable attention, so he naturally wanted to check it out. I'm afraid the competition will be over before we even get there, Captain Peng said as they walked. He knew his soldiers' strengths well. Li Jun's push-up skills were among the best in the company, and he should have no problem doing them for several minutes straight. But that 38-year-old top scorer in the college entrance exam couldn't do that. At his age, he'd be lucky to last a minute or two. That's right. Maybe it'd be over before we even get there, Yang Jianjun agreed with a smile. However, the actual situation was somewhat unexpected for both men. They had already reached the formation of the first class of the Electrical Engineering Department, and the competition wasn't over yet. Captain Peng glanced at the two men who were still holding on and frowned subconsciously. He was an expert, and he knew their situation at a glance. Li Jun was already at the end of his rope, and it looked like he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. However, Shin Xiushan, standing nearby, showed no signs of decline. While his movements weren't particularly standard, his rhythm was remarkably steady. Looking at this situation, it looked like it wouldn't be over any time soon. At the beginning of the match, although the students all hoped Shin Xiushan would win, they also knew that this wasn't realistic. Shin Xiushan was already 38, Instructor Li was only in his 20s, and he was a professional. This match between the two was like an old man playing table tennis in the park, standing on opposite sides of the same table with a national team athlete. Definitely a loss, and a complete defeat. However, the result surprised everyone. The expected rout didn't happen. Shin Xiushan had held on until now, showing no signs of decline. On the contrary, Li Jun, whose early pace had been so brisk, had completely slowed down, and each ascent and descent was extremely difficult, looking on the verge of exhaustion. Plop! Finally, Li Jun couldn't hold on any longer. After falling, he couldn't get up again, and collapsed to the ground. Wow! Seeing this, the phalanx of the first class of the Electrical Engineering Department suddenly became agitated. We won! Old Shin actually won. You're worthy of being my father-in-law. Awesome. Old Shin earned us a half-hour break. The students chattered. Company Commander Peng, standing nearby, was speechless. One of his soldiers actually lost a push-up competition to a student. And a 38-year-old student at that. What a disgrace. If word got back to the troops, I, the company commander, would be laughed to death by the other comrades who missed the mission. Yang Jianjun was stunned. He hadn't even considered Shin Qiushan winning, and he didn't even care about winning or losing. He was mainly trying to keep up with Lin Xiaomo's pace and find opportunities to communicate more with Deputy Director Lin. Unexpectedly, Shin Qiushan had a surprise. At this moment, Li Jun stood up. Puffing heavily, he asked Lu Qingwu, how many push-ups in total? 264. Lu Qingwu replied. In fact, this result was already quite impressive. Doing 264 push-ups in one breath was simply impossible for the average person. Li Jun looked at Feng Xikong again, frowning and asking, how many are you doing now, old Shin? Because of their different paces, Shin Qiushan was slower, so even if Li Jun had finished, Shin Qiushan might not have truly won. 201. Feng Xikong replied. After hearing his response, the students finally realized that Shin Qiushan hadn't won yet. So, the students from Class 1 of the Electrical Engineering Department began counting in unison. 202. 203. 204. The students' voices grew louder and louder, eventually echoing throughout the stadium. The students in the surrounding formations were already fascinated by what was happening here, and the deafening roar of the count intensified their curiosity. The instructors, seeing this, could only temporarily order a break. The students immediately gathered around Class 1 of the Electrical Engineering Department. After learning the reason for the incident, they joined in the counting. For a moment, the entire stadium was filled with deafening shouts, startling all the formations in military training. However, the stadium was so large that the students in the distant formations had no idea what was happening. They could only glance around curiously. The formation where Shin Yanran and Shin Ishio, siblings, stood was quite far away from Class 1 of the Department of Electrical Engineering. They could only stare inward with longing. Because so many people were gathered around them, they didn't even realize their father was the central figure in this incident. 263. 264. 265. 266. Wow, win, old Shin wins. When the number reached 266, the crowd erupted in excitement. Shin Qiushan also promptly dropped to the ground, feigning exhaustion. Although he held the title of Endurance King, he had no idea where his limits lay. But in front of so many people, it was not appropriate to challenge them. 266. It was already an impressive result. It was still within the human realm. It wouldn't arouse any suspicion. Old Shin, are you okay? Unlike the students celebrating their victory, Lu Qingwu immediately rushed to Shin Qiushan's side, squatting down to pull at his arm. To Lu Qingwu's surprise, Lin Xiaomo did the same thing. She pulled Shin Qiushan's right arm, while Lin Xiaomo pulled his left. So, Shin Qiushan, supported by two beautiful women, struggled to stand. Because of the excessive physical exertion, he needed to transfer his weight to the two women, so he was now completely embracing left and right. After seeing this, Li Jun, Yang Jianjun, and the students present were all stunned. Li Jun, no, why don't I get this treatment? Yang Jianjun, is there an instructor who can compete with me in push-ups? Students from the Electrical Engineering Department's Class 1, both of them. Which couple should we support? Chapter 146. Because Shin Qiushan defeated Instructor Li Jun in the push-up competition, Class 1 of the Electrical Engineering Department was granted a half-hour break. The ice cream Lu Qingwu had bought arrived, and the students ate it while enjoying the cool breeze by the stadium. The students in the other formations could only drool in envy. Instructor Li Jun was called away by Captain Peng. Although I couldn't hear what they were saying, I could tell from Li Jun's constant nodding that he had probably been scolded by Captain Peng. There was nothing wrong with competing in push-ups with students. Instructors often interacted with students during breaks in military training. But the problem was, they actually lost, and to a 38-year-old man like Shin Qiushan. While the opponent was indeed very strong, if word got out, the other members of the fraternal unit wouldn't delve into the reasons, and would only laugh at the result. Shin Qiushan sat in the shade, sipping a bottle of Dongfang Yizi that Lu Qingwu had handed him. Lin Xiaomo and Lu Qingwu flanked him, one on each side. Old Shin, next time, why don't you let those kids do something like this? Look how tired you are, sweating all over. As Lu Qingwu spoke, she took out a tissue and handed it to Shin Qiushan. I really like to let those kids come up, but they won't. Shin Qiushan said, wiping his sweat. Then why don't you come up either? Lu Qingwu's blaming words sounded like a girlfriend feeling sorry for her boyfriend. Lin Xiaomo, watching from the side, frowned. Yesterday, she had only speculated whether Lu Qingwu had feelings for Shin Qiushan, but now she knew for sure. This young instructor, Lu has his eye on Shinchio-shan. However, after this push-up competition, Lin Xiaomao finally believed what Shinchio-shan had said to her last night. He's indeed in great shape. Lin Xiaomao had initially worried that the 38-year-old Shinchio-shan wouldn't be able to keep up with the pace of military training and would find it strenuous. She never expected that not only would Shinchio-shan not struggle, but he actually beat the instructor in the push-up competition. He did 266 push-ups in one go. Truly impressive. Shinchio-shan and the other two were separated from the formation of Class 1 of the Electrical Engineering Department. And now, the students were all looking at them, intentionally or unintentionally. That's Deputy Director Lin from the Youth League Committee, right? Everyone on the forum says she's the most beautiful teacher at Sanjiang University. Yes, I saw that post too. I wasn't quite convinced at the time. I guess I'm just superficial. Compared to that, Director Lu pales in comparison. My original target tonight was Director Lu. I'm not impressed by anyone but Old Shin. Just now, he was truly enjoying the best of both worlds. I used to think Old Shin and Director Lu were a good match, but now it seems Old Shin and Secretary Lin are even better. For these newly minted high school students, nothing is more captivating than gossip, especially during the tedious environment of military training. Morning military training concluded. The freshmen, nicknamed military masters by the older students, marched to the cafeteria. To keep the two children from breaking away from their dorm pod, Shinchio-shan had said at dinner yesterday that the three of them, father and son, or daughter, didn't have to act in unison at school. Let them enjoy their college life to the fullest, even ignoring their dad. And Shinchio-shan did the same. So after military training, he didn't go out of his way to look for the two children, but instead walked to the cafeteria with his three roommates. Old Shin, you look so handsome today. Xiao Hei won't be able to hold his tongue when he scolds us later. Feng Sikong sighed as they walked. In fact, he said similar things several times before. But for a passionate young man like him, 18 or 19, what Shinchio-shan did was truly thrilling. It felt like an anime plot coming to life. I guess Xiao Hei didn't expect Uncle Shin to be so fierce. Bao Bebe echoed. He still refused to stop calling him Uncle Shin, clearly still harboring evil intentions toward Shin Yanran. After several attempts at persuasion failed, Shinchio-shan let him go. Call him if you want. Anyway, there's no way my daughter would fall for that fat kid Bao Bebe. Old Shin, can I ask you a gossip question? Feng Sikong suddenly whispered. Ask if you want. Shinchio-shan shrugged nonchalantly. Are you and Director Lu dating? Feng Sikong asked with a wink. At this question, Bao Bebe pricked up her ears. Even Zhao Hongyu, who had been silent the entire time, leaned closer to Shinchio-shan. Shinchio-shan glanced at the three of them, smiled, and shook his head. That's not true. Like you guys, I've only known Director Lu for 3 days. What about Secretary Lin? Feng Sikong inquired curiously. Secretary Lin and I are related. Shinchio-shan rolled his eyes at the boy, effectively dispelling the rumor and preventing these brats from making wild guesses. Huh? Relatives? Feng Sikong, Bao Bebe, and Zhao Hongyu were all shocked. They hadn't expected Shinchio-shan and the stunningly beautiful Deputy Director Lin to be related. No wonder she seemed so concerned about Shinchio-shan. Arriving at the cafeteria, they were filled with camouflage-clad soldiers, and long lines formed in front of every stall. This kind of spectacle only occurs at the beginning of the school year. Once classes officially begin, there's no such centralized dining. Shinchio-shan could have gone to the faculty cafeteria, but he longed to experience the feeling of sharing joy with the people, so he joined Feng Sikong and the others in line. After finally getting their food, finding a seat became a major challenge. Finally, Feng Sikong found 4 empty seats in the corner of the cafeteria, sharing them with a few girls he didn't even know. In these circumstances, finding a seat was a good thing, and no one cared. However, when Shinchio-shan came over with his meal tray, he noticed that Su Piwa was among the girls sharing the table. The little mushroom-headed girl's plate contained the usual bland soup, just 2 vegetable dishes, and 3 or 4 ounces of rice. Of course, the cafeteria's free soup was a must. Since school had only just started 3 days ago, the freshmen were mostly traveling by dorm, and Su Piwa was no exception. Shinchio-shan had seen the short-haired girl sitting next to her yesterday, when he dropped her off at the dorm. And at that moment, Su Piwa didn't even notice Shinchio-shan. She was silently eating her meal with her head down. A morning of military training had exhausted the little mushroom-headed girl, and she was also starving. She was chewing her lettuce when she suddenly noticed a chicken drumstick on her plate. Su Loquat raised her head in fear, looking in the direction of the chopsticks, and saw a familiar face. Uncle Shin. A delighted smile crossed the little mushroom-headed girl's face. Eat more meat. How else will you grow? Shin Qiushan placed 2 more ribs on Su Loquat's plate. He knew the little mushroom-headed girl was reluctant to spend money. She was used to being frugal. To her, 2 vegetarian dishes and a bowl of free soup were already quite good. During the final 2 months of the college entrance exam sprint, Su Loquat received food from Shin Qiushan almost daily. So, she wasn't unfamiliar with the current situation, and certainly didn't reject it. She kept a small notebook to record her debts. She would definitely pay them back someday. Uncle Shin, what a coincidence. The short-haired girl sitting next to Su Loquat spoke to her. Shin Qiushan was now a prominent figure at Sanjiang University. It's not just his status as the 38-year-old top scorer in the college entrance examination. News that he earned 10 million yuan writing online novels has been trending online since yesterday, and the buzz hasn't waned today, sparking even greater discussion. The current domestic economic climate is not optimistic. Many companies are laying off employees, and it's difficult for college graduates to find jobs. A large number of unemployed people are worried about how to make money. The news that Shin Qiushan had earned 10 million yuan writing online novels went viral, bringing this relatively niche industry into the public eye. Many people are considering joining the ranks of online writers. The short-haired girl is called Han Tongtong. After the news about Shin Qiushan went viral yesterday, she chatted with Su Piwa about him, asking about their relationship and other matters. She hadn't expected to see Shin Qiushan, the campus celebrity, again today. Su Piwa's other 2 roommates also looked at Shin Qiushan. Of course, they knew his name, and they all took the initiative to greet him. During the conversation, they learned that one of them was named Zhang Shui, and the other was named Ma Sihui. They were noticeably more outgoing than Han Tongtong and Su Piwa. After the meal, she added not only Shin Qiushan, but also Feng Sikong and Bao Beibei on WeChat. On the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, Shin Yanran and Shin Jiahuan finally found an empty table. After placing their plates on the table, Shin Yanran let out a long sigh. Oh my god, getting food is no easier than military training. Yeah, there are too many people. Let's not eat in the cafeteria tomorrow. Shin Jiahuan picked up the Snow King lemonade he had just bought and took a deep sip. Yeah, I think it's okay. Shin Yanran nodded repeatedly. At worst, we can just go back to the dorm and eat instant noodles. Yanran, Jiahuan, you're incredible. You actually found an empty table. Just then, Shin Yanran's other 2 roommates, Gui Shanshan and Wang Shihan, came over with their plates. Yanran, I just heard that your dad had a push-up competition with the instructor today, and he won, buying the class a half-hour break. After putting down her plate, Gui Shanshan beamed. Huh? Is there such a thing? During military training, the news circulated only within Class 1 of the Electrical Engineering Department and a few nearby formations. It wasn't until lunch break that it began to spread widely. Remember, they were counting during military training. That must have been the time. Wang Shihan took over and sighed. Yanran, your dad is amazing. He can easily make 10 million just by writing an online novel. He even won a push-up competition with the instructor during military training. This is the legendary master of both civil and military skills. Faced with her roommate's praise, Shin Yanran was also proud. She pursed her lips and said, yes, my dad is amazing. I've already made up my mind. If I can't find a job, I just live off my parents. Hee, my dad dotes on me. I'm so envious. I wish I had a hexagonal dad like that. Shin Jiahuan sighed heartily. Having lacked fatherly love since childhood, she truly envied Shin Yanran. Gui Shanshan and Wang Shihan also shared their sentiments. The 4 girls ate and chatted, the fatigue of military training gradually dissipating amidst laughter and joy. Look, look! Super handsome. Shin Jiahuan, wiping her mouth with a tissue, suddenly had a light flash of light in her eyes. She quickly nudged Shin Yanran with her elbow. Boys like to talk about pretty girls when they get together. Similarly, girls also like to talk about handsome guys when they get together. Shin Yanran subconsciously followed Shin Jiahuan's gaze, and was slightly startled. She wasn't the type to easily fall for a girl, which was partly due to her own exceptionally good looks. But the boy Shin Jiahuan was referring to was indeed very handsome. He was about 185 centimeters tall, with fair skin like a crown of jade, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his features were straight and three-dimensional. He wore a simple white t-shirt, light-colored jeans, and a pair of white warrior sneakers. Despite his simple attire, he exuded a refreshing and handsome air. At that moment, he was looking around with his plate in hand. His eyes accidentally met Shin Yanran's, who was observing him. The latter immediately withdrew his gaze. His cheeks flushed slightly, and his heartbeat suddenly quickened. Chapter 147. He's a sophomore in our department. I saw him during orientation, but he was so aloof and didn't say a word the whole time. Wang Shiran whispered. Could he be that Xiao Xinian, the school hunk from the forums? Gao Shanshan murmured in agreement. It seems he is. Everyone on the forum says he's incredibly handsome, and he sure is. Wang Shiran rested her chin on her hand and looked at Xiao Xinian unscrupulously. After glancing around with her plate, the other man sat down in the empty seat next to Xin Yanran. For girls were already seated at the 6-seat table. They must have been from the same dorm. Before Xiao Xinian sat down, they were still chatting and laughing. After he sat down, the 4 girls were stunned for a moment, then fell silent, exchanging glances while stealing glances at Xiao Xinian, the school hunk. Knowing the person was sitting behind her, Xin Yanran seemed to be frozen in place, not daring to move for a long time. Qin Jiahuan, who sat across from her, naturally noticed something was amiss. She pointed behind Xin Yanran and took out her phone to take a picture of the two of them, back to back. Seeing her roommate's actions, Xin Yanran's eyes widened, and she raised her pink fist in a threatening expression. However, Qin Jiahuan wasn't buying it at all. She even stuck out her tongue and made a face, then raised her phone to take a few more pictures from different angles. Xiao Xinian, who sat behind Xin Yanran, was of course unaware of Qin Jiahuan's actions, but he did notice Xin Yanran. After all, they had just stared at each other. This schoolgirl in camouflage was stunningly beautiful, far more stunning than the other girls surrounding him, all dolled up like little butterflies. But Xiao Xinian only silently marveled at her beauty. As for any other thoughts, they simply didn't exist, only he knew what he was carrying. Dating? It was a luxury for him at this stage. So, while university life was glamorous, it had nothing to do with him. Xiao Xinian came from a rural village in a harsh, cold land. He was the first child in the village to be admitted to a top-tier university, truly the hope of the village. He was a second-year journalism student. After entering university, his horizons broadened, and he realized that journalism today was completely different from what he had imagined. Finding a job was difficult, and you needed connections, and that was what he lacked most. So, while working part-time to support himself, Xiao Xinian could only strive to enrich himself. By his sophomore year, he had already passed the CET-6 English test and was currently taking an elective course in accounting, aiming to earn all the necessary certifications before graduation. Thus, Xiao Xinian's university life was devoid of romance, filled only with hard work. For others, it might take 3 generations of effort to establish themselves in a metropolitan city from a remote rural area. Xiao Xinian hoped to emulate the journey of 3 generations. On his plate was 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, 5 tails of rice, and free soup from the cafeteria. Unlike the other students, who were either chatting or checking their phones, Xiao Xinian simply ate his meal, never once pulling out his phone. The 4 girls sitting at his table kept stealing glances at him. Finally, a girl couldn't contain her excitement anymore. She handed her phone to Xiao Xinian, blushing. Senior, can you add me on WeChat? Xiao Xinian looked up at the other person and shook his head decisively. Sorry, I don't add strangers on WeChat. With that, he went back to eating. Xiao Xinian had encountered similar situations countless times. He could only say that society has changed. Girls are no longer as reserved as they used to be. More and more are taking the initiative. If a girl says, I'm slow to warm up, then just block her. She's not slow to warm up. She's just slow with you. She's probably planning to keep you in the pond. The rejected girl took her phone back in disappointment and winked at her companion. Watching all this, Qin Jiahuan pouted at Xin Yanran, who was sitting across from him, and whispered, You're quite a man. Xin Yanran remained silent. She was eager to turn around and see what the girl who asked for WeChat looked like. But he was also worried about accidentally bumping into Xiao Xinian, who was sitting behind him, when he turned around. The cafeteria they were in was the 1.0 version of the school cafeteria. The tables were the old-fashioned kind, with fixed tables and chairs, leaving just enough space between the rows for walking. If both of them were overweight, sitting back to back would easily bump into each other. Of course, Sanjiang University had more than one cafeteria, but this one was closer to the stadium where the military training grounds were located, so the hungry soldiers generally didn't bother going far away. Concentrating on his food, Xiao Xinian quickly finished the food on his plate. The stainless steel plate was spotless, not even a grain of rice left. He stood up, picking up the plate with one hand and the black backpack at his feet with the other, instinctively slinging it over one shoulder. However, he forgot there was someone sitting behind him, and the backpack accidentally bumped into Xin Yanran's head. Ah! Shen Yanran exclaimed, frowning. I'm sorry. Classmate, are you okay? Xiao Xinian, realizing the bump had hit someone, quickly apologized and turned to inquire about the situation. It's okay. Shen Yanran rubbed the back of her head. The bump hadn't really hurt, it was just a sudden start. Seeing Shen Yanran say it was okay, Xiao Xinian said nothing more. He nodded apologetically and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Seeing Xiao Xinian was about to leave, Shen Yanran called him back. Do you need to go to the infirmary? Xiao Xinian looked again at the pretty, somewhat volatile junior. That's not necessary. But it was your head, after all. Just because it's okay now doesn't mean it'd be okay later. So, I need your contact information. It'd be easy to find someone, Shen Yanran said confidently. Although she felt a little shy when she first met Xiao Xinian's eyes, Shen Yanran wasn't the timid little girl after all. She had always been cheerful and optimistic, and like almost all girls her age, she longed for a sweet love. It's just that she hadn't met the kind of boy who could make her heart flutter before, but the senior student before her instantly opened her heart. Shen Yanran, having regained her composure, didn't flinch at all and immediately found an excuse to ask for her contact information. After hearing Shen Yanran's words, Xiao Xinian frowned slightly. The pretty junior student's words sounded serious, not like a joke. Is she trying to scam me? But her request seemed reasonable. Helpless, Xiao Xinian pulled out his phone and displayed his WeChat QR code. If you have any questions, just message me. Okay, send me your major, year, name, and phone number, Shen Yanran said with a stern face. Okay. Xiao Xinian felt that this pretty junior student was a bit difficult, so he nodded and agreed. He then sent a copy of his basic information, as Shen Yanran requested. Just then, someone with the handle Sister Zhang suddenly sent a WeChat message. Xiao, can you come earlier today? There are too many new students and I'm overwhelmed. Okay. Xiao Xinian simply replied with a single word and hurried towards the tableware recycling area. After returning the plate, he trotted downstairs. As he descended from the second floor to the first, he was met by soldiers in camouflage uniforms, forcing Xiao Xinian to squeeze in wherever he could. However, the backpack slung over his left shoulder once again caused trouble, accidentally hitting someone on the shoulder. But this time, Xiao Xinian was in a hurry to help out at the milk tea shop where he worked, so he didn't notice the backpack had hit someone again and scurried down the stairs. Shen Xiushan, who had been hit by the backpack, rubbed his shoulder and watched the figure disappear into the crowd. He sneered, "You little bastard, you have no manners at all. You look like a sophomore or junior, and you're not even wearing your military training uniform." Feng Sikong speculated. Even Uncle Shen dared to bump into him. Don't let me run into that little bastard again. Bao Bebe clenched her chubby little fists and cursed in a mock manner. Upstairs, Shen Yanran, having successfully obtained Xiao Xinian's WeChat, smiled brightly. His WeChat nickname was simply Xinian, so there was no need to change the note. Clicking on his moments, it was empty. There was only one post showing 3 days worth of content, clearly indicating he hadn't posted in the last 3 days. Yanran, you're incredible. You've got the school hunk. Wang Shihan, who witnessed the entire process, exclaimed. From your initial reaction, I thought you were timid. I didn't expect you were actually planning on a big move. That's impressive. I think even senior Xiao Xinian was stunned. Qin Jiahuan said with a laugh. Gao Shanshan rubbed her chin. Could this be the legendary love at first sight? Absolutely. Didn't you see Yanran blush just now? Qin Jiahuan nodded in agreement. Hearing the words love at first sight, Shen Yanran fell into deep thought, her mind involuntarily replaying the moment their eyes locked a few minutes ago. Shen Yanran was certain that, at that moment, she felt an unprecedented surge of emotion. Is this what they call love at first sight? Perhaps it is. There's no such thing as love at first sight. It's just lust. All love at first sight is based on appearance. If you don't believe me, watch the love at first sight scenes in the movies. There's never any love at first sight with an ugly person. Wang Shihan took up the topic. That seems to make sense. Qin Jiahuan nodded in agreement, then added with a grin, however, this phrase is quite fitting for Yanran and Xiao Xinian. After all, they're the campus belle and hunk. Chapter 148. The four girls chatted away. Shen Yanran's courage allowed Qin Jiahuan and the other two to get to know this most beautiful freshman who had become famous on the school forum. The four girls at the table behind Shen Yanran began to chuckle quietly. The girl whose WeChat account had been rejected looked at Shen Yanran with envy. But she had to admit that her appearance simply outshone hers. Boys are truly visual creatures, the rejected girl cursed inwardly. After finishing their meal, The four of them left with their plates. Just as they left, four boys approached, carrying plates. Walking in front was a boy with curly hair. As he walked, he called out to those behind him, "Big brother, third brother, hurry up." Finding a spot isn't easy. The curly-haired boy was Shanishia's roommate, Yubo. Like most boys' dorms, they had arranged their rooms by age last night. Retired Olympic champion Park Young-jae was naturally the eldest. Yubo was the second oldest, Shanishia was the third, and Dr. Liu, whose birthday was only a month younger than Shanishia's, was the fourth. Shinichi walked at the back of the group, his plate in one hand and his phone in the other, sending a WeChat message to Luo Yao. He recounted his father's glorious exploits during military training, but Luo Yao seemed to be busy today, and her WeChat replies were noticeably slower than usual. "Look! Another handsome guy. This one's not bad either. He's a freshman." Gao Shanshan and Wang Shihan murmured quietly. The person they saw was, naturally, Shinichio. Having inherited his father's and the Lin family's excellent genes, Shinichio was quite popular with girls in high school. However, his relationship with Luo Yao had escalated to the point where he had to publicly repent. So, even girls who had feelings for him would no longer actively express their feelings. Of course, with the exception of Zhao Dongmei. She was the only girl who, despite knowing Shinichio had a girlfriend, didn't give up. However, after Shinichio started dating, she didn't do anything out of the ordinary. She was the type who quietly waited. Currently, Zhao Dongmei had been accepted into Beijing Normal University, also in Beijing, like Luo Yao. However, Zhao Dongmei had originally intended to apply to Sanjiang University, but her scores were low, so she had to give up. But not as good as Xiao Xinian, Gao Shanshan added. They're not the same type. This one's clearly sporty, look at that skin tone. Wang Shihan disagreed with her roommate's opinion. I still think Xiao Xinian is more handsome. Yanran, what do you think? Gao Shanshan brought in Shen Yanran as a backup. She added Xiao Xinian on WeChat, so she must agree. Hearing her roommate's cue, Shen Yanran glanced back and rolled her eyes. Him? 100 of them wouldn't compare to Xiao Xinian. Yanran, you're exaggerating. The difference isn't that big. Gao Shanshan and Wang Shihan were both dismayed. They were still quite optimistic about this handsome freshman. He had healthy, tan skin, was tall, had a nice build, and a clean-shaven head, giving him a dashing, cool vibe. Just as the two were defending the handsome man, he suddenly strode towards them. Seeing this, they both immediately flinched. Instinctively, they lowered their heads and pretended to eat. He must be asking for Yanran's WeChat again, they both thought silently. After all, this had happened several times before. However, to their amazement, the handsome man approached and slapped Shen Yanran on the shoulder. Shen Yanran, you're pretending not to see me? Why? Shen Yanran shook her shoulder impatiently, shaking off Shinichia's hand. In her eyes, there was no such thing as a handsome man. He was just an annoying younger brother. I just didn't buy water, so take the yogurt. Next to Shen Yanran's plate was the yogurt she had prepared for her after dinner. But Shinichi waved his hand and snatched the bottle of yogurt for himself. Give it back to me. Shen Yanran reached out to grab it, but Shinichiao, already experienced in similar situations, easily dodged it. He unscrewed the yogurt bottle cap, took a sip, and licked the milk stain from the corner of his mouth. More. Get lost. Shen Yanran angrily kicked Shinichiao, but he nimbly dodged. Seeing this, the siblings' roommates were all stunned, with the exception of Chen Jiahuan, who had met Shinichio. Yu Bo and Dr. Liu exchanged a glance. Isn't his girlfriend in Beijing? What's going on? One in Beijing, and one at university. Wang Shihan and Gao Shanshan were both stunned, their minds ablaze with questions. Shen Yanran had just added Xiao Xinian on WeChat, so how could she be so close to this guy? Hello, ladies. My name is Shinichia. You're Shen Yanran's roommates, right? I'm her younger brother. We're twins, a boy and a girl. She was just born a little earlier than me. Spotting Gao Shanshan and Wang Shihan's confusion, Shinichia introduced himself with a beaming smile. Huh? Brother? After learning of Shinichia's identity, the two were surprised at first, then beamed brightly. Hello, younger brother. That's right, the closer you are, the more likely you are to catch the moon. Hello, my name is Wang Shihan. My name is Gao Shanshan. The two of them introduced themselves enthusiastically. Seeing the infatuated expressions on their two roommates' faces, Chen Jiahuan silently grumbled, forget it, they already have girlfriends. After taking Shen Yanran's bottle of yogurt, Shinichio happily sat back down to eat with her roommates. Shen Yanran and the other three having already finished their meals, carried their plates to the dishware recycling area. Yanran, you have such a handsome brother, and you didn't tell me about it? Wang Shihan said with a smile. Handsome? I think he's just average. Shen Yanran curled her lips in disdain. That's just your opinion. I think he's quite handsome. Yeah, just a little less handsome than Xiao Sinian. Gao Shanshan agreed. Shen Yanran shook her head. She had never thought Shinishu was particularly handsome. At best, he wasn't ugly. After leaving the cafeteria, the four of them went to the alumni supermarket below. Girls, after all, like to stock up on snacks and other things. After shopping, the four of them returned to the dormitory. Yanran, try this yogurt. Wang Shihan handed Shen Yanran a bottle of newly bought yogurt. Yanran, these potato chips are delicious. Gao Shanshan handed over a bag of chips. Ah, you guys. Shen Yanran frowned slightly. Of the three roommates, she and Chen Jiahuan were the closest. Firstly, they had met first, and secondly, they could talk easily. Gao Shanshan and Wang Shihan were the closest friends. Although the four of them were still working together as a group, they were already forming small groups of two. So, Shen Yanran was a little confused by Gao Shanshan and Wang Shihan's sudden enthusiasm. It's no use trying to please Yanran. Shinishu has a girlfriend. Chen Jiahuan, who had seen through everything, said from the side. Huh? Really? Both of them were shocked. Yeah, really. Shen Yanran nodded. But, his girlfriend's in Beijing, so we're in a long-distance relationship. Oh, I see. After receiving the affirmative answer, disappointment crossed their faces. However, Wang Shihan quickly regained her composure. She smiled and said, I'm not saying anything specific. I just think your brother is pretty handsome. Let's be friends. Yanran, can you give me your brother's WeChat? Wang Shihan had been quite disappointed, but after hearing about a long-distance relationship, her curiosity perked up again. Long-distance relationships mean a lot of uncertainty. Let's add him as a friend first. What if we break up? Okay. Anyway, I think he's pretty stupid. Shen Yanran shrugged nonchalantly, and sent Wang Shihan Shinishia's WeChat business card. Yanran, send me one too. Gao Shanshan, belatedly realizing the situation, added. It made sense that she and Wang Shihan could get along. They were both thoughtful girls. In the cafeteria, Yu Bo passed the large chicken drumstick from his plate to Shinishu. Third brother, I can't finish it all. You eat more. Thanks, second brother. You're so kind. Shinishu, sensing her roommate's affection, quickly thanked him. Third brother, have some spare ribs. The ribs in the cafeteria are really good. Dr. Lu passed the 3 remaining ribs on his plate to Shinishu. Huh? Shinishu finally sensed something was amiss. He looked up at Dr. Lu, who was sitting across from him. Fourth brother, you can't eat any more either? That's not important. Dr. Lu smiled, and waved his hand. What's important is that third brother, just eat well. Third brother, I give you this spare rib too. Yu Bo passed the remaining spare rib on his plate to Shinishu. What's going on between you two? Just say it. Shinishu put down his chopsticks, and looked at the two of them suspiciously. Third brother, was that your sister? My real sister? Yu Bo asked with a grin. Are you talking about Shen Yanran? Shinishu asked, speechless. Yes, yes, yes. Shen Yanran. Yu Bo nodded repeatedly. I just said it. We're twins, a boy and a girl. She was born a little before me. Shinishu shrugged. I didn't squeeze her when I came out, otherwise I'd be the eldest. Third brother, does your sister have a boyfriend? Dr. Lu asked expectantly. Boyfriend? Hearing the word, Shinishu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Her? Where can she find a boyfriend? She's always so aggressive, scaring off all the men. So she doesn't have a boyfriend? Yu Bo and Dr. Lu's eyes lit up. No. Single. Shinishu curled his lips in disdain, adding silently, unlike me, she has a baby. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Bo handed him the bottle of Coke he had just bought. Third brother, have a drink. Dr. Lu, not to be outdone, handed him his own Red Bull. Third brother, have this. It's better than his. Chapter 149. No, you two? Oh my god. Are you interested in Shen Yanran? Shinishu looked at the two of them speechlessly. They clearly treated him like a brother-in-law, which was why they were treating him this way. Yu Bo chuckled. Third brother, good things should stay within the family. Let's be frank. I really want to be your brother-in-law. As soon as he finished speaking, Dr. Lu immediately chimed in. Second brother, there are no brothers in love. Draw your swords. Fair play. After that, he turned to Shinichio. Third brother, after I get your sister, we go our separate ways. I call you third brother, and you call me brother-in-law. Shinichio raised his middle finger at them both. He had never imagined that after just one meeting, the two of them would already be eyeing Shinyan-ran. Shinichio knew that his sister was quite pretty, and that many boys in high school had a crush on her. Although Shinyan-ran looked ordinary to his younger brother, objectively speaking, she was his biological sister, born of the same parents. He was already so handsome. It was normal for Shinyan-ran to be good-looking, right? But Shinichi glanced at the curly-haired Yubo, then at the dark and thin Dr. Lu. While neither of them could be called ugly, they were far from handsome either. Based on Shinichio's understanding of his sister Shinyan-ran, there was a 99% chance she looked down on them. She was probably just like the chubby Zhou in high school, pure bootlickers. You young people. All you do is flirt. You've already gotten into Sanjiang University. Can't you focus on your studies? At this moment, the eldest brother, Park Young-jae, stepped forward and spoke righteously. Yeah, boss, you're right. I think you two should focus on your studies. Shinichi nodded in agreement. Studying is studying. Dating is dating. Third brother, you can't be in a relationship and leave us single. Yubo put his arm around Shinichi's shoulders. 1 week of coke. Give me your sister's WeChat. Third brother, I take 2 weeks of Red Bull. Dr. Lu immediately raised the price. Fourth brother, please stop driving up prices. Yubo rolled his eyes. He thought a beauty like Shinyan-ran would surely have many suitors. But he didn't expect his first competitor to be right next to him. Second brother, I've already said it, there are no brothers in love. Except for Shinyan-ran, I give in to you on everything else. Dr. Lu made his position clear. Damn it! Then I take 3 weeks of coke. Yubo had no choice but to raise the price. Third brother, I give you a monthly Red Bull subscription. In terms of family background, Dr. Lu was better off than Yubo, appearing even more affluent. Seeing the two of them start bidding against each other, Park Young-jae sighed softly. Alas, young people are easily blinded by love and affection. In the end, Shinichio used Shinyan-ran's WeChat to exchange for a month's supply of coke for Yubo, and a month's supply of Red Bull for Dr. Lu. Shinichio suddenly felt that her sister was quite useful. For the next month, 1 bottle of coke and 1 can of Red Bull every day. Delightful. After lunch, the four of them left the cafeteria together. On their way back to the dormitory, Yubo exclaimed excitedly, approved? Third brother, your sister added me. Shinichio shrugged nonchalantly. In fact, he had just added 2 of Shinyan-ran's roommates. If Yubo and Dr. Lu hadn't explained it to him, he might not have realized why those 2 girls wanted to add him. Now, he had a better idea. Those 2 girls probably had some feelings for him. However, Shinichio had no intention of getting to know him further. He already had a girlfriend, so how could he be flirting with other women here? Thinking of his girlfriend, Shinichio glanced at his chat with Luo Yao. She had indeed replied to his WeChat message. But he had a feeling something was amiss. Yao Yao, baby, military training is so tiring today. Yao Yao, I'm going to get some sleep. It must be because the training was really tiring. Military training at Luo Yao's school started a week earlier than at Sanjiang University. Shinichio had felt the rigors of military training today, so Luo Yao's comment that she was exhausted was understandable. Fourth brother, I'm sorry. My progress bar has already reached 50%. Yubo, having successfully added Shinyan-ran as a WeChat friend, said with a smug look on his face. Dr. Lu glanced at his WeChat phone in frustration. It hadn't responded yet. He and Yubo had added her together. How could they be treated differently? Third brother, can you tell me what's going on with your sister? Why haven't you added me yet? Dr. Lu frowned. Okay, I ask. Shinichio, feeling lenient, immediately sent a WeChat message to Shinyan-ran. Shinyan-ran sent him a screenshot of the list of WeChat friend requests. The person who recently added her on WeChat had the nickname AAA Length O Shikuku Supply Store. Shinyan-ran, don't tell me this is your roommate. Then she added another speechless emoji. Shinichio's mouth twitched, and she threw the chat log in Dr. Lu's face. Old 4, is this you? Dr. Lu's face darkened when he saw the screenshot. Shit, he used the wrong WeChat account. His family owns a QQ supply store, and they also have several chain stores. During the summer vacation, Dr. Lu helped out at his own store, mainly handling online deliveries and other things. So, he has 2 WeChat accounts open on his phone, one for himself and one for the store. Just now, while we were having dinner, a regular customer sent a message to the store's WeChat account. After replying, he directly added Shin Yanran as a friend using this account. This is how things ended up. Third brother, I used the wrong WeChat. That's our store's WeChat. Well, let me be honest with you, my family doesn't run a regular supermarket, bah. It's not just any supermarket, but a chain of QQ supplies stores. I've been in charge of online sales during the holidays. When the four of them were chatting earlier, Dr. Liu had said his family ran a chain of supermarkets and hadn't been comfortable saying they sold QQ supplies. Now he had to tell the truth, or else his goddess, Shin Yanran, would think he was a pervert. Fourth brother, that's not necessary. What era is this? This isn't some shady business. Yu Bo chuckled, then asked curiously, fourth brother, tell me more about your business later. What kind of customers are you dealing with? Male college students in their teens and 18s are at their peak interest in sex. This even extends to every aspect of it, especially for a novice like Yu Bo who hasn't experienced it yet. Dr. Liu wasn't in the mood to engage in a rambling conversation. With a bitter face, he said to Shinixiao, third brother, explain this to your sister. I'm not some pervert. My family does this, and I can't help it. We just have to make a living. Shinichi waved his hand. It's nothing. Shin Yanran isn't the type to be fussy about it. Third brother. You truly are my dear brother-in-law. Dr. Liu pulled Shinichi into a hug, practically kissing him on the cheek. Fuck. Keep your distance. If you keep doing this, I really think you're a pervert. Shinichi shrugged off Dr. Liu with a look of disgust and explained the situation to Shin Yanran. The gifts were all accepted. It had to be done. Shin Yanran also put aside past grudges and accepted the friend verification that Dr. Liu had reissued using his own WeChat account. After all, the other person was his brother's roommate, so adding her on WeChat was fine, even necessary. If Shinichi couldn't reach him later, he could always contact her to inquire about the situation. Seeing Yu Bo and Dr. Liu beam with excitement after adding a girl on WeChat, the eldest brother, Park Young-jae, shook his head slightly, sighing, young people, they just don't have much cunning. It's not a big deal. As for showing such joy, I was probably like this when I won the Olympic gold medal. The four of them returned to the dormitory area. Before they even reached the bottom of the dormitory building, Shinichi heard someone calling him from behind. Not only did he hear it, but Park Young-jae, who was walking with him behind Yu Bo and Dr. Liu, also heard it. The two of them instinctively turned their heads. Shinichi's face suddenly broke into a bright smile. Second aunt, why are you here? It was Lin Xiaomao who called out to Shinichi. She walked over to her nephew and pulled a bottle of sunscreen from her bag. Remember to apply it before this afternoon's military training, and also on your neck. Okay, second aunt is so thoughtful. I'm a motherless child, and I rely entirely on second aunt for my care. Without second aunt, how would I have gotten by? Taking the sunscreen, Shinichi flattered her exaggeratedly. Lin Xiaomao rolled her eyes at her nephew. Where's your dad? Didn't we have dinner together? No. Shinichi shrugged. Didn't I tell you yesterday that he tried not to interfere with Shin Yanran and me during college? Well, go back and get some rest. Lin Xiaomao waved her hand, then took out her phone and called Shin Qiushan. Second aunt, I be going home first. Shinichi waved the sunscreen in his hand and continued walking towards the dormitory. But after taking 2 steps, he suddenly realized that his boss, Park Young-jae, who had been with him earlier, didn't seem to be following him. He stopped and looked back, only to see that Park Young-jae was still standing there, his eyes fixed on something he didn't know. Boss! Brother Park. Shinichi called out twice, and Park Young-jae finally came to his senses and hurried to catch up. Boss, what are you thinking about? It's like I'm under a spell. Shinichi asked casually. I saw someone I know, Park Young-jae said perfunctorily. Oh! Shinichi didn't care at all. He looked down at the sunscreen second aunt had given him, muttering to himself, is this thing really that good? But men don't wear sunscreen. Just as Shinichi was muttering to himself, Park Young-jae leaned over and said with a grin, third brother, was that your second aunt just now? Yes. Shinichi nodded subconsciously, still pondering the sunscreen in her hand. I think she was on the podium during the military training opening ceremony. Park Young-jae had already noticed Lin Xiaomao. Yes, my second aunt is the vice secretary of the Youth League Committee, Shinichi replied casually. That's what I said. So she's Vice Secretary Lin from the Youth League Committee. Park Young-jae had heard of Lin Xiaomao's name. Even when he reported to school, Vice Principal Liu had teased him about the new Vice Secretary, saying she was stunningly beautiful and that he could introduce them to each other. At the time, Park Young-jae didn't take it seriously. He never expected that Vice Principal Lu would be right. This Vice Secretary Lin is truly stunningly beautiful. He was completely stunned. Ahem. Park Young-jae cleared his throat and said seriously, "Third brother, you know I was specially recruited. I have some matters that I need to coordinate with the Youth League Committee. Could you please give me Vice Secretary Lin's WeChat?" Shinichi wasn't stupid. When Park Young-jae started asking about second aunt Lin Xiaoma, he certainly didn't take it seriously. "But your method of asking for WeChat is so lowbrow. You have something to coordinate with the Youth League Committee? Do you need to ask for my WeChat? Why not just go directly to the Youth League Committee? This clearly means you want to be his second uncle-in-law." Thinking of this, Shinichi's mouth twitched subconsciously. There are only 3 roommates in total, and 2 want to be his brother-in-law, and another wants to be his second uncle-in-law. This is outrageous. Chapter 150. Shinichi lived in dormitory building 18. A few dozen meters further down was dormitory building 19, where Shin Qiushan lived. When Lin Xiaoma arrived downstairs, Shin Qiushan hadn't come down yet. And since she was such a beautiful woman, standing downstairs in the boys' dormitory, she naturally became the focus of attention for the boys coming in and out. "Isn't that Secretary Lin from the Youth League Committee?" "Yes, that's her, the most beautiful teacher in our school. It's a shame she didn't become a celebrity with such beauty. Who could possibly get Secretary Lin to wait downstairs in person? She's so arrogant. I wonder if Secretary Lin likes me. I think I can." The boys whispered among themselves, all very curious about why Lin Xiaoma, the deputy director of the Youth League Committee, was waiting downstairs in the boys' dormitory. The mystery was soon revealed. Another influential figure in the school, Old Shin, who earned tens of millions annually from writing online novels, hurried out of the dormitory. He was still wearing his military training uniform, a military green t-shirt and camouflage pants. Mixed with a group of 18 or 19-year-old male college students, he didn't seem too out of place. Of course, this was also due to the fact that some of the kids looked older. They were clearly in their 20s, but they looked like they were in their 30s. And this mature before youth look did have one advantage. It was anti-aging. Even though he looked like he was in his 30s when he was 18 or 19, he might still look like he was in his 30s when he was 40. Looking at Shin Qiushan, who seemed several years younger, Lin Xiaoma felt a little insecure. At 31, she was originally 7 years younger than Shin Qiushan, but after Shin Qiushan's transformation over the summer, he looked like he was in his early 30s. He gave the impression of being around Lin Xiaoma's age, but now, in his camouflage uniform, Shin Qiushan looked even younger. "I was playing poker with 3 brats upstairs. I got the call and rushed down." "What's up?" Lin Xiaoma came over in the middle of the day, and Shin Qiushan instinctively assumed she was looking for him. "I'm getting a few bottles of sunscreen for you, Xiao Xiao," and Yan ran. "The sun's been too strong lately." Lin Xiaoma handed the sunscreen she prepared to Shin Qiushan. "You're so thoughtful. But I don't know how to use this stuff." Shin Qiushan glanced at the sunscreen in his hand, a look of embarrassment on his face. "Just apply it evenly to your face. Don't forget your neck and arms," Lin Xiaoma urged. "Okay." Shin Qiushan flashed an OK sign in unison, then chuckled, "You're so attentive, Momo." As they were talking, Shin Qiushan's phone suddenly rang in his pocket. He pulled it out and glanced. The note read, "Teacher Lu. Director Lu, what are your instructions?" Shin Qiushan didn't shy away from Lin Xiaoma and answered the call. When she heard Shin Qiushan's phone ring, Lin Xiaoma had been about to return to her office, so she wouldn't be interrupted by him. But the word Director Lu instantly stopped her, despite her inherent suspicion. "Mr. Shin, haven't you returned to the staff dormitory?" Lu Qingwu asked from the other end of the line. "No, I'm in the boys' dormitory." "Can you come to the staff dormitory? I have something for you, but it's a bit inconvenient for me to get there." "Yeah, that's fine." Yesterday, when Shin Qiushan went to buy a 4-piece bedding set, he also bought some pure cotton underwear. He happened to be changing into a pair of underwear, which was soaked with sweat from military training. "See you later then." Lu Qingwu responded cheerfully, then hung up. "Teacher Lu?" Lin Xiaoma had heard almost the entire conversation. She looked at Shin Qiushan knowingly, but a hint of coldness lingered in her beautiful, star-like eyes. There was also a certain scrutiny in that cold gaze. This change in her expression suddenly gave Shin Qiushan a feeling of guilt, as if he'd been caught cheating. No, this wasn't right. Shin Qiushan calmed himself and replied nonchalantly, "Teacher Lu wanted to see me. It might be about something in the class. She and old Lu asked me to act as class monitor." Although he had adjusted himself quickly, Shin Qiushan still subconsciously tried to explain. "Going to the staff dormitory?" Lin Xiaoma pressed the issue. Yes. Shin Qiushan nodded. That's perfect. I want to go back too. Lin Xiaoma decided to make a last-minute change to her schedule to see what Lu Qingwu was up to. Shin Qiushan got in his car and quickly arrived at the staff dormitory. Lu Qingwu was already waiting at the door. Seeing Shin Qiushan's car approach, she waved with a broad smile. However, when she noticed Lin Xiaoma sitting in the passenger seat, her smile faded. After getting out of the car, Shin Qiushan asked bluntly, "Director Lu, what's going on?" "Here's a bottle of sunscreen for you. It's super useful." Lu Qingwu glanced at Lin Xiaoma and took out the sunscreen she had prepared. "Huh?" Looking at the sunscreen, Shin Qiushan was stunned. He subconsciously glanced at Lin Xiaoma, thinking, "You two made a plan, right? Why give me sunscreen? Don't underestimate this stuff. It's very useful. Otherwise, you'd definitely get sunburned after 2 weeks of military training." Lu Qingwu, of course, didn't know Lin Xiaoma had already given her a bottle of sunscreen, so she said seriously, "Yes, thanks, Director Lu." Shin Qiushan couldn't refuse such a kind offer, so he immediately took the sunscreen. However, as he took the sunscreen in his hand, he felt a strong chill. When he was a child watching Saint Seiya, Shin Qiushan always thought the idea of sensing a cosmic energy was ridiculous. But now, he finally believed in its existence. At this moment, it was as if Lin Xiaoma possessed her own cosmic energy, and it was of the extreme cold type, Mishaka, Aquarius Camus. Just as Shin Qiushan was lost in thought, Lin Xiaoma had already walked into the staff dormitory without a word. It was obvious that this second sister-in-law was a little angry. As she walked, the sound of her high heels hitting the ground was louder than usual. "Is Sister Lin angry?" Watching Lin Xiaoma's receding figure, Lu Qingwu asked teasingly. Innocence filled her foxy eyes. And now, instead of calling Lin Xiaoma's secretary Lin, she called her sister Lin. It seemed more intimate, but in reality, it was a reminder to Shin Qiushan that she was much older than him. "Why is she angry?" Shin Qiushan shook his head. Although he also felt that his relationship with his second sister-in-law, Lin Xiaoma, had become increasingly strained recently, he didn't dare dwell on it. After all, their situation was complicated, and if they truly wanted to be together, there would be much to overcome. But if you really want to talk about advantages, they do exist. In fact, they have more than any other woman. First, there's the issue of the children's acceptance. Getting Shen Yanran and Shenixia to accept a stranger would be quite challenging. And even if they could get along, their relationship probably wouldn't be very good. But if this stepmother were Lin Xiaoma, this problem could be avoided. Also, Shin Qiushan wouldn't need to change his in-laws. The main advantage is peace of mind. However, if Shin Qiushan really did end up with Lin Xiaoma, Director Lin would probably want to kill him, and the relationship he had worked so hard to mend would crumble in an instant. In fact, it would be fine if Lin Mashuan could vent all his anger, and Shin Qiushan would just accept it, but he couldn't actually kill him. But Shin Qiushan was really worried that his father-in-law would just collapse. Lin Mashuan's heart wasn't in good condition, so this possibility couldn't be ruled out. If that's the case, there's no way around it. "Old Shin, do you know how to use sunscreen?" At this point, Lu Qingwu asked again. "No." Shin Qiushan shook his head subconsciously. "Then I teach you." Lu Qingwu pulled another bottle of sunscreen from her bag, then lifted Shin Qiushan's arm, squeezed some onto it, and gently rubbed it in with her fingertips. Apply it evenly, covering all the skin. Gently spread it like this. Be careful not to rub it back and forth, as this will damage the sunscreen film. By the way, it's best to apply sunscreen 15 to 30 minutes before going out. This gives your skin enough time to form an even layer of protection. Military training will be long in the afternoon, so remember to apply more sunscreen, especially if you sweat a lot. Lu Qingwu demonstrated how to apply sunscreen while explaining it with meticulous professionalism. Ding! New knowledge learned. Applying sunscreen. Reward. A beginner blind box. Note: the beginner blind box can reveal items or cash worth between 10,000 and 1 million yuan. Just as Shin Qiushan was enjoying the sunscreen application service, the Longhua system notification chime suddenly rang out. Huh? Shin Qiushan was stunned for a moment, then a burst of ecstasy. The system notification chime hadn't sounded lately. He thought the system had abandoned him. Shin Qiushan recalled that rewards for learning new knowledge had existed since ancient times. However, ever since he won a beginner blind box while learning skin care knowledge from Luo Mimi, this reward hadn't appeared again. Shin Qiushan had originally planned to study other subjects once he had more time in college. Now, learning about sunscreen application had earned him another beginner blind box. Shin Qiushan silently reviewed these two experiences. The only commonality was that the person imparting the knowledge was extremely detailed. In other words, if the person imparting the knowledge wasn't detailed enough, or if they kept something to themselves, they most likely wouldn't trigger the reward. And Luo Mimi, wanting to recommend the beauty card, naturally explained it in great detail, sharing everything she knew. Currently, Lu Qingwu also had her own agenda. The more detailed her explanation, the longer she could have skin-to-skin contact with Shin Qiushan. How to escalate a relationship? How to get a man hooked? The best way is to create some skin-to-skin contact to whet his appetite. As long as he takes the bait. Then he'd be at your mercy. Lu Qingwu may seem to be helping Shin Qiushan apply sunscreen, but she's actually fishing him. She can initiate the flirtation. But she absolutely cannot break the final layer of window paper. Let Shin Qiushan actively seek a breakthrough, so she can better set conditions and control him. Inside the staff dormitory, Lin Xiaomao didn't go upstairs directly, but stood by the window where she could see the two of them. So, she witnessed the entire process of Lu Qingwu applying sunscreen to Shin Qiushan. Deputy Secretary Lin's little universe erupted again, and he couldn't help but curse, "Vixen." After so many years in the system, Lin Xiaomao was very good at judging people, and had seen many different kinds of people. From the moment they first met, she sensed a touch of tea in Lu Qingwu's tea-like aroma, not that of a simple intern, and indeed, it turned out to be true. Only 3 days into school, and she already hooked Shin Qiushan into a white-mouthed croaker. Why? Just look at the smile on the old man's face, enjoying it. What Lin Xiaomao didn't know was that Shin Qiushan's beaming smile wasn't because Lu Qingwu was helping him apply sunscreen. It was because of the system's reward, a beginner's blind box. Just now, Shin Qiushan had won a very classic women's watch from this beginner's blind box. A Patek Philippe 5072R, worth 960,000 yuan. Lin Xiaomao's birthday was September 19th, in half a month. Shin Qiushan had been thinking about giving his second sister-in-law a big gift for her birthday. Now, he didn't even have to bother choosing, the system had already arranged it. A 960,000 yuan Patek Philippe. Second sister-in-law Lin Xiaomao would probably like it, right? Chapter 151. Back upstairs in the dormitory. Shin Qiushan changed into a brand new pair of underwear, much drier. He pulled a Patek Philippe watch, a system reward, out of his backpack. A watch worth 960,000 yuan, even a suburban apartment. He was still very curious about what made this watch so special. He took it out and examined it carefully. Excellent workmanship. Rose gold color. The dial was even inlaid with a circle of diamonds, giving it the look of someone who couldn't afford it. Knock, knock, knock. Shin Qiushan was admiring this 960,000 yuan watch when there was a knock on the door. He quickly closed the watch box and covered it with the newspaper on the coffee table. If nothing unexpected happened, the person knocking would most likely be Lin Xiaomao. This watch, as a gift, was best hidden. However, to Shin Qiushan's surprise, the person knocking was Lu Qingwu. Director Lu? Anything else? Shin Qiushan glanced at the other person in confusion. The sunscreen had already been distributed. He was even given detailed instructions on how to apply it. Well, I'd like to take your car back to the teaching area, Lu Qingwu said with a smile. Wait a moment. I'm going to the bathroom. Shin Qiushan had originally planned to use the restroom before leaving. The restrooms at the stadium were truly awful. With that, Shin Qiushan entered the bathroom. Lu Qingwu sat down on the sofa and casually picked up the newspaper on the coffee table, intending to flip through it. Under the covers, she found an exquisitely packaged box. It even had the Patek Philippe logo on it. This Patek Philippe? Lu Qingwu's foxy eyes subconsciously widened. She was quite knowledgeable about luxury goods. After all, her goal was to find a wealthy husband. So, if she wanted to find a wealthy man first, you had to be able to identify a wealthy person. Knowing various luxury goods was essential, so you could quickly assess a person's spending power. Lu Qingwu first glanced toward the bathroom. Seeing no movement inside, she quickly opened the watch box. An exquisite Patek Philippe lady's watch came into view, and Lu Qingwu's mouth dropped open, eyes filled with fascination and desire. However, she didn't know the specific model or price of the watch, so she quickly took a picture with her phone. Just then, the sound of a toilet flushing echoed in the bathroom. Lu Qingwu quickly closed the watch box, put the newspaper back in its place, and pretended to play with her phone. Director Lu, let's go! Shin Qiushan, emerging from the bathroom, waved at Lu Qingwu. Yeah! Lu Qingwu responded, then calmly walked downstairs with Shin Qiushan, then took a ride back to the teaching area. Shin Qiushan then drove back to the boys' dormitory. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw a familiar figure. It was Feng Xiuya, my sister-in-law Lin Jiayu's roommate. Old Shin, I was just about to call you. What do you want to talk to me about? Shin Qiushan frowned slightly. He knew this little girl was craving to be a stepmother to his 2 children. The problem was, she was too young. Only 2 years older than his children, although her youthful body was very attractive. But for an older man like Shin Qiushan, he simply loved young flesh. He probably wouldn't be able to date a girl his age. Old Shin, this is for you. Remember to apply it before military training. Feng Xiuya pulled out a bottle of sunscreen and handed it to Shin Qiushan, saying with a smile, I didn't even know about sunscreen during military training during my freshman year. I went home during the National Day holiday like I was in Africa. My mom almost didn't recognize me. Looking at the sunscreen in his hand, Shin Qiushan was bewildered. This was already his 3rd bottle. After receiving 3 bottles of sunscreen in one afternoon, Shin Qiushan was at a loss for words. Oh, and this. It's a secret weapon. Feng Xiuya mysteriously handed Shin Qiushan a black plastic bag. Her face lit up with a bright, girlish smile. Huh? What secret weapon? Shin Qiushan was even more bewildered. It's for shoe inserts. It absorbs sweat and keeps your feet from rubbing. Good luck on your military training. Feng Xiuya didn't directly reveal what her secret weapon was. She winked at Shin Qiushan, said nothing more, turned around, and strode away. Shin Qiushan silently opened the black plastic bag, his lips twitching subconsciously. Octave Girl Series. Fresh and breathable, everyday wear. Old Shin, what's that delicious? It's in a black plastic bag. Just then, Feng Sikong, Bao Beibei, and Zhao Hongyu emerged from the dormitory building. Feng Sikong, walking in front, saw Shin Qiushan, his mouth open, holding a black plastic bag, and assumed it contained something delicious. Uncle Shin, can you give me some? I wasn't very full at lunch. Bao Beibei chimed in. Want some? Shin Qiushan gave the young Shenghainese a speechless look. Bao Beibei nodded repeatedly. Here you go. Shin Qiushan handed the black plastic bag directly to Bao Beibei. What on earth is this food? Feng Sikong leaned forward curiously. Then, both of them were stunned. This? Old Shin, you're using this? After a moment's pause, Feng Sikong asked in horror. As in soles in my shoes? Shin Qiushan had naturally heard of the wonderful uses of sanitary napkins, so he immediately took the lead, took out 2, and inserted them into his shoes. Will this work too? The 3 teenagers were stunned. We know if it works or not after we try it. Shin Qiushan gave the 3 of them an encouraging look. It's absolutely right to follow Uncle Shin's advice. Bao Beibei found a quiet corner and repeated Shin Qiushan's instructions. Zhao Hongyu, usually quiet, said, it absorbs sweat and prevents foot irritation. It should be useful. After that, he also took 2 pads and put them in his shoes. Seeing the 3 others doing the same, Feng Sikong followed suit. After he finished, he jumped excitedly. It's really comfortable. The 4 of them chatted and laughed as they headed to the military training grounds, preparing to begin their afternoon training. Elsewhere, after returning to the counselor's office, Lu Qingwu immediately used the image recognition function to look up the Patek Philippe watch that Shin Qiushan had left in the dormitory. When she saw the price, she lost her composure. At first glance, she thought it was 96,000, but after a closer look, wow, it was actually 960,000, a watch for nearly $1 million. Absolutely inhumane. Lu Qingwu felt that this was not something someone worth tens of millions would do. Someone with 10 million might spend $1 million on a luxury car. But they probably wouldn't spend $1 million on a watch. After all, the added value of the two is completely different. Buying a luxury car allows you to enjoy it yourself, it gives you prestige, and it also has practical transportation value. But most people don't understand watches. Spending a fortune on one is likely for self-admiration. Only a small group of people understand their value. This is one of the reasons why the saying poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches exists. And now Shin Qiushan has actually bought a watch worth nearly $1 million. His net worth is definitely far more than just tens of millions. What surprised Lu Qingwu even more was that he bought a women's watch. In other words, he was planning to give it to someone. Giving away a watch worth $1 million? For whom? It couldn't be me. As this thought flashed through her mind, Lu Qingwu suddenly became excited. Could it be that my earlier hook had worked? Ever since learning of Shin Qiushan's wealthy status, Lu Qingwu had begun her own plan, including today's sunscreen. Yes, that must be it. My hook had worked. A seed had been planted in his heart. How could a 38-year-old man not be tempted by a young and beautiful girl like me? What's more, I was also an assistant counselor. Yes, absolutely. He wanted to use this watch as a gift to express his feelings for me, right? Yes, that's right. Otherwise, why would he have hidden the watch after I knocked on the door? Wasn't he worried I'd find out, ruining the surprise? Humph. So even older men understand surprises. Lu Qingwu thought happily, a smile breaking across her face. Teacher Lu, what are you thinking about? Why are you so happy? Zhang Jing, who shared the same office and was also the assistant intern counselor, reached out and knocked on Lu Qingwu's desk. Of course I'm happy. Lu Qingwu pursed her lips slightly. She and Zhang Jing were in the same graduate school class and had a good relationship. But now that they were both on campus for internships, there was some competition. However, Lu Qingwu's ambition wasn't to settle down as a university counselor or teacher. Because, for her, being a university professor is just a status bonus. Although university professors earn a modest salary, they enjoy a high social status and a sense of identity, which is a plus for wealthy individuals. Especially those first-generation entrepreneurs with little education themselves, who prefer to marry highly educated individuals. Of course, youth and beauty are a prerequisite. Beyond this, the more bonuses a woman has, the higher her chances of marrying a wealthy man. Because of their different aspirations, Lu Qingwu doesn't harbor any hostility towards Zhang Jing. She's working hard to be a good university counselor, and Lu Qingwu simply sees this status as a springboard. Are you in love? Zhang Jing asked, her face filled with gossip. Yeah, almost there. Almost there. Lu Qingwu replied with a grin. Wow. I guessed it right. Remember to treat me. Zhang Jing was average-looking, slightly plump, and wore black-framed glasses. She was the type that held little appeal to men. So, when she heard Lu Qingwu was dating, she could only silently envy her. The days that followed. Lu Qingwu spent her days in anticipation. She had been hoping Shen Qiushan would confess his love to her, holding that Patek Philippe watch. But even though military training was almost over, it still hadn't happened. September 19th. The last day of freshman military training. It was also the day for the military training performance. The large formations from each department would pass the rostrum in turn to be reviewed by school leaders. The Shen family, father and son and daughter, stole the show during this performance. Shen Qiushan was the flag bearer for the School of Electronic Information. Shen Yanran and Shen Yixia were among the flag bearers for their respective departments. All three marched at the front of their respective departmental formations, attracting considerable attention. The review ceremony concluded. Sanjiang University President Zhu Qidong delivered his closing speech. Wait for his speech. The freshmen's military training was finally over. Deafening cheers erupted in the stadium, and countless military caps were thrown into the air. The instructors boarded the buses. It was time for them to return to the barracks. As the buses slowly pulled away from the stadium, the once boisterous crowd gradually quieted, and many students subconsciously saluted. Many had tears in their eyes, and even some could be heard sobbing. A few days ago, I complained about the instructors being too strict, but now I feel like crying. Feng Sikong rubbed his sore nose. Yeah, time always seems to go by so slowly when we're standing at attention. Now that it's all over, I actually miss it all. Bao Beibei sighed, lowered his head, and kicked the stones beneath his feet. A sense of disappointment crossed his chubby face. Though the past 2 weeks of military training have been arduous, they've also been incredibly rewarding. They've learned perseverance, unity, and the importance of discipline and responsibility. The perseverance under the scorching sun, the sweat-soaked camouflage uniforms, the awkwardness of turning sideways while marching, and the resounding military songs during breaks, these images will become vivid memories of their youth. Dad, come over and take a picture. Just as Shen Qiushan was silently sighing, Shen Yanran playfully waved at him. Next to Shen Yanran were Su Piba, wearing a loose military training uniform, and Shen Yixiao, standing casually beside him with one leg of his pants rolled up to his knees. Clearly, Shen Yanran wanted the freshman quartet to pose for a group photo. Well, you two stand in the middle. Shen Qiushan pointed at the little mushroom-headed girl and his daughter. He and his son, Shen Yixiao, were about the same height, so they stood on either side. Uncle Shen, let me take your picture. As soon as the four of them took their places, Shang Hini's young master Bao Beibei came over, a smile plastered across his chubby face. The chubby little guy didn't want to miss any opportunity to flatter. Uncle Shen, let me do it. I've learned mobile phone photography. Fourth brother, stop kidding. I just watched a few mobile phone photography tutorials on Kuaishou, and you call that learning photography. At this moment, Shinichia's roommates, Dr. Liu and Yubo, also came over. Of course, their thoughts mirrored Bao Beibei's. It was nothing more than a quest to curry favor and get close to Shin Yanran. Shin Qiushan glanced at the three son-in-law contenders and subconsciously frowned. At this moment, he finally felt a sympathetic connection with his father-in-law, Lin Moxuan. Right now, there were three brats eyeing his daughter, and no actual contact had taken place. Shin Qiushan was already feeling depressed, and back then, he had abducted their daughter. Shin Qiushan had experienced the feeling of a bullet piercing his forehead years later. Huan, help me. You take the photo. I don't trust those three brats. Shin Qiushan waved to Qin Jiahuan, who was standing nearby. He had a good impression of the girl. And this favorable impression was largely due to her mother, Qin Min. As the saying goes, like mother, like daughter. Editor-in-Chief Qin left a better impression on Shin Qiushan. She was considered a typical independent woman. Financial independence, intellectual independence, and personal independence, and possessing impressive professional skills. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to secure a place in a male-dominated workplace. Okay, Uncle Shin. Qin Jiahuan responded. Then, under the somewhat dismayed gazes of Bao Beibei and the other two, he helped complete the photo shoot. After the four-person group photo was taken, Shin Yanran pulled Su Pipa and Qin Jiahuan together for a selfie. Shinichia also took a few selfies with his roommates, then selected the one he thought looked the best and sent it to Luo Yao. Over the past 2 weeks, although he and Luo Yao had been in contact daily, their calls and chats had clearly declined in length and frequency compared to when Luo Yao first arrived in Beijing. Shinichia didn't think much of it. After all, since they couldn't see each other anymore, and since they had no interactions in life, naturally there wouldn't be much to talk about. From Shinichia's perspective, it wasn't a big deal. During the National Day holiday, he just gave his girlfriend a big surprise. Shin Qiushan glanced around the podium. By now, the school leaders had mostly left. Lin Xiaomao hadn't left yet, but was directing the student union to clean up the military training venue. For the past 2 weeks, Shin Qiushan had felt that his second sister-in-law seemed to be avoiding him, or perhaps even angry with him. Shin Qiushan silently reflected on the situation. Lin Xiaomao's avoidance of him began the day Lu Qingwu applied sunscreen to him. At that moment, Shin Qiushan sensed the little universe of his second sister-in-law, Lin Xiaomao, but because their relationship was already complicated, Shin Qiushan didn't know how to handle it. So, he chose to put it aside for the time being and observe quietly. Now, 2 weeks have passed. Their relationship has become increasingly subtle. It was a bit like a couple in a Cold War. It was as if they were both holding their breath, waiting to see who would give in first. Today was the end of military training. It was also Lin Xiaomao's birthday. Shin Qiushan had planned long ago to give his second sister-in-law a surprise today. So he strode towards the podium. However, Lin Xiaomao, perhaps observing his movements, deliberately headed towards where the student union members were, immersing herself in the crowd. Shin Qiushan's lips twitched slightly, and he chuckled to himself. It seems her inner turmoil hasn't faded yet. He was thick-skinned enough not to care that Lin Xiaomao was surrounded by students. As he approached, he shouted, "Secretary Lin, can you please speak with me?" Lin Xiaomao pretended not to hear and continued directing the students. However, the student closest to her enthusiastically reminded her, "Secretary Lin, Mr. Shin is calling you." The students all stood up to remind her. Lin Xiaomao couldn't play dumb any longer. She glanced at Shin Qiushan and asked in a cold voice, "What's going on?" "Yes, I do." Shin Qiushan pointed to the parking lot outside the stadium. He motioned for her to follow him. Lin Xiaomao hesitated, then followed him. Soon, they reached the parking lot. Shin Qiushan stopped behind his M9. Then he discreetly pressed the key in his pocket. Then, the trunk slowly opened. Chapter 152. Lin Xiaomao certainly remembered her birthday. That evening, she even invited 3 sisters from her band to celebrate together. Seeing the birthday surprise in the trunk, she was stunned for a moment, then the corners of her mouth subconsciously curled up. Women all love surprises, if she shows disgust when you give her a surprise. That's not the problem with the surprise, but the person. Sending a surprise to someone you dislike only makes them dislike you even more. The same goes for the other side. So of course, Lin Xiaomao was happy, and this surprise really surprised her. In her opinion, a middle-aged man like Shin Qiushan would most likely not do such a thing. After all, older men are usually experienced, and have a cement-sealed heart. They often only care about their bodies, not their hearts. In their eyes, rituals can be described in 2 words. Pretentious, and now, Shin Qiushan actually prepared such a pretentious ceremony for her. It's truly not easy, Or perhaps it could be said that he values her enough. Happy birthday. Shin Qiushan pulled out another exquisite little gift box from the trunk and handed it to Lin Xiaomo. Thank you. Lin Xiaomo accepted the gift, her usually icy, peerless beauty now blooming with a brilliant smile, like a blooming snow lotus. To her, the gift itself didn't really matter. What mattered was the thoughtfulness. Let's have dinner together tonight. Call the kids, Shin Qiushan said with another smile. I have a friend tonight. Lin Xiaomo frowned slightly, already regretting booking the date in advance. If she'd known Shin Qiushan had remembered her birthday and sent her a surprise, she would definitely have chosen love over friendship. But even so, Lin Xiaomo was already considering whether to cancel the appointment at the last minute. Well, do you want to go together? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiaomo asked, as if compelled by a question. Sure. It's a good opportunity to get to know your friends. Shin Qiushan readily agreed. But now Lin Xiaomo felt a little regretful. She was still secretly working on her band, and her family didn't know. If she had brought Shin Qiushan with her today, she probably wouldn't have been able to hide her secret band activities. What's wrong? If it's inconvenient, forget it. Shin Qiushan saw Lin Xiaomo's hesitation and smiled, waving his hand. No, it's just that they're all girls. As long as you don't mind. Lin Xiaomo felt Shin Qiushan was trustworthy, and would probably help her keep her secret. Just like when she helped Shin Qiushan keep his online novel writing secret. I don't mind. It's all girls, isn't it? Shin Qiushan laughed. Then forget about the kids. Let's go together after get off work. Okay. Lin Xiaomo nodded solemnly. For her, introducing Shin Qiushan to the three sisters in the band was a very important matter. It could even be considered a recognition of her status. After all, she never brought a man to meet the sisters before. Back in the office, Lin Xiaomo took care of the work at hand. Then her eyes fixed on the gift Shin Qiushan had given her. It was a small, exquisitely packaged square box. The outer packaging must have been added by Shin Qiushan himself. Judging by the size of the box, it must have contained jewelry or something. A bracelet or a bangle? Lin Xiaomo curiously unwrapped it. When she saw that Shin Qiushan's birthday gift was a Patek Philippe watch, she was immediately shocked. Lin Xiaomo was a worldly person and had a certain understanding of luxury brands. When she was working at the Education Bureau, a female colleague whose husband was a businessman often wore various luxury brand clothing and accessories. Lin Xiaomo knew that Patek Philippe watches were very expensive, but she had no idea how much the one Shin Qiushan had given her was worth. She did some research out of curiosity. And then she was stunned once again. 960,000. Shin Qiushan had actually given her a watch worth 960,000 yuan as a birthday gift. If she hadn't thought otherwise, no one would have believed it. Holding the watch, worth nearly 1,000,000 yuan, Lin Xiaomo was overwhelmed with emotions. What was this? A hint? A confession? But Shin Qiushan just said, "Happy birthday." I guess he was just as confused as I was. Lin Xiaomo took off her watch and put the one Shin Qiushan had given her on, examining it closely. A watch worth nearly 1,000,000. The craftsmanship and detail were truly remarkable, especially the ring of gleaming diamonds on the dial. It looked so luxurious. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Xiaomo was admiring Shin Qiushan's birthday gift when someone suddenly knocked on the office door. Come in, Lin Xiaomo replied, placing the gift box on the desk in a drawer. The office door opened. Lu Qingwu walked in with a smile. Secretary Lin, I'd like to discuss the program for the welcome party with you. Lin Xiaomo was the overall director of this year's welcome party, and Lu Qingwu and several other young teachers were assigned to assist her. Yes, please take a seat. Lin Xiaomo pointed to the chair across from her desk. Her gesture was casual, a perfectly normal gesture of hospitality. However, as she extended her hand, the watch on her wrist caught Lu Qingwu's eye. She had been pining for this watch for half a month. Ever since she saw it in Shin Qiushan's room, she had been waiting for him to use it to confess his love for her. And now, the watch she had waited half a month for appeared on Lin Xiaomo's wrist, in an instant. The sky fell. Lu Qingwu had been planning to discuss the welcome party program with Lin Xiaomo, but now her mood suddenly faded. Like a deflated ball, he sat numbly across from Lin Xiaomo. Teacher Lu, tell me what you think, Lin Xiaomo asked, her hands clasped together as usual. Lu Qingwu took a deep breath, trying to dispel her disappointment, but her gaze involuntarily fell on Lin Xiaomo's wrist again. Secretary Lin, your watch is really beautiful, she said with a forced smile. Really? I think it's quite pretty too. Of course, Lin Xiaomo had no idea she was stealing someone's love. She was naturally pleased to be praised for the beauty of Shin Qiushan's gift. Is this a Patek Philippe? Model 5072R. Lu Qingwu said again. Lin Xiaomao, who had just finished searching for information about this watch, nodded. Teacher Lu, you're quite knowledgeable about watches. I guess so. Lu Qingwu gave a wry smile. She wasn't knowledgeable about watches, but about this watch. For the past 2 weeks, she spent every spare moment studying this watch, knowing its various specifications like the back of her hand. It was a pity that her dream watch was now on Lin Xiaomao's wrist. The mood to chat about work was gone. Lu Qingwu chatted absent-mindedly with Lin Xiaomao for a moment before leaving the office. Watching her departing figure, Lin Xiaomao was still a little puzzled. They agreed to chat about the welcome party program, but she left without saying much. However, Lin Xiaomao didn't take it to heart. Before today, she still had some prejudice against Lu Qingwu, because she'd been constantly trying to flirt with Shen Qiushan, all sorts of teasing, but judging by Shen Qiushan's behavior, it seemed he resisted the temptation. The reason they couldn't draw a clear line was because Lu Qingwu was the assistant counselor for Class 1 in the electrical engineering department. They had a lot of overlap, and they couldn't let things get too awkward. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaomao couldn't help but feel a little guilty, especially when she recalled her recent cold attitude toward Shen Qiushan. So immature, even a little willful, Lin Xiaomao sighed silently, thinking to herself, I definitely get along better in the future. In a good mood, she opened the WeChat group nicknamed Red Rose Band and sent a message. There's one more person joining the party tonight, a man. Message sent. The group chat erupted in excitement. Drummer Zhu Xinyue. A man? Drummer Zhu Xinyue. Momo, are you in a relationship? Bassist and Hu Tingting. No way, no way. Tell me what's going on. Guitarist Fangdi. Handsome? Lin Xiaomao glanced at the messages in the group chat. Her lips curled slightly as she replied with a single word. Handsome. 6:30. Private room at the Jinshui Jiangnan restaurant. Except for Lin Xiaomao, the other 3 members of the Red Rose Band had already arrived. Hu Tingting, a busted woman with blue hair highlights, glanced at the time on her phone and smiled. It's already 6:30. From now on, every minute late is a glass of wine. Forget it. Momo finally brought a man here. Don't scare him. Zhu Xinyue, a slightly plump woman with long, wavy hair, shook her head. How is that possible? A grown man, what's wrong with a few drinks? Hu Tingting shrugged, looking at Fang Di, who sat next to her with blonde hair and androgynous attire. Old Fang, what do you think? Should he be punished? Fang Di nodded. Yes. How could he be late for the first meeting? Getting Fang Di's approval, Hu Tingting chuckled. 2:1. Just follow my instructions. As soon as she finished her words, the door to the private room opened. Lin Xiaomao and Shen Qiushan walked in, one after the other. The evening rush hour was incredibly congested. There was a pileup on the second ring road. It took 2 hours to drive from school to here. Lin Xiaomao began to explain her tardiness. She was the star of the show today, and yet she was still late. It was truly inappropriate. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. Shen Qiushan added a polite remark. Handsome guy, words alone won't cut it. It's 6:33. According to the rules, 1 glass of wine for every minute late. Are you letting Momo drink it, or are you going to drink it yourself? Hu Tingting looked at Shen Qiushan as she spoke, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He's quite handsome. No wonder Momo took a fancy to him. Tingting, stop it. Today is a special day. Lin Xiaomao quickly glared at Hu Tingting. Wow, you're already defending me. If you feel bad, just drink. Hu Tingting jokingly joked. Rules can't be broken. Fang Di echoed. You too. Lin Xiaomao's eyes widened. She was about to protest, but Shen Qiushan waved his hand. No problem, I drink. With that, he picked up a bottle of beer from the table and, without even sharing the cup, tilted his head back and spun it. A whole bottle of beer, in just 20 seconds. Wow! Amazing! Hu Tingting exclaimed. Fang Di, standing nearby, gave a thumbs up. Lin Xiaomao was stunned. She knew Shen Qiushan could hold his liquor quite well, having gotten her father drunk several times at home, but this was the first time she'd seen Shen Qiushan drink like this. It was a bit like some bar singer's impromptu performance. Putting down the empty bottle, Shen Qiushan said with a smile, that should make 4 drinks. 1 more, as a toast to the 3 beautiful ladies. Handsome guy, you're saying something else. You mean, we 3 should have another drink, right? Hu Tingting said with a smile. I didn't say that. Shen Qiushan quickly waved his hand. Momo, where did you find that man? Sexy and slippery. Hu Tingting looked at Lin Xiaomao again. Let me introduce myself. I'm Shen Qiushan, currently studying at Sanjiang University. Before Lin Xiaomo could speak, Shen Qiushan volunteered his name. Shen Qiushan? Sounds so familiar. Zhu Xinyu muttered softly, then suddenly slapped her thigh. Shen Qiushan, the 38-year-old top scorer in the college entrance examination? Earned 10 million yuan writing online novels? Is it really you? In Sanjiang, Shen Qiushan might not be a household name, but his name is a household name. In the past 6 months, Shen Qiushan's name has dominated various local media outlets. First, he was controversial for being an older student on loan. Then he won the top spot in the liberal arts section of Sanjiang province in this year's college entrance exam, shocking the nation. About 2 weeks ago, Shen Qiushan was revealed to be earning tens of millions annually from writing online novels, although Shen Qiushan's book is currently causing considerable controversy online, with many criticizing him for having distorted values, lacking moral integrity, and glorifying scumbags. However, these moralists are attacking the content of Shen Qiushan's novels. As for the fact that he earned 10 million yuan from writing online novels, no one disputes it. In other words, he's truly making money. You're old Shen, aren't you 38? How young is he in person? Hu Tingting had, of course, heard of Shen Qiushan's name, and even knew he was Lin Xiaomo's brother-in-law. She had paid close attention to Shen Qiushan's news when it went viral. However, Shen Qiushan wasn't a public figure after all. After some time had passed since the news broke, it was difficult to connect him with the person in the news when he suddenly appeared. Thank you for the compliment. You look young too. Are you 20 this year? Shen Qiushan asked seriously. 20. Hu Tingting burst into laughter. Women are like that. They know you're talking nonsense, but they still enjoy listening. As expected of a top scorer in the college entrance exam, you're such a good chatterbox. Zhu Xinyu aside. Fang Di, standing nearby, said, top scorer or not, it doesn't matter. I just want to know, in what capacity did you attend this party? As soon as she said this, Hu Tingting and Zhu Xinyu's eyes simultaneously fell on Shen Qiushan. Chapter 153. In what capacity would he attend this party? That's a good question. Zhu Xinyu and Hu Tingting were equally intrigued. After all, Lin Xiaomo had never brought a man to a party before. The four of them even had an unwritten agreement, no men at parties, and yet, on Lin Xiaomo's birthday, she brought a man with her. This was unacceptable without an explanation. It seems Momo hasn't mentioned it to you. I'm Momo's brother-in-law. Shen Qiushan answered their relationship truthfully. So far, his relationship with Lin Xiaomo was indeed that of brother-in-law and sister-in-law. No matter where they went, this relationship was perfectly acceptable, and Shen Qiushan had no intention of blurring the lines. No matter how their relationship evolved in the future, the identity of brother-in-law would remain unchanged, the weight of the word brother-in-law at a crucial moment. Who understands? Most of the domestic content is fake, created to attract attention. But Shen Qiushan's was genuine. Okay, brother-in-law, let's sit down and talk. Hu Tingting pointed to the empty seat next to her, intending for Shen Qiushan to sit between her and Lin Xiaomo. That way, Shen Qiushan would be right next to Lin Xiaomo, and Hu Tingting could get more drinks. But Lin Xiaomo took the empty seat Hu Tingting pointed to, leaving Shen Qiushan to sit on her other side. Momo, something's wrong with you. I'm your brother-in-law. Why are you defending me? Hu Tingting was the most alcoholic of the four, and Lin Xiaomo clearly separated Shen Qiushan from her for protective reasons. I'm afraid you get drunk and act crazy, and embarrass yourself. Lin Xiaomo rolled her eyes and changed the subject. Have you ordered yet? Who would dare order without you, the birthday girl? Look, I've ordered 2 cold dishes to go with the wine. Zhu Xinyu pointed to the 2 mixed vegetables on the table. Then hurry up and order. Lin Xiaomo handed the menu to Shen Qiushan. Alas, I've lost the right to order. Hu Tingting teased. This restaurant is a high-end fusion restaurant, offering classic dishes from various cuisines. Soon, a variety of beautifully presented dishes filled the table. Followed by, a waiter brought a beautiful birthday cake on a cart. It was a high-end restaurant, after all. The service was excellent. As the cake arrived, several waiters sang happy birthday together. Lin Xiaomo donned her birthday crown, closed her eyes, and silently made a birthday wish. Momo, happy birthday. Happy birthday. After Lin Xiaomo blew out the candles, her 3 best friends presented their birthday gifts. Then, their eyes fell on Shen Qiushan. Brother-in-law, where's your gift? You haven't prepared anything, have you? Hu Tingting jokingly joked. Is it possible I've already given them all? Shen Qiushan shrugged. Wow, seems quite mysterious. Momo, what did our brother-in-law give you? Zhu Xinyu emphasized the word brother-in-law, clearly believing the term brother-in-law to be a cover-up. This. Lin Xiaomo stretched out her arm, displaying the watch on her wrist. Wow! I was just about to say this watch is so beautiful, Hu Tingting exclaimed, clearly not recognizing it. Patek Philippe. If I remember correctly, it's around 900,000 or 1 million. Zhu Xinhua, who knew a bit about watches, gave a rough price range. After hearing the price, Hu Tingting was furious. What? A watch costs 1 million. Really? Little yellow-haired Fang Di calmly shoved her phone in front of Hu Tingting. To be precise, the current market price is around 960,000. Holy crap! Hu Tingting couldn't help but curse, her eyes darting between Shen Qiushan and Lin Xiaomo. Brother-in-law. Is your brother-in-law a real brother-in-law? She silently added, what brother-in-law gives his sister-in-law a watch worth 1 million for her birthday? Tingting! Don't talk nonsense. Lin Xiaomo reached out and pinched Hu Tingting's thigh. Haha, I want a brother-in-law like that, too. Zhu Xinhua teased with a grin. Fang Di added lightly, you guys really know how to have fun. Lin Xiaomo was speechless. After all, her relationship with Shen Qiushan was already developing an ambiguous tone. Eat cake. Lin Xiaomo took the initiative to distribute the cake to the three of them, thus shutting them up. Since it was a gathering of close friends, Lin Xiaomo was completely different from her usual self. She was no longer aloof or reserved. After a few drinks, she even started to talk quite a bit. Shen Qiushan saw a completely different Lin Xiaomo. It surprised him a bit. But at the same time, he felt a sense of relief. It's not like he hadn't seen Lin Xiaomo before, but that was a long time ago. He still remembered when he first visited the Lin family. Lin Xiaomo was only about 12 or 13 years old. Back then, she was lively and cheerful, talkative, and she peppered Shen Qiushan with questions. And today, Lin Xiaomo has simply reverted to her 12 or 13 self. You could say her personality hasn't changed at all. It's just that, for various reasons, she's reluctant to show her true self. Shen Qiushan, her brother-in-law, had unsurprisingly become the target of Hu Tingting and the other two's drinking spree. Though Lin Xiaomo offered to help, her alcohol tolerance was limited. Before Shen Qiushan even slumped down, she was already about 3/4 tipsy. After a few rounds of beer, seeing that Shen Qiushan seemed fine, Hu Tingting called the waiter for 2 bottles of Langzhou. Brother-in-law, this wine is delicious. Everyone who drinks it will know. Hu Tingting poured baijiu from a decanter, winking at Shen Qiushan with a beaming expression. She ordered 2 bottles of Langzhou, Bai Lang, brewed from pure grains, and Hong Lang, steeped in medicinal herbs. Hong Lang, enhanced with medicinal properties like goji berries and ginseng, has a stronger punch and a longer aftertaste. Those who drink frequently even nicknamed it Aoheo. By this time, Lin Xiaomo had leaned back in her chair, her eyes hazy, unable to discern the hidden meaning in Hu Tingting's words. Shen Qiushan chuckled and teased, you should get your husband to drink more. Of the 4, only Hu Tingting was married, a typical married woman. Perhaps it was because she was married that she was more open, and her conversations were more explicit. Him. It doesn't matter how much I drink. Hu Tingting curled her lips. She had been married to her husband for 4 years. She was currently in a married but slightly widowed state. She could spend her husband's money and order him around. But if she tried to do anything beyond friendship, it would be like asking her husband to die. Hu Tingting even checked online, and it seemed there were quite a few women in the same situation as her. They say there's no such thing as pure friendship. To Hu Tingting, that was complete nonsense. After a few years of marriage, a couple's friendship is absolutely pure. Haha, pure. Shen Qiushan smiled. Although he hadn't experienced Hu Tingting's situation, he had often discussed it with older men like him when he was delivering food. A kiss between a middle-aged couple can cause nightmares for several nights. This isn't just a joke, it's stark reality. Langzhou enters the fray, adding to the increasingly ferocious onslaught of Hu Tingting and the other 2. Shen Qiushan finally succumbed and collapsed on the table. Leaving the restaurant, Shen Qiushan was supported by Fang Di and Hu Tingting. Lin Xiaomo, having recovered somewhat, was able to walk on her own, though she struggled to walk in a straight line. Arriving at the parking lot, Hu Tingting and the other 2 shoved Shen Qiushan and Lin Xiaomo into the back seat of the Wenjie M9. Then they gave the designated driver the address. The journey was smooth sailing. Nearing Sanjiang University, Shen Qiushan finally regained some consciousness and directed the designated driver to drive to the staff dormitory. Sending the designated driver off, Shen Qiushan helped Lin Xiaomo up the stairs. Perhaps due to the wind and motion sickness, Lin Xiaomo rushed to the bathroom and vomited into the toilet bowl as soon as she reached her dorm. Shin Qiushan rubbed her temple with one hand and gently patted her back with the other. When she was almost done, he offered her mouthwash. Lin Xiaomo was truly drunk today. Her vomiting was completely controlled by her subconscious, preventing her from vomiting. After rinsing her mouth, Lin Xiaomo stumbled back to the bedroom and collapsed headfirst onto the bed. Having a dazed feeling, Lin Xiaomo felt something restraining her body, so she reached out and unbuttoned her shirt. The black bra against the expanse of pale skin created a striking visual impact. Shin Qiushan rubbed his forehead. He was still a bit tipsy. He knew he should leave. But his body was honest. Momo had drunk so much. What if there's danger? Someone still needs to take care of her. Shin Qiushan found an excuse and quietly sat down beside the bed. Well, I just sit here. Just keep an eye on her, Shin Qiushan thought to himself, his eyes subconsciously admiring the tall, white peaks. The next day, a beam of warm sunlight shone through the slit in the curtains into the room. Two bodies intertwined. Disheveled. The man was topless. The woman's bra had long since come undone, dangling from her chest. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was a classic English song. Shin Qiushan reached out dazedly, took the phone from the bedside table, and squinted his eyes. The note read, "Dad." Shin Qiushan immediately pressed the answer button and said lazily, "What are you doing so early in the morning?" There was complete silence on the other end of the line. "Hello? Dad, say something." "Huh? Did I call the wrong number?" Shin Qiushan rubbed his forehead, the dizziness from the hangover making him feel awful. Just then, a voice finally came through the phone. "Shin Qiushan, I'm going to kill you." Chapter 154. Holy shit, what the hell? A sudden roar startled Shin Qiushan, causing him to drop his phone onto the bed. As luck would have it, the phone landed right on Lin Xiaomo's head. Lin Xiaomo muttered, bleary-eyed. Then she saw Shin Qiushan, shirtless and wearing boxer briefs, clutching his shirt in one hand and his pants in the other, preparing to flee the room. "You?" Lin Xiaomo's eyes widened, and she instantly sobered up. She quickly checked herself. Her upper body felt cold. The hook on her back was fully open. Thankfully, the jeans she wore to the party last night were still tightly on her. This meant the two hadn't had sex. After confirming she hadn't lost her virginity, Lin Xiaomo breathed a sigh of relief. But then a sense of inexplicable disappointment welled up in her. "Shin Qiushan. Wait for me, kid." Director Lin's roar echoed through the phone once again. Lin Xiaomo, startled by her father's voice, quickly picked up the phone on the bed. The call lasted 36 seconds. Smart as she was, Lin Xiaomo immediately figured out the reason for the current situation. It was likely that Shin Qiushan had answered her call by mistake. Lin Xiaomo took a deep breath, first pulling the quilt over her upper body, then feigning composure into the receiver. "Dad, you misunderstood. It's not what you think." "A misunderstanding? He's in your room at this hour. It could be a misunderstanding." "Where are you?" "I'd be right there." It was clear that Director Lin was ready to kill. Even when talking to his own daughter, he lacked his usual patience. Of course, at school, Lin Xiaomo replied instinctively. Just as she was about to continue explaining, her father had already hung up. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Lin Xiaomo was speechless. She gave up on explaining to her father for the moment and looked at Shin Qiushan. As the father and daughter were talking on the phone, Shin Qiushan had already put on his clothes. Seeing Lin Xiaomo looking over, he quickly explained, "You vomited as soon as you got home last night. I was worried you vomit again tonight, so I wanted to stay and watch over you. I saw a news story a while ago about someone who got drunk, fell asleep, and the vomit blocked their throat, causing them to suffocate to death." Lin Xiaomo pulled the blanket up from her body. "Watch over me. Why did you take off your clothes?" Shin Qiushan scratched his head subconsciously. "Actually, I was drunk too much and fell into bed without realizing it. Maybe I felt uncomfortable sleeping in clothes, so I took them off. Actually, I don't even know when I took them off." Shin Qiushan wasn't kidding. He really didn't know when he took them off. It was probably a reflex during sleep. Then why are they open?" As she spoke, Lin Xiaomo reached behind her back, trying to rehook the hook. However, her own conditions were too good, and it was difficult for her to hook the detached hook back together with one hand. After a few unsuccessful attempts, she gave up for now. "I really don't know." Shin Qiushan shook his head decisively. He remembered that Lin Xiaomo had unbuttoned her shirt while she lay on the bed, revealing her captivating and alluring beauty. But the hook wasn't open at that time. Who knew that after waking up, it would be open? "Maybe you felt uncomfortable while sleeping and unbuttoned it yourself," Shin Qiushan speculated. Myself? Lin Xiaomo rolled her eyes in response, clearly not believing this was the truth. Both of them fell silent. The atmosphere in the bedroom suddenly became awkward. You? Did you touch it? After a moment's silence, Lin Xiaomo gritted her teeth. This? Probably not. Shen Qiushan wasn't sure. When he opened his eyes, Lin Xiaomo still had one leg draped over him. Who knew what had happened in the middle of the night? Given Shen Qiushan's understanding of himself in this situation, should? Lin Xiaomo raised her eyebrows slightly. No! I didn't touch you. Shen Qiushan replied with a look of conviction. In fact, with his health at full capacity, he had earned the title of immune to all poisons. Although he could get drunk, he found that now that he was sober, he could still slowly piece together the events of last night. And then, a rather erotic memory emerged in his mind. In a daze, his hand seemed to have activated the beta navigation system, exploring the peaks he longed for. It felt wonderful, soft and chewy, bouncy. It was unforgettable. You go out first. I get dressed. Seeing Shen Qiushan's resolute denial, Lin Xiaomo gave up the questioning. Inwardly, she silently complained that Shen Qiushan had no idea what going with the flow meant. Knowing Shen Qiushan well, she was certain nothing serious had happened last night. But in this situation, he could easily have taken the blame, gone with the flow, and pretended the matter was a done deal. In that case, she would likely have reluctantly admitted their relationship. Unfortunately, Shen Qiushan didn't seem to have that in mind at all, simply insisting on distancing himself from her. I don't know if he was truly foolish, or just pretending. Bohemia Garden. Lin Moshwan, with a sullen face, walked out of the house, carrying a baseball bat. Chen Qingju followed closely behind, trying to persuade them as she walked. Calm down first. Momo isn't such a reckless child. I think there must be a misunderstanding. They both slept in the same bed. What else could it be? Lin Moshwan gritted his teeth and cursed. I've always been told why Shen Qiushan has been so hardworking lately. He has bad intentions. Not only did he screw over Chuxue, but now he's trying to harm Momo. I'm going to fight him to the death today. Chen Qingju continued to persuade. Momo said it was a misunderstanding. You have to give them a chance to explain. Old Lin, playing baseball so early? Old Mrs. Wang, a neighbor doing morning exercises, encountered Lin Moshwan and asked with a smile. Not playing baseball. To hit someone. Lin Moshwan angrily replied. Old Lin, you're such a joke. Old Lady Wang didn't believe it at all. After all, she was a retired official, so how could she not understand the strict prohibition on fighting among public officials? And who was Lin Moshwan? He was the head of the Sanjiang City Education Bureau, and he personally went out to beat someone up with a baseball bat? What a joke. Teacher Chen, hasn't your Momo come home these past 2 days? I haven't seen her car. I have a really great young man here, and I'm planning to introduce him to her. Old Lady Wang grabbed Chen Qingju, who was walking behind. Momo has someone. Eager to get away, Chen Qingju casually replied. Momo has a boyfriend. Old Lady Wang was delighted. That's great news. Whenever he brings his boyfriend home, I take a sneak peek. Momo is so outstanding, her boyfriend must be a rare talent. Chen Qingju replied subconsciously, actually trying to get away quickly. As it turned out, upon hearing that Lin Xiaomo had a boyfriend, Old Lady Wang became even more excited. She pressed on, Teacher Chen, what's Momo's boyfriend's background? Whose son is he? Or a rising star in the business world? Chen Qingju shook her head dejectedly, neither. Sister Wang, let's talk when we have time. We're in a hurry to get out. Escaping Old Lady Wang's nagging, Chen Qingju trotted a few steps, and got into the passenger seat of Lin Moshwan's Passat. Drive slowly. Don't rush and make mistakes. Boom! Chen Qingju was answered by the roar of an engine. Then, the Passat shot out of its parking space like a race car. Chapter 155. It was just past 6 in the morning. The morning rush hour hadn't arrived yet, so the traffic was light. Lin Moshwan's journey, which normally takes about an hour, took only 40 minutes. He parked the car downstairs at the staff dormitory. Lin Moshwan went upstairs furious, but after the emotional outburst and Chen Qingju's persuasion, Director Lin's anger was somewhat less intense than when he heard Shen Qiushan's voice on the phone. Go on. What's going on? Arriving at the dormitory, Lin Moshwan sat on the sofa with a sullen face, staring at Shen Qiushan and his daughter with a scrutinizing gaze. Shen Qiushan and Lin Xiaomo stood obediently across from Lin Moshwan, like two children who had made a mistake. I drank too much at the birthday party last night. My brother-in-law brought me home. He was worried something might happen to me, so he stayed. But he was also drunk and fell asleep without realizing it. And then you called me this morning. Lin Xiaomao briefly recounted what had happened. In fact, before Lin Moxuan arrived, she and Shen Qiushan had already exchanged confessions. Whenever anyone brought up last night, they would both give the same story. That's it? Lin Moxuan glared at Shen Qiushan. You said it? Dad, that's what Momo said. She vomited last night, and I was worried she'd be sleeping too soundly and in danger if she vomited again, so I stayed. She ended up falling asleep without realizing it, without even taking off her clothes. Shen Qiushan said seriously. You really didn't? Lin Moxuan demanded, his face darkening. You really didn't. Shen Qiushan wore a confident expression, not mentioning the time he activated the beta navigation system while half asleep. I told you. Qiushan's a sensible kid. What could possibly happen between him and Momo? Chen Qingju chimed in, naturally unwilling to see the finally improved relationship between father-in-law and son-in-law plummet again. Lin Moxuan remained silent, his brow furrowed as he silently observed the two of them. He spent his entire career within the system, and his ability to judge people was unparalleled. He could tell the truth from the lies, and his eagle eyes were practically undetectable. However, his eagle eyes were inevitably less effective when applied to his own family, as they would unconsciously reflect his own emotions. He had no faith in Shen Qiushan, the yellow-haired man who had once abducted one of his daughters. How could Shen Qiushan not be tempted by his daughter's beauty and figure? Go to class first. After a long silence, Lin Moxuan decided to send Shen Qiushan away and interrogate his daughter alone. Yes, then I'd be leaving. Today is the first day of formal classes. Shen Qiushan nodded repeatedly. The atmosphere was so oppressive that he couldn't wait to get away. Mom, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? You can go to the cafeteria later. The school breakfast is quite healthy. Before leaving, Shen Qiushan said to Chen Qingju again. This mother-in-law clearly liked him a little more, and didn't fall out with him like Lin Moxuan did over this little incident. He should win over as many forces as possible. With more allies, he would be less afraid of Lin Moxuan, the evil force. As for the Lin family, Shen Qiushan's strategy was actually a success. At this point, sister-in-law Lin Jiayu could be considered one of his own, and mother-in-law Chen Qingju could barely be considered half one. Lin Xiaomao was even his hardcore ally. There was only one hostile force, Lin Moxuan. In other words, the current situation was 2.5:1.5. Seeing Shen Qiushan still dwelling on his lack of breakfast, Chen Qingju was naturally hardened. She nodded with a smile, then glared at Lin Moxuan, as if to say, look at Qiushan, then look at you. Lin Moxuan pretended not to notice, secretly planning how to begin his interrogation of his daughter. Dad, I forgot to give you something. Shen Qiushan had just left the room when he opened the door a little and poked his head in. Lin Moxuan had initially been too lazy to pay attention to Shen Qiushan, but having spent his entire life in the system, he immediately realized the importance of this matter. Shen Qiushan only said he had something for him after he left, not in front of his wife and daughter. It was clearly something he didn't want them to know. And there was only one secret between the father-in-law and the son-in-law. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Moxuan immediately stood up from the sofa and, as he walked towards the door, feigned lingering anger and said, I want to see what tricks you're up to. As he spoke, Lin Moxuan walked straight out of the room and into the hallway. Shen Qiushan didn't say much, simply shoving the 4 little blue bottles into Lin Moxuan's arms and whispering, Dad, there's really nothing going on between Momo and me. Lin Moxuan snorted coldly and slipped the little blue bottles into his trouser pocket. Dad, believe me. Shen Qiushan, like a magician, produced 4 small blue bottles and thrust them into Lin Moxuan's hands. Okay, got it. Lin Moxuan nodded gently, his expression finally easing a little. What could one say about this son-in-law? He's quite sensible, knowing how to give him something good. Lin Moxuan's anger had mostly subsided after receiving the favor, but the interrogation still had to continue. Returning to the room, his face stiffened again. Momo, what's going on between you and Shen Qiushan? Didn't I just tell you? There's no need to lie about something like that. Lin Xiaomao replied calmly. I'm not asking you about what happened last night. I'm asking about your relationship with Shen Qiushan. Jiayu didn't even go to your birthday party, so why would he go? On the way here, Lin Moxuan had already called his youngest daughter, Lin Jiayu, but she hadn't even heard of her sister's birthday party. His sister didn't even attend the birthday party, yet Shen Qiushan, an outsider, did. Lin Moxuan naturally didn't believe there was no explanation for this. Lin Moxuan's reasoning was clearly sound, and Lin Xiaomao was stumped. This question was indeed difficult to answer. But Lin Xiaomao had been working within the system for several years, and her thinking was very quick. After a brief pause, she immediately explained, "It's inappropriate for Jiayu, a student, to attend a birthday party, especially since it lasted so late that she couldn't skip bed." Lin Xiaomao's explanation seemed reasonable, but her hesitation had already confirmed Lin Moxuan's suspicions. Even if nothing had happened between them last night, the relationship between the second cabbage and Shin Qiushan had likely soured. With this conclusion, the effectiveness of Shin Qiushan's gift of those little blue bottles was naturally greatly diminished. Lin Moxuan frowned, angrily cursing, "What good is that kid Shin Qiushan? Momo, I'm telling you, as long as I'm alive, I never let him harm my daughter again. Your Aunt Wang has introduced you to another young man. Go home and go on a blind date tonight." Without waiting for Lin Xiaomao's response, Lin Moxuan stormed out. "Momo, your dad is doing this for your own good. Remember to come home tonight." Jin Qingyu patted her daughter's arm and hurried back to catch up with her husband. "Mom, slow down," Lin Xiaomao said helplessly. She was still pondering her father Lin Moxuan's soul-searching question. What exactly was going on between her and Shin Qiushan? Before last night, the crossing of the line in their relationship had only remained at the level of thought. But now, their relationship has crossed the line, moving from the ideological to the physical. While there wasn't a true transformation last night, they did sleep in the same bed, Shin Qiushan undressed, while she was topless. Last night, in the middle of her sleep, she seemed to feel a hand exploring her breasts. Lin Xiaomao initially thought it was a dream, but now, after reflecting on it, she feels it might not be. So, Shin Qiushan lied. He clearly took advantage, and verifying her suspicions is actually quite simple. Check for fingerprints. First, collect her own fingerprints, then compare them with Shin Qiushan's. Lin Xiaomao is a graduate student from Sanjiang University. Collecting her fingerprints shouldn't be difficult. Huh, you didn't touch her, right? I want to see if it's real or fake, in the City Hall compound. Lin Moxuan parked his car and got out, his face sullen. On the way, he grew increasingly angry. It wasn't enough that he had sacrificed one daughter, but now his second daughter was going to be sacrificed. Did Shin Qiushan save our entire family's lives in his previous life? You're going to take advantage of us, aren't you? Lin Moxuan cursed inwardly. Just then, a man about his age caught up with him from behind. "Old Lin, congratulations." "Congratulations? What good news could I possibly have?" Lin Moxuan looked at the man suspiciously. The man's name was Yu Qifeng, the director of the Cultural Bureau. They had known each other for decades, and were barely friends. "Your son-in-law won an award. The Nebula Award. That's incredible," Yu Qifeng said with a broad smile. "Son-in-law? What son-in-law?" Lin Moxuan's head ached at the mere mention of the word son-in-law. "Shin Qiushan. Isn't he your son-in-law?" Yu Qifeng replied. "Yeah." In fact, when Lin Moxuan heard Yu Qifeng mention son-in-law, Shin Qiushan's image involuntarily popped up in his mind. But now, he didn't want to mention him at all. The mere mention of Shin Qiushan made him depressed. Son-in-law. He's clearly here to collect a debt. What award did he win? Lin Moxuan asked, frowning. The Nebula Award. The most influential international science fiction award. This year's Nebula Award ceremony was held in America at 2 a.m. here. Your son-in-law has won both the Nebula Awards for Best Science Fiction Novel and Best New Science Fiction Writer. He's directly filled the void in our country in these awards. Yu Qifeng's face was so jubilant that anyone who didn't know would have thought he won. Nebula Award? Is it really as impressive as you say? Lin Moxuan wasn't very familiar with foreign literary awards, and Yu Qifeng's exaggerated descriptions left him a bit bewildered. Of course it's impressive. Put it this way, the Nebula Award is the highest honor in science fiction. It used to be monopolized by foreign writers, and no Chinese writer had ever won any. In other words, your son-in-law has single-handedly elevated Chinese science fiction to unprecedented heights. And foreigners value this award very highly. Your son-in-law is going to be incredibly successful this time. If nothing unexpected happens, that winning novel will definitely sell like hotcakes. Yu Qifeng gushed. He was genuinely happy that Shin Qiushan had won the award. Firstly, this truly brought honor to the country. Secondly, Shin Qiushan was a Sanjiang native, after all. His Nebula Award would naturally benefit Sanjiang's cultural system. More broadly speaking, as long as Shin Qiushan's award was handled properly, it could be considered a political achievement for Yu Qifeng. So, after hearing the news, he was already planning his next steps. That's not right. Could it be someone with the same name? After hearing Yu Qifeng's explanation, Lin Moxuan was even more confused. If it was just a fake award, it would be fine. Perhaps it was just randomly awarded. But according to Yu Qifeng, this is an internationally renowned award, and it's not something that can be given away casually. The book he wrote is an online novel, and the content has nothing to do with science fiction. How did it win the award? Lin Moshwan asked, puzzled. This was also why he found this unlikely. It's not that online novel. Yu Qifeng waved his hand and said, the winning work is called The Three-Body Civilization. I haven't seen the book yet, but the name has nothing to do with the online novel he wrote. The Three-Body Civilization? Lin Moshwan pondered for a moment, then said firmly, it can't be him. I've never heard him mention such a book. There must be a mistake. Lin Moshwan was in a dilemma. He hoped that the winner was indeed Shin Qiushan, but he also didn't want Shin Qiushan to be overshadowed. He's already earned tens of millions in royalties from just one relatively well-known online novel, and he's on the verge of kidnapping his daughter, Lin Xiaomao. If he wins another international award, wouldn't the chances of him snatching a second child even higher? Is there a mistake? Just call and ask. Yu Qifeng received first-hand information from a reliable source, so he was absolutely certain. But since Lin Moshwan didn't believe it, let him verify it himself. After hearing Yu Qifeng's words, Lin Moshwan immediately pulled out his phone. He didn't call Shin Qiushan directly, but instead called his daughter, Lin Xiaomao. Old Lin, take your time asking. I'm going to arrange my work first. Seeing Lin Moshwan pull out his phone, Yu Qifeng greeted him and strode into the city hall. Momo, I have a question for you. Has that Shin Qiushan written a new book recently? As soon as the call connected, Lin Moshwan immediately asked. I wrote a book, but it hasn't been published online. What's the title? I think it's The Three-Body Civilization. After hearing his daughter's name, Lin Moshwan was completely stunned. The first thought that came to his mind was, it's over. I'm really going to lose my second cabbage. Chapter 156. Dad, why are you asking this? Lin Xiaomao asked curiously. Knowing her father, he was so angry just now that he wouldn't care about Shin Qiushan's situation unless something unexpected happened. Old Yu from the Cultural Bureau said he won some Nebula Award, a foreign award. If you ask me, these foreigners need to improve their appreciation. He's just an online novelist, and he can actually win an award abroad. These foreigners really haven't seen the world. Lin Moshwan pouted and complained, trying his best to appear dismissive of the award, hoping to convey this subjective sentiment to his daughter, so as to prevent Lin Xiaomao from being labeled a literary genius by Shin Qiushan's award. In fact, upon hearing that Shin Qiushan had won the Nebula Award, Lin Xiaomao quickly hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone on his phone, Lin Moshwan's lips twitched subconsciously. He felt like his second cabbage was completely doomed. No, this blind date tonight needs to be a little more intense. Huawen Publishing House. Chen Nin had just arrived at the office. Zheng Sihai, his subordinate, burst in with a smile on his face, not even knocking. Editor-in-Chief Chen, good news. Great news. What's wrong? Chen Nin raised her eyebrows slightly. She'd been feeling rather depressed the past week, thanks to her sworn enemy Zhou Gang constantly stirring up trouble. Especially during meetings, he constantly bring up the three-body civilization, accusing Chen Min of using her public office for personal gain. Even within the publishing house, rumors circulated about Chen Min, claiming she was helping Shin Qiushan publish his book because they were having an affair. Although it's unknown who started this rumor, it's obvious Zhou Gang was behind it. As a man, losing to Chen Min in the workplace competition was unacceptable. He was eager to remove Chen Min as editor-in-chief so he could take her place. Dealing with the internal friction had already left Chen Min utterly exhausted, and her mood had certainly been bleak. The Three-Body Civilization won an award. It won the Nebula Award for Best Science Fiction Novel. And Shin Qiushan also won the Best New Science Fiction Writer Award. Zheng Sihai was thrilled, his eyebrows beaming with joy as he exclaimed, I knew the Three-Body Civilization would be good. If it doesn't win an award, then the Nebula Award is just a name. Upon hearing this good news, Chen Min leaped to her feet. Her slightly exhausted spirits were suddenly energized. Call a meeting immediately. Have Xiao Zhang notify everyone to attend. Especially Deputy Editor-in-Chief Zhou. Chen Min emphasized. Okay. Zheng Sihai nodded and strode out of the office. He immediately sought out Chen Min's assistant, Zhang Huihui, and informed her of the meeting. Soon, all departments received the meeting notice. Deputy Editor-in-Chief Zhou Gang had barely arrived at the publishing office when he heard that Chen Min had called a general meeting. What's this woman doing this morning? What's wrong with her? Zhou Gang cursed inwardly. Meanwhile, President Chao Zizhou, who didn't come to the publishing house every day, had also appeared early in the morning. "President, you're just in time." Editor-in-Chief Chen suddenly called a general meeting. "You said a meeting like this wouldn't be called at short notice. It should have been at least an hour or two in advance." Zhou Gang seized the opportunity to complain about Chen Min. But today, President Chao, obsessed with balance, showed a different attitude than usual. If Zhou Gang had previously criticized Chen Min, Chao Zizhou would likely have responded positively, subtly expressing his support. But now, Chao Zizhou said with a stern face, "Editor-in-Chief Chen is calling a general meeting, so it must be about work. She's the editor-in-chief, that's her job." Zhou Gang was taken aback by Chao Zizhou's reaction. This was completely different from the president he knew. What was going on? Could something serious have happened? Zhou Gang's sense of smell was still sharp, and he couldn't help but wonder. Entering the meeting room, many people had already arrived. Chen Min, unaware of Chao Zizhou's arrival, was seated at the head table. "President." As Chao Zizhou entered the meeting room, the employees, led by Chen Min, rose to their feet. "Please take a seat." Chao Zizhou waved his hand gently, then said to Chen Min, who was about to give up her main seat, "Editor-in-Chief Chen, I'd just be attending the meeting as an observer. You take your seat." With that, he took the first seat on the left. Seeing this, Zhou Gang was even more stunned. In fact, he wasn't the only one stunned. The other employees were also surprised, because Chao Zizhou was clearly supporting Chen Min. Soon, the conference room was full. Chen Min cleared his throat and said, "We've called this meeting today because we have some great news to announce. Our publishing house's upcoming work, The Three-Body Civilization, has won the Nebula Award for Best Science Fiction Novel." Wow! As soon as Chen Min finished speaking, the conference room erupted in excitement. Unlike Lin Moxuan, who was less familiar with the Nebula Award, everyone present was a professional and knew its significance. It is the most prestigious award in the science fiction field. For a long time, this award has been monopolized by foreign writers, and no one in China has ever won it. And now, someone has won the Best Science Fiction Novel Award. Such a prestigious award. It is foreseeable that this event will cause a huge stir in the domestic literary world. It will definitely have a positive impact on the sales of The Three-Body Civilization. Furthermore, after winning this international award, The Three-Body Civilization will surely be translated into multiple languages and sold internationally. Science fiction will go global. It's truly a major achievement. Now everyone understood why Chao Zizhou had voluntarily given up the main position. Because, this time, Chen Min had made the right bet. If she, the editor-in-chief, hadn't defied the odds and firmly cooperated with Xinqiushan, the publishing rights to The Three-Body Civilization might not have been awarded to any publisher. Judging from the current situation, no matter which publishing house Xinqiushan chooses to partner with, the other party will profit handsomely. Zhou Gang's throat went dry, his mind blank. Nebula Award? The Three-Body Civilization actually won the Nebula Award. This is too fake. The Nebula Award is so prestigious, and he just won it. Isn't Xinqiushan just an online novel writer? How could he have such talent? Zhou Gang was in disbelief. Mainly, he didn't want to believe it. Because, if the Three-Body Civilization really won the Nebula Award, wouldn't it be a slap in the face for him? Previously, he had been opposed to Chen Min and Xinqiushan's collaboration. He had also secretly contributed to the slow publication progress of the Three-Body Civilization, and in recent meetings, he had constantly used Chen Min's signing of the Three-Body Civilization to attack her. In Zhou Gang's opinion, signing a science fiction novel was the absolute stupidest decision, but then, they never expected it. The Three-Body Civilization actually won an award, and it was the Nebula Award, the highest award in science fiction. Editor-in-Chief Chen, is this news accurate? It's not just some gossip. Zhou Gang, unwilling to accept defeat, asked with a frown. Deputy Editor-in-Chief Zhou, are you kidding me? How could there be gossip about this kind of news? The Nebula Award winners were announced early this morning, and the organizing committee has already sent the winners' email to our publishing house. And you're saying this is fake? Chen Min glanced at Zhou Gang coldly, but she had actually been waiting for him to speak. Zhou Gang has been targeting her lately, even resorting to despicable tactics like fabricating obscene rumors. Chen Min is no pushover. She fought her way to the position of editor-in-chief of a publishing house through sheer blood and sweat. If given the chance, she wouldn't hesitate to strike back. By the way, I have some good news for Deputy Editor-in-Chief Zhou. Xinqiushan, the online novelist you call vulgar and lowbrow, actually won the Best New Science Fiction Author Award. I think Deputy Editor-in-Chief Zhou needs to improve his professionalism. Someone who wins the Nebula Award for Best New Science Fiction Author is considered vulgar and lowbrow by Deputy Editor-in-Chief Zhou. No wonder the sales of several of his books haven't been great. Chen Min took on the attitude of a man who hit a man when he was down. In the past, Chao Zizhou would have stepped in to smooth things over, but today he just stood by and watched without saying a word. Shou Gang was speechless. His face flushed crimson, then slowly turned a deep red. Chen Min, feeling relieved, was in a great mood. All the pent-up frustration he felt for the past few days had finally been released. He felt a sense of relief. She cleared her throat and continued, "The Three-Body Civilization winning the award is a major boon for our publishing house. I previously estimated that sales of the Three-Body Civilization might not exceed 100,000 copies, but now I think it's a sure thing. So, our next priority is to get the Three-Body Civilization on the market as quickly as possible. Manager Zhang, please contact the distributors on the online sales platform and start pre-sales immediately. Manager Wu, you should also put some effort into marketing. We can't miss out on this hot topic." Chen Min methodically arranged all the relevant tasks. This time, Shou Gang didn't say a word. He was a seasoned veteran, knowing that in this situation, any more words from him would be useless. Admit defeat. Stand at attention when you're beaten. This veteran still had this awareness. Chen Min's position was unshakable at the moment. So, if he wanted to continue working at the publishing house, he had to mend his relationship. Sanjiang Evening News Editorial Department. Wang Jixin just posted a video criticizing Shen Qiushan on his Quine account. Shen Qiushan's earnings of 10 million yuan from online novels have once again put him in the spotlight. His scumbag novel has sparked widespread online controversy and criticism. This has given Wang Jixin, a veteran Shen hater, a new opportunity. For the past 2 weeks, he's been posting a video criticizing or mocking Shen Qiushan almost daily. This has become his traffic secret, and there are quite a few netizens who support him. These people can be roughly divided into 2 categories. One is those with a strong hatred of the rich. The fact that Shen Qiushan has earned 10 million yuan from these online novels is intolerable to them. They wish the relevant authorities would immediately ban his crappy novels, and then he have to give back the 10 million yuan he earned from selling the copyright. The other category is the pure love warriors, who can't accept the fact that the male protagonist of Shen Qiushan's novel is a scumbag. They believe such things shouldn't exist. As a veteran journalist, Wang Jixin understands what netizens want to see so well. Each of his comments accurately captures the psychology of these 2 groups, allowing him to monetize the traffic they generate. Today, Wang Jixin, as always, approached the issue from a moral perspective, because no one could refute him from that angle. After all, the protagonist of Shen Qiushan's novel is indeed a 2-timing scumbag, but he's already discussed this moral issue too many times before. In the second half of the video, he shifted the topic to the question of how Shen Qiushan, with his lowbrow online novels, could earn 10 million yuan. His conclusion was that an online novelist of Shen Qiushan's caliber doesn't deserve such a huge fortune. He also made a sarcastic remark in the video about the film and television company that purchased the copyright to Shen Qiushan's novel, saying that anyone who spent 10 million yuan on the film and television rights to Shen Qiushan's novels was thinking with their ass. This view is a favorite of those who hate the rich. I haven't even made 1 million, so how can you make 10 million? And you're doing it by writing online novels. Anyone can write that, but I tried, and I didn't even make 10,000, let alone 10 million. So how can you make that much money? Just like the plot in the Three-Body Civilization, today's internet environment is actually very toxic. It basically follows the Dark Forest law. There are so many people with jealousy, who simply can't stand seeing others succeed. Take online novel writing as an example. Once you're successful, countless eyes will be watching you. Any slight infraction will be reported frantically. Even if they can't get your work taken down, they still disgust you. After the news of someone making 10 million by writing online novels went viral, Shen Qiushan was essentially exposed to the Dark Forest law. Just like in the Three-Body Civilization, where the coordinates of the 3 bodies and Earth were exposed. Recently, Penguin Novels has received countless reports, and even received calls from relevant departments to personally investigate. However, Shen Qiushan's novel ultimately only concerns the male protagonist's morality, and doesn't rise to the level of violating laws or regulations. Although the male protagonist is 2-timing, there aren't any vulgar or sexual scenes, so it hasn't been forcibly removed from the shelves. But with Shen Qiushan as a target, self-media bloggers like Wang Jixin can continue to publish. After posting the video, Wang Jixin was in his usual good spirits. He made himself a pot of tea and sipped it while browsing the comments from netizens. At this moment, his former nemesis, now his boss, Zhang Daong, hummed a little tune as he approached. "Old Wang, there's an interview assignment." Seeing Zhang Daong's beaming smile, Wang Jixin knew it was another challenging assignment. In the previous competition between the two for the deputy director position, Wang Jixin had always held the upper hand. However, due to his clash with Shen Qiushan, he was ultimately humiliated, leading to criticism of the Sanjiang Evening News and a trending topic. As the instigator, Wang Jixin naturally became the target of internal punishment. The deputy director position thus fell to Zhang Daong. With his enemy in power, Wang Jixin's life was certainly not going to be easy. Zhang Daong had already found opportunities to undermine him several times before, but Wang Jixin had no choice. It was his own fault. Seeing Zhang Daong's smiling face again, he silently cursed inwardly. Old silver coin, sooner or later, you be struck by lightning. What interview? Wang Jixin asked, frowning. It's just a personal interview. Out of province? This province. Out of city then? This city, right in Sanjiang. Wang Jixin was a bit surprised by Zhang Daong's answer. He assumed this interview assignment would be either out of province or out of city. In short, they were going to mess with him. But it turned out to be neither, and the interview assignment in this city was just normal work. Not at all like Zhang Daong. Interviewing the Nebula Award winner. Old Wang, hurry. This is a hot topic. If nothing goes wrong, this news is bound to break. Hurry and get ready. After saying this, Zhang Daong left, humming another tune. Wang Jixin was completely bewildered, silently grumbling. Could this old silver coin have found an 18-year-old girl? Why are you in such a good mood? Brother Wang, what assignment has Deputy Director Zhang assigned you? Hao Bo, who was sitting at the next desk, came over. The two had participated in the live mock exam together, and they were usually quite close. Interview the Nebula Award winner. Wang Jixin replied, then asked, puzzled, has anyone in our country won the Nebula Award? Of course I haven't heard of it. Huh? Deputy Director Zhang asked you to interview the Nebula Award winner? Hao Bo's face lit up. He had just seen the news about Shen Qiushan winning the Nebula Award. He had originally wanted to tell Wang Jixin about this, but Zhang Daong had been so treacherous, actually asking Wang Jixin to interview Shen Qiushan. This is an impossible task. This is clearly a combination of humiliation and harassment. What's going on? Seeing Hao Bo's expression change, Wang Jixin asked, frowning. Brother Wang, the Nebula Award winner is Shen Qiushan. The news just came out. It's still trending. Hao Bo told him the truth. What? Shen Qiushan is the Nebula Award winner? How is that possible? How can he, a writer of online novels, win the Nebula Award? You're kidding. Wang Jixin simply didn't believe it. Besides, I've read his book, and it doesn't have any science fiction elements at all. How could he win the Nebula Award? Brother Wang, he didn't win the award for his online novel. It was for a book called The Three-Body Civilization. Hao Bo explained. The Three-Body Civilization? What the hell? I've never heard of that. Wang Jixin frowned and quickly did an online search. According to Baidu Encyclopedia, the author of The Three-Body Civilization is indeed Shen Qiushan. And just after 2 o'clock this morning, The Three-Body Civilization had just won the Nebula Award for Best Science Fiction Novel. Shen Qiushan also won the Best New Science Fiction Author Award for this book. 2 prestigious awards for one book. Looking at the related reports on the website, Wang Jixin was stunned. Shen Qiushan actually won the Nebula Award, becoming the first writer in China to win the Nebula Award. This achievement fills a gap in a certain field, and is truly worthy of great publicity. As an experienced journalist, Wang Jixin could already foresee the intense public opinion that would follow. And he, the haters who constantly hounded Shen Qiushan, would once again be hit hard by the backlash. The most infuriating thing was that old silver coin, Zhang Daong. Knowing his relationship with Shen Qiushan, he asked him to interview him. It's strange that Shen Qiushan would agree to an interview. He's a Nebula Award winner now, and countless media outlets would want to interview him. Why choose a hater like him? Zhang Baldi is such a traitor, Wang Jixin cursed inwardly. Then, he quickly checked the comments section of his latest video. As expected, his comments section was already flooded with comments. Shen Qiushan, whom you criticized as worthless, has won the Nebula Award. What do you think, Mr. Reporter Wang? Didn't you call Shen Qiushan a scumbag and vulgar? What are you saying now? Old Wang, I've already found an excuse for you. Those foreigners have no appreciation for science fiction. Old Shen has already gone abroad, bringing glory to our country, and you're still here cursing him. You've been bashing Old Shen all day, and what's the result? He won an international award. Come see what that clown has to say. Sanjiang University. First Teaching Building, Classroom 205. Shin Qiushan's first class after entering university was college Chinese. As a general education course, physics majors are also required to take it. There's a significant difference between college Chinese and high school Chinese. High school Chinese is more about preparing for the Gaokao, while college Chinese focuses more on cultivating students' literary literacy, aesthetic appreciation, and language application skills. The college Chinese teacher for Class 1 of the Department of Electrical Engineering is Zhu Wenxuan, around 50 years old and an associate professor. He must have read a lot and is very knowledgeable, and because of this, he likes to show off. He likes to sprinkle his lectures with personal opinions and express his own perspectives. This class was about modern literature, and inevitably, he discussed some well-known writers, which he unapologetically offered his own assessments of. And while he was standing behind his desk, lecturing with his voice spitting, Shin Qiushan received a series of WeChat messages from Lin Xiaomo and Chen Min. Upon learning that the three-body civilization had won an award, Shin Qiushan was naturally overjoyed and silently replied to the messages. And just as he was typing, Zhu Wenxuan suddenly slapped the desk and said gravely, "Some students think they've made money writing fast food fiction, so they dismiss traditional literature. That's arrogant and short-sighted. Making money doesn't mean you're truly talented. If you're truly talented, win a top domestic or international literary award first." Yes, Shin Qiushan. I'm talking about you. As the top scorer in the liberal arts in Zhejiang province, you should hold yourself to higher standards. Chapter 157. Shin Qiushan looked up, bewildered, at Zhu Wenxuan. He hadn't expected to be singled out for criticism by Professor Zhu in his first university class. For a moment, the entire class's attention was fixed on Shin Qiushan. Among the freshmen of Zhejiang University, Shin Qiushan was undoubtedly the most well-known, his every move a subject of intense scrutiny. But Zhu Wenxuan's sudden outburst surprised everyone. Secretly playing with your phone during class was perfectly normal in college, and when faced with such situations, teachers generally turned a blind eye and didn't bother to intervene. After all, college and high school are two completely different systems, and few college teachers would worry about your grades. Whether you study or not is entirely your own business. So, Zhu Wenxuan's reaction was actually somewhat unusual, especially since Zhu Wenxuan was an associate professor in the Chinese department, and the university Chinese course wasn't particularly prestigious in the School of Electronic Information, a science and engineering department. He was attending class mostly just to go through the motions. As a result, this first class was so serious. What Shin Qiushan and his students didn't know was that Zhu Wenxuan, an associate professor in the Chinese department, also published novels online in his spare time. However, his performance was dismal. He wrote for several years, but earned only a few tens of thousands of yuan. Zhu Wenxuan concluded that the reader's appreciation level was too low to resonate with him, an associate professor of Chinese. For this reason, after reading the news that Shin Qiushan had earned tens of millions in royalties from a novel about a scumbag, Zhu Wenxuan naturally felt extremely unbalanced. He was also deeply unconvinced. He had carefully read Shin Qiushan's novel, and completely agreed with the views of Wang Zhixin and others. Vulgar, distorted values, grandstanding, compared to his rich, thought-provoking works, it was a world away. Of course, this was just Professor Zhu's subjective judgment. Because the seeds of prejudice had long been planted in his heart, when Zhu Wenxuan saw Shin Qiushan wandering off during class, his first reaction was that Shin Qiushan looked down on him, an associate professor of Chinese. Just because he had earned tens of millions in royalties writing online novels, he decided to teach him a lesson. Earning tens of millions in royalties writing vulgar online novels was nothing to brag about. Shin Qiushan, of course, didn't know Zhu Wenxuan's inner thoughts, but emotions couldn't lie. Judging from Zhu Wenxuan's reaction, he seemed to have some prejudice against him, even hostility. Shin Qiushan wasn't like the other 18 or 19-year-olds sitting in the classroom, easily intimidated by their teacher. A seasoned veteran with nearly 40 years of experience, he's seen it all. Especially since he always worked in the service industry, whether in restaurants, as a taxi driver, or as a food delivery driver. He dealt with all sorts of people, and he could tell when someone was well-intentioned or malicious. Professor Zhu's attitude was clearly off. So, Shin Qiushan certainly wouldn't let him manipulate him. He began with an apologetic look, "Teacher Zhu, I'm truly sorry. I shouldn't have taken my phone out in class. However, there was a special situation today. The publisher informed me that my work has won the Nebula Award. The school also informed me that a reporter is coming to interview me." Shin Qiushan's tone was calm, neither humble nor arrogant. But the news he conveyed was earth-shattering. As an associate professor in the Chinese department, Zhu Wenxuan was of course aware of the significance of the Nebula Award. He was stunned for a moment, then asked with a mixture of shock and disbelief, "Are you sure it's the Nebula Award?" "Yes, that's what I heard." Shin Qiushan nodded solemnly. After listening to the two's conversation, the classroom suddenly erupted in a commotion. "What is the Nebula Award? Is it that impressive?" "It's incredibly impressive. The world's top science fiction award." "World's top? Isn't that the top literary award that Professor Zhu just mentioned?" "But Mr. Shin's book can't really be considered science fiction, can it?" Everyone was buzzing. After a moment of silence, Zhu Wenxuan slammed the desk vigorously. "Shut up. Quiet." When the classroom quieted down, Zhu Wenxuan looked at Shin Qiushan again and said sternly, "Are you sure you won the Nebula Award? If that's true, you won't have to attend my classes anymore. Not only will I not mark you as absent, I even give you a perfect score at the end of the semester." Hearing this, Shin Qiushan smiled. "Thank you, Teacher Zhu. Don't you understand the premise I'm saying?" Zhu Wenxuan's mouth twitched, a little speechless. "That's the Nebula Award. If I remember correctly, no one in China has ever won it." So, he simply didn't believe what Shin Qiushan said. How could the Nebula Award be so easy to win? Besides, you're just a writer of vulgar online novels. Do you really think you're a writer? Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Because it was a sweltering summer day, the classroom door stood open. A pretty figure, seemingly standing at the entrance, suddenly appeared. The boys in the class craned their necks. It's Secretary Lin. Her looks and figure are simply stunning. She's truly worthy of being our school's most beautiful girl. It's a shame Secretary Lin isn't teaching, otherwise every class would be packed. Zhu Wenxuan glanced at Lin Xiaomao, puzzled. "Secretary Lin, is there anything I can do for you?" "Professor Zhu, I'm looking for Shin Qiushan." Lin Xiaomao stated her purpose directly. "Looking for Shin Qiushan? Is there something that requires interrupting class time?" Zhu Wenxuan frowned subconsciously. Due to the unpleasantness of the previous incident, he didn't want to give the green light. It's a CCTV reporter who wants to interview him. Principal Zhao is currently receiving them. Lin Xiaomao had no idea what was happening in the classroom, and simply explained the situation truthfully. "What? An interview with a CCTV reporter?" Zhu Wenxuan was stunned. As an associate professor in the Chinese department, he had given interviews before, but they were mostly from local TV stations or low-circulation magazines and newspapers. To be interviewed by a CCTV reporter was definitely a truly earth-shattering event. Shin Qiushan's work, The Three-Body Civilization, won the Nebula Award. He also became the first Chinese writer to win the Nebula Award, which is why CCTV wanted to interview him. Lin Xiaomao explained. It's actually true." Zhu Wenxuan was completely stunned. If he remembered correctly, it seemed like just a few minutes ago, he had criticized the other person, and even brought up a top international literary award. But he was slapped in the face at lightning speed. Shin Qiushan actually won a top international literary award. "Teacher Zhu, it's not nice to keep a CCTV reporter waiting for an entire class." At this point, Lin Xiaomao said politely. "Well, that's certainly not nice." Zhu Wenxuan nodded awkwardly, then looked at Shin Qiushan again, and waved his hand dejectedly. "Go ahead." "Okay, thank you, Teacher Zhu. See you next semester." Shin Qiushan chuckled and strode out of the classroom, textbooks in hand. At the word "see you next semester," Zhu Wenxuan's mouth twitched violently again. What he had said was just an angry remark, because he had concluded that Shin Qiushan couldn't win the Nebula Award, but his words had come true. He actually won the award. The classroom was in an uproar. "Oh my god, old Shin is so amazing. He actually won the Nebula Award. Is this true? It feels like a dream. CCTV reporters are here, so it must be true. Oh, I get an autograph later. Maybe it'd be worth more." Shanghai brat Bao Beibei rubbed his chubby cheeks, and whispered to Feng Sikong beside him, "Kong, my father-in-law is a little scary." Feng Sikong rolled his eyes. "Shin Yiren hasn't even looked at you, let alone your father-in-law. Give up that idea." Bao Beibei shook her head. "What do you know? Yiren just hasn't noticed my potential." In the corridor, Shin Qiushan sighed as he walked. Those CCTV reporters arrived so quickly. "I just found out I won the award, and they're all here." Lin Xiaomao explained. "The Nebula Award winners were announced this morning, but this award has little to do with domestic writers each year, so it gets very little attention. There's a certain lag in our receiving the news, but CCTV should have known immediately. Besides, they have reporters stationed in Zhejiang province, making it very convenient for us to come and interview." Shin Qiushan nodded slightly and muttered, I wonder if there's any prize money for the Nebula Award. For foreign awards, they should pay the prize money, right? It's a good opportunity to take advantage of this opportunity. Of course, there is a prize money. It should be $1 million. The Nebula Award Organizing Committee should contact you later. Lin Xiaomo had already checked, and the Nebula Award prize money was quite high. Naturally, Shin Qiushan was thrilled to hear about a $1 million prize. This was another way to launder money, tens of millions in film and television rights. $1 million prize. Just the stated figure alone was already heading towards $20 million. So comfortable, Shin Qiushan decided to find time to go house hunting and secure the luxury home. Money in a bank account is just a cold string of numbers. Only when it's tangible can its value be realized. So, if you have money, of course you have to spend it. Do you have time this weekend? Shin Qiushan looked at Lin Xiaomo beside him. What's up? Lin Xiaomo didn't respond directly, but instead asked, I'm looking for a house. If you're free, come with me and look around. I give you some advice, Shin Qiushan said with a smile. House hunting? Lin Xiaomo glanced at Shin Qiushan and couldn't help but think back to the time they shared a bed last night. First, the birthday surprise in the trunk. Then a valuable watch worth nearly $1 million. Now he's taking her to house hunting again. Although this man didn't say anything, his intention seemed increasingly clear. Chapter 158. Could this be the wedding house? Lin Xiaomo glanced at Shin Qiushan again, thinking it wasn't impossible. Otherwise, buying a house wouldn't seem to require her opinion. Are you taking Yanran and Xiao Xiao? Lin Xiaomo wanted to further verify her suspicions. If she wasn't taking the two children, then it was most likely what she had imagined. They don't understand, so it doesn't matter whether they come or not. But they have their own weekend plans, so they might not be interested, Shin Qiushan replied casually. Oh, okay. Lin Xiaomo nodded gently. The result was obvious. Shin Qiushan was taking her to see a wedding house. Momo, do you think a villa or a large flat is better? Shin Qiushan asked again. He wanted to buy a luxury house, but he couldn't decide between a villa and a large flat. To Lin Xiaomo, this further confirmed her suspicions. Let's go for a flat. It should be more comfortable, Lin Xiaomo replied seriously. The floor area of each villa isn't actually very large, and with the constant need to walk up and down, the living experience isn't as good as a flat. Of course, this kind of thing varies from person to person. Some people prefer villas, others flats. It's a subjective matter. Shin Qiushan nodded slightly, taking note of Lin Xiaomo's suggestion. Soon, the two of them arrived at Vice President Zhao Chongqian's office. He was the executive vice president, a higher rank than Lu Hongyu, who was in charge of admissions and logistics. Having him meet the CCTV reporter was a sign of great importance. Sanjiang University is a vice-ministerial institution, and Zhao Chongqian, the executive vice president, is considered a full-rank department head. The CCTV reporter was Lu Bingbing, who looked to be about 26 or 27 years old. She was accompanied by a middle-aged cameraman with a Mediterranean hairstyle. After a few pleasantries, Lu Bingbing began chatting about work. Teacher Shin, we're from the Focus Person program team. I wonder if you've seen our show. Yes, of course. Shin Qiushan nodded. Focus Person is considered the news channel's flagship program, airing weekly, 25 minutes per episode. Each episode highlights one or more individuals who have achieved outstanding achievements in a particular field. Lu Bingbing approached Shin Qiushan specifically to create a program featuring him. Naturally, Shin Qiushan had no objections. Just being able to appear on CCTV is enough to brag about for a lifetime, let alone having a program featuring him. The Shin family genealogy could even open a new page with him. Teacher Shin, since you've seen our program, you should know we're not just interviewing. It's a combination of recording and interviewing, so we'd be filming all day. Is that convenient for you? Knowing Shin Qiushan wouldn't refuse, Lu Bingbing remained polite. It's convenient. I do my best to accommodate whatever filming you want. Shin Qiushan smiled and nodded. Seeing that the two sides had almost finished their conversation, Zhao Chongqian said, Reporter Lu, please let me know if you need any cooperation from the school. Secretary Lin, you will accompany us throughout today to facilitate Reporter Lu's work. As the school's executive vice president, Zhao Chongqian's presence was already a great honor. Accompanying the filming, of course, didn't require him to personally attend. Lin Xiaomo naturally had no objection to this arrangement. After leaving Zhao Chongqian's office, Lu Bingbing asked, Teacher Shin, what are your plans for today? Classes? It's a full day. Shin Qiushan shrugged. I was called out in the middle of class. I see. Then let's go back to class with you. Before coming, Lu Bingbing had done her homework and had a thorough understanding of Shin Qiushan's situation. Teacher Shin, our cameras will be on most of the time. We try to record as much footage as possible, so it's easier to edit later. Lu Bingbing explained. Okay, just follow your usual routine. But can you please stop calling me Teacher Shin? Just call me Old Shin. Every time Shin Qiushan heard the words Teacher Shin, he felt uneasy. I don't know when it started, but the term teacher has become ubiquitous across all walks of life. Haircutters are called teachers, makeup artists are called teachers, and even those working on screen are called teachers. Originally, the profession of teacher was quite sacred, but with the proliferation of different types of teachers, it has become somewhat derogatory. Teacher Shin, you're a Nebula Award winner. Calling you teacher isn't excessive at all. Lu Bingbing, perhaps guessing Shin Qiushan's thoughts, said with a smile. Forget it. Shin Qiushan waved his hand. At school, almost everyone calls me Old Shin. It sounds better to me. Okay, then I call you Old Shin. Lu Bingbing nodded, no longer hesitating about the name. Old Shin, I ask as we go. What is the story of the award winning The Three-Body Civilization? Since the book hasn't officially been released yet, I'm sure the audience is as curious as I am. Shin Qiushan thought for a moment and replied. Simply put, it's a story about an alien civilization invading Earth. However, that's just the shell. There's so much more going on, it's hard to summarize in a few words. When the book is released, everyone should read it for themselves. Lu Bingbing, Old Shin, you truly deserve to be the winner of the Nebula Award. Award-winning writers casually leave everyone with a hook. As everyone knows, you previously published novels online, and they caused quite a bit of controversy. Then why didn't you choose to release this book directly online? Shin Qiushan, because it's not a long novel, and the pace is slow in the early stages, it's not well suited for online serialization. It just so happens that I met the editor-in-chief of a publishing house, who was very optimistic about the Three-Body Civilization, and we reached a cooperation agreement. The two walked and talked, with a cameraman following behind, recording their entire conversation. Before they knew it, they had returned to the classroom, where Shin Qiushan had just been teaching. Due to Shin Qiushan's critical hit, Zhu Wenxuan had been somewhat absent-minded throughout the class. Especially after his defeat in the landing battle with Shin Qiushan, it had dealt a heavy blow to his personal prestige. So much so that whenever someone in the class chuckled, he'd think they were laughing at him. He had never felt a class last so long, it felt like it would never end. Suddenly, the sound of conversation and footsteps echoed in the hallway. Zhu Wenxuan instinctively glanced toward the door. He saw Shin Qiushan had returned. However, he hadn't returned on his own. Besides Lin Xiaoma, who had called him away, there was also a young female reporter, and a cameraman with a Mediterranean hairstyle. Lin Xiaoma knocked on the door again and explained her purpose. Professor Zhu, excuse me. These two are the reporter and cameraman from CCTV's Focus Person program. Shin Qiushan is the star of this episode, and they like to film him in class. Professor Zhu, can you cooperate? After hearing Lin Xiaoma's words, Zhu Wenxuan was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded. Yes, I will. This is CCTV's Focus Person program. Among Zhu Wenxuan's group, he wields considerable influence, even though Shin Qiushan is the star of this episode. But if they filmed the class, teacher Zhu Wenxuan couldn't miss it. And appearing on camera meant being featured on CCTV's Focus Person. This was a godsend. How could Zhu Wenxuan refuse? Originally, he thought being slapped in the face by Shin Qiushan was humiliating. Now, seeing Shin Qiushan again, he actually seemed a bit affable. It wasn't anything else, he could get him on CCTV. That alone made the previous hiccup nothing. Did you all hear that? Now cheer up. Maybe you see yourselves on CCTV in a few days. Zhu Wenxuan, who had been listless, suddenly seemed to perk up. The students in the classroom also straightened their backs, and some girls even took out small mirrors to fix their makeup. Shin Qiushan returned to his original seat. The cameraman found a favorite angle and began filming Shin Qiushan's performance in class. With CCTV reporters present, Zhu Wenxuan pulled out all the stops, eager to showcase everything he had learned in this class. Thanks to everyone's dedication, the recording turned out remarkably well. The bell rang. Lu Bingbing approached Zhu Wenxuan. Professor Zhu, can you tell us about your perspective on Shin Qiushan? Focus on People is ultimately an interview format, so to enhance the protagonist's image, interviewing those close to him is a good choice. Unbeknownst to Lu Bingbing, Professor Zhu had recently criticized Shin Qiushan in the classroom. A true Shinhei, facing the CCTV cameras, Zhu Wenxuan changed his tune, saying with a smile, Student Shin Qiushan left a very deep impression on me. Like everyone else, I first heard his name when he said he wanted to attend Sanjiang University. At that time, he was ridiculed online, and everyone said he was dreaming. But that didn't include me, because I admire his courage to return to high school at 38, never mind whether he could even solve the exercises. Just the fact that he made that decision is admirable. Later, he became the top scorer in the college entrance examination and was admitted to Sanjiang University as he had hoped. Not long ago, I heard he made 10 million yuan writing online novels. This demonstrates Shin Qiushan's exceptional command of words. Even when writing online novels, he can craft stories that satisfy readers. Facing the CCTV cameras, Zhu Wenquan changed his rhetoric. Those who didn't know would have thought he and Shin Qiushan truly had a deep teacher-student bond. Shin Qiushan and the students from the Electrical Engineering Department's Class 1, who witnessed the entire process, were stunned. Where was the literary spirit he promised? How could it change so suddenly? Actually, when it comes to writing, I have my own perspective. Zhu Wenquan rambled on, unknowingly straying from the topic. He steered the conversation from Shin Qiushan to himself, recounting some of his creative experiences and process. Alright, Professor Zhu. Thank you for your cooperation. Lu Bingbing didn't want to hear Zhu Wenquan's story. He wasn't the protagonist. In fact, during the interview, Lu Bingbing often encountered similar situations. Originally a supporting character, serving a minor role, he insisted on playing himself as the protagonist. After interviewing Zhu Wenquan, Lu Bingbing randomly interviewed several students from Class 1 of the Department of Electrical Engineering. Next, Lu Bingbing followed Shin Qiushan to his Principles of Communications class. After class, it was lunchtime, and the group went to the cafeteria together. And after a whole morning of buzzing, the news that Shin Qiushan had won the Nebula Award had spread not only throughout the school, but also gone viral online. As Shin Qiushan's children, Shin Yanran and Shin Ishi were inevitably asked related questions. Third child, our dad is amazing. He actually won the Nebula Award. He's truly become a great writer. In a corner of the cafeteria, curly-haired Yubo exclaimed with delight. Second brother, I'm not saying anything bad about you. What do you mean by our dad? You call her that so easily. Does Yanran even bother you? QQ's little prince, Dr. Lu grumbled. Third brother and I are brothers. My brother's dad? That's no different from my dad. Yubo argued confidently. If you put it that way, then Uncle Shin is also my dad. Dr. Lu curled his lips and handed a chicken leg from his plate to Shinichio. Third brother, have this. At the moment, Shinichio's mind was completely focused on his father winning the Nebula Award. Luo Yao's replies were getting slower and slower, and fewer. Shinichio, who had little experience in relationships, searched online and found one reply that left a deep impression on him. If the shower runs hot and cold, someone must be sharing it. But Shinichio didn't believe that. He felt he and Luo Yao had a good relationship, not to mention she'd given him her most precious gift. How could it be like what they say online? I must be overthinking it. He opened his WeChat chat with Luo Yao again. Baby, did you see the news? My dad won the Nebula Award. So cool, he's cheating on me. I saw it. Amazing. This time, Luo Yao responded quickly. Shinichio smiled brightly, thinking to himself, I knew I was overthinking it. Baby didn't reply right away, so he must be in class. Third child, can you get a copy of the book our dad won the award for? They say it's not out yet. At this point, Yubo spoke again. I need to ask about that. Who knows if they signed a confidentiality agreement? Shinichio picked up the large chicken drumstick Dr. Lu had given her, took a bite, and said, We've already agreed to a dorm get-together with Shin Yanran and the others. It's this weekend. Are you all okay with that? No problem. Of course. Yubo and Dr. Lu nodded repeatedly. They were the ones who had been arranging the dorm get-together. Park Young-jae, who was quietly eating, waved his hand. I won't get involved in things like yours. He then leaned over to Shinichio and whispered, Third brother, what are your second aunt's hobbies? Tell me a little. Hobbies? Shinichio scratched his head, pretending to think hard. Seeing this, Park Young-jae was speechless. He picked up 2 pieces of fried chicken from his plate and offered them to Shinichio. Do you remember now? It seems like singing, Shinichio said, picking up the chicken. Singing? Park Young-jae was a bit surprised. In his impression, Lin Xiaomo was the kind of person who didn't smile or smile much, and singing didn't seem to be her thing. Third brother, is your information accurate? I can't tell at all, Park Young-jae said, unconvinced. Big brother, if you could tell, you wouldn't have to give me these 2 chicken cutlets. Shinichio shrugged and added, My grandmother was a professional singer in the art troupe when she was young. My second aunt inherited her genes and sings beautifully. Chapter 159. I see. Park Yoon-jae smiled. Looks like I definitely have to attend this welcome party. As an Olympic champion and a freshman of this year's class, Park Yoon-jae had long received an invitation to the welcome party, but he felt his singing was average and didn't want to perform on stage. But now things had changed. Since Lin Xiaoma loved singing, he decided to cater to her tastes. Girls' dormitory. Since they lived upstairs, Lin Jiayu often brought packed lunches to Su Piwa's dorm to find the little mushroom-headed girl. She did this out of kindness, knowing that Su Piwa was relatively introverted and had a unique family situation, and she was worried she'd be bullied in the dorm. So, as a senior and a prominent member of the community, Lin Jiayu often visited her dorm to keep abreast of Su Piwa's situation. In reality, this was Shin Qiushan's task. Since they were both in medical school and lived close to each other, Shin Qiushan had instructed Lin Jiayu to take care of little Mushroom Head. Lin Jiayu finished class early today, so she bought lunch ahead of time, thinking about chatting with Su Pipa about her first day of class. The news about Shin Qiushan winning the Nebula Award went viral online, and their conversation naturally turned to Shin Qiushan's award. Pipa, have you read that book? I hadn't even heard my brother-in-law mention it before, and then he suddenly won a big prize. I'm really curious about what the book is about, Lin Jiayu said as she unpacked her lunchbox. Me neither. Su Pipa shook her head. She was actually just as curious as Lin Jiayu. She was also shocked by the news. During the summer vacation, she had come up with the idea of writing online novels to make money, and she had been constantly browsing the charts and reading books ever since. By now, she had already written the beginning of her novel, hoping to follow in Uncle Shin's footsteps. But to her surprise, Shin Qiushan won the Nebula Award without a word. Now, he couldn't even see his shadow, so how could he even begin to catch up? Still, Su Loqua was happy for Shin Qiushan. She sincerely hoped Uncle Shin would continue to improve. So mysterious. I call my brother-in-law later and see if I can get the draft. With that, Lin Jiayu began to devour her food. For a foodie like her, nothing brought her greater joy than eating. After devouring 2 large mouthfuls of meat, Lin Jiayu's face lit up with satisfaction. She turned to Su Loquat and asked, Loquat, how was your first day of class? It was pretty good. It's a different feeling from high school. Su Loquat seemed to be enjoying the atmosphere of university classes. Lin Jiayu nodded slightly, but the next moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she pointed at Su Loquat with a look of disbelief. Loquat, you? Lin Jiayu's mouth dropped open, as if she had witnessed something truly remarkable. Sister Jiayu, what's wrong with you? Su Loquat looked at her with a puzzled expression. Loquat. You are exaggerating. Lin Jiayu took a deep breath and pointed at the 2 giant beasts placed on the desk. The stool was a bit low, and Su Loquat hunched slightly as she ate. Then, Grandma came to the table. Su Loquat hadn't paid much attention to this detail, as she often experienced similar situations when she was alone. For her, it was even a bit distressing, too big. Uncomfortable. A burden. This had always been Lin Jiayu's weakness. While she wasn't born poor like A, she wasn't wealthy either. She was just average. So, Lin Jiayu often ate things like papaya and pig's trotters, which were said to help them grow taller. But so far, Lin Jiayu hadn't seen any real results. So when she saw the little mushroom-headed girl so effortlessly make it to the table, she was naturally shocked and envious. It's too heavy. It would be much easier with something to hold on to, Su Loquat explained quietly. It would have been fine if she hadn't explained it, but the moment she said it, Lin Jiayu became even more frustrated. She tried to lean forward, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't achieve the same effect as Su Loquat. Loquat, what do you like to eat? Lin Jiayu asked curiously. Su Loquat thought for a moment, then shook her head. I don't think I have any particular favorites. Is there a particular food you particularly like? Lin Jiayu pressed. She felt that for someone as petite as Su Loquat to possess such talent, there must be a reason. For example, perhaps she frequently ate a particular food. No, not really. Su Loquat shook her head again. Ever since her grandmother passed away, getting a full meal every day had become incredibly difficult, so there was no question of liking anything. If she had to choose a favorite, it would definitely be meat, because she rarely had the chance to eat it. It was only during the final 2 months of the college entrance exam sprint that she could eat meat every day. That was all because of Shin Qiushan. Ah, this is a gift. Lin Jiayu sighed softly, overcome with envy. After finishing her meal, She subconsciously glanced at Su Biwa and said with a grin, "Biwa, let me be clear, I'm not a pervert." And then, "Can you let me touch you?" "Huh?" Su Biwa's face flushed. She had never expected Lin Jiayu to ask such a thing. "I'm just curious." Lin Jiayu chuckled. "I want to experience the feel of something on this scale." Just as Lin Jiayu made this evil request, Su Biwa's roommates, Zhang Shui and Ma Sihui, walked into the dormitory together. Of the 4 people in the dormitory, Su Biwa and Han Tongtong were the closer friends, while Zhang Shui and Ma Sihui were closer. Since there were no classes this afternoon, Han Tongtong went to visit her high school classmates at another university. Zhang Shui and Ma Sihui didn't isolate Su Biwa. She had returned to the dorm earlier because she had received a WeChat message from Lin Jiayu. At this moment, the two had returned from the cafeteria. "Biwa, Senior Jiayu, why are you still in the dorm? CCTV reporters have come to interview Uncle Shin. They're all in the second cafeteria right now," Zhang Shui said as she entered the dorm. "What? CCTV reporters have come to interview my brother-in-law?" Lin Jiayu was shocked. She hadn't known about this news. Su Biwa, naturally, hadn't known either, so upon hearing the news, she was just as shocked as Lin Jiayu. "They say it's the Focus Person production team. It seems the show is quite famous, and a few students who were eating in the cafeteria were also randomly interviewed. It's just that there are so many people, I can't squeeze in. Otherwise, I'd like to try my luck. That's CCTV. I really want to show up." Zhang Shui sighed as she explained. Ma Sihui followed up, "Senior Jiayu, are you going to join in the fun? Secretary Lin from the Youth League Committee is here too." Lin Jiayu and Lin Xiaoma's relationship is no secret. At least everyone in Su Pipa's dorm knows it. This is one of the reasons why, despite some inner disdain for Su Pipa, a poor student, they appear warm and friendly. Su Pipa's background is incredibly powerful. He has the support of Senior Lin Jiayu, and he's also close to Shin Qiushan, the most impressive freshman. Perhaps, if they want to advance in school, they have to rely on her. "Pipa, after dinner, let's go check it out." Lin Jiayu's interest was immediately piqued. After all, it was a CCTV interview, so she was curious. "Yeah." Su Biwa nodded repeatedly. If it were any other excitement, she'd be fine. But she still had to join in the excitement about Shin Qiushan. On the internet, news about Shin Qiushan winning the Nebula Award was already overwhelming. And this news shocked the entire literary world. After all, this win broke the monopoly of foreign writers on the Nebula Award, achieving a breakthrough. For the first time, domestic science fiction has gone international. With so many positive factors involved, this event is more than just an award. On a larger scale, it could be considered a successful cultural export. You could even say it brought glory to the country. The online discussion of the incident was extremely intense. Millions of netizens exclaimed, "Amazing." But what really broke their hearts was that Shin Qiushan's award-winning book was unavailable. "Can anyone tell me where I can buy the Three-Body Civilization?" "No, he's won the Nebula Award, but the book hasn't been published yet." "What a shame. I can't even find this book online. I wanted to support Shin, but now I find the book is unavailable." Anyone who wants to support Shin, just go to Penguin Fiction and subscribe to his previous book. As the news grew, more and more netizens clamored to buy the book. At 2 p.m., DingTalk, China's largest book website, prominently displayed a promotional advertisement for the pre-sale of the Three-Body Civilization on its homepage. The book is divided into 3 volumes. Single volume 29.8 yuan. Complete 3 volumes set 79.8 yuan. That means buying all 3 volumes together is about 10 yuan cheaper. At almost the same time, e-commerce platforms like Jingxi Bookstore, Quine Bookstore, and Pink60 Bookstore also launched pre-sales for the Three-Body Civilization. As pre-sales began on these major platforms, sales soared, and netizens went on a spending spree to support Shin Qiushan, Huawen Publishing House. Qin Nin spent the entire day busy preparing for the release of the Three-Body Civilization. Because Zhou Gang had deliberately set up numerous pitfalls for her, the publication of the Three-Body Civilization hadn't progressed smoothly. So, most of Qin Nin's energy today was spent filling in the gaps. As she did so, she cursed Zhou Gang in her mind. If it weren't for his interference, Qin Nin's workload today would have been much lighter. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. 2 hours after pre-sales opened for the Three-Body Civilization, cumulative pre-sale sales across all platforms exceeded 100,000 copies. When the news reached Huawen Publishing House, everyone was stunned by the sales figures. One can only say, the power of the internet is immense. Thanks to the overwhelming traffic, the Three-Body Civilization became an instant hit. Everyone was curious about what kind of book could have so eloquently won foreigners such a prestigious award for a yen-based author. Neither Chinmen nor Huawen Publishing House had any intention of resorting to hunger marketing. But the market was so hot that it felt like a hunger marketing strategy. Editor-in-Chief Chen, you have a keen eye for talent. I can't deny it. If it weren't for you, our publishing house might have missed out on such a hit. I'm familiar with the printing factory. I go over and keep an eye on it. Zhou Gang's strength lies in his ability to understand the situation. Seeing the situation was hopeless, he quickly changed his strategy. As for the position of editor-in-chief, that would have to wait and see. Sanjiang City Hall building. After a busy day, Lin Moshwan was finally leaving get off work. He glanced at his watch. 15 minutes left. Lin Moshwan couldn't help but think of his son-in-law, Shin Qiushan, who had won the Nebula Award. The social impact of this event had been much greater than he had imagined. He had also been asking his secretary, Qin Xiaohua, to monitor the situation. He picked up the phone on his desk and called Qin Xiaohua to his office. How's the progress on the matter I asked you to look into? When Qin Xiaohua arrived, Lin Moshwan immediately asked. Director Lin, the comments online are almost all positive. Netizens are praising your son-in-law. They say he single-handedly brought domestic science fiction to an international level. Some say he's the foremost domestic sci-fi writer. Qin Xiaohua reported his findings truthfully. Highly praised. Lin Moshwan raised an eyebrow slightly. His ideal scenario was for this matter to be over quickly. Otherwise, knowing Shin Qiushan well, he'd be swaggering. Not only is the review high, but netizens are also supporting him with real money. Qin Xiaohua continued. 2 hours after pre-sales opened for the Three-Body Civilization, sales have already exceeded 100,000 copies, breaking the domestic science fiction sales record. By the way, Director Lin, the CCTV-focused person crew went to Sanjiang University immediately. They're probably planning to do a segment on Shin Qiushan. CCTV? Focused person? Lin Moshwan was stunned by the news, his eyes widening. Having spent his entire career within the system, he understood CCTV's significance better than the average person. That's state media. Every sentence, every word, carries a meaning. No program is aired for show, and now, the production team actually interviewed Shin Qiushan. That's official endorsement. If anyone dares to slander Shin Qiushan again, they have to think twice. After all, he's endorsed by CCTV. Director Lin, your son-in-law is truly remarkable. They say a great father makes a great son, and it's true. Shin Qiushan is your son-in-law, and he even won the Nebula Award. Qin Xiaohua was a good conversationalist. While seemingly praising Shin Qiushan, he was actually flattering him subtly. He attributed all the credit for Shin Qiushan's Nebula Award to Lin Moshwan. After hearing his secretary's words, Lin Moshwan shook his head slightly. He could still distinguish between flattery and truth. Shin Qiushan's Nebula Award had nothing to do with him. But the problem now is that Shin Qiushan, having won the Nebula Award, has a much greater chance of stealing our own cabbages. This is fucked up. Chapter 160. Sanjiang University. Library. Shin Qiushan worked with the cameraman to finish the final shot. Although he had never written a single word in a library, as a Nebula Award winner, the program had to include some footage of him writing or reading. That's what truly embodies his literary character. Teacher Shin, thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your cooperation. After the shoot, Lu Bingbing took the initiative to shake hands with Shin Qiushan. Hi, Teacher Shin again. Shin Qiushan had a good impression of Lu Bingbing, a CCTV reporter. She was young, beautiful, and quite capable. Haha, old Shin. See you later then. Lu Bingbing smiled, waved to Shin Qiushan, then turned and said hello to Lin Xiaohua, who had accompanied her throughout the entire process. Then, she and the cameraman left the school. Shin Qiushan stretched. Although this filming format didn't require him to do anything, the program was going to be broadcast on CCTV, so he had to be extra careful with his words and actions. His mind was always on edge. Are you planning anything later? Want to take the kids out to celebrate? Shin Qiushan turned to Lin Xiaohua and asked. Thanks to you. I'm going home for a blind date. Lin Xiaohua rolled her eyes in response. My parents are doing this for your own good. Don't be defensive. What if she's your type? Shin Qiushan said with a smile. Hearing him say this, Lin Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little angry. She slept with me last night. Today, when I heard I was going on a blind date, I reacted so nonchalantly. Oh man. Lin Xiaohua snorted inwardly, unwilling to deal with Shin Qiushan, the scumbag who disowned her the moment she put on her pants. They say art stems from life. No wonder he could write such a scumbag novel. Lin Xiaoma silently grumbled inwardly. How about this? Today happens to be Friday. I take Yanran and Xiao Xiao back with you. Oh, and pick up Jiayu. Shin Qiushan had only been joking. He knew, of course, that Lin Xiaoma was resistant to blind dates. Besides, after spending some time together, Shin Qiushan probably understood his second sister-in-law's feelings. She might not talk much and come across as aloof. But ever since Shin Qiushan started attending high school as a part-time student, Lin Xiaoma had given him tremendous support and help. The two of them had weathered countless waves of public opinion together. If you think it will affect your blind date, then forget it. Finally, Shin Qiushan added a teasing remark. Lin Xiaoma pursed her lips slightly. I pick up Jiayu. You pick up Yanran, Xiao Xiao. With that, she went to call Lin Jiayu. She couldn't help but silently sneer inwardly. We clearly had a plan long ago, yet you still had to say that. The five of them split into two cars. Lin Jiayu sat in the passenger seat of her sister's Audi A4L. Sister, I don't want to go home this week. I even had an appointment with Shirya to go shopping. Lin Jiayu pouted. Although she went to college in the same city, she usually didn't want to go home unless she had money. The parents were too strict, especially her dad, Lin Moshwan. Every time he came home, he'd give her a political education class. She heard so much that her ears were calloused. Yanran and Xiao Xiao are also home this week. Wouldn't it be nice for you to hang out together? No, that's not right. I heard from Yanran that her dorm is having a party this weekend. Lin Jiayu and her eldest niece, Shin Yanran, already had a close relationship. After Shin Yanran enrolled at Sanjiang University, they kept in touch even more, sending WeChat messages almost daily and staying very close to each other. At least they're home tonight. Shin Qiushan had already said that if he stayed home today, he'd stay at the Lin's. Oh, then let Yanran sleep with me. Lin Jiayu jokingly said, with a smile, it's been ages since I've held my eldest niece to bed. By the way, sister, I heard CCTV was interviewing my brother-in-law today, and you were there the whole time. Have you read my brother-in-law's book, The Three-Body Civilization? The conversation inevitably turned to Shin Qiushan's award. After all, this event was incredibly influential, even more sensational than Shin Qiushan's top score in the college entrance examination. There are many top scorers in the college entrance examination every year. The reason Shin Qiushan's win caused such widespread public outcry was primarily due to his unusual status as an older candidate. But the Nebula Award is different. This year marks the 71st, and in the previous 70 years, no winner has been from Yen. Shin Qiushan is the only one. From a quantitative perspective, that's far rarer than the top scorers in the college entrance examination. I've only read a little bit. I haven't even finished the first volume yet. Lin Xiaoma shook her head slightly. After learning Shin Qiushan had won the award, she immediately asked him for the electronic version of the Three-Body Civilization. During the daytime, when accompanying the filming, she would flip through it in her free time. But she's a slow reader, and she still has a long way to go on the first volume. Huh? So you have that book? Lin Jiayu was shocked, muttering angrily, What's up, brother-in-law? You won't even give me a copy. Aren't we all the same? You have to treat us differently. Humph, that's ridiculous. In the questioning world M9. Shin Qiushan deliberately drove a little slower, and while waiting at a red light, he was out of sight of Lin Xiaoma's rearview mirror. Then, Shin Qiushan swerved and drove to a large shopping mall. Dad, are we going to Grandma's? Why are you at the mall? Shin Yanran asked, puzzled. Of course I'm shopping. Shin Qiushan shrugged. Your dad won the Nebula Award, with a total prize of $1.5 million. Shouldn't you buy your grandma and grandpa some gifts? Best science fiction novel, $1 million. Best new science fiction author, $500,000. A total of $1.50 million. Although Shin Qiushan wasn't a westernized person, he felt the Nebula Awards committee was quite generous. Winners get money. This real money is much more tangible than some illusory honor. Wow! 1.5 million in US dollars. Hearing that her father had struck it rich again, Shin Yanran was naturally overjoyed. Although she'd seen a lot of news online, she hadn't really paid attention to the prize money. $1.5 million. Based on the current exchange rate, that means her father has earned tens of millions again. My dearest, great writer, how can I live off him forever? Shin Yanran asked with a smile. But before Shin Qiushan could reply, Shin Xiao, standing by, took over. Shin Yanran, can you be more ambitious? As the saying goes, a tiger father will have a tiger son. Our dad is so awesome, can't you try your best too? Shen Yinren rolled her eyes at her brother. A tiger father will have a tiger son. I'm talking about you, right? I just want to be a tiger daughter. So what? What's wrong with that? It said online that rich second generations can live a life of luxury as long as they don't start a business. TSK. Stop drinking that toxic chicken soup. Shinichi curled her lips in disapproval. Although our dad is awesome, I'm sure I'd be even more awesome in the future. Well, then I wait and see. Then stay away from your phone. I'm afraid your eyes will get damaged, and you won't see my glorious day. Ha ha. If you don't believe me, forget it. Just as the siblings were arguing, Shin Qiushan had already parked the car. He waved to Shinixiao, who was sitting in the back seat. Get out with me. Shin Qiushan was planning to buy some gifts, and his son, who was slightly taller than him, was naturally the perfect person to do the hard labor. Shinixiao, not knowing what awaited him, got out of the car with a smile. Although her father hadn't called her, Shen Yinren followed him out. She put her arm around him and said with a smile, Dad, to celebrate your award, can you give me a small gift too? What do you want? Tell me. Shin Qiushan waved his hand, his face full of generosity. Dad, I'm studying journalism. It also involves some photography, so I like a DSLR to practice with. Shen Yinren stated her request. Okay, you can choose later. Shin Qiushan nodded readily, focusing on the fact that he had plenty of money. Yeah. Shen Yinren jumped for joy. Even though she was already in college, she was still just an 18-year-old girl, and receiving a beloved gift would still be incredibly joyful. Seeing Shen Yinren so easily ask her father for a DSLR camera, Shinichi quickly moved to her father's side and, imitating Shen Yinren's example, took his arm. Dad, I'm studying sports training, and there's a game perfect for my major. It can help me improve my thinking skills and hand speed. So, can you buy me an Alienware computer? Shinichi also stated her request, then looked eagerly at her father. Shin Qiushan slowly pulled his arm out of his son's grasp and slapped him on the back of the head. Aliens? You look like an alien to me. Dad, that game is really useful, Shinichi said with a doleful expression. Shin Qiushan didn't bother to pay the boy any mind. Although he wasn't short of money right now, he couldn't encourage his son's reckless spending habits. Shen Yinren gloated, it's just an Alienware computer. When you're in the big time, buy it yourself. Dad, then I want a DSLR too. Shinichi immediately changed his strategy, focusing on equal rights for his children. Shin Qiushan rolled his eyes. Your sister wants a DSLR for her studies. What about you? Shinichi was speechless for a moment, and after a long pause he said, I'm going to Beijing in a few days. I'm planning to take Luo Yao to climb the Great Wall. It's perfect for taking photos. I can lend it to you. Shen Yinren replied. Yes, I think so. Shin Qiushan nodded. If Shinichi had a legitimate reason, he wouldn't refuse, but this brat was just joining in the fun. Of course, he couldn't let him have his way. Entering the mall, Shin Qiushan went straight to the Dafu Gold shop. Sir, what are you looking for? The saleswoman greeted with a smile. A bracelet. Shin Qiushan decided to buy a gold bracelet for his mother-in-law, Qin Qinju. His mother-in-law had always been very caring towards him and their two children, but Shin Qiushan hadn't been able to repay her before. Now that he was wealthy and had won an award, he thought of giving her a presentable gift. Sir, here are all bracelets. Which one do you like? The saleswoman led Shin Qiushan to the bracelet counter. Yinren, pick one for Grandma. Shin Qiushan turned and waved at his daughter. This one's great. I like this one. Shin Yinren pointed to one of the bracelets with a carved design. Sir, your daughter is so beautiful. Well, I say your whole family is incredibly beautiful. The saleswoman sighed and took the bracelet Shin Yinren had mentioned from the counter. You have excellent taste, little miss. This bracelet is one of our best-selling styles. But I just heard you say you're buying it for your grandmother. If it's for an elderly person, I recommend this plain hoop. The saleswoman was very professional. She didn't immediately deny Shin Yinren's appearance. Instead, she complimented her on her taste before offering her own suggestion. Well, let's go with this one. Shin Qiushan's thoughts were actually similar to the saleswoman's. Qin Qinju wasn't suited to wearing fancy bracelets at her age. The simpler the style, the better. Sir, would you like this one? The saleswoman was pleasantly surprised. She hadn't expected Shin Qiushan to be so forthcoming. The plain bracelet she recommended weighed over 50 grams. Gold prices have been rising recently. This 50.8-gram bracelet at the counter was priced at 53,800 yuan. That's almost as much as some people's annual salary. Dad, this one's so ugly. Shin Yinren still preferred the carved one, The plain one looked old-fashioned. I'd take the carved one, too. Shin Qiushan waved his hand. Since his daughter liked it, he might as well buy it for her. Well, wear this bracelet first. You can use it as a dowry later. Shin Qiushan was now wealthy enough that a bracelet worth tens of thousands of yuan wouldn't bother him. Besides, gold is a relatively good value, especially with the recent frequent wars abroad, so saving some gold is a good idea. Dad, are you saying you're giving me this bracelet? Shin Yanran was naturally pleasantly surprised. She hadn't expected her father to be so generous. Don't you like it? Just make sure it's not lost. Shin Qiushan instructed, then went straight to the checkout with the salesperson. The plain ring for Chen Qingju cost 53,800, and the bracelet Shin Yanran had her eye on cost 36,500. The two bracelets together cost just over 90,000. From the moment they entered the store to the moment they left, it took less than 10 minutes. Shin Qiushan could truly experience the feeling of being a wealthy person. Dad, your partiality is a bit too obvious. Shin Yanran has a gold bracelet and a DSLR camera. Shin Yixiao, who had witnessed the entire incident, pouted and complained. Shin Qiushan glared at the brat. When you get married, there'd be so many things to spend money on, like cars, houses, betrothal gifts, hardware, and so on. Shin Qiushan was still quite traditional, and for now, it seemed he treated his daughter, Shin Yanran, better. But that was also because Shin Yanran was a girl. She wasn't married yet, and she was still a member of the Shin family. She would eventually marry, and then she would become someone's wife, someone else's mother. But now, she was just Shin Qiushan's daughter. While she was still around, of course, he had to dote on her as much as he could. Who knew one day his daughter would be kidnapped by some brat? Having a daughter was like that. You had to be mentally prepared. Sonhood was different. They carried the responsibility of carrying on the family line. Especially since Shin Qiushan had earned some money, he naturally needed someone to inherit it. Shin Yixiao is the eldest son, and if nothing unexpected happens, he'd be the heir to the family business. Dad, Luo Yao said no dowry. Shin Yixiao said this rather proudly after hearing his father talk about his future marriage. Sometimes, while shopping with Luo Yao, he overheard someone talking about dowry, and the two of them chatted briefly about it. Luo Yao had said she didn't want a dowry. Her exact words were, accepting a dowry is like selling myself. I don't want it. Hearing Shin Yixiao's words, Shin Qiushan couldn't help but laugh. He still remembered when he and Luo Yao's mother, Luo Mimi, were both called to school because their son was dating. At the school gate, Luo Mimi had mentioned the betrothal gift. She said it was 888. Shin Qiushan flashed his bank card balance, and the two of them had a little interaction. So Luo Yao's claim of not wanting a betrothal gift was just a casual remark, and this brat actually believed it. Besides, it's still unclear whether the daughter-in-law he need to pay a betrothal gift for will be Luo Yao. This brat seems completely certain, but Shin Qiushan, as a father, couldn't say such things just yet. Dating, in fact, requires experience. Next, Shin Qiushan took the two of them on another shopping spree. He bought Chen Qingju a large gold bracelet. Of course, he couldn't be too stingy with his father-in-law, Lin Moxuan. Cigarettes, alcohol, and tea, 3 essentials. Tobacco, 2 packs of Huazi and 2 packs of Jiwuzizan. Alcohol, a case of Maotai, and a case of King Wulang. The tea was 2 pounds of premium Longjing tea from before the Qingming festival. In addition to these 3 basic items, Shin Qiushan also bought an ancient inkstone. After buying everything, the father, son, and daughter returned to the parking lot. This was when the importance of having a son became apparent. Shin Yixiao, carrying 2 boxes of wine, followed behind with a chuckle. Shin Qiushan carried cigarettes and tea, while Shin Yanran simply carried her newly purchased SLR camera and an ancient inkstone in an exquisite packaging box. Bohemia Garden. Lin Xiaomo parked her car in the parking space in front of her house. She didn't get out and go home immediately, but waited in the car for a while. However, there was no sign of Shin Qiushan's M9. Sister, let's go in first. Lin Jiaoyu stretched. After all, the car wasn't as comfortable as the big bed at home. Lin Xiaomo glanced again in the direction of the car, but still no sign of Shin Qiushan. She had no choice but to return home with her sister. Momo, you're finally back. Your Aunt Wug just called to say the young man is on his way, and will be here soon. Go back to your room and put on some makeup, change your clothes, and so on. As soon as Lin Xiaomo entered the room, Chen Qingju came up to her and said, no need. That's just how I look. So if you don't like me, forget it? Lin Xiaomo shrugged disapprovingly. Sister, you're going on another blind date today. Lin Jiaoyu piqued her interest. She asked with a gossipy look. Mom, what are the requirements for this brother-in-law? What brother-in-law? He be here soon, so don't say that. Chen Qingyu glared at her younger daughter, and then said to Lin Xiaoma, the guy Auntie Wang is introducing you to is an associate professor at Sanjiang University of Science and Technology. He studied in Australia and holds a PhD from the University of Sydney. He also comes from a very impressive family. We have a good chat with him later. Just then, Lin Moxuan, having heard the voices, emerged from the study. Seeing both daughters back, he nodded with satisfaction and waved to Lin Xiaoma. Did the CCTV focus person crew come to your school to interview Shin Qiushan today? Yes, I'd be accompanying them for the filming. Lin Xiaoma replied truthfully. CCTV interview? That kid's getting cocky again. Lin Moxuan curled his lips, his mind involuntarily picturing Shin Qiushan's smug look. Lin Xiaoma knew her father was prejudiced against Shin Qiushan, so she denied it, saying, no, I was just giving a normal interview. Lin Moxuan wasn't entirely convinced, but he didn't dwell on the topic. Have you read his book, The Three-Body Civilization? I haven't finished it yet. Lin Xiaoma shook her head. So he has a draft? Send me a copy. After learning about the Nebula Award, Lin Moxuan was also very curious about Shin Qiushan's winning book, though it wasn't available yet. As the father and daughter were talking, someone suddenly rang the doorbell. They must be here. Chen Qingyu, already very close to the door, hurried to open it. Sure enough, it was their neighbor, Wang Shulan, and the blind date she introduced her daughter to. However, the man Wang Shulan had brought didn't quite match her description. Wang Shulan had previously said that the man had a good family background, a good job, and was good-looking. The first two statements were likely true. After years of neighbors, she wouldn't lie about such a thing. But the third point, good looks, is a bit of a stretch. The man looked to be around 40, wearing a gray and white plaid shirt, black trousers, and black leather sandals, with thin gray socks peeking out from between them. This outfit gave off a sense of tacky. He didn't look like someone who had studied abroad at all. Hello, Auntie. My name is Zhang Chaofan, and I brought some gifts for you and Uncle. The man was holding 2 gift boxes. They were bone-strengthening powder or something. The packaging looked nice, and the size was large, but they were actually very cheap, only a few dozen yuan in the supermarket. But since he was here for a blind date, it didn't really matter whether he brought a gift or not. Thank you, Xiao Zhang. You're so kind. Chen Qingyu accepted the gift box, thanked her politely, and then led the two into the living room. Zhang Chaofan was stunned when he saw Lin Xiaoma in the living room. When Wang Shulan had previously suggested introducing him to a beautiful woman, Zhang Chaofan hadn't taken it seriously. This was because Lin Xiaoma wasn't the first blind date Wang Shulan had introduced him to. When she introduced others before, she also praised their beauty, only to find they were just average. Those beautiful photos were all photoshopped, and only had a 50% resemblance to the real person. So today, he hadn't held out much hope for this supposed beauty. But when he saw Lin Xiaoma in person, he was stunned. This time, Wang Shulan hadn't exaggerated. She considered a 50% resemblance to the photo she'd shown him before. And this time, the photo wasn't even as good as the real person. Hello, Ms. Lin. My name is Zhang Chaofan. I'm 37 years old, and I'm currently a professor at Sanjiang University of Science and Technology. I was promoted to associate professor last year. I own a house and a car in Sanjiang. Zhang Chaofan couldn't wait to tell Lin Xiaoma everything he could about himself, hoping to win her favor. Just as he was rambling on about himself, the doorbell rang again. Who is this? Chen Qingyu went to open the door, with a suspicious look on her face. But just as she reached the door, it was suddenly opened from the outside. Chen Qingyu was startled, wondering, how dare this thief break into the house at this hour? It turned out to be his granddaughter, Shin Yanran. She knew the combination to the fingerprint lock, so she rang the doorbell to give her a heads up before opening the door. Shin Yanran, get out of the way. You're blocking the way, you know. Before Chen Qingyu could ask, her grandson Shin Yixiao's voice rang out again. He strode into the house, carrying 2 boxes of wine. Behind her grandson, her son-in-law Shin Qiushan, cigarettes in his left hand, and tea in his right, a broad smile on his face. This scene brought Chen Qingyu's thoughts back to 19 years ago. She still remembered when Shin Qiushan came to propose marriage, cigarettes in one hand, and tea in the other, his smile looking much the same as it does now. But why was he proposing marriage again? Chapter 161. Qiushan, why did you buy so many things? Chen Qingyu asked. Didn't you win an award? I bought some gifts for you and Dad, and I brought Yanran and Xiao Xiao to see you. Shin Qiushan replied with a smile as he walked into the house. At that moment, Lin Moxuan was chatting with Wang Shulan in the living room. Not only were the two families neighbors, but Wang Shulan worked at the Municipal Women's Federation before her retirement, and her husband had worked at the Health Bureau. So, beyond just being neighbors, they were also well connected. They had gotten along well for years, and he had introduced many blind dates to his daughter. Unfortunately, Lin Xiaomao didn't like any of them. I brought this Zhang Chaofan today. His appearance was average, but his work and family background were decent. He seemed quite honest at the moment, so if his daughter fell in love with him, Lin Moxuan wouldn't mind. However, knowing his daughter, Lin Moxuan felt it was unlikely. Wow, it's so lively at home today. Shin Qiushan's eyes swept over Wang Shulan and Zhang Chaofan, then placed the tea leaves in his hand on the tea table. He then said to Lin Moxuan, "Dad, the boss said this is Longjing tea from before the Qingming festival. Let's try some later." "Where can we get so much Longjing tea from before the Qingming festival? Someone must have tricked us." Lin Moxuan casually retorted, still wary of Shin Qiushan. While nothing likely happened between him and his daughter last night, there was clearly something fishy going on between them. The signs were already very wrong. These little sparks of unnaturalness needed to be nipped in the bud. Otherwise, my second daughter would be in jeopardy. "Old Lin, this is your eldest son-in-law, right?" Wang Shulan asked, sizing up Shin Qiushan. "Annie, my name is Shin Qiushan. I'm currently studying at Sanjian University." Shin Qiushan introduced himself with a familiar air. "Shin Qiushan? You're the 38-year-old top scorer in the college entrance exam who won the Nebula Award today." Before Wang Shulan could say anything, Zhang Chaofan, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim, "Yes, it's me." Shin Qiushan smiled and nodded. "What's your name, brother?" "Zhang Chaofan. I teach at Sanjian University of Science and Technology." "Brother Shin, I'm a full subscriber to your Penguin novel series. I didn't expect to meet him in person today," Zhang Chaofan said excitedly. Besides work, one of his hobbies is reading online novels. He's a high-level Penguin VIP, and has read nearly every book of note on Penguin. "Old Lin, when did your eldest son-in-law become a writer? I remember you said before." Wang Shulan stopped herself mid-sentence, clearly not saying anything nice. Lin Moxuan changed the subject. He glanced at the 2 boxes of wine his eldest grandson had placed on the floor, as well as the cigarettes and tea Shin Qiushan had brought, and asked, "Why did you buy so many things? Didn't you win an award today? Celebrate." Shin Qiushan waved to his daughter, who had entered the room last. "Yanran, give your grandma the gift." "Okay." Shin Yanran responded, immediately holding out the gold bracelet she bought at Dafu jewelry shop. "Grandma, this is a gift from my dad. He insisted you like this design. But I don't think it looks as good as mine." As she spoke, Shin Yanran shook her fair wrist, the carved gold bracelet gleaming in the light, dazzling. However, everyone's attention wasn't on Shin Yanran's gold bracelet, but on the plain ring Shin Qiushan had given Shin Qingzhu. The price of gold has been rising recently, exceeding 1,000 gold, yet Shin Qiushan gave Shin Qingzhu such a large gold bracelet. It looked to weigh at least 40 or 50 grams, which, at the current price, would be 40,000 or 50,000, while the people present were well off. If one were to calculate purely from a salary perspective, 40,000 or 50,000 yuan wasn't a small amount. "Qiushan, why such an expensive gift? You, Xiao, and Yanran are all in school. You have plenty of money to spend." Shin Qingzhu was naturally delighted to receive the gold bracelet, but she still had to be polite. "Mom, I want a prize. The prize money is $1.5 million, so I have plenty of money." "As long as you like this bracelet," Shin Qiushan replied with a smile. "I like it, of course. It's just too expensive." Shin Qingzhu examined the bracelet. She already had gold bracelets, more than one. But what woman would complain about having too much jewelry, especially this gold bracelet Shin Qiushan gave her? Although it was a plain hoop, its simple and elegant design was exactly what Shin Qingzhu liked. "Mom, I'm your son-in-law. As the saying goes, a son-in-law is half his life. Talking about money is vulgar. It didn't matter before, but now I have it." Shin Qiushan's words were quite sincere. Wang Shulan couldn't help but sigh, "What a wonderful son-in-law. We don't even see our son-in-law once a year." "That's because your son-in-law is abroad. Young man, this is the time to strive for your career. You have to be understanding." Shin Qingzhu soothed her, then quickly invited Shin Qiushan to sit down and chat. "I make some tea. You two can chat." Shin Qiushan sat down at the tea table, looking very tactful. However, His sudden arrival disrupted the flow of the blind date. The contrast was stark. As the eldest son-in-law of the Lin family, Shin Qiushan had impeccable appearances, and now he was a renowned writer who had won the Nebula Award. And he had brought such a generous gift, not to mention the gold bracelet, Mount Ai, and King Wulang. Even a random cigarette was worth far more than the 2 shabby gift boxes Zhang Chaofan had brought. The eldest son-in-law is so outstanding. So, Zhang Chaofan, who had come to apply to become the second son-in-law of the Lin family, was inevitably compared to him. And this comparison instantly crushed him to dust. After all, there's no harm without comparison. Old Lin, since we have guests at home, let's hurry up and go through the process. Wang Shulan also realized Shin Qiushan's arrival, which inadvertently made things more difficult for Zhang Chaofan. But there was nothing she could do about it. What a coincidence! Shin Qiushan, the eldest son-in-law, arrived just in time for a blind date. Ms. Lin, I've already told you my basic situation. Feel free to ask for anything you want. Zhang Chaofan quickly took over. Although he really liked to chat with Shin Qiushan a little longer, he was here for a blind date after all. And he was truly interested in Lin Xiaoma, his blind date. Requirements? Are you talking about material things? Lin Xiaoma asked back. Material or spiritual, it doesn't matter. I do my best to satisfy you. Zhang Chaofan exuded confidence. The spiritual aspect is hard to explain, so let's talk about the material aspects first. Lin Xiaoma said calmly, I like the house in Jinjiangwan, the 246 square meter one. As for cars, the Yangwang U8 seems pretty good. I test drove it once and loved it. As for the betrothal gift, forget it. The country doesn't encourage it anymore. We should heed the call. Lin Xiaoma stated her demands seriously. She even said, no betrothal gifts. But that wasn't the point. The garage in front was the key. Jinjiangwan is a famous luxury property in Sanjiang City, with large flats offering river views, and the average price is around 50,000 yuan. The total cost of a 246 square meter house would be around 10 million yuan. The Yangwang U8, a representative domestic luxury car, sells for 1.09 million yuan. In other words, Lin Xiaoma had simply raised the threshold for material conditions to the 10 million yuan level. This was naturally out of reach for Zhang Chaofan. Although he was a university professor and came from a well-off family, a mansion worth 10 million yuan was simply out of his reach. Thus, after hearing Lin Xiaoma's offer, Zhang Chaofan, who had been so confident just moments before, suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Brother, have a cup of tea. Dad, try it too, to see if it's the Mingqian version. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Shin Qiushan brought the tea tray to the coffee table and poured 2 cups of tea, one for Zhang Chaofan and one for Lin Moxuan. He then poured a cup each for Wang Shulan and Shin Qingju. Thank you, Brother Shin. Zhang Chaofan was grateful that Shin Qiushan had stepped in to smooth things over. However, calling Shin Qiushan Brother Shin always felt awkward. At 37, he looked so old that some people would believe him if he said he was in his 40s. At 38, Shin Qiushan looked so young that some would believe him if he said he was in his 30s. Dad, I forgot to give you one. I have an ancient inkstone here. Shin Qiushan handed the inkstone he had bought to Lin Moxuan. His father-in-law loved calligraphy. Giving him an inkstone was a welcome change of pace. As expected, Lin Moxuan smiled when he received the inkstone from Shin Qiushan. Especially since Shin Qiushan had just resolved a minor awkward situation at a blind date. Lin Moxuan suddenly felt that Shin Qiushan, his son-in-law, wasn't as bad as he imagined. Especially today's performance, which was truly remarkable. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. This guy is much better than Zhang Chaofan. And the moment this thought occurred to him, Lin Moxuan was shocked. How could I compare him to Xiao Zhang? Xiao Zhang is unmarried and childless. And he's a legitimate overseas returnee. Momo, I remember you didn't seem to have any strict requirements for things like houses and cars. Houses in Jinjiang Bay are so expensive. Not many people can afford them there. At this moment, Wang Shulan, the matchmaker, stepped forward. If the material conditions couldn't be agreed upon, there would be nothing more to discuss. Auntie Wang, I've been reflecting recently on why I haven't found the right person. It's because I didn't have clear criteria, so I couldn't make a judgment. Now that I have a clear standard, I want to look for someone based on it. Lin Xiaomo offered her reasons. Is that so? Wang Shulan frowned. But isn't that a bit high? Perhaps. Lin Xiaomo shrugged lightly. But for now, I'm not planning on lowering my standards. Hearing this, Wang Shulan subconsciously turned to glance at Zhang Chaofan, who shook his head with a hint of resignation. Clearly, Zhang Chaofan couldn't meet these material conditions. Xiao Zhang, you don't need to listen to Momo's nonsense. You two should get to know each other first. Material conditions aside, the main thing is whether your personalities are compatible. Seeing that this blind date was about to fail, Lin Moshwan stepped forward. Right. I think so too. Wang Shuan nodded repeatedly. Sister Wang, Xiao Zhang, don't leave yet. Stay for dinner. Lin Moshwan extended another invitation. Okay, sorry to bother you. Wang Shuan quickly agreed, then winked at Zhang Chaofan. Uncle Lin, Aunt Chen, I'm sorry to bother you. Zhang Chaofan quickly made a polite remark. Xiao Zhang, do you know how to play chess? Lin Moshwan asked. He probably understood his daughter's intentions and deliberately proposed material conditions that the other family couldn't meet, hoping to dissuade her. But Lin Moshwan wouldn't allow that to happen and immediately took over today's blind date. Although he wasn't entirely satisfied with Zhang Chaofan, it was still better than his daughter being abducted by Shen Qiushan. Chess? I know a little bit, Zhang Chaofan replied politely. Old Lin, little Zhang is being modest. He's a very good chess player, and even won the Sanjiang City Amateur Chess Tournament. Wang Shulan said with a smile. Runner-up, yes. Zhang Chaofan humbly corrected. Runner-up is pretty impressive too. Lin Moshwan smiled and nodded. He had initially considered sparring with Zhang Chaofan, but then he realized that Zhang Chaofan was the runner-up in the Sanjiang City Amateur Chess Tournament, and there was no way he could beat him. But whether or not he could beat him wasn't the point. The key is to let Zhang Chaofan demonstrate his strengths. Qiushan, you play 2 games with Xiao Zhang, and I watch from the side. Lin Moshwan, a veteran of his career within the system, easily came up with a plan that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Let Zhang Chaofan play against Shen Qiushan. This would not only showcase Zhang Chaofan's superior chess skills, but also curb Shen Qiushan's arrogance. Want to kidnap another of my daughters? Dream on. Forget about giving me an ancient inkstone. Even the imperial seal wouldn't work. Okay. I've been in military training lately. I haven't played chess in a while. Shen Qiushan smiled and nodded, probably guessing what his father-in-law was thinking. However, what Director Lin didn't know was that Shen Qiushan had a cheat. He had previously used a skill card to redeem the supernormal skill, Chess Dao. In this time and space, Shen Qiushan is a master in all kinds of chess. Forget an amateur chess tournament runner-up. Even a professional champion would have no chance against Shen Qiushan. Brother Shen, you go first. Seating himself on either side of the chessboard, Zhang Chaofan graciously gestured for him to leave. Okay. Then I won't be polite. Shen Qiushan, unfazed, launched a standard opening move, launching the first cannon. Zhang Chaofan defended with a horse jump. And so, the two engaged in a fierce battle. Lin Moshwan sat nearby, teacup in hand, occasionally sipping gently, a carefree expression on his face. Although he didn't personally participate in the game, in the eyes of Director Lin, the two were essentially chess pieces in his hands. This feeling of commanding the entire chessboard made him feel quite happy. Zhang Chaofan's moves were particularly impressive, and he quickly took the initiative. Lin Moshwan nodded repeatedly, but couldn't help but say to Lin Xiaomao, Momo, look at how skilled Xiao Zhang is at chess. Lin Xiaomao naturally understood her father's intentions. He simply wanted Zhang Chaofan to outsmart Shen Qiushan in the chess game. But to Lin Xiaomao, it was a completely boring matter. So what was a chess proficiency? What did it even mean? She had never heard of a woman choosing a boyfriend based on chess proficiency. Chess character and character are often linked. A person with excellent chess skills definitely has a high IQ, which means they have excellent genes. Seeing Lin Xiaomao's disapproval, Lin Moshwan whispered his theory to his daughter. But as he spoke, the situation on the chessboard suddenly shifted. Shen Qiushan had deliberately sold a horse, and Zhang Chaofan, overly greedy and careless, had fallen into a desperate situation. Lin Moshwan frowned, silently calculating the direction of the game. The conclusion he reached was a dead end with no solution. Chapter 162. Zhang Chaofan, who had been looking relaxed, suddenly frowned. He was quite happy when Lin Moshwan asked him to play chess with Shen Qiushan. After all, it was a chance to showcase his talent. At the start of the game, everything was normal, but within just 2 or 3 moves, the situation changed dramatically. I've lost this round. Brother Shen, let's play another one. Zhang Chaofan resigned, but he was deeply unwilling to accept the loss, believing it was due to carelessness. It was just a fluke. Shen Qiushan smiled and rearranged the chess pieces. Teacher Zhang, this round's your turn. Zhang Chaofan dared not be careless again and focused his attention. He had to win back a game. Otherwise, It would be too embarrassing. 10 minutes later. Despair crossed Zhang Chaofan's face again. Another unsolvable dead end. Let's go again. Zhang Chaofan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although he lost another game, he still wasn't convinced. This loss was somewhat inexplicable. He thought he had the upper hand. In the end, Shin Qiushan stole his territory without warning. In the third game, Zhang Chaofan made every move with great caution, carefully considering each move. But even so, he still lost. Zhang Chaofan rubbed his forehead and sighed dejectedly. Brother Shin, you're a master chess player. I'm so far behind. As the saying goes, once, twice, but never 3 times. Losing 1 game could be considered carelessness. Losing 2 games could be considered poor form. Losing 3 games in a row is definitely a matter of strength. I was just in better form today. Shin Qiushan replied modestly. At this moment, Lin Moxuan, standing beside him, had a sullen face. He had previously been leisurely sipping his tea, but had already set it aside, concentrating on the chessboard. Lin Moxuan naturally put himself into Zhang Chaofan's perspective, silently calculating each move in his mind. On several occasions, Zhang Chaofan's answers far exceeded his comprehension. Lin Moxuan even silently applauded, but even so, he ultimately lost to Shin Qiushan. In other words, if he had been sitting across from Shin Qiushan, his loss would have been even more devastating. How has this kid improved at chess? Lin Moxuan silently sighed. Lin Xiaoma, who had originally found the game boring, couldn't help but smile. She turned to her father and said, Dad, you were right. The boomerang hit him right between the eyebrows, leaving Director Lin speechless. A person's character is revealed by their chess skills. A person with excellent chess skills is likely to have a high IQ. That's what he said. Now, it's become a statement that proves Shin Qiushan's excellence. The dinner was very sumptuous. However, due to the lack of preparation, Qin Qingyu only cooked a few dishes, and the majority of the dishes were takeout. The entire family gathered around the table. What was originally a blind date, with the arrival of Shin Qiushan and his 2 children, became a family dinner with 2 outsiders. Wang Shulan, after all, had experience working in the Women's Federation and was eloquent. During the meal, she actively promoted Zhang Chaofan. Unfortunately, the effect was not significant. Lin Xiaoma didn't initiate any conversation with Zhang Chaofan at all. And Zhang Chaofan tactfully turned the dinner into a fan exchange, engaging Shin Qiushan in a conversation about his book. Before today, many people considered Shin Qiushan just an online writer. Even though his novels had sold copyrights worth tens of millions, he still failed to gain recognition in the literary world. But now, the situation is completely different. Winning the Nebula Award, he has made a remarkable transformation, transforming from online writer to renowned author. After dinner, Wang Shulan took Zhang Chaofan out of the Lin residence. Xiao Zhang, are you attracted to Momo? After leaving, Wang Shulan asked. Even if you are, it's no use. She's not attracted to me. Zhang Chaofan sighed rather dejectedly. Momo's standards are a bit high, otherwise she wouldn't have waited until now. But today I finally understand why she's so discerning. It turns out she has a brother-in-law like Xiaoshen. She's probably looking for a boyfriend like Xiaoshen. Wang Shulan analyzed. It's more than just a matter of emulation, isn't it? I've always felt something was off about their relationship. Zhang Chaofan shook his head slightly, sighing, but that's normal. Most women would be attracted to a man as outstanding as Brother Shin. You mean Momo like Xiaoshen? Wang Shulan was shocked. She hadn't considered that at all, given their special relationship. But Zhang Chaofan was different. As a rival, he was much more sensitive. That's probably true. Anyway, things are going well between them. Zhang Chaofan shrugged. Auntie Wang, thank you for introducing me to such an outstanding girl like Momo. It's a pity I'm not attractive enough. It's okay, Xiao Zhang. I introduce you to someone suitable when I find one. Wang Shulan replied with a smile. Inwardly she sighed. If it's really like what Xiao Zhang said, there's going to be a big scandal. The Lin family. After the dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. Every time Shen Yanran came to her grandmother's house, she slept with her aunt Lin Jiayu. They slept together since they were little. When they were little, they occasionally bicker, but as they grew older, they became close friends who could talk about anything. After washing up, the 2 of them, lying in bed, began their sleepover. Yanran, you have a lot of people chasing you, right? So? Do you have any crushes? Lin Jiayu asked with a smile. No. Looking at those people makes me sick. Shen Yanran shook her head, then whispered, Do you remember that Xiao Xinyan I told you about before? Yeah, I do. The one you said was so handsome, right? Are you in love with him? Lin Jiayu asked curiously, blinking her eyes. I just think he's quite handsome. And he seems pretty cool. Shen Yanran opened her WeChat account and clicked on the chat with Xiao Sinian. Look, he's so aloof, he rarely even responds. Lin Jiayu glanced through their chat history, then patted Shen Yanran on the head. Why are you so proactive? You're acting like a slut. Really? Shen Yanran frowned. You haven't sent many messages. It doesn't matter how many messages you send. Can't you see you're always proactive? Lin Jiayu, the dog-headed military strategist, analyzed. If you act too proactive, people will think you're too casual and easy to manipulate. Besides, with your looks and figure, you don't need to be proactive. Be good, listen to your aunt. Let him hang out for a week first. Shen Yanran nodded doubtfully. Okay, then I listen to you. Lin Jiayu chuckled. Yes, that's right. Listen to your aunt for sure. In the guest room, Lin Xiaomao brought in a new quilt. The Lin family has 2 guest rooms. In the past, when Shen Yanran and Shinishi came, they could only use one at most, because Shen Yanran always slept with Lin Jiayu. But today was different. Shin Qiushan was staying at the Lin family for the first time, so this guest room, which had rarely been occupied, was used. Teacher Zhang is quite nice. She seems honest and decent. Are you really not going to consider it? As Lin Xiaomao made the bed, Shin Qiushan teased with a smile. Teacher Lu is also quite good. Young and beautiful. Lin Xiaomao replied calmly. Yeah, that's true. And still single. Shin Qiushan nodded in agreement. Lin Xiaomao couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. But then Shin Qiushan added, you can introduce Teacher Lu to Teacher Zhang. Lin Xiaomao felt like she rolled her eyes too early. It was a shame she couldn't withdraw it like she could on WeChat. But this old man was really mean. He was clearly teasing her. Didn't you say you wanted to go house hunting this weekend? Tomorrow? Lin Xiaomao changed the subject. Yeah. Tomorrow morning. Shin Qiushan said with a smile. Let's check out Jinjiang Bay first. Oh. Lin Xiaomao paused in making the bed. I just went on a blind date with Zhang Chaofan, and one of her material conditions was a luxury home in Jinjiang Bay. And now Shin Qiushan says he's going to see Jinjiang Bay tomorrow. Who would believe him if he didn't do it on purpose? The next day. Breakfast time. The only people in the restaurant were Lin Moxuan, the elderly couple Chen Qingzhu, Shin Qiushan, and Lin Xiaomao. The 3 children were all in bed. No one had gotten up for breakfast. College students these days. If they don't sleep at night, they can't get up in the morning. I can't imagine the country will be handed over to this generation in the future. Lin Moxuan sighed as he peeled an egg. Dad, you're overthinking it. Every generation has its own way of living. Shin Qiushan took over. Back then, society said we, the post-80s generation, were the lost generation. Now, we become the backbone of society. Chen Qingzhu echoed. Qiushan's right. You're just meddling in other people's business. Young people have their own way of living. When they get older, they won't be like this anymore. Try to sleep in while you can. Lin Moxuan curled his lips. It's all your fault. He then looked at Lin Xiaomao, who was quietly sipping her porridge, and asked, Momo, what are your plans for today? Lin Xiaomao subconsciously glanced at Shin Qiushan, and said truthfully, I'm accompanying my brother-in-law to look at houses. Houses? What houses? Lin Moxuan put down the eggs in his hand, and became wary. Dad, I want a big bonus, and I'm planning to move to a bigger house. Our family has grown so big that our current house is a bit crowded. Shin Qiushan explained. Do you need Momo to accompany you to the apartment change? Lin Moxuan demanded, his face sullen. I can't make up my mind. I figured Momo, with her vast knowledge, could give me some advice. Shin Qiushan explained. Then you should come to me. Momo doesn't know as much as I do. Lin Moxuan said with a stern face. Shin Qiushan paused, then smiled wryly. Dad, how dare I trouble you with such a trivial matter? What's the big deal? I'm off on weekends anyway. We go together later. Lin Moxuan made the decision without even giving Shin Qiushan a chance to object. Oh, okay. Thank you, Dad. What else could Shin Qiushan say? He could only nod in agreement. He exchanged glances with Lin Xiaomao, who also looked helpless. And so? The apartment viewing group went from 2 to 4. The 4th person, of course, was Chen Qingzhu. Firstly, she was worried her husband might get into trouble while looking at houses, and having her along would be a relief. Secondly, as a retired woman with nothing to do, she wanted to join in the fun. After breakfast, they packed up quickly. The 4 of them set off together. The car they drove was Shin Qiushan's Wenjie M9. Lin Maoxuan and Shin Qingzhu sat in the second row, while Lin Xiaomao took the passenger seat. To someone unaware of the situation, seeing the four of them together would definitely mistake them for a young couple with their parents, and that was indeed the case. When they arrived at the Jinjiangwan sales office, the female salesperson greeted them warmly. Mr. Shin, Ms. Lin, are you planning to buy a wedding house? If you're living with your parents, this 246 square meter apartment is perfect. After exchanging pleasantries, the saleswoman pointed to the floor plan. Miss, don't talk nonsense. I'm not living with them. Lin Maoxuan quickly denied it. Oh, sorry. The saleswoman smiled apologetically and looked at Shin Qiushan and Lin Xiaomao again. So you two aren't living with your parents, right? Wait. Miss. Can you please stop trying to match people up? Lin Maoxuan took over again, pointing at Shin Qiushan and saying, he's the one buying the house. We're just accompanying you and offering some advice. The saleswoman was stunned for a moment, her eyes scanning Lin Maoxuan and the elderly couple Shin Qingzhu. She asked, puzzled, aren't you Mr. Shin's parents-in-law? Yes. Lin Maoxuan nodded. Then isn't this Miss Lin your daughter? The saleswoman asked again. Yes. Lin Maoxuan nodded again. Both questions were answered in the affirmative, leaving the saleswoman even more bewildered. Uncle Lin, I didn't match them up. Miss Lin is your daughter, and Mr. Shin is your son-in-law. Aren't they husband and wife? No. Lin Maoxuan shook his head decisively. Huh? The saleswoman gaped in surprise. Her CPU froze. Miss, he's our eldest son-in-law. This is our second daughter. Shin Qingzhu began to explain. The saleswoman was stunned for a moment before finally reacting. Sorry, I was thinking in that way. Mr. Shin, which apartment would you like to see? The 246 square meter unit is the best seller. And the 360 square meter unit is also selling well. Take a look at both. Shin Qiushan waved his hand with a flourish. Okay. Then, the four of you follow me. The saleswoman immediately led the four people to view the model apartment. They first viewed the 246 square meter unit, featuring 5 bedrooms and 3 living rooms, and a spacious floor plan with a river view. Even a knowledgeable person like Director Lin couldn't find fault with it. If I had to point out a flaw, it would probably be the price. 246 square meters, priced at 12.6 million yuan. The price per square meter is over 50,000 yuan. Next, the saleswoman took the four people to view the 360 square meter unit. Compared to the 246 square meter unit, the 360 square meter unit was superior in every way. The master bedroom's bay window offers a 270-degree river view, a larger balcony, and a more spacious living room, but it also comes with a higher price tag of 17.5 million yuan. In terms of unit price, it's slightly cheaper than the 246 square meter apartment, but the total price is nearly 5 million yuan more expensive. A house at this price point would be a true luxury home in any city across the country. A house is approaching 20 million yuan. That's too expensive. Shin Qingzhu couldn't help but sigh to her husband. Houses like these are for the nouveau riche. Lin Maoxuan curled his lips. This Director Lin had a certain anti-rich mentality. Mr. Shin, what do you think? Which one do you prefer? The saleswoman asked Shin Qiushan with a smile. Momo, which one do you think is better? Shin Qiushan glanced at Lin Xiaomao beside him. If budget isn't a consideration, this one's the one to go for. Lin Xiaomao actually liked both apartments, but the 360 square meter one was definitely the better choice. The price was also really good. Well, this one then. Receiving a positive response, Shin Qiushan waved his hand with a flourish, then added, by the way, can I get a discount if I pay in full? Chapter 163. Yes. Of course. The saleswoman nodded repeatedly. The real estate industry is in a downturn these days, and prices are constantly falling. It's natural to negotiate a discount on a house with such a high total price. Real estate developers these days aren't afraid of low prices. They're just afraid of not being able to sell the house. However, Director Lin's eyes widened. Buy it already? A house worth over 17 million yuan. Why is it like you're buying a whole cabbage? Mr. Shin, let's go back to the sales office and talk. You'd definitely be satisfied with the price. The saleswoman's face was filled with a smile. If she sold a house worth over 17 million yuan, she would get a good commission. As the group returned to the sales center, Lin Maoxuan specifically called Shin Qiushan over to the back. Qiushan, aren't you being too hasty? Making money isn't easy for you, and writing books isn't stable income. It's uncertain whether there be any follow-on income. Spending all that money on a house isn't worth it. Lin Moshwan thought Shin Qiushan was getting carried away, unsure how to spend his earnings. Dad, I make much more than what's reported in the media. Don't worry about follow-on income. This house price is still within my budget. Shin Qiushan explained seriously. Okay, you make your own money, so make your own decisions. But don't forget Xiao Xiao and Yan Ran. Especially Xiao Xiao. He's a boy, and he have plenty of expenses in the future. Lin Moshwan added another warning, then said nothing more. Back to the sales center. The four of them were ushered directly into the VIP lounge. Before the formal price negotiation began, the coffee table was filled with tea, snacks, and fruit. The saleswoman also called over her direct supervisor, Manager Liu, who was in charge of sales. Are you Mr. Shin, the recent Nebula Award winner? Manager Liu recognized Shin Qiushan instantly. I wouldn't call you Mr. Shin. Shin Qiushan waved modestly, quite surprised to be recognized here. Mr. Shin, you're too modest. You've already won the Nebula Award. Forget Mr. Shin, calling me master wouldn't be an exaggeration. Manager Liu, worthy of being the head of the sales department, was a skilled conversationalist and a keen observer. Upon learning of Shin Qiushan's status as a famous author, he offered a 9.8% discount, and even knocked off the extra 100,000 yuan. The house went from 17.5 million to 16 million, a direct savings of 1.5 million. Teacher Shin, you're a renowned writer who has brought glory to our country. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to offer such a discount. I can show you the actual price. Regardless of whether this claim was true or not, Manager Liu was giving Shin Qiushan the renowned writer status he deserved, as if such a discount wouldn't be possible without that status. Finally, both parties happily reached an agreement. Shin Qiushan paid in full for the 16 million yuan mansion. For the next week, Shin Qiushan spent almost all of his free time dealing with the aftermath of the three-body civilization winning the award. Staff from the Nebula Award Organizing Committee flew to Sanjiang for an award ceremony. Besides the trophy and certificate, the most important thing, of course, was the prize check. The Nebula Award Organizing Committee had made the special trip to Yin Country not only to present the award, but more importantly, to secure the overseas distribution rights and film and television rights for the three-body civilization. After negotiations, Shin Qiushan ultimately only signed an overseas distribution agency contract. This was because the price offered for the film and television rights was relatively low, only $5 million. Shin Qiushan wasn't in a rush to use the money right now. He wanted to wait until the book was fully released to see actual sales and reader feedback. If sales exploded and reader feedback was also very positive, then multiplying the $5 million price tag shouldn't be a problem. Consider this. The film and television rights for an online novel like I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn sold for $10 million. Furthermore, the Three-Body Civilization, a Nebula Award-winning, hardcore science fiction novel, wasn't immediately available. Therefore, there was no rush to sell the film and television rights. They decided to wait and see. Monday morning, Class 1 of the Department of Electrical Engineering was taking a course on electromagnetic fields and wireless technology. When Shin Qiushan arrived, most of the students had already arrived. Since school had already started, most of the students had become familiar with each other. Class 1 of the Department of Electrical Engineering was a mostly uniformed class, making it easier for the boys to get along. When Shin Qiushan entered the classroom, the boys were gathered in groups of 3 or 5, excitedly chatting about some exciting topic. Seeing Shin Qiushan approach, his roommate Feng Sikong quickly waved at him. Old Shin, check out this video. Everyone says this person is Secretary Lin. You're so familiar with her, don't you think? Feng Sikong thrust his phone in front of Shin Qiushan. The video was shot in a bar. On the stage, a girl band was performing. The lead singer was tall and voluptuous. She wore a white tank top, a distressed, cropped denim jacket, high-waisted wide-leg pants, and thick-soled Martin boots with a row of shiny rivets. Her short pink hair perfectly complemented her lipstick and nail polish, and every gesture exuded a charming charm. It's definitely Secretary Lin. Some netizens have already dug up other videos for comparison. The mole on her collarbone is so obvious it can't be faked. Before Shin Qiushan could say anything, Bao Beibei spoke up. Shin Qiushan shook his head. It's probably not. They just look a bit similar. After saying that, Shin Qiushan sat down and said to the two, Don't dwell on gossip all day. Don't you all want to join the student union? The student union recruitment begins this week. After hearing Shin Qiushan's words, the two of them turned the topic to joining the student union. In the eyes of Feng Sikong and Bao Beibei, joining the student union was a very prestigious thing. Shin Qiushan silently sent a WeChat message to Lin Xiaomo. It seems your singing outside is about to be exposed. The person in the video was, of course, Lin Xiaomo. Shin Qiushan recognized her immediately. He knew Lin Xiaomo was in a band. After all, he even gone to dinner with the other 3 band members on Lin Xiaomo's birthday a few days before. However, Lin Xiaomo's pink hair and outfit shocked him. The contrast was so stark. If Shin Qiushan hadn't recognized the other 3 band members, he wouldn't have been sure the pink-haired lead singer was actually Lin Xiaomo. Shin Qiushan was surprised to learn that his second sister-in-law was still in a band, but he hadn't expected such a stark difference between Lin Xiaomo's performance look and her real-life look. Compared to the real Lin Xiaomo, the flamboyant, pink-haired Lin Xiaomo on stage seemed even more charming. Well, maybe it's just because most men like cosplay. For example, a couple who've been together for a long time. The passion is already fading, and the woman suddenly changes into a QQ nurse outfit. The man would definitely yell like Li Yunlong in Safe City. The WeChat message was sent. No response. At that moment, a bespectacled, elderly professor walked into the classroom. He was the instructor of the electromagnetic fields and wireless technology course for Class 1 of the Department of Electrical Engineering. He was also a well-known expert in the field of electronic information technology in China, named Zhao Ruihai. Experts of his caliber would typically be found at universities, like Sanjiang University, or Peking University, and Tsinghua University. They wouldn't even go to lower-tier institutions. The school parking lot. After parking the car, Lin Xiaomo checked her phone for an unread message. It was from Shin Qiushan, saying that her singing career was about to be exposed. Lin Xiaomo frowned. Actually, from her perspective, the news of her band and singing was nothing. The main issue was her father, Lin Moshwan. If he knew she was still in a band, he might do something drastic. She messaged Shin Qiushan to inquire about the situation, but received no response. He must have been in class. Arriving at the office, Lin Xiaomo wiped her desk casually. Before she could sit down, a young teacher from the Youth League Committee knocked on the office door. Secretary Lin, Secretary Wu wants to see you. Okay, got it. Lin Xiaomo replied. The secretary with the other person was referring to was Wu Fang, the Youth League secretary. She was also her immediate superior. However, since joining the company, the two had gotten along very well, never arguing, and Wu Fang was very considerate of her. Of course, Lin Xiaomo also understood that this consideration was largely due to her father's favor. Although Sanjiang University wasn't under the jurisdiction of the Sanjiang Municipal Education Bureau, they were both part of the education system, so it was inevitable that they would overlap and be useful. Maintaining a good relationship was essential. Lin Xiaomo immediately went to Wu Fang's office. Secretary Wu, you wanted to see me? Yes, sit down and talk. Wu Fang gestured towards the reception sofa. She was a middle-aged woman in her early 40s, with a sleek short haircut, wearing a brown suit and skirt suit, and a pair of black leather shoes with half heels. Secretary Wu, do you have any work arrangements? After taking a seat, Lin Xiaomo asked directly. It's not work. Take a look at this video first. Wu Fang didn't beat around the bush and handed her phone to Lin Xiaomo. The video playing inside was the same one Feng Sihong had just shown Shin Qiushan. Lin Xiaomo frowned. Actually, she had considered this incident when she arrived. Because Shin Qiushan had specifically sent her a WeChat message, saying that the news of his singing band might be exposed. So, she wasn't completely unprepared. It's me. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiaomo nodded gently. At this point, there was no point in being stubborn. The fact that the video had reached Wu Fang meant it had spread widely. Seeing Lin Xiaomo's frank admission, Wu Fang immediately took the phone back and said with a frown, Secretary Lin, from what I understand, you shouldn't be short of money. So singing is just a hobby. Lin Xiaomo nodded and answered truthfully, I formed a band when I was in college. After graduation, the band disbanded for a while, but we later reunited and occasionally go out singing. It's my personal hobby, a way for me to relax after work. Wu Fang nodded, then frowned. It's not a big deal, because our school doesn't interfere with faculty and staff taking on part-time jobs. But the location of your part-time job, your attire, and your performance style have caused quite a stir online. Just now, Principal Zhu called to inquire about it. Based on my experience, the school will most likely not allow this to happen again. Principal Zhu or other officials will probably want to talk to you. Wu Fang's words were sincere, for she still admired Lin Xiaomo, even putting aside the relationship with Lin Moshwan. In her eyes, Lin Xiaomo was a good partner and subordinate. Since joining, Lin Xiaomo had shared a lot of work with her, and she had performed very well in all the tasks assigned to her. Therefore, even after this incident occurred, Wu Fang's first priority was to understand the situation and then figure out how to resolve it. If this incident causes trouble for the school or damages its reputation, I will take responsibility, Lin Xiaomo stated solemnly. Wu Fang smiled and waved her hand. Right now, Principal Zhu is just letting me understand the situation. It's not time to assume responsibility. Actually, I don't think this matter is a big deal, but I'm worried that public opinion will escalate and put pressure on the school. When the time comes, there's going to be an explanation. Lin Xiaomo knew Secretary Wu was telling the truth and had no intention of deceiving her. Secretary Lin, I've already understood the situation. You can go back and get busy. By the way, you can check out the videos and discussions about this on Quine. After understanding the situation, Wu Fang gave Lin Xiaomo a word of caution and let her leave. Back to her office. Lin Xiaomo immediately opened Quine and searched for keywords. Several videos of her performances at bars and lit houses popped up. The best of these videos had already 150,000 likes and over 20,000 comments. Looking at the various videos on Quine, Lin Xiaomo's brows twisted into knots. She hadn't expected a simple song like hers to attract so much attention. Among the bloggers posting videos, Lin Xiaomo also saw a familiar ID, reporter Wang Jixin. Lin Xiaomo clearly remembered that this reporter, Wang Jixin, had been constantly criticizing Shinqiushan and Sanjiang High School. Later, Shinqiushan became the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and his popularity backfired, with a large number of netizens attacking him. After Shinqiushan won the Nebula Award, the criticism intensified. In recent days, Wang Jixin's Quine account had been inactive. Unexpectedly, when he updated again, he didn't mention Shinqiushan anymore. Instead, he criticized Lin Xiaomo, and his words were extremely sharp. As a university professor, you completely disregard the teaching ethics of a teacher, disregarding your personal image, and even the image of the school. If students emulate this and take pride in it, how should we respond? If all university professors behave like this, how can we educate people? Chapter 164. Ding! Listen to the special grade teacher's lecture. Add 50 points to your academic mastery level. In the classroom. As Zhao Ruihai began his lecture, the system notification chimed in Shinqiushan's mind. Special grade teacher. Awesome. Shinqiushan glanced at the old professor standing at the podium, stunned. This was the first special grade teacher he had ever met. His academic mastery level increased by 50 points every minute, and the electromagnetic field and wireless technology class was a long one, lasting 120 minutes each. That's a total of 6,000 academic mastery points. Of course, there was a 15-minute break between the first and second halves. Otherwise, this intensity would be a huge challenge for Professor Zhao Ruihai's bladder. But then again, professors of Zhao Ruihai's caliber rarely taught freshmen, so it was unclear why this old professor was even here. However, given this opportunity to make a killing, Shinqiushan naturally wouldn't miss it. He habitually took a memory capsule and began to listen attentively. Ding! New knowledge learned, electromagnetic field theory. Reward, skill card. As get out of class was about to end, the system notification chimed in Shinqiushan's head again. Wow, so powerful. Shinqiushan's eyes lit up slightly. He thought he'd just get some academic aptitude, but he hadn't expected such a surprise. He remembered that when he learned new knowledge before, he'd been rewarded with a beginner's blind box, but this time, he actually gotten a skill card. It seems new knowledge and new knowledge have different values. Previously, Shinqiushan seemed to have learned some skin care knowledge from Luo Mimi, but now, he was learning electromagnetic field theory. It's completely different. Yes or no? After receiving the skill card, Shinqiushan was presented with a virtual selection page. Yes, Shinqiushan made his choice without hesitation. Ding! Skill card exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the advanced skill. Singing. Advanced? Shinqiushan was slightly disappointed. He remembered that the chess skill he had previously obtained was transcendent, and this time, the singing skill he obtained was only advanced. The value of this skill couldn't compare to the transcendent level of chess skill. However, having many skills is always a burden. Singing well can also earn you a living. If he ever fell on hard times, he could still sing on the streets or start a live stream. After obtaining the advanced skill singing skill, Shinqiushan's advanced skills increased from 1 to 2. Before this, Shinqiushan had only one advanced skill, card playing. It was with that skill that he conquered his old lover, Chen Xiangyu. Thinking of his old lover, Shin Qiushan couldn't help but feel a little eager. It feels like a long time since we last met. I have to go see my old lover someday. A class ended. 6,000 points of academic master index in hand. Shin Qiushan eagerly entered the system lottery page again. Lately, Shin Qiushan has been quite obsessed with this lottery. It's truly addictive. I can't wait to try it out. Ding. Host consumes 5,000 academic master index points to enter the lottery 5 times. Accompanied by the system's notification tone, the virtual lottery wheel in front of Shin Qiushan began to spin rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a song from Spacetime Z. It has been automatically saved to the system backpack. The host can view or download it at any time. Note: Z is a world highly similar to the current one. Literary and musical works from Z are safe to use, without any risk of plagiarism or copyright infringement. I won. Shin Qiushan's eyes lit up. As a seasoned lottery player, he already learned his lesson. When he was unlucky, he might only win a commemorative prize dozens of times. But winning something from Z was a jackpot. After all, his previous works, I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn and The Three-Body Civilization, had both brought him rich rewards. The Three-Body Civilization, in particular, not only brought him wealth, but also catapulted him to fame as a renowned author. Currently, invitations to various lectures and events were endless. If Shin Qiushan hadn't focused on his studies, he'd be a flying man. This time, he didn't win a literary work, but a musical one. Curiously, Shin Qiushan opened his system backpack. As expected, after the first 2 books, there was a CD icon. Song, Red Rose. Clicking the CD icon revealed the lyrics and sheet music. Shin Qiushan actually knew a bit about music. As a seasoned musician, how could he have swindled a wealthy daughter without some skills? In his youth, he often sang with his guitar. So, he could understand the simple musical notation. But for a non-professional like him, the lyrics were his first priority. Dreaming of dreams from dreams I couldn't wake up from. Red imprisoned within a red line. All the stimulation left was the pain of exhaustion. No longer moved. Shin Qiushan's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. He couldn't quite understand the lyrics. It felt like a trick. He could only bite the bullet and read on. It wasn't until he saw the last line of the lyrics, "Those who can't have it are always in turmoil, while those who are favored are fearless," that Shin Qiushan finally understood the song's meaning. The lyrics were right. The best is always the one you can't have. That way, it can forever exist in your imagination. Shin Qiushan read the lyrics twice more carefully. That's starting to make sense. Old Shin. Look! More videos of Secretary Lin's performances have been uncovered. Just as Shin Qiushan was silently pondering the song Red Rose, Feng Sikong exclaimed beside him. Oh my god! Really? With so many videos, this one must be Secretary Lin. But Secretary Lin's singing is truly amazing, no worse than a professional singer. Bao Bebe also commented. Shin Qiushan collected his thoughts, looked at the videos on their phones, and then frowned. The story escalated much faster than he imagined, and the attention it received was far greater than he anticipated. This outcome wasn't surprising, primarily due to Lin Xiaomo's stunning figure and appearance, coupled with her professional singing skills. After the news went viral, it immediately attracted a large following online. In this age of appearances, even wanted criminals can become internet celebrities simply for their good looks, let alone someone like Lin Xiaomo, a university professor with such a stark contrast. As the news's popularity continued to soar, netizens became divided into 2 camps. One camp supported Lin Xiaomo, believing it was perfectly fine for her to work part-time after work. The other camp harshly criticized Lin Xiaomo, saying she was violating professional ethics and unworthy of being a teacher, nor of holding a university position. Initially, those who harshly criticized Lin Xiaomo dominated public opinion, but as the news continued to spread, more and more netizens began to pay attention. The number of those supporting Lin Xiaomo gradually surpassed those who criticized her. The number of netizens supporting Lin Xiaomo also increased under various videos. But even so, the controversial topic had already formed. Lin Xiaomo's identity was indeed somewhat sensitive. She was, after all, an employee of Sanjiang University. And based on past experience in handling similar incidents, highly controversial people and issues are often directly dealt with. Because, for leaders, this is the safest way to resolve the situation. They don't seek credit, but rather avoid mistakes. Of course, this isn't always the case. If the controversial individual has a strong background, the outcome will be different. They will likely be strategically protected. Lin Xiaomo isn't the type to be easily manipulated. She possesses a strong background. Thus, Shin Qiushan felt it was unlikely that she would be punished for this incident. However, trouble is bound to come. It's just a part-time singing gig. What's the big deal? Those idiots just like to make a big deal out of it. That's right. And those women in the subordinate positions are clearly jealous of Secretary Lin. Secretary Lin, please don't be a coward. I definitely come to your next performance. While Shin Qiushan was silently pondering, Feng Sikong and Bao Beibei were already speaking up for Lin Xiaomo. For these two innocent college boys, it was of course a no-brainer to support Lin Xiaomo. Secretary Lin, Yanji is right. He's absolutely right. Unlike Feng Sikong and Bao Beibei, who were only good at talking, Shin Qiushan had already figured out a way to pull Lin Xiaomo out of the vortex of public opinion. Is it not okay for university teachers to sing part-time? What about Shin Qiushan, the Nebula Award winner? When did singing become something that undermines the ethics of teachers? Shin Qiushan was ready to test the law himself. Let's see what's going on. After lunch, Shin Qiushan called Hu Tingting, the bassist of the Red Rose Band. This busted woman was the only married member of the band. She was cheerful and gossipy. She had a great time chatting with Shin Qiushan at Lin Xiaomo's birthday party. Mr. Shin Writer, why did you think of calling me? You've been so popular lately. If I'd known you become a famous writer so quickly, I should have asked you for more autographs that day. As the call connected, Hu Tingting began to tease with a smile. Did you hear about Momo's situation? Of course I do. Our band is finally famous. It's true, we might disband just after a little splash. Hu Tingting sighed. Brother Shin, can you help convince Momo's dad? I guess it's impossible. Shin Qiushan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He knew his father-in-law, Lin Moshwan's temper. Convincing him? Maybe this whole thing could be blamed on him. There's nothing we can do about it. Besides Momo's dad, there's also a lot of pressure from public opinion right now. Momo hasn't even spoken up in our band group. Hu Tingting sighed again. As for public opinion, I do have an idea. I'm calling you to discuss the feasibility. Shin Qiushan immediately shared his idea with Hu Tingting. That's a good idea. That's right, Brother Shin, can you sing? Yes. Shin Qiushan couldn't be modest at this point. Not only can I sing, I can also write songs. Since I found out you're forming a band, I've written a song for your band. I send it to you later. Send it to Lao Fong and Yaya. When you have time during the day, you can familiarize yourself with the music. Brother Shin, you can actually write songs? On the other end of the line, Hu Tingting was stunned. Writing for fun doesn't necessarily mean it's good. Shin Qiushan modestly said, by the way, don't tell Momo about our plan yet. Understood. What a surprise. Hu Tingting chuckled, Brother Shin, you really care about Momo. City Hall building. Qin Xiaohua gently knocked on Lin Moshwan's office door. Lin Moshwan, who had just finished lunch, was sprawled on the reception sofa, taking his usual nap. Seeing his secretary, Qin Xiaohua, interrupt him during his break, Lin Moshwan sat up straight. What happened? Qin Xiaohua had worked with him for 4 years and knew his schedule and temperament intimately. For her to come in during his lunch break meant something serious had happened. Section Chief Lin, Secretary Lin now. It's about her, Qin Xiaohua whispered. Momo's story? What happened to her? Lin Moshwan suddenly grew nervous, fearing something might have happened to his daughter. Secretary Lin's part-time singing job has caused quite a stir online. I have a video here, Qin Xiaohua said, showing it to Lin Moshwan. After seeing his daughter in the video, Lin Moshwan slammed his hand on the coffee table and jumped to his feet. You've never changed. You've never changed. What the hell? Lin Moshwan's face was ashen. The thing he hated most was his daughter forming a singing band. In his opinion, that was simply not doing her job. Of course, not doing her job was secondary. Mainly, he was worried that in that environment, his daughter would be seduced by a scoundrel like Shin Qiushan. How many serious musicians are there? Even if she eventually gained fame and entered the entertainment industry. So what? The entertainment industry is notoriously chaotic. Of course, there are those who remain untainted by the mud. But many more will be swayed by that toxic environment. Lin Moshwan didn't want to put his daughter in that kind of environment. But he never expected that his daughter was so determined to form a band, working at university, while also performing in places like bars in the evenings. Especially that outfit. How shameless. Lin Moshwan grabbed his phone and immediately called Lin Xiaomo. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. He called twice more, but the result was the same. With no other choice, Lin Moshwan called Shin Qiushan. This time, the call went through quickly. Momo, do you know anything about the singing? Lin Moshwan asked directly. I know. There's been a lot of discussion about it online. Although Shin Qiushan gave a positive answer, he also told Lin Moshwan that he had just seen the news online. You weren't the one who instigated Momo to sing, were you? Lin Moshwan pressed on. Shin Qiushan was speechless. When he was on the phone with Hu Tingting, he was still saying that his father-in-law, Lin Moshwan, might even blame him for Lin Xiaoma's involvement in the band. As it turned out, his words came true. Something bad is going to happen. This father-in-law is really thinking about me. Dad, I only saw the news after class. Shin Qiushan quickly denied it, then added, but I don't think singing is a big deal. Having a hobby is better than having none at all. Dad, don't you like fishing and chess too? Huh? You're actually comparing yourself to me. Lin Moshwan snorted coldly and said angrily, I saw Momo started a band, and it was you who instigated it. Before we got so close, Momo didn't even sing. Seeing that this father-in-law was determined to drag him down, Shin Qiushan simply threw in the towel. Yeah, that's right, it's me. I even helped write a song. Dad, do you want to hear it? Chapter 165. Shin Qiushan. Wait for me, you brat. Lin Moshwan roared, then hung up the phone. Qin Xiaohua, standing by, was startled. Director Lin rarely lost his temper, and this was the first time he's seen him lose his temper like this. Director Lin, don't be angry. I've checked. University faculty and staff are allowed to work part-time in their spare time. As long as it's not illegal, anything's fine. Secretary Lin is just singing. It's not against the rules. Chen Xiaohua quickly tried to console him. Lin Moshwan remained silent for a long moment. He looked up at his secretary, Qin Xiaohua. Xiao Chun, are you married? Director Lin, I got married 2 years ago, and you were the officiant. After hearing the answer, Lin Moshwan rubbed his temple. All right, you can get out of here. He laughed at himself, desperate, desperate, desperate. He even forgot about Xiao Chen's marriage. However, Lin Moshwan felt his thinking was sound. If he wanted to stop that old yellow-haired Shin Qiushan from causing trouble for his daughter, the best solution was to get Lin Xiaoma married quickly. Actually, that Xiao Zhang wasn't bad either. Lin Moshwan picked up his phone, found Zhang Qiaofan's number in his address book, and called him directly. Xiao Zhang, are you free after get off work today? Come over to my house for dinner, and play some chess with me. Sanjiang University. Shin Qiushan and several roommates went to the cafeteria for lunch. Coincidentally, he ran into his sister-in-law, Lin Jiaoyu, and the mushroom-headed Su Pihua, who were also there for lunch. Brother-in-law, have you seen the news online? My sister's actually secretly in a band. After meeting, Lin Jiaoyu immediately started talking about her sister. Yeah, I saw it. Shin Qiushan nodded gently. Brother-in-law, you're so calm. Aren't you surprised? Besides, my dad was adamantly against my sister starting a band. I remember he scolded her harshly when she started a band in college. I can't imagine how my dad would react if he knew my sister was still in a band. Lin Jiaoyu rubbed her chin and whispered. After seeing the video online, she had already called her sister, Lin Xiaoma, but her sister appeared nonchalant, much like Shin Qiushan's current demeanor. Is it possible that your dad would blame someone else for your sister starting a band? Huh? How could that be possible? Lin Jiaoyu shook her head. Besides, who could he blame for this? Shin Qiushan gnawed on the pork ribs, silent. Little Mushroom, standing nearby, pointed at Shin Qiushan with his chopsticks. Sister Jiaoyu, Uncle Shin was talking about himself. Huh? Lin Jiaoyu finally realized what was happening, blinking her bright eyes. Brother-in-law, did my dad call you? 15 minutes ago. What did he say? He said I was the one who encouraged your sister to form a band. Shin Qiushan shrugged. I only found out about your sister forming a band recently, and the earliest videos I've found online are over a year old. What does it have to do with me? That's true. Lin Jiaoyu nodded in agreement, then felt something was amiss. No, so you know about my sister's band? But even I don't know. You two actually have a secret. Lin Jiaoyu pouted indignantly. I didn't tell you because I was worried you leaked the information. Of course I won't. No one's better at keeping secrets than me. If you don't believe me, tell me a secret. Lin Jiaoyu pouted, her face filled with confidence. Okay. Shin Qiushan waved at her, motioning for him to lean over. Lin Jiaoyu leaned forward, and then heard Shin Qiushan whisper in her ear, I'm going to perform at Pulse Bar tonight. With that, Shin Qiushan lowered his head and continued eating. After a pause, Lin Jiaoyu looked at Shin Qiushan in astonishment and asked, Really? Of course it's true. Remember to keep it a secret. Shin Qiushan gestured for silence. Lin Jiaoyu stopped questioning, but frowned in thought. Throughout the meal, She would occasionally glance at Shin Qiushan. This brother-in-law, who had recently won the Nebula Award, actually said he was going to perform at a bar. It was simply unbelievable. She wanted to ask more questions several times. But the people dining with her now included not only the mushroom-headed Su Pihua, but also Shin Qiushan's 3 roommates. Due to the principle of maintaining confidentiality, she couldn't bring herself to speak. "Senior, can you add me on WeChat?" Just as Lin Jiayu was wondering whether Shin Qiushan's story was true or not, the chubby boy sitting to his right smiled and handed her his phone. Shin Qiushan had just introduced him. His name seemed to be Bao Beibei. Being asked for her WeChat ID by a boy was commonplace for Lin Jiayu, and she almost always refused. But this time, Bao Beibei was her brother-in-law Shin Qiushan's roommate, so she might need it in the future. Lin Jiayu didn't refuse. "Senior, add me." Seeing Bao Beibei successfully obtain Lin Jiayu's WeChat ID, Feng Sikong quickly approached. Seeing this, Shin Qiushan shook his head slightly. These 2 guys were either after his daughter or his sister-in-law. What a foolish plan. After lunch, Lin Jiayu and Su Pihua returned to the dormitory together. On the way, Lin Jiayu hesitated several times, feeling the pain of harboring a secret. She especially wanted to discuss with Su Pihua whether Shin Qiushan could really perform at the bar. But when she thought of Shin Qiushan's previous words, she suppressed her intense urge to share. "Who said I can't keep a secret? I can. Yeah, I'm super tight-lipped." Lin Jiayu brainwashed herself. She finally returned to the dorm. "Jiayu, your sister's performance videos are going viral. The Red Rose Band's Quiet account has 120,000 followers." Fang Xiuya came closer with a smile. "Oh, that's normal. My sister sings beautifully." Lin Jiayu replied perfunctorily, still thinking about the secret Shin Qiushan had shared with her. "Jiayu, what's wrong with you? What's on your mind?" As her best friend, Fang Xiuya knew Lin Jiayu all too well. It was clear that something was wrong. Lin Jiayu scratched her head, struggling for a moment before finally letting it go. She lowered her voice and said, "Xiuya, I want to tell you something, but you mustn't tell anyone." "Huh? What is it? You're so secretive." Fang Xiuya looked at Lin Jiayu curiously. "First, swear to keep it a secret." Okay, I swear I won't tell anyone. Otherwise, I never see old Shin again." Fang Xiuya held up 3 fingers and swore solemnly. "Is that okay now?" "Yes." Lin Jiayu nodded slightly, then whispered, "My brother-in-law said he's performing at the Pulse Bar tonight. Do you think that's true?" "Huh?" Fang Xiuya was shocked. "Can our old Shin sing?" "I think he can." Lin Jiayu tried to recall. Shin Qiushan had sung at a previous gathering, but his performance was average. That's not impossible. Pulse Bar. Let me search. Fang Xiuya immediately pulled out her phone, opened a map, and searched for Pulse Bar. "It's less than 10 kilometers from our school. We know if it's true or not. We go check it out tonight." "But the bars play late. What if I can't get back to the dorm?" Lin Jiayu said worriedly. "At worst, I can just run away. And there's always a chance I won't be able to come back." Fang Xiuya was determined to check it out. Lin Jiayu was a little troubled. Her parents were very strict. If her father knew she skipped bedtime, he definitely tightened his control over her. For example, he'd have to go home every weekend. 5:30. Lin Moshwan returned home. Chen Qingju, hearing the door open, emerged from the kitchen. "Old Lin, isn't that little Zhang our Momo isn't interested in? Why are you inviting him over for dinner again?" In the afternoon, Chen Qingju received a call from her husband, Lin Moshwan, saying that Zhang Chaofan would be coming to their house for dinner that evening and asked her to prepare something. Lin Moshwan was in a hurry to attend a meeting and didn't say much. "You've seen the online news. Momo is secretly forming a band again, and it's causing quite a stir. There's a lot of criticism and condemnation, and look at those videos. What kind of outfit is Momo wearing? People say she's corrupting the ethics of teachers, and that's not without basis." Lin Moshwan said angrily, "I think she's just been single for too long and has nothing to do. Get married quickly, have a baby, and you won't have time for such ridiculous things." Chen Qingyu disagreed with her husband's opinion and wiped her hands. "Although there are criticisms online, I think there are still quite a few who support her," she said. "If she likes to sing, let her sing. She's gotta have a hobby. Those critics are being biased. How can using her spare time to sing as a part-time singer be considered a violation of teacher ethics? Momo and the others are a band, so of course their stage presence needs to be a bit exaggerated. For a band, the most important thing is to have their own style. After all, Chen Qingju was once a professional singer and understood music, so she understood her daughter's idea of forming a band. Before, I thought it was that kid Shin Qiushan who instigated it. Now it seems like you, as a mother, have been secretly fanning the flames? Lin Maoxuan retorted angrily. Why are you like a mad dog, biting everyone you catch? I only found out about Momo forming a band today. Chen Qingju rolled her eyes at her husband and added, You just said you thought Qiushan was instigating it. What does this have to do with Qiushan? I've seen all those videos online. The earliest one was over a year ago, when Momo was still working at the Education Bureau. I think you're just prejudiced against Qiushan. You're tying everything to him. Lin Maoxuan was speechless. He knew that accusing Shin Qiushan of instigating it was a stretch. But what was Shin Qiushan's attitude at noon? He admitted it himself. Shin Qiushan has no good intentions. You've probably forgotten about sleeping in the same room with Momo a few days ago? Lin Maoxuan said with a sullen expression, then waved his hand. Forget it. Let's not talk about his nonsense for now. Let's talk about Xiao Zhang. I think he's a good kid. He comes from a decent family and has a decent job, but his looks are just average. But marriage and life are all about character. I think he should spend more time with Momo. Lin Maoxuan knew he had no advantage in discussing Shin Qiushan, so he simply changed the subject. This kind of thing still depends on Momo's opinion. If she disagrees, it's no use talking about it. Chen Qingju shook her head. She had a SOSO impression of Zhang Chaofan. It wasn't that he was bad, but it was mainly because Shin Qiushan, the eldest son-in-law, happened to be there on the day of the blind date. The contrast between the two men was stark. When Zhang Chaofan arrived, he brought a gift box worth a few dozen yuan. And Shin Qiushan not only gave her a large gold bracelet, but also an ancient ink stone from his wife. In addition to the two large items, a box of mitai, a box of langjiu, and several cartons of cigarettes are still in Lin Maoxuan's study. Of course, given their different social statuses, it's obviously unfair to judge solely by the gifts they brought. However, comparing them in every other way, Zhang Chaofan didn't have a clear advantage. It's no wonder that his daughter, Lin Xiaoma, disliked him. She didn't like him either. She even thought it would be nice to have Shin Qiushan stay as their son-in-law. We can't just let her do whatever she wants. Besides, she's become a controversial figure now. It's hard to say whether Xiao Zhang would want to be with her. Lin Maoxuan sighed, then pulled out his phone and said, All right, keep busy. I call Momo's management. We can't let this one thing affect Momo's future. Pulse Bar. This is a performing arts bar. The bar opens every afternoon and closes at 3 a.m. Performances begin at 7 p.m. and continue until midnight. Each period features a different performance, mostly singing and dancing, with occasional magic and acrobatics. The Red Rose Band performs at this bar 4 days a month, roughly 1 day a week. Because they performed yesterday, they wouldn't normally be performing here today. But to accommodate Shin Qiushan's plans, Hu Tingting made a point of contacting the owner and arranged for the band to perform today as well. A little before 6 o'clock, Shin Qiushan joined the Red Rose trio. Brother Shin, did you really write Red Rose? Hu Tingting asked immediately after they met. What else? Have you heard it somewhere else? Shin Qiushan asked back with a smile. I looked it up. I can't find anything, but it's still incredible. How can a writer like you also write songs? Hu Tingting was shocked. If you can write such a long novel, how can a few hundred words of lyrics be that difficult? Shin Qiushan shrugged, his eyes sweeping over the three of them. Just tell me what you think of that song. Awesome. Super awesome. Zhu Xinhua tossed her long, wavy hair and gave a thumbs up. Very cool. Little yellow-haired Fang Di nodded in agreement. Hu Tingting popped out her imposing chest and said with a smile, Brother Shin, I'm so lucky to have married too early, otherwise I have you. If for no other reason than to keep you home writing songs. It's not too late to get a divorce now. Zhu Xinhua teased with a grin. Let's just forget it. I'm afraid Momo will stab me. Hu Tingting winked at Shin Qiushan. Brother Shin, your tactic of deflecting blame might work, but it might also backfire. When that happens, everyone's going to blame you instead of Momo. You're such a hero saving the damsel in distress. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble? Shin Qiushan smiled but said nothing. Inwardly, he muttered, I'm a man with cheats. What's there to be afraid of? Zhu Xinhua, standing by, chimed in, What do you know? This is true love. Little yellow-haired Fang Di couldn't help but sigh. Momo, there's no escape this time. It's finally her turn to suffer the bitterness of love. Chapter 166. The three girls chatted backstage at the bar. A man and a woman were putting on makeup. They were the singers for the first session, performing from 7 to 8. Since they were all at the Pulse Bar, they knew each other. Seeing Hu Tingting and the other two, the woman putting on makeup's eyes lit up. Sister Tingting, you guys, Red Rose, are all the rage. Will I never see you here again? Not really, it's just a bit of buzz. Hu Tingting shook her head modestly. In fact, the Red Rose Band's Quine account had indeed received many business invitations today. The majority were performance invitations, along with some collaborations from MCN agencies and advertisers. The messages were mixed, and as the maintainer of the band's Quine account, Hu Tingting didn't have the energy to sort them all out. The main reason was that the band's popularity came so suddenly, leaving everyone unprepared. There was also another, more important factor. In reality, it wasn't the Red Rose Band that was so popular, but Lin Xiaomo herself. Hu Tingting and the other two knew Lin Xiaomo's situation. Playing in a band was truly just a hobby for her, not to mention her father, the director, who was strongly opposed to her forming a band. Now that Lin Xiaomo was famous and exposed to the public, it was unclear how her family would handle it. Of course, the band couldn't proceed further. After all, without Lin Xiaomo, there would be no Red Rose Band. Hey, why isn't Sister Momo here? Manager Su was just saying that because you're performing tonight, the reservation line has been flooded with calls. The female singer glanced at Hu Tingting and the others and asked in confusion. Momo isn't here tonight. Huh? The female singer's eyes widened in shock, a look of bewilderment on her face. She wanted to say, without Lin Xiaomo, what's the Red Rose Band? But she couldn't bring herself to say that. After all, they weren't that familiar with each other, and she had no idea what was going on within the band. Just then, a man with sleek, parted hair walked into the lounge, a broad smile on his face. Thank you teachers for your hard work. It's great that you're here. The man who walked in was the bar manager, Su Jiang. After Lin Xiaomo's popularity, the video clip of her performance on the Pulse Bar's Quine account also went viral. So many people were sending private messages asking when Lin Xiaomo would perform again. So, when Hu Tingting announced that the Red Rose Band would be performing tonight, Su Jiang was overjoyed and immediately posted the news on the Pulse Bar's Quine account. Then, the bar's reservation line started ringing off the hook. He glanced at Hu Tingting and the others, then asked with a smile, "Where's Teacher Momo? Hasn't she arrived yet?" Lin Xiaomo never gave her full name when she was singing part-time, and even mostly avoided interacting with outsiders. Hu Tingting and Zhu Xinhua handled most of the band's outreach, while Lin Xiaomo and Fang Di focused solely on the performances. If Lin Xiaomo hadn't become famous today and her information had been exposed, Su Jiang wouldn't even have known her name. Manager Su, it's like this. Momo couldn't come because of something urgent. Hu Tingting made up an excuse. What? Can't come? Su Jiang was stunned, his eyes wide. Teacher Tingting, you're kidding me. I've already put out the ad, and so many customers have called to reserve seats, and you're telling me Teacher Momo can't come? How am I going to explain this to the customers later? Hu Tingting shrugged. Manager Su, when I contacted you, I said our band would be performing, but I didn't say Momo would definitely come. This? Su Jiang was speechless. He frowned and said in frustration. So are you three performing tonight? How could it be three? Of course it's four. Hu Tingting smiled and pointed at Shin Qiushan. Here, the new lead singer replacing Momo. Huh? Su Jiang grinned, looked Shin Qiushan up and down, and said with a sad face, Teacher Tingting, are you so careless about changing the lead singer of your Red Rose Band? Even if it's not Teacher Momo, at least get someone beautiful. This? Su Jiang wanted to say, what the hell, the words reached his lips, but he swallowed them back. After all, it wasn't polite. Also, although the new lead singer was a man, his appearance was indeed very impressive, the kind of look that women would find very appealing. However, those customers who called to book the table were all here for Lin Xiaomo. Now that such a beautiful woman has become an old man, it would be strange if the customers didn't curse. Manager Su, it seems you don't know Brother Shin. Let me put it this way. After Brother Shin's performance at your bar today, your Pulse Bar will instantly become nationally famous. Forgive my ignorance, but who is this teacher? Su Jiang, taken aback by Hu Tingting's words, looked at Shin Qiushan with a puzzled expression. Don't listen to her nonsense. Shin Qiushan smiled and waved his hand. I'm just an ordinary little author who won the Nebula Award. Seeing Su Jiang's disdain for him, Shin Qiushan decided to show off. Author? Nebula Award? What? Su Jiang looked at Shin Qiushan in bewilderment, clearly not knowing what the Nebula Award was. Shin Qiushan's mouth twitched. Pretentious failure. A bit depressing. Facts prove that showing off should be simple, down-to-earth, and down-to-earth. The Nebula Award is indeed impressive. But the problem is, those who don't know about it have no idea of its significance. It's like driving a U8 back to your rural hometown to show off your wealth. But your relatives back home don't recognize you and think you're driving some random brand. This is one of the reasons many people are willing to pay for car logos. In the minds of many seniors, BBA symbolizes high-end luxury cars. Now, Shin Chioshan encountered a similar situation. It felt like hitting a cotton ball. Thankfully, there was someone at the scene who knew what he was talking about. The female singer who had been talking to Hu Tingting suddenly exclaimed, "Are you teacher Shin Chioshan? The author of the Three-Body Civilization?" Shin Chioshan, feeling depressed, finally had a way out. He nodded calmly, "Yes, it's me." "Wow! It really is you, teacher Shin. I didn't expect to meet you here. What an honor. Can we take a picture?" The female singer was overjoyed, looking like a little fangirl. Seeing this, Su Jiang quickly and silently pulled out his phone and searched for Nebula Award. Then, various news reports about Shin Chioshan popped up. The first person in China to win the Nebula Award. Breaking the monopoly of foreign writers on the Nebula Award. Single-handedly elevating Yinhua's science fiction to international standards. 38-year-old top scorer in the college entrance examination, Nebula Award winner, renowned writer. Seeing the relevant news brought back certain memories to Su Jiang's mind. Shin Chioshan's deeds were widely circulated in Sanjiang City. Anyone living there had heard of them to some extent. It's just that after the hype had died down, he couldn't recall them for a while. "It's teacher Shin." My brain didn't react. Su Jiang's expression changed. Although Red Rose Lin Xiaomou wasn't there, teacher Shin was still a hot topic. Having just won the Nebula Award, such a renowned writer was actually performing in their bar. The contrast was overwhelming. Hu Tingting was right. After today, maybe everyone in the country will know about their Pulse bar. It doesn't even matter how well the performance went. The fact that a Nebula Award winner was singing in their bar was a huge draw in itself. The bar's business area. Business would have been quite slow on a weekday. But today, the bar filled up incredibly quickly. By 7 o'clock, it was already 90% full. Most of the people came here after watching videos online. At the bar, Fang Xiaoya, dressed up in a sophisticated manner, took a seat with Lin Jiayu. They each ordered a cocktail named after one of the 12 zodiac signs. Lin Jiayu's Leo was orange. She took a sip, and it tasted of both orange juice and alcohol. She commented on the 58 cocktail. "Not bad, and very photogenic." Fang Xiaoya looked around for a long time and whispered, "Jiayu, are you sure Lao Shin will come? Why can't I see him? How would I know if he was lying?" Lin Jiayu pouted slightly. "You insisted on bringing me here. We sit here until 9:30. If Lao Shin doesn't show up, we go back." "Hey, they're singing." "Beautiful." The two singers from the 7 to 8 time slot began their performances. Fang Xiaoya and Lin Jiayu's attention was immediately drawn to the singers on stage. Just as they were listening intently, the waiter led two men to the empty seats next to them. Since seating was already very tight, later customers had to sit around the bar. One of the two men was thin and wore glasses, while the other had fair skin and a scholarly air. They were Wang Jixin and Hao Bo, reporters for the Jiancheng Evening News. Having heard that the Red Rose Band would be performing there tonight, Wang Jixin, not wanting to miss out, dragged his colleague Hao Bo over to check it out. "There are so many people. I guess they're all here to see the Red Roses." Hao Bo sighed after taking his seat. "These people just love to join in the fun. They're just too bored." Wang Jixin curled his lips in disdain. "If there weren't so many people paying attention, our news wouldn't have such a high traffic." Hao Bo replied. Wang Jixin remained silent, because Hao Bo, a newcomer at the newspaper, was speaking the truth. If it weren't for the high level of attention, he wouldn't have made this trip. But Wang Jixin was a classic double-crosser, wanting to capitalize on the traffic, while also looking down on those who came for Lin Xiaomou's looks. The bar was noisy. The two men were talking quite loudly. Lin Jiayu and Fang Xiaoya happened to overhear their conversation. They glanced at each other subconsciously. Then they nodded in tacit understanding. Fang Xiaoya, who was closer to the two, immediately activated the recording function on her phone, placed it on the bar counter, and nudged it slightly toward them. Wang Jixin had no idea he was being targeted. He took a sip of his wine and said that Shin Chioshan guy was just lucky enough to win the Nebula Award. Now, even trying to use him to generate traffic is out of the question. But Lin Xiaomou doesn't have the Nebula Award as a talisman. Xiao Hao, let me tell you, in our line of work, if you want traffic, you have to follow trending topics. The more extreme your views, the more attention you get. Don't be afraid of being scolded. Just think of it this way. Those idiots scolding us are actually giving us money. Wang Jixin shared his experience with the earnestness of a senior. Following his previous defeat in the internal struggle, he had few colleagues at the newspaper he could influence. Hao Bo, the newcomer, was the only one left. Thus, he offered his full support. However, he took an unconventional approach, the legendary evil cultivator. So, this approach isn't suitable for everyone. After listening, Hao Bo simply nodded without commenting. Thank you for your support. Next up, we welcome the Red Rose Band. The female singer, finishing her performance, announced the show. The bar erupted in applause and whistles. Lin Jiayu and Fan Xiuya, who had been half leaning on the bar counter, sat up straight. Wang Jixin quickly activated the camera he had mounted on a tripod in front of the stage since entering the bar. Since they had heard Lin Xiaomo was performing, several bloggers with keen senses were also in the bar. They too had professional video equipment, so Wang Jixin wasn't the only one with cameras pointed at the stage. Amidst the crowd's expectant gazes, the Red Rose Band took the stage. However, when everyone saw the band's lead singer standing center stage, they were stunned. Oh shit, where's the beautiful lead singer? Where's my secretary Lin? What the hell is this? Are you sure this is the Red Rose Band? This is outrageous false advertising. At least give us a beautiful woman. Where's my red rose? Give me back my red rose. A man? The lead singer of the Red Rose Band is actually a man. A commotion broke out in the bar. Wang Jixin was stunned upon seeing the lead singer of the Red Rose Band. Shen Qiushan? You, a Nebula Award winner, are performing in a bar? You're crazy. Hao Bo, who also recognized Shen Qiushan, was shocked. He instinctively reached out and tugged at Wang Jixin's arm. Shen Qiushan. It's Shen Qiushan. He's not going to sing, is he? Just as everyone was murmuring, Shen Qiushan spoke. Hello everyone, we are the Red Rose Band. I'm lead singer Shen Qiushan. Everyone was a little confused when they saw me. I know you wanted to see Momo. But Momo had something urgent to do today, so I have to excuse you all. Okay, first song, Chasing Light. After a brief explanation, the accompaniment began, and Shen Qiushan began singing. After he sang a few lines, the audience finally realized what was happening. Isn't this the Nebula Award winner? Yes, that's him. He was also the top scorer in the college entrance exam. A famous writer, the foremost figure in Chinese science fiction. A Nebula Award winner performing in a bar? That's too abstract. He actually sings beautifully. Is he really a writer? Su Jian was worried the bar patrons wouldn't know Shen Qiushan's identity, so after the Red Rose Band appeared, he had the staff display Shen Qiushan's profile on the large screen behind the stage. So, whether or not everyone had heard of the Nebula Award, they all knew who Shen Qiushan was. Moreover, Shen Qiushan's winning of the Nebula Award was just a short while ago, and the related news dominated the internet for 2 or 3 days. Shen Qiushan, who single-handedly elevated Chinese science fiction to international standards, is even hailed as a national hero. After all, even CCTV dedicated an episode of its Focus Figures program to his work. So, even those who don't usually follow the literary world have heard of Shen Qiushan's name. For most Chinese, beating foreigners in any field is a sign of something truly remarkable, awesome, and now, this awesome writer, Shen Qiushan, has transformed himself into a band's lead singer. Both abstract and shocking. For a moment, everyone was at a loss for words. After one song, Shen Qiushan finished. Without further ado, he launched into the second. After the first song, everyone had come to accept Shen Qiushan as the band's lead singer. Because he sang truly well. He was no less capable than a professional singer. Even Wang Jixin was astonished by Shen Qiushan's singing skills. If he hadn't been there, witnessing it with his own eyes, he would have never believed that Shen Qiushan could sing. Sitting at the bar, Fang Xiuya's eyes lit up as she listened, her mouth almost grinning from ear to ear, as if she were completely engrossed in the performance. Lin Jiayu's beautiful eyes widened, her delicate face, still slightly chubby, filled with shock. In her memory, her brother-in-law Shen Qiushan's singing hadn't been this good. What was going on today? He was practically at the level of a professional singer, at the Lin family home. After dinner, Zhang Chaofan was playing chess with Lin Moxuan. Thanks to Lin Moxuan's warm hospitality, Zhang Chaofan was in a very good mood today, and he deliberately showed off his chess skills during the game. He won 2 games in a row. Lin Moxuan frowned, feeling a little depressed. It wasn't that he couldn't accept losing, but rather that he was somewhat dissatisfied with Zhang Chaofan's show-off behavior. Showing off meant taking advantage of one's superior chess skills to play tricks on his opponent. That was a bit of a murderous move. Lin Maoxuan couldn't help but think of the day when Shen Qiushan had defeated Zhang Chaofan 3 games in a row, completely defeating him. It seemed that Shen Qiushan had a reason for not giving up. Lin Maoxuan was thinking silently when Shen Qingzhu, who had been busy in the kitchen, suddenly came over with his phone. "Old Lin, look, Qiushan is singing. It's the live broadcast Jiayu shared in the group." "What? Shen Qiushan singing? Where is he singing?" Lin Maoxuan was confused and felt a little bewildered. Lin Xiaoma, who had been dragged along to watch the performance, quickly huddled beside her mother. The spotlights were fixed in the center of the stage. The man's figure was both familiar and unfamiliar. His black jacket was casually open, revealing the ripped t-shirt underneath. His slender fingers plucked the guitar strings, and several leather bracelets swung gently around his wrists. His hair was a little messy, with a few strands falling across his forehead. His brows were sharp, his eyes were piercing, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, forming an uninhibited smile. Looking at the man on the live video stream, Lin Xiaoma, who had been hesitant all night, suddenly smiled. It was a bright smile that beamed with joy, a smile that even Lin Maoxuan and Shen Qingzhu hadn't seen in ages. "So silly. So silly," Lin Xiaoma muttered to herself as she smiled. But as she smiled, she suddenly felt a lump in her throat, and a thin layer of mist formed on her long eyelashes. Chapter 167. As clever as Lin Xiaoma was, she instantly understood why Shen Qiushan was singing. Public opinion was now focused on her. While there was plenty of online support, there was also plenty of criticism. Furthermore, her position at a top domestic university like Sanjiang University had indeed caused considerable controversy. Today alone, 3 school leaders had already approached her for a conversation. Although they had been polite due to her father's status, she understood that the school's public phone number had been flooded with calls, and higher authorities had also called to inquire about the situation. One could imagine the pressure the school was under. Lin Xiaoma appeared calm on the surface, but she was already terribly upset. After all, she had never encountered such a situation before. Before her rise to fame, she had anticipated the worst-case scenario, her father finding out about her band. But she had never imagined the massive public outcry her band would provoke. Just when she was at a loss, unsure how to handle the storm of public opinion, Shen Qiushan stepped forward. His purpose is clear: to take a bullet for himself. "You're accusing Lin Xiaoma, a university faculty member, of not being able to form a band. But what about Shen Qiushan, the country's only Nebula Award winner, also forming a band? You're accusing Lin Xiaoma of not being able to sing in bars. But Shen Qiushan is also going to sing in bars. You're accusing Lin Xiaoma of having an outrageous outfit, but Shen Qiushan's outfit is just as outrageous. Right now, Shen Qiushan is wearing a ripped t-shirt, tight leather pants, a tangled web of leather straps wrapped around his hands, and a skull necklace around his neck. So, if you want to criticize someone, shouldn't you start by criticizing Shen Qiushan, the Nebula Award winner, who wears bizarre clothes and performs in bars? If the enemy had 100 bullets, then in this situation, perhaps 80 or even 90 would be aimed at Shen Qiushan. This logic isn't difficult to understand. So when Lin Xiaoma saw Shen Qiushan in the live video, she couldn't help but lose control of her emotions. When she was caught in the center of the public opinion storm, her father was certainly her support. But Shen Qiushan was the one who took the initiative to take the bullet. What the hell is that? It's inappropriate, completely ridiculous. After watching the live video, Lin Maoxuan grumbled with a stern face. However, as a veteran of the system for a lifetime, how could he not see Shen Qiushan's intentions? After complaining, he sighed silently. Shen Qiushan's action might seem outrageous, but it actually helped pull his daughter out of the public opinion storm. He didn't even need to take action. Shen Qiushan's actions, however, did not benefit him in any way. He was a renowned writer on the rise, with a legendary record of having won the top prize at an advanced age, and his personal reputation was excellent. But for a renowned Nebula Award-winning writer to sing for money in a bar was a sure thing, and he might even lose all his hard-earned popularity. It could be said that he had entered the game himself, using himself as bait to help his daughter, Lin Xiaoma, break out of the situation. The singing was good, but the hairstyle was awful. At this moment, Shen Qingzhu muttered quietly. It was Tingting's work. Lin Xiaoma replied instinctively. Knowing Shen Qiushan well, he couldn't possibly have come up with such a look. So, if nothing unexpected happened, it must have been the work of Hu Tingting, the stylist of their Red Rose band. In fact, if Shen Qiushan's outfit were considered standard in the rock world, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary. Singers perform on stage, and since it's a performance, they can't be too casual, they need to have a certain stage presence. Exaggerated attire is actually part of the performance. For example, some singers or bands have distinctive dress codes during their performances, so familiar audiences can tell who's on stage simply by their attire, not just their faces. I never realized Xiaoshan has such a natural talent for singing. His level is comparable to that of a professional singer. Chen Qingyu began to comment again. After all, she was a professional singer, so she subconsciously focused on the professional aspects. She was surprised to find that her son-in-law's singing skills completely exceeded her expectations. Brother Shen sings really well. He's truly multi-talented. Zhang Chaofan, standing nearby his side, then stole a glance at Lin Xiaomo, who was now completely focused on the live broadcast. Those bright eyes shone with a light he had never seen before. Uncle Lin, Aunt Chen, it's getting late. I'm going home now. Zhang Chaofan was a tactful man. He felt there was no point in staying any longer, so he took the initiative to say his goodbyes. Okay, Momo, see Xiaoshan off. Lin Moshwan nodded slightly, then winked at his daughter. But at the moment, Lin Xiaomo's attention was focused on the live broadcast, completely oblivious to her father's words. Momo, your dad is talking to you. Chen Qingyu quickly tugged at Lin Xiaomo's arm, then pointed at Zhang Chaofan. Xiao Zhang is leaving. See him off. Oh! Lin Xiaomo frowned, her face filled with reluctance. No, I can walk on my own. Zhang Chaofan, not wanting to be bored, headed for the door. Wait, I take you there. Lin Xiaomo seemed to have a sudden thought, her demeanor shifting. She hurried after Zhang Chaofan, but before leaving, she grabbed her coat from the hanger at the door. The security door slammed shut. Chen Qingyu muttered softly, Momo, you finally figured it out. I thought she was just going to take you there. After hearing his wife's words, Lin Moshwan, completely focused on the live stream, suddenly looked up. Momo's out? Didn't you ask her to take Xiao Zhang there? Chen Qingyu asked, pursing her lips. What Xiao Zhang? Your daughter went to see that Shen Xiaoshan. Lin Moshwan slapped his thigh in frustration. Judging from his experience, he was worried his second cabbage might be lost. No way. What time is it? Chen Qingyu instinctively glanced at the wall clock. 8:18. At that moment, through the living room window, he could see the lights of the white Audi parked in the parking space at the door light up before quickly disappearing from Chen Qingyu's sight. Hurry up and change clothes. Come with me, Lin Moshwan urged, striding towards the door. Where are you going? Chen Qingyu was speechless. The bar where the kid Shen Xiaoshan is singing. Why are you joining in the fun? If I don't go, we might have another grandson next year. Lin Moshwan replied angrily. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu muttered quietly, maybe it's my granddaughter. At the subway entrance near the community, Lin Xiaomo stopped the car. Teacher Zhang, it's too late. I won't take you home. Actually, I just walk here. It's not far. Zhang Chaofan had his own car, but since Lin Moshwan wanted to have a couple of drinks with him today, he didn't drive. Secretary Lin, Brother Shen is truly outstanding. If I were a woman, I would probably choose him too. I hope you have a happy ending. After saying that, Zhang Chaofan opened the car door and got out. This associate professor Zhang naturally liked Lin Xiaomo, but alas, the fallen flowers have feelings, the flowing water is indifferent. As he walked towards the subway entrance, the slightly tipsy Zhang Chaofan couldn't help but mutter quietly, flowers fall, water flows, one kind of longing, two kinds of idle worries. There's no way to dispel this feeling. I've just left my brow, but it still weighs on my heart. At this moment, Lin Xiaomo naturally paid no attention to Zhang Chaofan's condition. After he got out of the car, she slammed the accelerator and headed straight for Pulse Bar. It was already the tail end of the evening rush hour, and the traffic was light. It was 8:45. Lin Xiaomo had already parked her car at the bar entrance and hurried inside. Miss, you need to wait for a table. The bar was already full, and the receptionist quickly stopped her. I'm looking for someone, Lin Xiaomo casually replied, continuing inside. Just then, Shen Xiaoshan on the stage finished another song, and the audience erupted in applause and cheers. Next up is an original song called Red Rose. After saying this, Shen Xiaoshan pulled up a high stool and sat on it, then nodded to Hu Tingting. She was the band's bassist and keyboardist. If a song required more keyboards, she would take on the keyboard role. The accompaniment for Red Rose featured a relatively heavy keyboard presence, so Hu Tingting also became the keyboardist. Fingers fell on the keyboard. A melodious prelude sounded, and the bar, previously bustling with activity, instantly quieted. Followed by this, Shin Qiushan's voice began to sing, dreaming of a dream from which I cannot awaken. Red imprisoned within the red line. Lin Xiaomo, who had already reached the bar, subconsciously stopped. An original song. It was called Red Rose. Who wrote this song? Could it have been written specifically for their band? As she paused to listen, a series of questions arose in Lin Xiaomo's mind. Those who can't have it are always in turmoil. Those who are favored are fearless. The red of a rose is a dream that is easily hurt. Held in a hand, it slips through the fingers, and then falls apart. The chorus arrives. Lin Xiaomo, who had been planning to rush onto the stage, suddenly calmed down. The song reminded her of a line from Red Rose and White Rose. Perhaps every man has had two women like this, at least two. Marry a red rose, and over time, the red becomes a smear of mosquito blood on the wall, while the white remains the moonlight before the bed. Marry a white rose, and the white becomes a grain of rice stuck on your clothes, while the red becomes a cinnabar mole on your heart. Therefore, those who can't have it are always in turmoil. The best one is always the one you can't have. And what you can hold in your hands may eventually fall apart like quicksand. Just as Lin Xiaomo's thoughts drifted, the melody of Red Rose slowly faded, and the bar once again erupted in enthusiastic cheers and shouts. A familiar voice even reached her ears. Wow, my brother-in-law is amazing. He even sings original songs so beautifully. Of course my old Shin is amazing. Jiayu, don't you think old Shin has the potential to be a star? My brother-in-law is a famous writer who won the Nebula Award. He's definitely not going to be a star. Following the voices, Lin Xiaomo saw Lin Jiayu and Fang Shuya sitting at the bar. Sister, why are you here just now? Just as Lin Xiaomo noticed her sister, she also noticed Lin Xiaomo standing nearby. Just now, the two sisters had been so engrossed in the song that they hadn't noticed their surroundings. Now that the song was over, their attention was less focused, so it was easy for them to see each other. What time is it? Why aren't you back to school yet? Lin Xiaomo stepped forward and patted Lin Jiayu's shoulder. It's not even 9 o'clock yet. We still have time if we leave at 9:30, Lin Jiayu said, checking the time on her phone. Did you know he was going to perform here? Lin Xiaomo asked again, puzzled. And this he was, of course, Shin Qiushan. My brother-in-law told me at noon. At noon? Lin Xiaomo subconsciously glanced at Shin Qiushan on the stage. She thought to herself. So he had already planned this at noon. In other words, not long after the online public opinion started, Shin Qiushan had already made the decision to take the blame himself, but he didn't mention her a single word. He even acted as if he didn't care about her fame. And then, he pulled off a secret move. He teamed up with his 3 teammates to pull off such a big event. I take you back to school later. Don't wander around here. Lin Xiaomo warned, then headed straight for the bar's backstage lounge. After a short wait, Shin Qiushan and the other 3, who had finished their performance, entered the lounge, chatting and laughing. When they saw Lin Xiaomo waiting backstage, they were all startled. Momo, you're really quick. Hu Tingting approached with a smile. Brother Shin is here, how could we not be quick? Zhu Xinyu echoed. Traitors? Lin Xiaomo feigned anger and glared at the two of them. Momo, you're being so unfair. We were cooperating with Brother Shin, but it was also for your own good. Hu Tingting took Lin Xiaomo's arm and said excitedly, Momo, let me tell you, Brother Shin even wrote a single for our band with the same name. By the way, did you hear that song Red Rose just now? Lin Xiaomo nodded. She had just been wondering if Red Rose was written by Shin Qiushan. After all, he could even write novels, so it seemed logical that he would write a song. And now Hu Tingting had the answer. Alright, Tingting, pack your things. Let's get out of here and make room. You're so clueless. At this moment, the yellow-haired Fondi said as she stuffed her guitar into her backpack. Yes, yes, yes. Hurry up. Zhu Xinyue immediately chimed in. Oh yeah. Blame me, blame me. Hu Tingting agreed that Fang Di was right. As she spoke, she quickly gathered her belongings, then hurriedly led Fang Di and Zhu Xinyu out of the lounge, considerately closing the door. Chapter 168. Although Hu Tingting and the other two had left the lounge, they remained silent after the door closed. Hu Tingting and Zhu Xinyu even pressed their ears to the door. Fang Di folded her arms across her chest. She wanted to press her ears too, but felt eavesdropping was a bit uncouth. In the lounge, Shin Qiushan asked with a smile, How do you like this look? Isn't it quite handsome? Did Tingting do it for you? Yeah. It's so ugly. Lin Xiaomo curled her lips. That's Tingting's style, silly. Hu Tingting, who was eavesdropping from the door, rolled her eyes, and silently retorted, "It's obviously handsome." What a poor aesthetic. Zhu Xinhua, who was eavesdropping with her, silently gave a thumbs up. She also thought Hu Tingting's look for Shen Qiushan was too tacky. It's probably because Shen Qiushan's looks and physique are both incredibly resilient, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to pull off this look. Actually, I think it's a bit silly too. Shen Qiushan laughed. This outfit made him feel like he was back in a dream 20 years ago. It was similar to the popular shamat style back then. Why are you doing this? Lin Xiaoma suddenly asked, looking Shen Qiushan in the eye. Let them scold me. I take it. Shen Qiushan replied with a smile, as if it were a trivial matter. Hearing this answer, Lin Xiaoma could no longer contain herself. The surging emotions within her instantly erupted. She strode over to Shen Qiushan and silently embraced him. The soft touch of hair and the faint scent of perfume filled his nostrils, making Shen Qiushan feel itchy. His hands hovered in the air, somewhat bewildered. Logically, when a beauty like Lin Xiaoma threw herself at him, Shen Qiushan would have to respond. In fact, living with this stunning second sister-in-law every day, it was impossible not to have some thoughts in his mind. But when the time came, he still felt a little hesitant. After all, their relationship was somewhat special. At the same time, Lin Maoxuan and Chen Qingju walked into the bar. Please wait a moment, both of you. No tables available right now. The waiter politely stopped them. Looking for someone, Lin Maoxuan said as he strode in. The waiter, feeling the response was familiar, followed Lin Maoxuan's steps. Sir, which table is your friend at? I take you there. He's singing here. Lin Maoxuan frowned in response. He was quite averse to the bar environment. Especially now, the performance on stage had shifted from singing to dancing, and it was a sensual, alluring pole dance. The men were quite excited, and some tipsy guests even blew hoots. Lin Maoxuan, the high-ranking official, naturally had an instinctive aversion to such an environment. You're so old coming to a bar? Old people these days are so energetic. Lin Jiayu, sitting at the bar, had been watching the performance with great interest. After hearing Fang Xiuya's sigh, she subconsciously followed her gaze, and immediately shrank back in fear. She turned around and buried her head in Fang Xiuya's arms. Jiayu, what's wrong? Fang Xiuya gently patted Lin Jiayu on the back, a look of suspicion on her face. Don't talk, and don't call me by my name. That man you saw is my dad, Lin Jiayu whispered. Huh? Fang Xiuya was shocked. Uncle's not coming to arrest you, is he? I don't know. Hey, your dad seems to be heading backstage, said Fang Xiuya, who had been observing Lin Maoxuan's movements. Really? Lin Jiayu cautiously raised her head, and saw that her dad had indeed disappeared into the crowd. She quickly pulled Fang Xiuya aside. Let's go. Are we leaving now? What else? I don't want to be caught by my dad and brought to the bar, Lin Jiayu said, pulling Fang Xiuya towards the bar door. The lounge door. The sound from inside suddenly fell silent. Hu Tingting and Zhu Xinhua subconsciously exchanged a glance. Why are you silent? They kissed? Yeah, very likely. Still listening? Why would you listen? Momo isn't you. Do you expect her to do anything outrageous in the lounge? You never know. Dry wood and simmering fire can ignite. Hu Tingting and Zhu Xinhua were whispering to each other when they heard hurried footsteps and the voice of a waiter behind them. Sir, who are you looking for? Hu Tingting and Zhu Xinhua instinctively turned their heads at the sound. Then, they saw Lin Maoxuan, who came in a menacing manner. Lin, Uncle Lin, why are you here? Hu Tingting and the other two knew Lin Maoxuan. When the band disbanded, Lin Maoxuan, then the deputy director of a certain department, had personally spoken to them. Then they remembered the pressure from a high-ranking official. Even after so much time had passed, Hu Tingting could still recognize her friend's father, the director, at a glance. Where's Momo? Where's Shen Qiushan? Lin Maoxuan asked with a scowl. They? Hu Tingting instinctively glanced at the lounge. And without waiting for her to say anything else, Lin Maoxuan stepped forward and forcefully pushed the door open. Bang! The door slammed against the wall without a second's impact. The two people hugging each other, startled, separated instantly. But this scene naturally didn't escape Lin Maoxuan's eyes. He covered his chest with one hand, nearly spitting out blood. He rushed, but he was still too late. His daughter was already hugging Shen Qiushan, but it wasn't completely too late. There was still room for rescue. If he hadn't come, then his words about being at home would have been proven true. He might even have a grandson next year. Dad, you're here for a drink too? Since he already dealt with his father-in-law on the phone, Shin Qiushan decided to go all out and asked with a playful smile. Stop talking nonsense. What did you do just now? Lin Moshwan glared at Shin Qiushan, as if he was about to question a criminal. Momo, she's a little agitated. I was comforting her. Shin Qiushan shrugged with a relaxed expression. Comfort? What do you need to comfort? Lin Moshwan angrily shouted, I'm telling you, don't go after Momo. Or I kill you. Shin Qiushan spread his hands and didn't respond. At this moment, Lin Xiaomo, having regained her composure, walked over to her father and tugged on his sleeve. Dad, let's talk when we get home. Lin Moshwan had made quite a commotion, and besides Hu Tingting and the other three other bar staff members had also gathered around. Yes, let's talk about it when we get home. Chen Qingju, who had followed, quickly agreed. Although Lin Moshwan was furious, he also knew the principle of don't air your dirty laundry in public. He took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and said to Shin Qiushan, I wasn't kidding. Get out of here. Dad, it's not what you think. Momo and I really aren't doing anything right now. Shin Qiushan explained. But the word now irritated Lin Moshwan again. His eyes widened, and he instinctively raised his hand. Dad, don't get excited. I'm leaving right away. You have classes tomorrow. A brave man avoids immediate setbacks. Shin Qiushan shrank back, quickly slipped out of the lounge, and quickly left the bar. While getting his car, Shin Qiushan spotted Lin Jiayu and Fang Xiuya hailing a taxi on the side of the road. In fact, he had already seen them while they were singing on stage. Jiayu Xiuya, I take you home. Shin Qiushan waved to them. Brother-in-law. That's great. The two girls were thrilled to see Shin Qiushan. Lin Jiayu thought she didn't need to take a taxi, and could even take them to school. Fang Xiuya naturally had more thoughts. She aspired to be Shin Yanran and Shin Yixia's stepmother. For her, this kind of time together was a rare opportunity. Brother-in-law, did you see my dad just now? After getting into Shin Qiushan's car, Lin Jiayu asked. Yes. Shin Qiushan nodded. She silently grumbled. Not only did he see me, but he also scolded me. Is he here to arrest me? Catch you? Shin Qiushan glanced at his naive sister-in-law. Yeah, very likely. Alas, I shouldn't have shared the live video in the family group. But even if it was a shared video, it doesn't necessarily show me there. How did my dad come looking for me? Luckily, he didn't see me. Lin Jiayu's pretty face showed the relief of having survived a disaster. Shin Qiushan remained silent. It was clear that his sister-in-law hadn't yet realized that her relationship with Lin Xiaomo had deteriorated. Old Shin, did you write that song Red Rose? It's amazing. Fang Xiuya took the opportunity to interject. Is it really that great? Shin Qiushan asked casually. After all, it was a system reward, and he had no idea if it would be widely accepted and liked. Of course it is. It's absolutely amazing. I'm completely captivated. I used to be a fan of your books, and now I'm a fan of your songs. Fang Xiuya nodded repeatedly, clearly sincere. However, Shin Qiushan also knew what the little girl was thinking. She was eager to become his companion. The evaluation might not be objective. Old Shin, you've even made your debut. Really cool. Fang Xiuya smiled again, her eyes full of stars. Oh, especially that line, what you can't have is always agitated. It's simply divine. Fang Xiuya added, the lyrics resonating deeply with her. Because I can't have it, I'm always agitated. Lately, Shin Qiushan's image had been inexplicably popping into her mind. On the other side, Lin Xiaomo was escorted home by her father. However, on the way back, since Lin Moshwan had to drive the Passat back, the escort task was temporarily handed over to Chen Qingju. Sitting in the passenger seat of the Audi A4L, while waiting at a red light, she asked, Momo, tell me the truth. How far have things progressed with Qiushan? Mom, our relationship isn't what you and Dad imagine. I was just a little emotional today, Lin Xiaomo explained quietly. So what are you thinking? Tell me the truth, Chen Qingju pressed. I don't know either. Lin Xiaomo shook her head. She was truly confused, unsure how to navigate this relationship. At one point, she felt the urge to confess her feelings to Shin Qiushan, but calming down felt a bit absurd. I'm sorry, sister. I can't explain to my parents. Also, he had to face the public's gaze. After all, he and Shin Qiushan had a special relationship. Do you like Qiushan? Chen Qingyu was a man who got to the point, asking a soul-searching question. Lin Xiaomo fell silent. She had the answer, but she didn't want to reveal it. Momo, you know. I'm different from your father. You have to tell me your true feelings, so I can help you solve your problem. If you truly like him, then there's a solution that suits your preference. If not, I can help you explain it to your father so he doesn't misunderstand Xiaoshan again. Chen Qingju said sincerely. I like him. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiaomao decisively replied with 2 words. This answer was exactly what Chen Qingyu expected, and she nodded gently. If you like him, things will be easy. Even if your father doesn't support you, Mom does. Xiaoshan is a good kid. If you're with him, you be happy. I don't think Yanran and Xiaoxiao would object, but we can't rush this matter. We need to let them accept it slowly. Also, your dad can't tell the truth for now. You know his temper. We need to find a chance to take it slow. But I help you. After hearing her mother Chen Qingju's words, Lin Xiaomao felt both warmed and moved. She whispered, Mom, will I be sorry for my sister by doing this? Will she blame me? Of course not. Chen Qingju smiled and shook her head. Not only will your sister not blame you, but from what I know about her, she should. She thank you. She loves Xiaoshan so much, she must want him to have a better life, and even more so, someone to take good care of him, Xiaoxiao, and Yanran. You have an advantage over other women in doing this. But in reality, you're the one who's being wronged. Xiaoshan is a good person, after all, he's older than you, and he has 2 children, Xiaoxiao and Yanran. Being a second aunt is easy, but being a stepmother is really not, so you have to be mentally prepared. As the mother and daughter were talking, the video of Shen Qiushan's bar performance began to spread on social media. After all, this is the age of self-media. As soon as he sang his first song, someone had already uploaded the live video online. As the performance progressed, more and more videos appeared online, and self-media bloggers naturally became very interested in this kind of news, reposting and commenting on it. Wang Jixin, who was at the scene, was not to be outdone. He immediately posted the video on his Quine account. The headline was as eye-catching as ever. Shocking. Nebula Award winner Shen Qiushan sings in a bar. Chapter 169. Due to the backlash from previous traffic, Wang Jixin was much more cautious when posting about Shen Qiushan. Although the title was eye-catching, the content was relatively objective, simply explaining Shen Qiushan's performance at a bar and uploading a live video. As China's first and currently only Nebula Award winner, Shen Qiushan's fame and influence are far greater than before. News about him can easily become viral. After Wang Jixin and other self-media bloggers' videos went viral, they immediately sparked discussion among netizens. But the direction of public opinion left Wang Jixin somewhat frustrated. You're a writer, and you sing so well. Is this even possible? Old Shen has completely overturned my stereotype of writers. I suggest Old Shen just make his debut. Why would he even write a book? I can't believe Red Rose was actually Old Shen's original work. He's truly a genius. What? The lead singer is a writer? I thought he was some incredibly talented, washed-up singer. I don't know if his writing is good, but Old Shen sings beautifully. The comments section of the video were filled with overwhelmingly positive reviews, with netizens praising Shen Qiushan's exceptional vocal skills. After a night of discussion, the hashtag Nebula Award winner Shen Qiushan singing in a bar hashtag immediately became a trending topic on both Weibo and Quine. As discussion of the incident grew, so did the criticism, and surprisingly, most of these critics were highly educated. Yang Shijin, who had previously clashed with Shen Qiushan, was one of them. A while ago, there was a lot of news that a writer in our country won the Nebula Award. He's made outstanding contributions to science fiction and even culture, achieving a groundbreaking feat. This is a great thing that brings glory to our country. Although the book hasn't been published yet, and no one knows how well it's done, the award is a fact. Whether he likes it or not, he's now a well-known writer in our country. But this well-known writer is actually singing in a bar. It's only been a week since CCTV's Focus Figures aired. You're on CCTV, shouldn't you pay attention to your personal image? I'm not saying his singing is bad, but for a well-known domestic writer, wearing those holy clothes and dressing like a hooligan is truly disrespectful. If you didn't know better, you think all our writers were like that. Yang Shijin spoke in his signature style for over 10 minutes, harshly criticizing Shen Qiushan from multiple angles. Though he never mentioned Shen Qiushan by name, everyone knew he was talking about him. Besides Yang Shijin, others in the literary community also spoke out. A well-known writer, who goes by the pen name Lu Zhuangju, posted a Weibo post. A writer should act like a writer. What kind of writer is someone who flirts in such a setting? Writer Wang Hai also posted a Weibo post condemning the incident. If you like singing, just go ahead and sing. Why hang out in the literary world? I suggest kicking this kind of person out of the writer community. Literati have always looked down on each other. The fact that Shin Qiushan's online novel sold film and television rights for tens of millions has already made many writers jealous. After winning the Nebula Award, these writers naturally became even more frustrated. How could he, a writer of online novels, win the Nebula Award? And yet, writers like them, who had been working hard for over a decade, 20 years, or even their entire lives, couldn't even reach the threshold of the Nebula Award. Especially since the three-body civilization hasn't officially launched yet, and won't be until this Friday. So, no one has seen the true quality of Shin Qiushan's award-winning work, which makes them even more dissatisfied. Now that Shin Qiushan is in the news again for singing in a bar, it's no surprise that these writers, who have long disliked him, are taking the opportunity to speak out. In addition to those with such motives, those criticizing Shin Qiushan also include many remote colonizers and so-called public intellectuals. The reason for their attacks on Shin Qiushan is simple. Not long ago, Shin Qiushan had won the Nebula Award, beating out a field of foreign authors. He had brought glory to the country, and many young people even considered him a national hero. Attacking Shin Qiushan and disparaging him as much as possible negates this national hero, and achieves their own nefarious political goals. There are many such people in China. They are like parasites, more despicable than true enemies. As public opinion continued to ferment, Shin Qiushan became a viral sensation. While the news of his Nebula Award win also garnered significant attention, but only a minority of people care about literature, especially among young people, and the number of people who pay attention to the Nebula Award is even smaller. Also, there's a term on the internet called the information cocoon. Because you're not interested in a certain field, you rarely see videos about it. This creates an information cocoon, where you only understand the areas you're familiar with. Thus, while the news of Shin Qiushan winning the Nebula Award was a hot topic and had a certain impact on breaking news circles, it didn't truly break through. Young people might have seen it, but they might have just glanced at it and quickly forgotten it. But this time was different. Music is the easiest thing to break through, with almost no age restrictions for its audience. Add to that the title of Nebula Award winner, and naturally many more people would be interested. As a result, Shin Qiushan truly entered the public eye. He even gained a high profile in the fan circle due to his good looks and solid singing skills. And with that beautiful song Red Rose, he has a lot of young fans. Sanjiang University Conference Room. President Zhu Qidong sat in the center, flanked by Zhao Changtian, Lu Hongyu, and other university leaders. What do you think about the matter between Shin Qiushan and Vice Secretary Lin? Zhu Qidong asked, then glanced at the reactions of the people around him. Shin Qiushan's bravery had indeed achieved its purpose of blocking the bullet. After the video of his bar performance came out, discussion about Lin Xiaomao decreased significantly. However, the school had yet to offer a clear explanation. Old Zhao, you go first. This topic could easily offend people, so after Zhu Qidong broached it, no one responded. The meeting room was silent for a moment, and Zhu Qidong had no choice but to name someone. The person he mentioned was Executive Vice President Zhao Changtian, whose responsibilities included school publicity. So it was appropriate for him to express his opinion on this matter. Zhao Changtian cleared his throat. He already had his own thoughts, but he didn't speak up. He wanted to gauge the others' reactions, and then speak based on the situation in the room. This was a basic leadership practice. But no one spoke, and Zhu Qidong called on him again, so Zhao Changtian had no choice but to offer his own opinion. I don't think this is a bad thing for our school. Shin Qiushan is a Nebula Award winner, and just appeared on CCTV's Focus Person. He has CCTV's endorsement, so his image is officially recognized. Before the meeting, I carefully read the online reviews of him. 80 to 90% are positive, with only a small percentage negative. As Shin Qiushan's alma mater, we should be his strongest support, and this also reflects our school's spirit of tolerance. It's just a song, what's the big deal? Besides, so many people like it. Zhao Changtian's stance was clear and direct, supporting Shin Qiushan without any hesitation. I agree with Lao Zhao. Vice President Lu Hongyu followed suit. Neither Shin Qiushan nor Vice Secretary Lin have done anything illegal. We cannot be swayed by public opinion. Furthermore, those critical voices are not pure. They can even be said to harbor ulterior motives. I think at a time like this, our university should offer unwavering support. We shouldn't be like some schools and organizations, which, once dissenting voices surface online, immediately become cowards, preferring to avoid further interference. The current poor online public opinion environment is largely due to the fact that many organizations and individuals, fearing trouble, compromise with the bad actors. We at Sanjiang University can't be cowards. It was Lu Hongyu who personally recruited Shin Qiushan to Sanjiang University, so he always had a good impression of him. Besides, Shin Qiushan's Nebula Award win was itself a source of honor for Sanjiang University. Now, the school website still boasts a large poster congratulating Shin Qiushan on his Nebula Award. Seeing that Vice Presidents Xiao Changtian and Lu Hongyu had reached a consensus, the university leaders, who had been observing and waiting for an opportunity, followed suit. The meeting concluded. The university had reached a consensus on the matter of Shin Qiushan and Lin Xiaomo. Support your own people. Support the faculty, staff, and students. Soon, Sanjiang University's official website posted a statement expressing support for Shin Qiushan and Lin Xiaomo's use of their spare time to form a singing band. There had already been more online outcry for support, but now that Sanjiang University had voiced its support, the criticism seemed a bit harsh. Friday. The three-body civilization is officially on sale. As of today, online pre-sale sales have reached 110,000 copies. This means that the three-body civilization has already sold 110,000 copies since its initial release. All pre-sale copies are shipping today. So, the fastest way to get the physical copy is to visit major bookstores. At 9 a.m., a long line formed in front of the Xinhua bookstore near the university town. Almost all of those in line were students from nearby universities, with the majority being from Sanjiang University. After all, Shin Qiushan, the author of the three-body civilization, is a Sanjiang University graduate. Due to the bar singing incident, Shin Qiushan was criticized by many writers, some even claiming he won the award because his work smeared his own country and promoted Western political correctness. Some also criticized the sales of the three-body civilization, claiming pre-sale figures were faked, and that the truth would be revealed once it went on sale. This kind of science fiction novel definitely wouldn't sell many copies. Against this backdrop, as Shin Qiushan's alumni, the students of Sanjiang University were naturally happy to show their support. Of course, they were genuinely curious about this Nebula Award-winning work. Similar lines were seen in many bookstores, especially near university towns where young people gather, where the situation was even more severe. A Nebula Award winner, performing in a bar, to Yang Shijin and others, this was an unforgivable crime. However, to most young people, it was simply too cool. Shin Qiushan, in particular, not only had a good personal image, but also a good vocalist. Therefore, the videos of him singing in bars have garnered a large number of young fans. Now that the three-body civilization is on sale, they are showing their support for Shin Qiushan through concrete actions. There's a Xinhua bookstore near the Sanjiang Evening News office building. Wang Jixin passes by it every day on his way to work, including today. However, today, there were over a dozen people lining up outside the bookstore. As a veteran Shin Qiushan hater, Wang Jixin clearly remembered that today was the day the three-body civilization went on sale, and he had originally planned to buy a copy at the bookstore. As the saying goes, know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. If you don't even know what Shin Qiushan wrote, how can you post videos criticizing him in the future? He parked his car on the side of the road and walked to the end of the line. Standing in front of him were two young men in their 20s. They were chatting. We have to support old Shin's books. Let those who criticize him see. Yeah, I think so too. Those idiots online, who criticize old Shin don't have good intentions. They're just jealous. Not only can old Shin win awards, but he can also sing. He's much better than those crooked writers. And that guy named Wang Jixin? He's always bashing old Shin just for a little traffic. He's got no shame. I don't even bother with that clown. His face is swollen, and he's still whining. The two of them were chatting back and forth. It was clear they didn't know each other before, but they both supported Shin Qiushan, and that sparked a conversation. Listening to their conversation, Wang Jixin's face darkened. Fortunately, he was wearing a baseball cap, so the two young men didn't notice him. But worried about being recognized, he pulled the brim down. The bookstore opened. The queue entered the bookstore in an orderly manner, and the books they wanted to buy were surprisingly uniform. As expected, they were all Shin Qiushan's The Three-Body Civilization. Wang Jixin also bought all 3 volumes and hurriedly left the bookstore. Arriving at work, he opened the first volume and began to read intently. After all, Wang Jixin was a top student in the journalism department, so he read a lot and had a certain understanding of literary works. He naturally approached Shin Qiushan's book with a critical attitude. Because of this attitude, he initially enjoyed it, as there were many things to criticize, and he even took notes. He planned to produce 1 or more videos to comprehensively analyze Shin Qiushan's book. But as he read, his excitement faded. The story gradually became more exciting. The multi-perspective narrative seemed a bit confusing at first, even confusing. But as the story progressed, the threads began to connect. Unraveling the mystery. The clues are hidden. The grand structure and various hardcore sci-fi settings gradually emerge, making one applaud. Originally, Wang Jixin's idea was to use the excuse of analyzing the three-body civilization to find fault with Shinqiushan and regain some of the face he had previously lost. In the end, after actually reading the book, he realized that he was superficial. Shinqiushan's Nebula Award was truly a result of his hard work. Even Wang Jixin, a loyal Shin hater, couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Awesome." No criticism left. This weight is truly no criticism left. Chapter 170. In a Xinhua bookstore in Beijing, an elderly man with thinning hair and a gray plaid shirt paused briefly at the top of the new bookshelf before picking up a copy of the Three-Body Civilization. After paying, he took a photo of the book in his hand. Then he posted a Weibo post. Old Yang never talks big. I've already bought the book, and I post my review later. This elderly man was Yang Shijin, a completely different person from Wang Jixin. Wang Jixin had only chosen to smear Shin for traffic. But Yang Shijin was different. He was a typical soft-hearted person. Under the guise of caring for the people and criticizing the dark side of society, he made statements that seemed to defend the people, but were actually full of personal agendas. People like him simply couldn't stand seeing anything good happen in China. Any breakthrough would be more painful than killing him. So, Shinqiushan's Nebula Award was a huge shock to him, and he was eager to discredit him immediately. This is why, after watching the video of Shinqiushan's bar performance, he immediately jumped out to denounce him. Unfortunately, his video denunciation didn't yield satisfactory results. Netizens seemed to buy into Shinqiushan's style, and were actually praising him. Seeing that the bar singing incident had little impact on him, Yang Shijin was naturally frustrated, but now a new opportunity had arrived. The Three-Body Civilization has officially launched, and Yang Shijin could easily start by attacking the work. If you want to criticize an author, attacking their work is undoubtedly the most effective means. When it comes to dissecting a work's content, Yang Shijin is a master, after all, having spent his entire life in the literary field. Finding a corner seat in the Xinhua bookstore, Yang Shijin began to diligently read Shinqiushan's works. He experienced almost the same emotional journey as Wang Jixin. At first, that's it? Could it be that he bribed the Nebula Awards committee? But as he read on, he realized there was something to this book. By the time he finished the first volume, his brows were twisted into knots. Now, Yang Shijin could probably understand why Shinqiushan, a Yen native, had beaten so many foreign writers to win the Nebula Award, because, if the award wasn't given to him, it would be a huge blow to the authority and fairness of the award. Although there's no first in literature, and no second in martial arts, but if the gap is too obvious, and the award is forcibly given to the weaker party, then the authority and fairness of the award will be completely destroyed. It's like in a singing competition, Han Hong and Meng Zi each sang a song. Then, the organizing committee awarded the championship to Meng Zi. So, is there any point in continuing the singing competition? Everyone already knows that this competition isn't about singing skills at all. Shinqiushan's Nebula Award win likely stems from the same principle. He's so talented, it's impossible not to give it to someone from Yen. Otherwise, given the tone of those foreign awards, even if the level is similar, this award wouldn't be given to someone from Yen. Unless you can, like Mo's saying, cater to foreign values and vilify Chinese people. In that case, you can go to your hometown with Mo saying to see the cherry blossoms. Yang Shijin tapped his fingers on the table. Things were getting a bit difficult, beyond his expectations. I thought I could start with the work. Now it seems that starting with the work wasn't a wise choice. At almost the same time, in a tea house, a middle-aged man wearing black glasses and a slightly plump middle-aged man sat opposite each other. Both were well-known writers in China, one using the pen name Lu Zhuangju, the other Wang Hai. They had agreed yesterday to work together to analyze Shinqiushan's new book. Since both had criticized Shinqiushan online, the two, already friends, were on the same page. Shin is quite capable. I guess I underestimated him before. Lu Zhuangju put down his teacup and frowned. Yes, the worldview and setting of this book are indeed amazing. Wang Hai nodded. He was also a writer who specialized in science fiction, but his sci-fi works hadn't been very popular in recent years. In the past 2 years, he had shifted his focus to the suspense market. It's hard to imagine he started out as an online novelist. I've read that online novel of his before, and it's pure sensationalism. I never thought he'd be able to write something like this after switching to science fiction. Manor Master Lu sighed, shaking his head. It looks like we're about to be slapped in the face. Pre-sales are 110,000 copies. Judging by the quality of this book, it's possible it could sell hundreds of thousands. Wang Hai sighed. He had always been very dissatisfied with Shin Qiushan. As a fellow science fiction writer, he had been in the industry for over 20 years, and he hadn't won even a top science fiction award like the Nebula Award, let alone some other less prestigious international awards. And yet, Shin Qiushan, an online novelist, sold film and television rights for his first book for tens of millions of dollars, and won the Nebula Award for his second, along with a $1.5 million prize. It was impossible not to be jealous. He had originally considered cursing a few times, at least to vent his anger. But now, he had no idea where to start. His work spoke for him, so it was hard to criticize him. If he insisted on doing so, he'd be completely shameless. Forget it. I haven't even met him, so let's not bother. Manor Master Lu shook his head, picking up his teacup and sipping it silently. If I get the chance, I really like to meet him. Wang Hai stroked his chubby chin. To be able to write a book like this, and a song like Red Rose, he's truly an amazing person. The book was released that morning. By the afternoon, word of mouth about the three-body civilization had already begun to spread online. Because it was the first domestic work to win the Nebula Award, literary enthusiasts were extremely curious. Secondly, author Shin Qiushan was in the spotlight lately, generating a lot of buzz. While the bar singing for money had caused considerable controversy, it had a largely positive impact. This is easy to understand. Yin Zhu, the author of The Three-Body Problem, and issue in singing skills. And then he actually went out to sing in a bar. This is a definite fan-gathering move, especially those young girls, who like older men, they were all completely captivated. They even spontaneously formed a fan group called Uncle Shin's Guards. Currently, the Uncle Shin Guards have grown to 21 groups. With 2,000 members in each group, the guards alone total 40,000. It's terrifying, and today, almost all the fans in the group were doing one thing, showing off their book receipts. Bought 2 sets. Bought 3 sets, supporting Uncle Shin. 5 sets already bought. 20 sets. Go Uncle Shin. Wow, rich sister. I bowed down to the sister who bought 20 sets. Thanks to the fan support and the spread of positive word of mouth, the three-body civilization sold out on its first day. School auditorium. The welcome party is today. And after the welcome party, it's the National Day holiday. So, for the freshmen, today is a double blessing. The welcome party starts at 6:30. The final rehearsal is underway. Shin Qiushan sat in the first row of the audience. Next to him was Lin Xiaoma, the deputy secretary of the Youth League Committee, who was in charge of the welcome party. For this party, Lin Xiaoma was the director general. Next to them were young teachers set by the Youth League Committee and the school, as well as student union officials. At that moment, several girls were dancing on the stage. They were from the school dance club and had specially choreographed a group dance for the welcome party. The girls were all quite attractive, and the overall performance was pleasing to the eyes, full of youthful vigor and energy. Ordinarily, the audience's attention should have been on the girls on stage, but now, many eyes drifted toward Shin Qiushan, intentionally or unintentionally. Today was the official release date for the three-body civilization, and there were already reports online that the book was already selling out. It was surprising that the author, Shin Qiushan, was still willing to participate in the welcome party. Old Shin, please sign an autograph for me. After the dance ended, Lin Xiaoma stood up, waved to the girl in the center position, and then whispered to her. Just then, Lu Qingwu approached Shin Qiushan, clutching a copy of the three-body civilization. Her timing was intriguing. It felt like a mistress sneaking in while the wife was away. Lately, Shin Qiushan hadn't had much contact with teacher Lu. After all, she wasn't a lecturer, and as a counselor, she wouldn't visit the class unless she had something to do. Teacher Lu, do you read science fiction? Shin Qiushan took the book and asked with a smile, as he signed his name on the title page. Not usually. But of course I read your book. Lu Qingwu winked at Shin Qiushan. This beautiful intern counselor had been regretting one thing for the past few days. When she had the chance to push Shin Qiushan over, she thought about trying to pull him back, to establish herself as someone who wasn't just a pushover. As a result, she accidentally missed the perfect buy opportunity. In Lu Qingwu's view, finding a man was like buying stocks. Most men were junk stocks, not worth buying. A small number of men are high-quality stocks, well worth buying. However, the problem is that all women know these men are high-quality stocks, and everyone is scrambling to acquire them, so the probability of success is extremely low. Another group of men are potential stocks, and many women are also eyeing these potential stocks. However, since they haven't yet reached the status of high-quality stocks, most women are taking a wait-and-see approach. In Lu Qingwu's eyes, Shin Qiushan was a potential stock with the potential to become a high-quality stock. She had originally intended to wait and see, waiting for the right opportunity, but she never expected Shin Qiushan, this potential stock, to rise so quickly. In less than a month, he had transformed from a potential stock to a high-quality stock. Every time Lu Qingwu thought about this, she felt a surge of regret. During the first few days of Shin Qiushan's enrollment, they had frequent contact, and there was a good chance they could have gotten married. Back then, Shin Qiushan hadn't won the Nebula Award or become a renowned writer. If we compare it to a stock market chart, buying in at that time was still a low point, and the chances of success were higher. Now it's too late. Shin Qiushan has become a high-quality stock. Not only has it reached a high point, but buying in now also has a very low chance of success. But Lu Qingwu certainly didn't want to miss out on such a high-quality stock as Shin Qiushan, even if he and Lin Xiaomo were having an ambiguous relationship. But as long as they weren't married, she still had a chance. Even if they got married, there was still a chance. In fact, the chances might even be higher after marriage. People tend to get bored with the old and love the new. Men especially. Even if you marry a goddess, you get tired of her after a while. This is also why, in many cases of exposed illicit relationships, the mistresses are often less attractive than the original wives. Because, for married men, wildflowers are always more fragrant than domesticated ones. So Lu Qingwu felt that as long as she didn't give up, there would still be opportunities. Old Shin, can you sign one for me too? With Lu Qingwu taking the lead, a young female teacher from the Youth League Committee also approached, clutching a copy of the Three-Body Civilization. Although Sanjiang University is a top-tier institution in China, its most prestigious majors are in science and engineering, and it rarely produces talent in the literary and entertainment fields. Since its founding, Sanjiang University has produced only a few renowned writers, like Shin Qiushan, and none of those who have reached his level. After all, Shin Qiushan is the first Chinese writer to win the Nebula Award. This fact alone puts him far ahead of other writers. Precisely because of this background, Shin Qiushan, a renowned writer, is still incredibly popular on campus. Of course, fame is only one aspect of his career. Shin Qiushan's good looks and physique are also a plus, especially his recent bar singing incident, which has earned him a significant following on campus. Old Shin, can we take a photo? Old Shin, I love your book so much. I've read, I really didn't want to be reborn 3 times. Teacher Shin, I want an autograph too. Just sign my shirt. Just now, Lin Xiaomo, the deputy secretary of the Youth League Committee, was sitting next to Shin Qiushan, and no one dared to move. Now that Lin Xiaomo had gone to the front to discuss work, everyone started to stalk him, quickly surrounding him. When Lin Xiaomo finished her conversation with the girl and was about to return to her seat, she discovered that Shin Qiushan had been surrounded by a group of female students and teachers. Lin Xiaomo frowned slightly. She was, of course, keeping an eye on the online chatter. Shin Qiushan had been incredibly popular lately. Countless young girls admired him, which inevitably gave Lin Xiaomo a sense of crisis. Lin Xiaomo was very confident in her looks and figure, but the disadvantage of age was unavoidable. No matter how beautiful she was already 31 years old, and many of the girls who admired Shin Qiushan were 18 or 19, as the famous saying goes. No woman can stay 18 forever, but there will always be 18-year-old girls. Old Shin, it's time for rehearsal. Lin Xiaomo adjusted herself slightly, and said to Shin Qiushan, who was surrounded by them. To show their support for Shin Qiushan and Lin Xiaomo, the school specifically informed Lin Xiaomo that they should both perform on stage at this year's welcome party. This is the most powerful response to those online critics. Just keep barking. At Sanjiang University, not only will we not discipline Shin Qiushan and Lin Xiaomo, we even encourage them to perform at the welcome party. As a result, Shin Qiushan and Lin Xiaomo's performance has become the most anticipated program at the welcome party for students. Chapter 171. The song Shin Qiushan and Lin Xiaomo chose to sing together was called Chasing the Wind, a positive and energetic song perfect for a welcome party. As the two walked onto the stage, the audience's attention naturally fell on them. Previously, videos of Lin Xiaomo and Shin Qiushan singing in bars had gone viral online, with several videos accumulating hundreds of thousands of likes, and Shin Qiushan's video of Red Rose even surpassing 1 million. Almost everyone present had seen those videos, but watching them live was a completely different experience. When the prelude ended and Lin Xiaomo began to speak, the audience instinctively exclaimed, Wow! This aloof secretary Lin, as he appeared in the videos, was a top-notch vocalist. Lin Xiaomo's part concluded, and Shin Qiushan's was next. As soon as he began, the wows from the audience were even louder than when Lin Xiaomo had just begun. It wasn't that Shin Qiushan sang any better than Lin Xiaomo, but rather that the audience was mostly women, female students and teachers, all at an age with surging hormones. Shin Qiushan, this handsome old man, naturally held greater appeal to them than Lin Xiaomo. The song quickly reached its chorus. The two walked from either side of the stage to the center and began to sing. Going against the wind is the direction of youth. The wounds from falls are like metals burning hot. Chasing the wind, be your own hero. A blazing dream surges in your palm. What a perfect match. Their chemistry is too strong. I suggest they debut right here. Honestly, Old Shin and Secretary Lin are no less talented than professional singers. Didn't the school forum say they're already together? Yeah, I approve of this marriage. The chorus ended, and during the interlude, the female students in the audience couldn't help but whisper. Lu Qingwu, clutching a copy of the Three-Body Civilization, sighed rather dejectedly. She long suspected something was up between the two, but Shin Qiushan had previously mentioned that Lin Xiaomo was the children's second aunt. Lu Qingwu had let down her guard, assuming there weren't any strong contenders around Shin Qiushan. She'd been wrong. As expected, you have to trust your instincts. The full name for second aunt should be second aunt mother. She's half a mother herself. But Lu Qingwu naturally had no intention of giving up. What she pursued wasn't love, but a stepping stone that could allow her to cross the social ladder. If this stepping stone belonged to her alone, that would be perfect. And sharing it wasn't unacceptable, as long as it could get her to the area she desired. Sanjiang South Station. Waiting hall. Shinishu, carrying a backpack, wore Bluetooth headphones. Going against the wind is the direction of youth. The wounds from a fall are like the heat of a metal. The music playlist happened to play Chasing the Wind, and Shinichia hummed along while chatting with his best friend, Wang Yupeng. He only scored 381 on the college entrance exam, a score that made it difficult for even an athlete to get into a regular undergraduate program. He ultimately went to Jingxi Electronic Science and Technology College, a private university that offers a bachelor's degree, but the tuition is quite expensive, similar to the third-tier universities of the past. Shinichia, I'll be in Beijing in 6 hours. Do you think Luo Yao will be surprised? Shinixiao, I won't come to see you tonight. I'm going to stay with Luo Yao. Tomorrow, Luo Yao and I will come to visit you. Wang Yupeng, you better tell Luo Yao in advance. There's a guy in our dorm who's in a long-distance relationship with his girlfriend, and he's dating someone else at school. Wang Yupeng, it's been said online that long-distance relationships shouldn't be sudden. It's better for all four of us. Shinichio, get lost. Shinichio, a dog can't spit out ivory. Shinichio, Luo Yao isn't that kind of person. Shinichio, get out of here. Stop messing around. After exiting the chat with Wang Yupeng, Shinichi clicked on Luo Yao's profile. The last time they chatted was this morning, saying good morning to each other, and the last time was last night, saying good night to each other. Shinichi sighed silently as he scrolled through the chat history. He didn't know when it started, but their only communication was good morning and good night. It didn't feel like a relationship, more like meeting some kind of KPI. Occasionally there would be other messages, like what they eaten, or the occasional complaint about their roommate. Shinichi suddenly felt melancholy. Perhaps this is what long-distance relationships are like, if only they could meet in person. Besides, winter vacation is almost here. Baby. Shinichi typed 2 words into the chat box, thinking about how to get Luo Yao to say something, to find out what her plans were for the day, so he could surprise her at the right time. Just then, his best friend Wang Yupeng, whom he had already forced to leave, sent another message. Brother Xiao, is your sister in a relationship? Looking at the message, Shinixiao, who had already tasted the bitterness of lovesickness, raised an eyebrow and immediately replied, Fuck. You're not in love with Shenyan Ran, are you? Shinixiao, when did you become blind? Shinixiu, fuck. I treat you like a brother, and you actually want to be my brother-in-law. During their 3 years of living together in high school, Shinixiu had never considered this. But after more than a month of longing, he instantly understood Wang Yunping's feelings. So, many things still require personal experience and feeling. Otherwise, it'd always be empty talk, Wang Yupeng replied with a wry smile emoji. Although he didn't respond directly, it was a tacit acceptance. Shinixiu simply replied with a oh my god emoji to express her feelings at the moment. Beijing Academy of Fine Arts. Luo Yao was sitting at her desk putting on makeup. Their dorm was 6 people, and during the National Day holiday, 4 of them went home. Only Luo Yao and Chen Meijing, who lived farther away, stayed. Their relationship was okay, but it was superficial. They say that 6 girls in a dorm can form 30 groups. While that's an exaggeration, most girls' dorms do have more conflicts than boys' dorms. For example, the 6 people in Luo Yao's dorm all had their own agendas, and over a month into the semester, countless instances of overt and covert rivalry had unfolded. "Yao Yao, are you going on a date?" Chen Meijing casually asked, lying on her bed, playing with her phone. "Not really. Senior Ma asked me to help with an exhibition at his friend's gallery during the National Day holiday, and I'm helping with the setup." Luo Yao repeated the invitation, but she knew it was probably just an excuse. What did a freshman like her know about staging an exhibition? That was done by professionals. Just an excuse. Chen Meijing curled her lips in disdain. "Yao Yao, remember that post on the school forum that criticized Senior Ma? Several girls called him a scumbag. You better be careful when interacting with him. We're just friends, not romantically involved." Luo Yao shrugged, "And don't trust everything you read online. I think Senior Ma is a pretty good person." She said this, but in her heart she was furiously complaining. Who knows who was so infatuated with Senior Ma the first time they met? Senior Ma isn't attracted to you, and you're saying bad things about him to me. Yao Yao, you do have a boyfriend, albeit one from another city. But I think what you're doing is a bit unfair to him. Chen Meijing was indeed jealous of Luo Yao. The Senior Ma they were talking about was Ma Shikuan, a school celebrity and vice president of the student union. He often drove around the school in a Porsche 718, looking quite impressive. During military training, Luo Yao would talk on the phone with Shen Yixiao every day, so her roommates all knew she had a boyfriend. Chen Meijing suddenly brought up Luo Yao's boyfriend, naturally to mock him. "No one says you can't have friends just because you have a boyfriend." Luo Yao curled her lips and added, "Meijing, isn't that Curly from class 3 chasing you going home for the holidays? I think you could develop a relationship if you have the time." "Him? I wouldn't even talk to a dog." Chen Meijing rolled her eyes, and quickly distanced herself from the man. Because the curly Luo Yao was referring to was ugly and short, being pursued by someone like that would only be humiliating, with no sense of superiority. So Luo Yao's mention of curly was merely an insult to Chen Meijing. The 2 girls, each with their own ulterior motives, casually concluded their confrontation. Chen Meijing mocked Luo Yao for having a boyfriend and still messing around. Luo Yao retaliated with little curly, implying that not only was she single, but the people pursuing her were also idiotic. The 2 ended up in a draw, with neither gaining the upper hand. Similar confrontations played out almost daily in Luo Yao's dorm. It couldn't be helped, girls' dorms were prone to conflict, and she was burdened with 5 spoiled little princesses. It wasn't that she was unlucky. This kind of roommate structure was quite common at the Beijing Academy of Fine Arts. After all, most art students come from well-off families, and those who dared to attend a second-rate art academy in Beijing were certainly well-off. In other words, this school was home to a large group of children from well-off families. These children had almost all been pampered, and suddenly being thrown into a group environment meant that friction was rare. After finishing her makeup, Luo Yao left the dorm, carrying a small MCM bag slung over her shoulder. She had bought this small MCM bag before she started college, using the red envelopes given by her elders at her graduation banquet. It cost her over 4,000 yuan. At the time, Luo Yao had thought a bag worth over 4,000 yuan was quite impressive, but after entering the Beijing Academy of Fine Arts, she realized it was just average. Many of her senior classmates carried bags from top-tier brands, like Louis Vuitton and Prada, and 2 of her roommates also carried Louis Vuitton. In comparison, Luo Yao's MCM bag seemed a bit underwhelming. But she didn't have the financial resources to change anything at the moment, so for now, this bag remained her signature item. Exiting the dormitory gate, Luo Yao spotted a silver Porsche sports car from a distance. Perhaps because it had noticed Luo Yao, the car's door opened, and a handsome man with sunglasses perched on his nose got out. He walked around the front of the car, went to the passenger side, and opened the door. As Luo Yao approached, he politely gestured, "Princess Yao Yao, please get in." "Senior, don't be so dramatic." Luo Yao's face was filled with a brilliant smile as she happily slid into the passenger seat of the Porsche 718. Then, amid the chatter of several students, the Porsche drove away from the dormitory area. About half an hour later, the Porsche stopped in front of an art gallery. Ma Shikuan again politely opened the door for Luo Yao. As Luo Yao exited the car, 2 men, one tall and one short, and a hot internet celebrity-looking woman got out of a Wrangler parked behind the Porsche. Young Master Ma, you said you were coming alone, so why did you bring your girlfriend? Brother Kun, you're so mean. You didn't even tell me you had a girlfriend. The two men greeted Luo Yao with a smile, each sizing her up. Don't talk nonsense, Junior. I'm here to help. Junior? Haha, I get it. The tall man gave a teasing smile. The shorter man greeted Luo Yao directly. Junior, what's your name? Hello, my name is Luo Yao. Facing these two men with obvious social manners, Luo Yao was still a little nervous. As she replied, she subconsciously moved closer to Ma Xiaokun. Huzi, don't scare me. Ma Xiaokun punched the shorter man on the shoulder and introduced the three men to Luo Yao one by one. Su Hu, one of the gallery's shareholders. Tang Mingwei, also a gallery shareholder. Taozi, Tang Xiao's girlfriend. Luo Yao quickly greeted the three men, and the five of them walked into the gallery together. Yao Yao, stay with Taozi and the others for a while. I'm going to the bathroom. Entering the gallery, Ma Xiaokun pointed to the sofa in the lounge area. Brother Kun, take me with you. Su Hu rubbed his belly and hurried after them. When they were a distance away, he put an arm around Ma Xiaokun's shoulders and teased, Brother Kun, this is just average quality. Your standards have dropped. You know shit. Ma Xiaokun curled his lips in disdain and chuckled. A freshman, never been in a relationship. You know? Holy crap. As expected of Brother Kun, you're going to be the groom. Su Hu gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. Chapter 172. Xiaomei Luo, what year are you in? Tang Mingwei casually asked in the lounge area. Freshman. Luo Yao answered truthfully. Freshman? Doesn't that mean I've only been in college a few days? Tang Mingwei was slightly startled. Yeah, just a month into the semester. Luo Yao nodded obediently. Great. Freshman. Tang Mingwei sighed, silently complaining, Ma Xiaokun eats really well. You're just a freshman, haven't you ever been in a relationship? Taozi, her long legs folded together, asked with a smile. Yeah, no. Luo Yao nodded seriously. This was exactly what she had said when Ma Xiaokun asked her earlier. Because she felt that never having been in a relationship was a plus, she subconsciously concealed the fact that she had a boyfriend. 6 o'clock in the evening. After nearly 6 hours on the high-speed train, Shinichia finally arrived in Beijing. In front of the train station, he held up his phone and took a selfie with the words Beijing South Station and sent it to his father to let him know he was safe. Then he called an online taxi and headed straight for the Beijing Academy of Fine Arts. Beijing South Station wasn't far from the academy, only about a half-hour drive. Young man, are you going to see your girlfriend? The chatty online taxi driver asked with a smile while waiting at a red light. Master, how did you know? Shinichia asked curiously. Tomorrow's a long holiday. You're definitely not going to the academy to study. Look at how excited you are, like you've been given a shot of chicken blood. I can't think of any other reason than to see your girlfriend. After hearing the driver's analysis, Shinichia scratched his head with a wide smile. It's so obvious. I was your age too, so I understand. I really envy you young people for having so much energy. The balding middle-aged driver sighed. I came all the way from Sanjiang specifically to see my girlfriend. I wanted to give her a surprise, since she's not home for the long holiday. Seeing the driver's envy, Shinichia spoke with a certain smugness. So your girlfriend didn't know you were coming? The bald driver asked. Yeah. Wait until we're downstairs at her dorm, then I call her down. Master, do you think she'd be thrilled? Shinichia asked gleefully. I think she will. The bald driver replied casually, then smiled and shook his head. Only you young people would dare to go out like that. Every day before I get home from work, I send my wife a WeChat message. Huh? What do you mean? Shinichia didn't understand the bald driver's implication. Nothing. I hope you never understand. The bald driver smiled bitterly. At his age, he has elderly parents and young children to care for, the elderly needing care, and the young ones still in school. Every day, he has to pay hundreds of dollars. Without his wife to share the burden, he wouldn't be able to make ends meet. The two of them are truly tied to the same rope. In this situation, what if his wife really cheated on him? What would you do? Divorce would be tantamount to cutting off one's own arm. Their quality of life would be drastically reduced, and both the elderly and the children would likely face the dilemma of being left without care. In this situation, it's not a question of whether or not you dare to divorce, it's a question of not being able to, and not being able to afford it, and this kind of life situation can't withstand any more turmoil. So, unconditionally trusting your wife, rather than creating artificial surprises, is the best option. It's helpless. It's heartbreaking. But this is what many couples are experiencing. Driver, stop by the flower shop up ahead. Shinichio now, of course, didn't understand the bald driver's reluctance. Seeing a flower shop not far ahead, he quickly pointed. Okay. Young people are truly romantic. The bald driver slammed on the brakes and stopped in front of the flower shop. Driver, wait a moment. Shinichio got out of the car and went to the flower shop to pick out a beautiful bouquet of pink roses. 33 roses, symbolizing love for 3 lifetimes. Wow! Such a large bouquet must be expensive. When Shinichio returned to the car, the bald driver couldn't help but sigh. Not bad, 199 yuan. Since it wasn't a special occasion, these 33 pink roses weren't very expensive, and Shinichio could totally afford it. Because of his wealthy father Shin's generous gift to his son, for his date this time in Beijing, 199 yuan was nothing. 199 for a bouquet of flowers. Young people are really daring with their money. The bald driver sighed. 199 yuan was enough for several days' worth of food for their family. The flower shop was quite close to the Academy of Fine Arts. A few minutes later, the car arrived near the girls' dormitory. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening, and the sky had already darkened and was hazy. A small, bustling commercial street had spontaneously formed outside the gate of the girls' dormitory of the Academy of Fine Arts. Snack shops, milk tea shops, supermarkets, internet cafes, self-service karaoke bars, and other shops are all available. Many students stay home for the long holidays, so the commercial streets are quite crowded at this time. Suddenly, a Porsche 718 sports car appeared on the street. Its roaring engine and handsome body caught the attention of almost every student. The bald driver who had just pulled up couldn't help but sigh. Students these days are so rich. They're still in school, and they're already driving Porsche sports cars. Shinichio glanced at the Porsche and nodded in agreement. There's no shortage of rich second generations in every school. As the two were talking, the Porsche stopped at the entrance to the girls' dormitory. Followed by, a gentle-looking man got out of the driver's seat, jogged over to the passenger side, and opened the door with a gentlemanly air. Then, a familiar figure appeared before Shinichio's eyes. He had been watching the scene with a spectator's gaze, but his eyes widened and his mouth opened into an O shape. This? Shinichio's mind went blank. Both his roommate and his best friend, Wang Yupeng, had warned him against random surprises in long-distance relationships. Shinichio had assumed those ridiculous online stories couldn't possibly happen to him, and hadn't taken his roommates and best friend's words seriously. And now, he was completely dumbfounded. The one who got out of the Porsche. It was his girlfriend. Who was that man? Luo Yao had never mentioned him. Shinichio didn't know him either. She looks pretty. She's pretty too. No wonder she's got the passenger seat in the Porsche. The bald driver didn't notice Shinichio's change of expression. He was still commenting on Luo Yao as she got out of the passenger seat. Young man, I park here for you. The bald driver slammed on the brakes. There were a lot of students at the dormitory gate, making it difficult to maneuver. Young man, we're here. Seeing Shinichio didn't respond, the bald driver turned his head to look at him, then reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Shinichio, regaining his composure, shuddered as if he'd been electrocuted, then immediately opened the car door. Young man, flowers. Shinichio sat in the passenger seat, the bouquet of 33 pink roses in the back seat. He hurriedly got out of the car, not even taking the flowers. The bald driver rolled down the window and shouted, but Shinichio didn't even turn around, instead sprinting towards the dormitory gate. What's wrong with this kid? The bald driver, confused, quickly stepped on the accelerator. Just then, the Porsche roared again, blasting away from the scene. It even brushed past Shinichio, who was trying to stop it. Stop right there! Shinichio yelled, but his voice was drowned out by the roar of the Porsche's engine. It seemed no one but him could hear him. The same thing happened to Ma Shikun in the car. Because the music was blaring, he not only didn't hear Shinichio's curses, but he continued to curse. Are you blind? I kill you, you idiot! He couldn't catch up with the Porsche. Shinichio turned back to chase Luo Yao, who had already entered the dormitory area. Now, she was about 70 or 80 meters away. Shinichio wanted to call out to her, but after opening his mouth, he swallowed his words back. Instead, he silently pulled out his phone and dialed Luo Yao's number. From a distance, he saw Luo Yao pull out her phone and put it to her ear. Baby, are you on vacation? Luo Yao's voice rang out from the receiver. Hearing the word baby, Shinichio couldn't help but let a wry, self-deprecating smile play across his lips. Had just gotten out of another man's Porsche, and now he could calmly call himself baby. Shinichio suddenly realized he didn't seem to understand Luo Yao, his girlfriend. Yeah, it's vacation. What are you doing? Shinichio tried to keep his tone calm. Nothing. Bored. Have you been in the dorm all day? Shinichio asked tentatively. What else? We're in a strange place. Where else can we go besides the dorm? Shinichio remained silent. I tell you later. My mom called me. The call ended. Shinichio stood there, silently watching the figure ahead. Under the streetlight, Luo Yao held up her phone, seemingly chatting happily. Young man, your flowers. Just then, the bald driver, breathlessly clutching the bouquet of pink roses, approached Shinichio. Uncle, can you lend me your phone? For you. The bald driver glanced at the phone in Shinichio's hand. Although he was skeptical, he still lent him his. Shinichio expertly dialed a number. The phone rang twice before connecting, and Luo Mimi's voice rang out. Hello, who is this? Hello. Listening to his future mother-in-law, Shinichio glanced at Luo Yao, who stood under the streetlight, making a phone call. A bitter smile suddenly spread across his face. He finally believed it. Long-distance relationships really don't allow for surprises. The bald man's phone rang busy. Luo Mimi, a non-talking out-of-town number, dismissed it as a nuisance call. In fact, if the number hadn't been registered in Beijing, Luo Mimi probably wouldn't have answered. Because her daughter was studying there, what if the call was about her? Don't be discouraged, young man. There's something better out there. The bald driver patted Shinichio on the shoulder, then sighed softly, and turned toward the BYD Qing parked on the side of the road. There are so many sad people in this world. He, a ride-hailing driver, couldn't comfort them all. Shinichio stood there, dumbfounded, clutching the bouquet of pink roses until his figure disappeared from view under the streetlight. He then turned and, like a walking corpse, walked toward the commercial street outside the dormitory area. Passing by a trash can, Shinichio glanced at the bouquet of roses in his arms, and, with a wave of his hand, prepared to toss it in. And then, a crisp voice suddenly rang out behind him. Wait a minute. Don't you want these flowers anymore? Shinichio retracted the bouquet of roses hanging above the trash can and turned around in confusion. Under the dim streetlight, a tall girl stood there, wearing a tracksuit and a pink baseball cap, her face mostly obscured. In fact, even without the cap, Shinichio wouldn't have bothered to observe a girl's appearance at that moment. You haven't given the flowers away? The girl asked again. Yes. Shinichio nodded. Then give them to me. The girl held out her hand. Flowers are innocent. Shinichio hesitated, then handed the bouquet of pink roses, valued at 199 yuan, to the girl. Thank you, the girl said politely. Shinichio said nothing and turned to leave. The girl lowered her head and sniffed the roses in her hand, sighing, even though they're secondhand, they smell so good. She then looked up at the tall figure walking away, muttering softly, Is it really that hard to break up? I suddenly want to experience it. Chapter 173. Going against the wind is the direction of youth. The wounds from a fall are like metals warming. The girl's phone suddenly rang in her pocket. She clutched the bouquet of pink roses in one hand and frantically pulled out her phone with the other to check. The caller on the screen read, Call Niji. The girl pressed the Bluetooth headset on her ear, and the call automatically connected. Lin Yufei. Are you having trouble finding your way again? Why haven't you come back yet? Didn't you say you'd be back a long time ago? A constant stream of complaints came from the headset. Shoo! Don't disturb my subject. Lin Yufei whispered back. The person on the line fell silent, and a moment later the voice rang again. What subject? Is it the teacher's assignment? Almost. Didn't the teacher always say that as a law student, you need to have keen insight? Lin Yufei muttered, gazing at the tall figure ahead. So who are you observing? A heartbroken person. Only Justice Lin can tell gossip so refreshingly and elegantly. The female voice on the phone burst into curse words. I've told you 1,000 times, I haven't decided whether to be a lawyer or a judge. Maybe not a career related to law. Lin Yufei corrected her friend's address. So what's so special about that heartbroken person? The tone on the phone was lighter, and Lin Yufei could even hear the sound of someone chewing potato chips. She could already picture the scene. My friend Kong Shui lay on her single bed in the dorm, legs crossed, toes dangling leisurely. One hand pulled chips from the open bag, the other held her phone, talking to herself while scrolling through her little black book. Tall, somewhat handsome. So, you're observing a handsome man who's been heartbroken? Sort of. Lin Yufei, You're not tempted by worldly desires, are you? I'm telling you, love is something you should never get involved in, or you become addicted and it's hard to quit. What are you talking about? I'm just curious about the unusual behaviors of someone who's been heartbroken. Oh, you could record them for me. So what did you observe? Very calm, with a dull, lifeless look in his eyes. He probably agreed to anything you asked. Yeah, that's all for now. Wait a minute, he seems to have started singing. Lin Yufei took a few quick steps, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters from Shinichio in front of her. Then, she indeed heard singing. It wasn't so much singing as a howl. He was singing Chasing the Wind, the song she set as her ringtone, but it took Lin Yufei a moment to figure it out. The wound from the fall was like a metal burning hot. Chasing the wind, be your own hero. The howl carried on the late September evening breeze, a distinctly sobbing tone. He's crying, Lin Yufei whispered again. See? This is the consequence of falling in love. Yufei, I'm telling you, love is something you can't control. Okay, take a picture of that handsome guy and show it to me. Lin Yufei let her bestie chatter away, while she cautiously followed Shinichio. Suddenly, Shinichio's feet seemed to spring into life, and he sprinted forward frantically. He's running. So fast. Lin Yufei quickened her pace, but the distance between them only widened. Then hurry after him. Don't let your subject get away. Kong Shui, watching the show from afar, urged him on. If they couldn't find him, there would be no more gossip to share. He ran too fast. I suspect he's an athlete, or perhaps a breakup has unleashed his potential. Record it, symptoms of a breakup, running wildly in the night. He rushed into Sunset Park. Although she couldn't keep up with him, they were fortunately in a straight line, and under the streetlights, she could still vaguely see the dark figure. There's an artificial lake in Sunset Park. He's not going crazy, is he? Huh? No way. Lin Yufei, startled, quickly broke into a run. If you need to call the police, let me know immediately. Lin Yufei's response was vague. Perhaps worried that Shinichio might actually commit suicide, she pushed herself to the limit. By the time she ran into Sunset Park, she was already out of breath. What's going on? Kong Shui's voice rang through the headphones. Lin Yufei didn't have the energy to respond. Panting, she looked toward the artificial lake, and sure enough, she saw the tall figure. He was standing on the boardwalk beside the lake, 1 foot on the low wooden railing. Suddenly, he roared ventilatorily at the lake. When did wolves appear in Sunset Park? Kong Shui's voice rang through the headphones again. It's him. Symptoms of a broken heart, screaming loudly. Lin Yufei, her breathing steady, spoke. Is he very upset? He's not really going to jump into the lake, is he? It's hard to say. Lin Yufei hurried toward Shinichio. Sunset Park is located in the heart of University Town, where students from several nearby universities often stroll, especially young couples. But today is a holiday, and it's late, so only a few furtive couples are seen near the artificial lake. They were all busy with their own things, and even if they heard Shinichia's roar, they simply cursed him out like idiot and continued on. Plop! When Lin Yufei was about 20 meters away from Shinichio, the guy actually jumped into the lake. Ah! Lin Yufei screamed, then ran toward the lake, yelling, help! Someone jumped into the lake. Holy crap! He really jumped? I call the police right now. Wait! It doesn't seem like it. Lin Yufei noticed that although the boy had jumped into the lake, he quickly stood up again. The water in this artificial lake was very shallow, especially at the edge, only about a meter deep. She ran to the plank road and found the boy splashing water with his hands, cursing, how dare they have such shoddy construction in Beijing. The railings are so flimsy. Shinichio certainly had no suicidal thoughts. Although the heartbreak was painful, he was always optimistic, and wouldn't go to extremes. He must have stepped too hard on the railing, breaking it and causing him to fall into the lake. Just as Shinichio was about to get ashore, a white hand suddenly stretched out before him. He looked up at the owner of the hand. She wore a pink baseball cap, a few wisps of hair peeking out from under the brim. She had the perfect oval face, her skin shimmering like a peach under the starlight. Her eyes were particularly lively, their corners slightly tilted upward. Her amber pupils seemed to hold diamonds, gleaming with a delicate, warm light. Crucially, she was holding a bouquet of beautiful pink roses. This bouquet looks familiar. Shinichi remembered that he had been about to throw this bouquet into the trash can, and someone had asked for it, so he casually gave it to them. Come up. Is the water comfortable? Lin Yufei extended her hand forward again. Now, Shinichi really needed a handhold. He silently grasped her hand, exerting a little force, and awkwardly returned from the artificial lake to the boardwalk. It's just a breakup. As for jumping into the lake? Luckily the water's shallow. If anything had happened, how could you possibly face your parents? It wouldn't have been easy for them to raise you. Lin Yufei's face was stern, and her tone was lecturing. I didn't want to jump into the lake. Shinichi denied it out loud. Okay, I won't tell anyone else. Lin Yufei pouted. You only have one life, I hope you cherish it. Shinichi was wearing jeans today, and after being soaked in the lake water, they were damp and heavy, and wrapped around his thighs uncomfortably. He was thinking of finding a place to check if the clothes in his backpack were also wet, but after hearing Lin Yufei's words, a chill ran down his spine. He glanced around suspiciously. A fourth person? No, where's the third person? Shinichi instinctively took a step back and glanced at the beautiful girl across from him. Your name isn't Xiaoqian, is it? What are you thinking? Lin Yufei rolled her eyes and pointed to the Bluetooth headset hanging from her ear. There's another one here. Oh! Shinichi nodded, realizing the other person was talking to a friend. Thank you. Shinichi thanked him. Although the other person had only given him a hand, they had come to save him. You're welcome. I hope you won't do such stupid things again. Lin Yufei warned him sternly. I really didn't mean to jump. Shinichi was speechless for a moment, then pointed to the broken railing. It's all because of this shoddy construction. Okay. I believe you didn't really want to jump. Lin Yufei nodded slightly. It was true. I was just letting off some steam. Jumping into the lake, whether intentional or forced, was still very important to Shinichi. As a top student at Sanjiang University, the son of the renowned writer Shin Qiushan, and the eldest son of the Shin family, he still had to maintain his dignity. Goodbye. Shinichi waved at Lin Yufei, preparing to flee this embarrassing place. He silently added, See you again. Forget everything that happened today, and because his sneakers were filled with water, Shinichi's every step made a puff-puff sound, leaving wet footprints on the plank road. The evening breeze blew. Shinichi couldn't help but shudder, his legs instinctively clamping together. He finally experienced what it felt like to feel a chill in his balls. September 30th. Shinichi felt that today was the most embarrassing day of his 18 years of life. No doubt about it. He reached into his pocket, ready to use his phone to book a hotel. But his pocket was empty. The corners of Shinichi's mouth twitched. If nothing unexpected happened, his phone should be lying in the artificial lake. Ah! Shinichi couldn't hold it in any longer. He roared at the night sky. How could anyone be so unlucky? Even after that roar, Shinichi still felt unsatisfied. He suddenly squatted down, then, with his hands on the ground, he quickly did push-ups. Lin Yufei, standing beside him, was completely bewildered by Shinichi's smooth little combo. Symptoms of a broken heart. Push-ups? Lin Yufei cautiously approached Shinichi and asked, Hey, are you okay? No. Fine. Then what are you doing? Performance art? Shinichi remained silent. This was his unique way of relieving stress. Since the world treats me unfairly, then I do a few push-ups and ruthlessly invade it. Chapter 174. Splash. After finishing his push-ups, Shinichi jumped into the artificial lake again. This time, however, he threw his backpack onto the plank road first. Ah! Again! Lin Yufei was horrified. Even if she had fallen into the water by accident just now, this time she had at least jumped on her own initiative. She was about to call for help when she heard Shinichi, standing in the artificial lake, say, Can you help me? Turn on the light on my phone. I dropped it in the water. Oh! Lin Yufei breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought Shinichi had lost his temper again. Turning on the light on her phone, she squatted down by the lake, using it as a mobile searchlight. Shinichi bent over and groped in the lake for a long time before finally pulling his phone out. After reaching shore, he shook the water off his phone and tried the power button again. As expected, it wouldn't turn on. Having been so miserable, Shinichi stopped complaining and instead felt like laughing. From Sanjiang to Beijing was over 1,200 kilometers. He took the high-speed train for over 5 hours. He thought it would be a romantic journey. It turned out to be an epic disaster. There's a cell phone repair shop on the commercial street over there, Lin Yufei reminded him. Shinichi nodded helplessly, continuing to flick his phone as he asked, Are you also from the Academy of Fine Arts? I'm from the School of Political Science and Law next door. This area was a university town, and the School of Fine Arts was just across the street from the School of Political Science and Law. Nearby were several other universities, including the University of Finance and Economics and the Normal University. Shinichi knew the School of Political Science and Law. In the domestic legal community, it was known as one of the 5 colleges and 4 departments. And the University of Political Science and Law is the leader of the 5 academies. So impressive. Are you from out of town? Lin Yufei asked curiously. Yes, I'm from Sanjiang. Sanjiang? That's far. About the same distance from my home to Beijing. Lin Yufei sighed. You're not from Beijing? I'm from Xiangjiang. You know Orange Island, right? I know, but I've never been. Then you must visit it sometime, climb Yuelu Mountain, and then visit Keifu Temple. The two walked and talked until they arrived at a cell phone repair shop. The owner said he needed to replace the motherboard for 3,500 yuan. And he didn't have it in stock yet. He needed to arrange for it, so the earliest it could be repaired would be tomorrow. Handsome guy, the lowest price is 3,000 yuan, but if you call customer service, it'd be 4,500 yuan. Seeing Shinichi turn and leave, the owner tried to keep him by offering a price cut. No thank you. Shinichi didn't want to be taken advantage of, so he decided to take it to customer service tomorrow. He was using an iPhone 16 Pro. His father had bought one each for him, Shin Yanran and Su Pihua. A new phone only costs around 8,000 yuan these days, but this guy was asking for 3,500 yuan to repair it. He was really taking advantage of him. As for the boss's claim of a broken motherboard, Shinichi was skeptical. Apple officially claims that phones can withstand 30 minutes of water up to 6 meters deep. His phone had only been in the artificial lake for 10 minutes at most. If that was Apple's official claim, it should be fine. Perhaps it simply shut down automatically. There was still water in the phone. Shinichi planned to disassemble it himself and tried to blow it out with a hairdryer. Can you help me get a room and borrow some money? Shinichi said a little embarrassedly as they left the phone repair shop. It's just a small matter. By the way, my name is Lin Yufei, a freshman in the law school at China University of Political Science and Law. Lin Yufei took the initiative to introduce herself. Shinichi. Sanjiang University, freshman majoring in physical training. Sanjiang University? That's impressive. Lin Yufei looked at Shinichi with surprise. She hadn't expected this handsome guy who jumped into a lake for love to be a student at a prestigious university like Sanjiang University. Huh? Sanjiang University. Your school is really popular lately. Well, to be more precise, it's that Xin Qiushan, the top scorer in the Gaokao National College Entrance Examination, who's been all the rage. He's the first Nebula Award winner in China. He's incredible. And his singing videos are really popular too. A Nebula Award-winning writer with the vocal skills of a professional singer. Truly amazing. Speaking of Sanjiang University, Lin Yufei couldn't help but think of Xin Qiushan, the Nebula Award winner who's been trending online lately. Shinichi listened silently, not saying anything. He thought it best not to claim the identity of the son of the famous writer Xin Qiushan at this point. Have you met him in person? Is he as handsome as he is in the video? Lin Yufei asked curiously again. Is he okay? Hey, there's a hotel right here. Hotels are a common sight near the university town, and the two of them happened to arrive at the entrance of a hotel called Doya. Clearly, the owner was hoping to capitalize on the popularity of Yadua. Shinichi took the opportunity to change the subject and entered the hotel. Do you have a reservation? The receptionist, a slightly plump, middle-aged woman, was looking down at her phone when Shinichi and Lin Yufei entered the hotel. Seeing the guests arrive, she subconsciously glanced at the two of them, then froze. The hotel, located near the university town, caters to young couples. The boy walking in front was in a state of extreme distress. His pants and shoes were soaked, and his clothes and hair were half soaked. The girl following behind him was quite beautiful, tall and delicate. No. How much is it per night? Shinichi asked, scanning the price list on the wall. That price is not accurate. Hotel prices change daily. Right now, there's a king-size bedroom for 158, a deluxe king-size bedroom for 198, and a QQ king-size bedroom with a disposable toy for 258. The middle-aged woman enthusiastically explained the room types and prices. Shinichi's mouth twitched, and he quickly interrupted. 158 will do. After that, he turned to Lin Yufei, motioning for her to pay. Lin Yufei bravely walked to the bar. It was her first time in a hotel with a boy, and she felt nervous and shy. The middle-aged woman glanced at Shinichi with surprise. Usually, when young couples checked into a hotel, the man paid for the room. But with the two of them, it was the other way around. This young man must have something special, the middle-aged woman muttered to herself. Room 309. The two of them took the elevator upstairs. You go change. I won't be going in. Although she didn't think Shinichio was a bad person, there was always a risk of a man and a woman alone in the same room. Lin Yufei paused in the hallway. Well, wait 5 minutes. Shinichi entered the room and pulled out a change of clothes from his backpack. The first time he stumbled and fell into the lake, he dove face first, so only a small portion of his backpack was submerged. So, the clothes in his backpack were mostly dry, which was the only good news for the day. Shinichi changed into dry clothes, but he hadn't brought any extra shoes, so he had to continue wearing his Nike sneakers, which were soaked by the lake water. Emerging from the room, Shinichio looked much better than before, and even more handsome. Lin Yufei's eyes lit up slightly. She preferred boys with a more masculine aura, and Shinichi perfectly matched her aesthetic. I just called a friend. She sent over a spare phone. I'd lend it to you. Then, let's get something to eat. Okay, thank you. Shinichio, now dressed in dry clothes, felt a sense of relief. Especially since the girl who had helped him was so beautiful. In comparison, Luo Ye was far behind. Leaving the hotel, Lin Yufei took Shinichio to a nearby Sichuan Chongqing hot pot restaurant. You just fell into the water. Hot pot to fight off the cold. I do as you say. I don't have any money anyway. Shinichio shrugged. Just as they were ordering, a girl with a bun hairstyle approached. She wore a light blue cartoon sweatshirt, washed jeans with the cuffs casually rolled up, and a pair of milk coffee-colored sneakers. She looked energetic. This girl was Kong Shui, who had been talking to Lin Yufei. Hello, broken-hearted brother. After Lin Yufei introduced them, Kong Shui jokingly said with a smile. Shinichio frowned slightly. Just a moment ago, he thought the bun was cute, but now her mouth looked like it was covered in arsenic. What a joke. Hello, Kong Iji. You're not wearing a long gown today. Shinichio wasn't one to be trifled with, so he retorted sharply. Lin Yufei. You actually told him my nickname. Kong Shui turned to look at Lin Yufei, her expression threatening to accuse her. I swear, I never said that. Lin Yufei was also surprised to hear Shinichio call out Kong Iji. She hadn't said it. It turned out Shinichio, and she had such a tacit understanding, even using the same nickname. You mean, you two still have a tacit understanding? Kong Shui pouted, then looked Shinichio up and down, grinning. Brother broken-hearted, can you tell me your story? I'd love to hear it. Can you drink? Shinichi was desperate to get drunk today. He originally planned to go back to the hotel and drink on his own. But now, he changed his mind. Kong Shui seemed quite frisky. He had to let her experience the feeling of being drunk. What's wrong with drinking alcohol? As long as you're not afraid. Tell me, beer or white wine? Yeah, white wine, right? Beer is no different from water. Without waiting for Shinichio to speak, Kong Shui made her own decision. Then, she waved to the waiter, that Longjio, Hongwalang 2 bottles. Okay. The waiter responded, and quickly brought over 2 bottles of Hongwalang. Kong Shui waved his hand. For your sake, I treat you to dinner. Order more if you're not satisfied. Okay. Shinichi nodded, seemingly calm, but inwardly quite shocked. Kong Shui not only requested Baijiu, but also specifically requested Hongwalang. Clearly, he drank regularly, and seemed to have a decent alcohol tolerance. The subsequent drinking contest confirmed Shinichi's suspicions. After downing most of a bottle of Hongwalang, Shinichi was already feeling dizzy, while Kong Shui seemed to be getting more energetic with each drink. Now you can tell me your story, Kong Shui said again, seeing that Shinichi had almost finished drinking. Okay. Shinichi nodded, set his glass aside, and recounted with a mournful expression, my girlfriend and I have been together since high school. She's attending the Beijing Academy of Fine Arts. She's not coming back to Sanjiang this holiday, so I took the high-speed train here, intending to give her a surprise. But I saw her getting out of a Porsche. She betrayed me. But she slept with me during the holiday. Chapter 175. Huh? Kong Shui and Lin Yufei were stunned. What kind of talk is that? It's completely anti-Tian gang. Shouldn't girls say things like that? Shinichi was clearly drunk. Presumably guessing what they were thinking, he slammed his hand on the table and demanded, Isn't a man's chastity chastity? Lin Yufei and Kong Shui exchanged glances. How could these two noobs with zero dating experience answer such a profound question? I've decided. I'm going to be a scumbag from now on. With that, Shinichi picked up his glass again and gulped down most of the baijiu. Bang! Before Lin Yufei and Kong Shui could react, Shinichi, having downed another half glass of baijiu, slumped down on the dining table. Lin Yufei was startled. She quickly reached out and nudged Shinichia's head. Hey, scumbag! Wake up! Don't yell. I don't think he wake up for a while. Kong Xiui rubbed her brow. She and Shinichi had drunk about the same amount of alcohol, but as a Mongolian, she had a naturally impressive alcohol tolerance. She once drank 1.5 pounds of baijiu without getting drunk. And today, she drunk less than 1 pound. So what do we do now? Lin Yufei looked at Shinichio helplessly. She only drunk a little, making her the most sober of the three. What else can we do? Send him back to the hotel. Alas, if I'd known he couldn't drink so badly, I wouldn't have drunk with him. Kong Xiui shook her head and sighed. Who can drink more than you, Kong Iji? You drink even with a broken leg. Lin Yufei pouted. Wow. You're feeling bad already? Lin Yufei, are you okay? Kong Xiui rolled her eyes, then reached out and patted Shinichi's head. There's an example of someone falling in love right here. I tell you, if you're in love, you're doomed. Go away, you can't spit out ivory. The two best friends bickered as they each helped Shinichi up. Why are you as heavy as a dead pig? Kong Xiui, draping Shinichi's arm over her shoulder, frowned and complained. Yeah, he doesn't look fat. Lin Yufei was also struggling, but thankfully, the hotel was nearby, and the two of them dragged Shinichi back to the room. After throwing him onto the bed, both girls gasped for breath. What's next? Leave him here by himself? Kong Shi asked once his breathing had evened out. It doesn't seem possible. What if he vomits in the middle of the night and doesn't wake up, blocking his trachea and causing it to become extremely dangerous? We dined and drank with him. If anything happens, we be held responsible. Lin Yufei shook her head, analyzing the situation rationally. He's such a terrible drinker, yet he had to drink so much. That's speechless. Kong Shi grumbled, angrily saying, so, we have to stay here with him. That's the only way. Lin Yufei threw up her hands helplessly. If I had known, I wouldn't have come out. What a sin! Wouldn't it be nice to just lie in the dorm and watch TV? Kong Xiui's face was filled with despair. Just then, the backup phone Lin Yufei had lent to Shinichi suddenly rang. This? Should I answer it or not? Lin Yufei checked the number on the caller ID. It was from San Jiang. Maybe it's one of his family members. Let's pick it up, Kong Xiui suggested. Okay. Lin Yufei answered the call immediately. You're still answering the phone. You haven't replied to all those WeChat messages. A man's voice answered the call. Hello, hello. Looking for Shinichi? Lin Yufei asked weakly. At her voice, silence fell on the other end. Thousands of miles away, Shin Qiushan glanced at the phone screen. That's right. It was his own brat's number, but the voice on the other end was an unfamiliar female voice. If it was Luo Yao, it would be understandable, but why would a stranger have his son's phone? I'm Shinichi's father. Who are you? Oh, hello, uncle. I'm a friend of Shinichiao's, I guess. He's drunk. Friend? Drunk? Shin Qiushan was bewildered. His son had traveled all the way to Beijing to see his girlfriend, Luo Yao. And now, a stranger was with him, claiming he was drunk. Uncle, I can't explain it right away. Wait until Shinichi wakes up and have him explain it to you. But don't worry, Shinichi is not in any danger. Lin Yufei didn't know how to explain the situation to him. She could only wait for Shinichi to wake up and let him talk to his father himself. Okay. When he wakes up, have him call me right away. Okay, uncle. Thank you, young lady. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yufei breathed a sigh of relief. Although she and Shinichio had only just met today, she felt strangely nervous talking to Shinichia's father. Yufei, let's take turns on duty. There's a small sofa over there. I go take a nap. Wake me up if you're sleepy. Kong Xiu yawned. While she wasn't drunk, she consumed a good pound of baijiu, and she felt dizzy. Okay, go ahead. Lin Yufei nodded, considerately tossing a pillow at Kong Xiu. The small sofa was a double bed, 1.5 meters wide. Kong Xiu, about 1.65 centimeters tall, could only hunch over like a shrimp when she lay on it. When this guy wakes up tomorrow, he have to treat us to a nice meal. Kong Xiu's mouth was busy as she lay on the sofa. Lin Yufei glanced at Shinichio, who lay sideways on the bed. She lifted his thigh and pushed him closer, then sat down on the edge of the bed. Then, she said to Kong Xiu, who was lying on the sofa, go to sleep. You have to take my place soon. Ah, that's what they call forcing yourself to endure hardship. You're forcing yourself to endure it. Kong Xiu complained again, then turned on a crosstalk show on her phone, turning it on to help you sleep. It was strange. Crosstalk is funny in itself, but it actually helps you sleep. Less than 5 minutes into the crosstalk, the sound of Kong Xiaoy's even breathing could be heard from the sofa. Lin Yufei yawned too. There were 3 people in the room, 2 of them fast asleep. In such an environment, it was hard not to feel sleepy. Shinishu had been pushed to the innermost part of the bed. Lin Yufei felt tired after sitting there for so long, so she simply lay down against the edge. Her original plan was to watch short videos to pass the time, but as she did, her eyelids began to droop. Simultaneously, in the girls' dormitory of the Academy of Fine Arts, Luo Yao exited her chat with Ma Xiaoqun. They had just said goodnight to each other. After returning from the gallery, their WeChat conversations continued intermittently. Ma Xiaoqun was a master of flirting, always making Luo Yao's lips curl upwards. This kind of chat experience was something Shinishu had never given her before. In contrast, Shinishu was too straight-laced, perhaps even unromantic. Luo Yao opened her chat window with Shinishu, and was somewhat surprised to find that Shinishu was unusually quiet today. Aside from a phone call, he hadn't sent her a single message. Luo Yao took a deep breath. It was as if he had made some kind of resolution. Then, her fingers quickly tapped the screen, typing, "Shinishu, let's break up. Long-distance relationships won't work out. It's too tiring." The message was sent. Luo Yao suddenly felt a surge of regret. They were each other's first love. They had deep conversations. To say there were no feelings was impossible. But Luo Yao felt that Shinichi no longer matched her ambitions. Although he had a writer as his father, that was all. Ma Xiaoqun was a Beijing native, rumored to be a super-rich second generation, with billions in assets. Luo Yao felt that someone like him might be more worthy of being her boyfriend. She hesitated for a moment over the word withdraw. In the end, Luo Yao didn't click, but placed the phone on her pillow. She silently pondered how she would respond if Shinishu called. Knowing Shinishu, she knew he would definitely try his best to keep her, and might even ask his sister, Shin Yanran, to persuade him. Well, no one could say anything. They had to break up. Luo Yao silently clenched her fists, admiring the strong as an animal instinct. Now that she had a better, stronger male by her side, why couldn't she choose the better one? Before leaving Sanjiang, Luo Yao had only considered herself a little vain, but after entering the Beijing Academy of Fine Arts, she realized her vanity and competitive nature were far stronger than she had imagined. So many people had luxury brand bags, clothes, and cosmetics. But she didn't, and with her family's financial situation, she couldn't possibly afford them. Having seen on the news that her future father-in-law, Shin Qiushan, had made a fortune writing novels, she had hinted to Shin Yixiao that she wanted this newly minted rich second-generation boyfriend to pay for her vanity. But Shin Yixiao remained silent, as if she hadn't understood Luo Yao's hint. In reality, Luo Yao felt that it wasn't even a hint, it was more of an explicit statement. So she thought, Shin Yixiao, this rich second generation, was a joke. How could a rich second generation be so stingy? Hotel room. Lin Yufei's eyelids were drooping, and she was about to fall asleep. Suddenly, WeChat messages popped up on the spare phone she lent Shinishu. The first, Shinishu, let's break up. The second, long-distance relationships won't work out. It's too tiring. The 2 messages flashed across the screen, and Lin Yufei, who had been nearly dozing off, suddenly perked up. She had always been quite curious about what was going on between Shinishu and his girlfriend, but she never expected to have such gossip right before her lips. Break up. The woman initiated the breakup. In other words, Shinishu had been making such a fuss for most of the night, but he hadn't officially broken up yet. Lin Yufei glanced at Shinishu, who was sleeping like a dead pig, and gently nudged his shoulder. Hey, scumbag! Wake up! Your girlfriend is breaking up with you. Lin Yufei's movements were gentle, and her voice was soft. It wasn't so much that she wanted to wake Shinishu, but rather that she wanted to give herself a legitimate excuse to watch the show. I told you. You were sleeping alone and couldn't get up. What? You want me to give you some advice? That isn't good. Lin Yufei was quite dramatic. After muttering to herself for a while, she openly opened Shinishia's WeChat account. She didn't pry into Shinishia's other private information, but simply opened the chat box with the note baby. The phone contained no previous chat history between the two, only the 2 messages Luo Yao had just sent. Lin Yufei curiously clicked on Luo Yao's moments, which featured numerous photos of food and daily life, along with selfies. She looked quite cute. I hadn't expected her to be too timing. You really can't judge a person by their appearance. Lin Yufei sighed silently. Just then, she sent another message. Baby. Silence means you agree. Baby. That's perfect. Baby, I hope our relationship won't affect my friendship with Yanran, and you shouldn't ask her to be your mediator. Baby, it's not that you're a bad person, I just feel like we're not a good match. I was naive in high school, but now I know what I want. Baby, finally, I hope you find a better girl. Lin Yufei frowned subconsciously at the message. Earlier, at the hot pot restaurant, Shinichio had already recounted the story of his relationship with his girlfriend. So Lin Yufei knew all the messages were bullshit. They were all just excuses. She just found a rich second-generation guy driving a Porsche and looked down on her poor boyfriend. What a bitch. Lin Yufei rolled her eyes. After a moment's deliberation, Lin Yufei cleared her throat and replied with a slightly slurred voice. He's asleep. I pass on the message when he wakes up. With a whoosh, the message went through the air. Lin Yufei's mood instantly brightened, and she even hummed a little tune. Even on the other side, Luo Yao was a little frustrated because Shinichio hadn't replied to any of her messages. Although she wanted to break up, at the same time, she was also waiting for Shinichio to persuade her to stay. If she couldn't even try to persuade him to stay, she'd feel like a failure, without the sense of accomplishment of being needed. So, after Shinichio didn't reply, she sent a series of messages. Still, no response. Luo Yao couldn't help but feel angry. Good for you, Shinichio. You didn't even try to persuade him to stay. I wanted to break up, sure. But you should have tried to persuade him to stay. Just as Luo Yao was sulking, her phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Shinichio. Humph, if you have the guts, don't reply. Luo Yao's lips curled up slightly, a hint of playfulness on her face. She thought to herself, let's see how you can persuade me to stay. She clicked on the voice message from Shinichio. And then, the smile on her face froze instantly. Shinichio, bastard, scumbag. Luo Yao cursed profusely, her defenses completely broken. She had never expected Shinichio to go even further than she had. I just had a little flirtation with Ma Shikun. And Shinichio actually checked into a hotel with another woman. The most abominable thing is that mistress even dared to send provocative voice messages. Alright. Luo Yao chuckled in anger. Since there's someone new, let's break up completely. Chapter 176. Hotel room. Seeing no further replies from the other party, Lin Yufei continued to scroll through her short videos in a relaxed mood. But after a while, sleepiness returned, and she fell asleep before she knew it. I don't know how much time had passed. The morning sun shone through the gap in the curtains, a beam of light falling just on Kong Xiaoyi's face. She drowsily opened her eyes, and instinctively took a look at the phone beside her pillow. It was only 6:30. She twisted her sore neck, grimaced in pain, and let out a hissing sound. I have a stiff neck. At 1.65 meters tall, she had slept curled up on a 1.5 meter sofa all night, so a stiff neck seemed quite normal. I never meddle in other people's business again. Kong Shui silently made a promise to herself, sitting up from the sofa, and stretched with her neck stiff. But the next moment, her brain, which had been in standby mode, was suddenly forced to power on. Her mouth dropped open in shock, her eyes widening several times. Oh my god, on the large bed in front of them, her best friend was actually sleeping with Shinichio. She rested her head on Shinichio's arm, one leg draped over him. She was sound asleep, a trace of saliva escaping from the corner of her mouth. No, they're sleeping together. Kong Shi quickly grabbed her phone, turned on the camera, and captured the scene. Is this a photo? No. This is breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Yufei, you don't want to be disgraced, do you? Kong Xiaoyi's face lit up with a wicked grin as she took several close-ups from various angles. Just as she was admiring her work with satisfaction, Lin Yufei suddenly stirred, seemingly waking up. Seeing this, Kong Shi quickly collapsed onto the sofa and continued to feign sleep. However, in her anxiety, her stiff neck twisted a little as she laid down, but to disguise herself, she could only grit her teeth and bear it all. She waited for a moment, eyes closed. Lin Yufei only stirred slightly, showing no sign of waking. I'm so impressed. Kong Shui rubbed her neck with a grin. Just then, a familiar cell phone ringtone suddenly rang out. It was the chorus of Chasing the Wind. Kong Shui knew it was her best friend Lin Yufei's ringtone. This time, something interesting was about to happen. Kong Shui secretly turned on the video function on her phone, hoping to capture every reaction from Lin Yufei. To her delight, things took a more exciting turn. Shinichio, who had been asleep for a long time, was the first to be awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. He reached for his phone, pressed the answer button, and mumbled a drowsy hello. Instead, the call came from the airport. Attention passengers traveling on Xiangjiang Airlines Flight A67777 to Beijing. Your flight is about to depart. Please bring your carry-on luggage, present valid identification, and proceed to Gate 20 for boarding as soon as possible. What the hell? Shinichi rubbed his groggy head and hung up. But the next moment, he realized something was pressing down on his arm. It felt sore and numb. It felt like something heavy was weighing him down. Shinichi tilted his head and exclaimed, "Holy shit. What the?" Just then, the ringtone from Chasing the Wind rang again. Lin Yufei, sound asleep, finally woke up. Then she realized she was resting her head on Shinichi's arm, one leg draped over him. "Ah!" Lin Yufei screamed. She leaped from the bed, her face flushed, her voice trembling as she demanded, You didn't do anything to me, did you?" Shinichi, now awake, looked innocent. He rubbed his numb arm and grumbled, "You're dressed nicely. What could you have done? And you've got my arm so tight, I can't even lift it. If it gets crippled, you be responsible." Recalling the moment she woke up, Lin Yufei was speechless. And now her phone was still ringing. Lin Yufei quickly grabbed the phone. The name on the caller ID was Sister Min. "Don't talk. It's my mom." Lin Yufei quickly gestured to Shinichi to silence him. Then she cleared her throat, collected herself, and answered the phone. "Mom, what are you doing so early? Where are you?" The dorm." Lin Yufei decided to lie. "The dorm? Are you sure?" The woman's tone was as cold as ice. Lin Yufei, who rarely lied, suddenly felt guilty. She glanced at Shinichi and stuck to her previous statement. Where else could it be if not the dorm? "Mom, aren't you meeting a friend and coming to see me this afternoon?" Lin Yufei tried to change the subject. "Let that brat answer the phone." The woman's voice on the phone took on a chilling edge. "Huh?" Lin Yufei was startled. "Mom, why are you?" She quickly swallowed the rest of her sentence and changed her words. "What brat?" Kong Shui was right there too. She. "Wake up!" Lin Yufei hurried over to the sofa and nudged Kong Xiao's thigh with her knee, trying to get her to testify. Kong Xiao, who had been feigning sleep, could only open her eyes and playfully ask, "What's wrong?" "My mom's calling." Lin Yufei winked at Kong Xiao repeatedly and pointed at Shinichi. She had thought she could get away with it that way, but then she heard her mother say, "I video call you on WeChat right now. You must answer." Beep beep. The phone rang busy. Then her mother's WeChat video request popped up. Lin Yufei, with a look of despair on her face, looked at Kong Shui. "What should I do?" "I just tell you the truth." Kong Shui shrugged. "Then you testify for me." Lin Yufei sat down next to Kong Shui and connected the video call. A beautiful young woman, seemingly in her 30s, appeared on the phone screen. She wore a light gray blazer, an off-white silk shirt, the collar slightly open, revealing a hint of her fair collarbone, and a Van Cleef and Arpels necklace. There was no trace of a smile on her delicate face. Her eyes filled with scrutiny. "Where's she?" she asked coldly. "Xiao's here." Lin Yufei was still making her final struggle. "Hello, auntie." Kong Shui waved in agreement. But as a judge, Zhou Yaman naturally wouldn't be fooled by such a trick. She nodded to Kong Shui as a greeting, then turned to her daughter. "Send that kid over." "Mom, hurry, the plane's leaving soon." Zhou Yaman interrupted her daughter, who was still trying to argue, as she was already on the plane. Lin Yufei looked hopeless. Shinichi, having understood the situation, didn't flinch. He walked over and gestured for Kong Xiao to make room. Kong Xiao, naturally, was more than happy to accept the offer and quickly stood up. Shinichi sat down and waved to Zhou Yaman in the video, smiling. "Hello, auntie. I know you're furious right now, but this is all a misunderstanding. Your daughter only saved me out of kindness." Shinichi briefly recounted the incident. "What's your name?" To Shinichi's surprise, Zhou Yaman didn't delve into the story. "Shinichi." "Which university?" "Sanjiang University." "What's your major?" "Sports training." "Did you come all the way from Sanjiang to Beijing specifically to find Yufei?" Clearly, Zhou Yaman didn't believe Shinichi's story at all. No. Auntie, didn't I just say?" Shinichi was speechless. However, Zhou Yaman interrupted him again. "Do you have time today?" Yes." "Then let's have lunch together." "Okay, for now, the plane's about to take off." With that, Zhou Yaman hung up the video call without even saying hello to her daughter. "Yufei, your mother seems to have a very bad temper." Shinichi sighed. "She's not usually like this." Lin Yufei rubbed her forehead and muttered frustratedly. "How did she know you existed?" "It shouldn't be." "Kong Shui. You weren't the one who tipped me off, were you?" Lin Yufei glanced at her best friend, who was standing nearby enjoying the meal. How could that be? I'm not that kind of person. Kong Xiaoyi, knowing the answer, shook her head and then added, I thought I heard the phone ring twice. Shini Xiao, realizing she caused the trouble, whispered, I was half asleep and answered once. It's really not my fault. Your ringtone is the same as mine. You? Lin Yufei rolled her eyes, her lips pouting. What a terrible teammate. Who knew you were sleeping next to me? Shinichia muttered softly. The memory of waking up flashed back to her, and Lin Yufei's face flushed. She glared, her eyes wide, and said, If I weren't worried about you being in danger, Xiaoyi, and I wouldn't bother with you. You're really ungrateful. The farmer and the snake. Aware of her guilt, Shinichia remained silent, silently reviewing yesterday's events in her mind. A wave of pain suddenly washed over him. But then, something suddenly occurred to him. Although he had witnessed Luo Yao's exit from the Porsche, he hadn't mentioned breaking up yet, and he hadn't contacted Luo Yao since yesterday. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up the spare phone Lin Yufei had lent him and opened WeChat. Then he saw the breakup message from Luo Yao. Although he had made up his mind yesterday, Shinishu still felt a sudden emptiness in his heart after seeing the message from Luo Yao. But he had actually replied? Shinishu saw that he had actually replied to a voice message. But he had no recollection of it. Click play. Shinishu wanted to hear what he had replied. But it was Lin Yufei's voice that rang out. Huh? Shinishu and Kong Xiaoyi, who was watching the scene nearby, both looked at Lin Yufei in bewilderment. Seeing her acting so hypocritically, I couldn't help it. But I'm just venting my anger on your behalf. Lin Yufei explained quietly. After all, reading someone else's WeChat messages without permission, and then replying was quite inappropriate. Then I have to thank you. Feeling his privacy invaded, Shinishu replied unhappily. You're welcome. Lin Yufei curled her lips. Shinishu said nothing and clicked on Luo Yao's moments. Sure enough, there was a horizontal line. As expected, Luo Yao had already blocked him. After a moment's hesitation, Shinishu simply deleted Luo Yao from his friends list. He then deleted every post about her from his moments. And every time he deleted a post, he felt as if a knife had stabbed him, a dull one at that. It was painful and excruciating. After all this, Shinishu leaned back on the sofa and let out a long breath. He was 18 years old. He had experienced his first heartbreak. Although he had deleted everything about Luo Yao from his phone, the memory in his mind could not be erased. After all, this was his first love. There had been the grand self-criticism in front of the entire school. There had been the deep love of a young man and woman in a private movie theater. There had also been the pain of longing as they shared their hearts thousands of miles apart. For Shinichio, this first love wasn't perfect, but it would ultimately become an unforgettable experience in his life. In fact, most people's first love is like this. It may not have a fruitful outcome in reality, but it will never fade in memory. Many years later, you be married and have children. In the middle of the night, the shadow of your first love may still float in your mind. Shinichio felt a soreness in his nose, and tears slowly gathered in his eyes. He quickly tilted his head back and leaned his head against the backrest of the sofa. Cry if you want. It's not like you didn't cry yesterday. Kong Shui, who had been silently observing Shinichia's reaction, joined in the conversation. Get out. The wind and sand in Beijing are a bit strong at this time of year. Shinichio sniffed, then stood up and strode into the bathroom. Then, the sound of running water filled the air. See? This is the result of falling in love. The wind and sand are a bit strong, but where does the wind and sand come from in the room? Kong Shui grumbled. They've already broken up, so stop making sarcastic remarks. Lin Yufei, you're not really into this guy, are you? Kong Shui cast a scrutinizing glance at her bestie. What nonsense! I just feel sorry for him. Lin Yufei quickly shook her head in denial and changed the subject. You have to go to lunch too. Without you as a witness, my mom won't believe it. You're bringing your boyfriend to meet your parents. Is it appropriate for me to go? Kong Shui teased. Get lost. Seriously? Lin Yufei rolled her eyes. Look, you both speak in the same tone. Kong Shui shrugged and whispered, actually, Shinichio looks quite handsome, and Sanjiang University is a prestigious university. You might really consider him. First, let me taste the bitterness of love. If you want to, taste it yourself. Lin Yufei yawned. Let's get back to school. I need to take a shower, and then catch up on some sleep. Okay, tell that scumbag. Kong Shui nodded, then shouted into the bathroom. Scumbag, we're going back to school first. See you at noon. In the bathroom. Hearing the name scumbag, Shinichio, who was sobbing under the sound of running water, froze for a moment. Then he remembered vowing last night that he would be a scumbag from now on. He took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, and shouted, "Got it! By the way, I forgot to tell you something. Your dad called you last night and told you to call him back when you woke up." Lin Yufei's voice drifted into the bathroom again, followed by the sound of the door closing. Clearly, the two had left. Shinichia turned off the faucet and walked out of the bathroom. Sure enough, Lin Yufei and Kong Shui were gone. He immediately called his father and briefly recounted his experiences yesterday. Shen Qiushan on the other end of the line didn't say much, simply telling him to have a good time since he was in Beijing. After hanging up, he transferred him an additional 20,000 yuan, saying he wanted him to buy a new phone and treat the two girls who had helped him to a meal and give them gifts as a way to express his gratitude. Looking at the extra 20,000 yuan in his WeChat account, Shinichi felt for the first time that he truly was a wealthy second generation. When he came to Beijing, his father had already given him 20,000 yuan for travel expenses. Now, with another 20,000 yuan transferred, plus his remaining living expenses, Shinichia's bank account and WeChat balances had surpassed 40,000 yuan. For him, this was a huge sum of money. Just then, Shinichia's phone suddenly rang again. Since he was using the backup phone Lin Yufei had lent him, the caller ID showed an unfamiliar number, with no name mentioned. Shinichi had no idea who was calling, so he just answered. "Brother Xiao, what's going on? Did you break up with Luo Yao?" The call connected, and the voice of his best friend, Wang Yupeng, came through the receiver. "How did you know?" Shinichi was confused. He had only told his father about this. Luo Yao posted on WeChat Moments. "It seems we've broken up. Did you even delete her WeChat?" "Yes, I did." Shinichi took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I've decided to be a jerk from today." "Why break up? This is too sudden. Didn't you say you'd give me a surprise yesterday? Could it be that my bad luck came true?" Yesterday, when Shinichi was chatting with Wang Yupeng at the train station, he joked that it's better for both of you not to give surprises in a long-distance relationship. And so it turned out. Let's talk about it when we meet. I see you tonight. Shinichi didn't want to bring up the breakup again, so he said something perfunctory. "Okay. Then I wait for you at school." After ending the call with Wang Yupeng, Shinichi was about to go take a shower, but before he could put his phone down, it rang again. Although the number didn't have a name attached, Shinichi recognized it. It was his older sister, Shin Yanran. He sighed, pressed the answer button and turned on the speakerphone, then put the phone on the bedside table, took off his clothes and prepared to take a shower. "Shinichi, you've really come a long way. You're having an affair behind Luo Yao's back. Who's that woman? Do I know her?" As soon as the call connected, Shin Yanran was bombarded with questions. It was clear that Shin Yanran had already discussed this with Luo Yao. Shinichi could probably guess what Luo Yao would say. She'd definitely be saying that she was the one who cheated first, putting all the blame on herself. "Shin Yanran, do you believe me or Luo Yao?" Shinichi's questioning was direct and soul-searching. Shin Yanran on the other end of the line was visibly stunned. "I believe the truth." "Okay, then I tell you the truth." Shinichi flung his t-shirt onto the bed with all his might. "I took the high-speed train for over 5 hours to Beijing and bought her a bouquet of roses. I just wanted to surprise her, but I saw her getting out of a Porsche. I called her to verify it, and she lied to me." When Shinichi told his father about his experience, he downplayed it, brushing it off briefly. Firstly, he didn't want to worry his father, and secondly, he didn't want to go into too much detail with his parents. But Shin Yanran was different. She was his older sister, one of his closest relatives, and a peer. Though they often bickered, they shared the same blood. In crucial moments, they were the ones he could rely on and trust absolutely. So, Shinichi unburdened Shin Yanran of his experiences and grievances. He grew increasingly emotional, and by the end, his tone was even a hint of tears. This is the whole truth. Luo Yao is just making up an excuse. Believe it or not. With that, Shinichi hung up the phone and went into the bathroom. On the other side, listening to the busy tone on the phone, Shin Yanran frowned. She knew Shinichi well. They had grown up together, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were like worms in each other's stomachs. In fact, Shin Yanran had been deeply puzzled when she heard Luo Yao's story. Knowing her brother Shinichi, she knew he couldn't possibly be playing two-timing. Besides, they attended the same university, and saw each other frequently. She probably knew everything about Shinichi. This idiot brother was completely focused on Luo Yao. He usually just played soccer, and games with his roommates. He had absolutely no connection with the girls at school, and it was certainly impossible for him to travel all the way to Beijing to date a stranger. Comparing the two, Shen Yanran naturally believed Shinichio. After a moment's deliberation, she opened her chat with Luo Yao and sent a text message. From today on, we're no longer friends. Thank you for your company. From now on, we never meet again, so let's not talk about our strengths and weaknesses. Chapter 177. After sending the message, Shen Yanran looked out the window with a sense of loss. In high school, she and Luo Yao were considered best friends. So, she was deeply conflicted about making this choice. If her brother Shinichio and Luo Yao had simply broken up peacefully, Shen Yanran would likely have maintained their relationship. But the current situation was different. Luo Yao had clearly betrayed her. As Shinichio's older sister, Shen Yanran naturally had to stand up for her brother and make her position clear. So no matter how difficult this decision was, she had to make it. Shen Yanran remembered a passage she had read in a book. Life is like a long-distance train. Different friends board at different stations, watching the scenery outside the window with you and sharing journey stories. Some will accompany you across the vast plains, while others will only stay with you briefly in the tunnels. But they will eventually get off at their destination. Although you may feel reluctant, you must continue on, carrying your memories with you, to greet the next group of travelers. Shen Yanran hadn't quite understood it before. She always assumed that if they were good friends, they would be lifelong friends. What kind of friendship is just temporary? It's a blasphemy against the very word friendship. At the age of 18, Shen Yanran finally came to terms with the saying, friendship is just temporary. Luo Yao was her traveler on her journey. They spent 3 wonderful years of high school together, witnessing each other's development from 16 to 18. Now that Luo Yao had arrived at her destination, she would board another train to her desired destination. And Shen Yanran's train would continue on its journey, with more passengers boarding ahead to accompany her on the next leg of her journey. In reality, the passengers had already boarded the bus. Her 3 roommates, Chen Jiahuan, Wang Shihan, and Gui Shanqian, were new arrivals, but no one knew how far they would accompany her. With luck, someone might end up similar to her, with many years ahead of them. Or perhaps, after graduating from university, they would get off the bus. Yanran, what are you daydreaming about? Let's get ready. At this moment, Chen Jiahuan patted Shen Yanran's shoulder. She and Shen Yanran were both Sanjiang natives. Her other roommates, Wang Shihan and Gao Shanqian, were from other provinces. Neither of them was going home this holiday, planning to stay in Sanjiang and have some fun. The 4 of them agreed to go to the amusement park on the first day and to go hiking on the second. This could be considered a dorm team-building activity. Yeah. Shen Yanran nodded quickly, her eyes scanning Chen Jiahuan's beaming face. So far, the two seemed quite compatible, their values and perspectives quite aligned. I just wonder how long this new traveler can keep me company. Noon. At the gate of Beijing University of Political Science and Law. Shinichi waited here as agreed, a little nervous about meeting Lin Yufei's mother. Although he and Lin Yufei weren't in a relationship, he still felt a strange sense of nervousness about meeting a girl's parents. Shinichio was wearing a pair of sunglasses, a yellow and white checkered t-shirt, light-colored jeans, and the same Nike sneakers he worn yesterday. Although his outfit was simple, his good looks kept him from occasionally catching the attention of passing female university students while he stood in the shade. He faintly heard a girl whisper, "You're so handsome. I want your WeChat." Hearing the sigh, he subconsciously puffed out his chest, his lips curling slightly in a smug smile. There are always fish in the sea. I was too narrow-minded before. From now on, I'm going to be a scumbag. Just like Chen Hansheng, Shinichio thought to himself. Of course, he read his father's book, but he previously had a problem with the scumbag protagonist in his own book. 2 girls, how wonderful. To have to play both at once is simply deserving of death. But now, Shinichio's thoughts have changed. Question Shingo, understand Shingo, become Shingo. What are you grinning at? Just as Shinichio was silently daydreaming about his own scumbag plan, a familiar voice rang out. Lin Yufei and Kong Shui walked over arm in arm. Both were clearly dressed up, wearing light makeup. Lin Yufei wore a light yellow floral dress that fell past her knees, revealing a section of her fair, well-proportioned calves. She wore a pair of simple white canvas shoes. A gentle breeze blew by, gently lifting the hem of her skirt. The small white flowers on the hem complemented her clean white shoes, making her look like a fresh lily of the valley on a summer day. Shinichio's eyes, hidden behind her sunglasses, lit up slightly. Yesterday, she had been consumed by the heartbreak, and hadn't been in the mood to admire Lin Yufei's beauty. Now, taking a closer look, she felt a sudden surge of emotion. I've searched for her among the crowds for 1,000 times, only to turn around and find her standing in the dimly lit area. Lin Yufei's outfit today, coupled with her stunning beauty, made her the pinnacle of every man's white moonlight. Shinichio suddenly felt a sense of blessing in disguise. If only it weren't for the heartbreak. I won't be meeting Lin Yufei anymore. Well, everything is for the best. The best way to forget a relationship is to start a new one. Maybe this is my Mr. Right. No! You two are wearing matching outfits? This reeks of love. Just as Shinichio's thoughts were wandering, Kong Shui suddenly pointed at their clothes. Shinichio was wearing a yellow and white checkered t-shirt, and Lin Yufei was wearing a light yellow floral dress. If you look at the color scheme, they could really be considered matching outfits. They look quite good together, anyway. What nonsense! It's just the colors. Lin Yufei glared at Kong Shui. Shinichio smirked. It does look a bit like it. What kind of resemblance? Lin Yufei rolled her eyes at Shinichio. Who told you to wear that t-shirt? I only brought 3 t-shirts with me. I wore 2 yesterday, and the other 2 have already been washed. Shinichio shrugged. So, I can't just go out shirtless, right? Uh-huh. This is God's will. Kong Shui chuckled. Just then, a ride-hailing car pulled up in front of the 3 of them. Lin Yufei glanced at her phone. This is it, get in. She then got in the back seat. I'm carsick. In the front. Kong Shui opened the passenger door and got in, winking at Shinichio. Shinichio understood and immediately got in the back seat. Seeing this, Lin Yufei was speechless. She pulled out her phone and quickly sent a WeChat message to Kong Shui. You're doomed. Wait, Kong Shui's reply was quick too. It was a photo. She captioned, I advise you to refrain your language. Lin Yufei clicked on the photo Kong Shui had sent, her beautiful eyes widening instantly, her pretty face filled with shock and disbelief. In the photo, she was resting her head on Shinichio's arm, one leg draped over him. If this bed photo got out, her innocence would be completely ruined. What are you looking at? Sharing it. Shinichio leaned closer to Lin Yufei with a beaming smile. I'm not looking at anything. Lin Yufei quickly turned off her phone. So stingy. Shinichio pouted. Scumbag, do you want me to send you a message? At this moment, Kong Shui, sitting in the passenger seat, took over. Okay. You dare. The 2 people in the back seat spoke simultaneously. Forget it. Let's see how you 2 perform later. Kong Shui stretched and sighed. What a beautiful day today. I'm in a good mood too. Lin Yufei rolled her eyes in despair. She knew her best friend too well. With this kind of dirty laundry, she wouldn't have to bring up any unequal treaties in the future. Shinichio had only agreed casually, but seeing Kong Shui's words, as if they truly had something to do with him, he couldn't help but feel curious and thought of finding a chance to ask Kong Shui privately about the situation. Perhaps it was because of the National Day holiday. Too many people were visiting Beijing. What should have been a half-hour drive took almost an hour. The 3 of them finally arrived at the restaurant Zhou Yamen had booked, a roast duck restaurant called Jing Fu Di Dao. The restaurant's signature dish is fresh orange roast duck, which is said to be delicious. Zhou Yamen had booked a private room and had been there for over 10 minutes, chatting with someone on WeChat. Mom. Auntie Zhou. Lin Yufei and Kong Shui, walking in front, were the first to greet her. Hello, Auntie. Shinichio, following behind, bowed slightly as a gesture of courtesy. Please sit down. Zhou Yamen studied Shinichio and gestured to the seat across from her. Perhaps due to her profession, Judge Zhou was accustomed to having people sit across from her when questioning them. Unfortunately, the floor in the restaurant wasn't level, so she couldn't look down on them. The 3 of them sat down. Zhou Yamen handed the menu to Shinichio and gestured for him to order. Auntie, you chose a great restaurant. I did some research before coming to Beijing, and it said this roast duck restaurant is really delicious. I absolutely have to try their signature roast duck. Facing Zhou Yamen's serious expression, Shinichio felt a little nervous, but she didn't show it. Zhou Yamen nodded slightly. It's indeed delicious. While waiting for the meal, the waiter brought a pot of jasmine tea. After taking 2 sips, Zhou Yamen put down her teacup, looked at Shinichio, and asked, When did you come to Beijing? Yesterday, Shinichio replied truthfully. Then how did you and Yufei meet? Zhou Yamen pressed. Clearly, Judge Zhou had already entered interrogation mode. Mom, didn't I tell you this morning? I just met him yesterday. Lin Yufei said helplessly. Don't say anything yet. I'm asking Xiaoshen. Zhou Yamen waved her hand. signaling her daughter to shut up. Auntie, Yufei and I really only met yesterday. The details are exactly as I explained to you in the video this morning. You seem open-minded. If Yufei were to truly be in a relationship, you wouldn't object, right? Chapter 178. Zhou Yamen frowned. This brat was clearly setting a trap for himself. While the technique wasn't particularly sophisticated, it was a crude scheme, and as a mother, she couldn't deny it. After all, her daughter was already an adult, a college student, so she couldn't be too strict. But Zhou Yamen was a judge, and had encountered all sorts of cunning suspects before, so she wouldn't fall into Shinichia's trap. The question wasn't easy to answer, but it was actually quite simple. Just change the subject. Do your family know you're in Beijing? Zhou Yamen asked, looking Shinichia in the eye. Yes. Shinichi nodded. What do your parents do for a living? Of course, you don't have to answer that question. Zhou Yamen seemed to be giving Shinichia two options, but she clearly wanted to get to know the family situation of this boy with whom her daughter had a special relationship. If Shinichi was willing to share so openly, it meant his family was probably well off. On the other hand, it's likely due to a less-than-stellar family background and a sense of inferiority. Judging from Shinichia's previous description of the reasons for his breakup with his girlfriend, it's likely due to his limited family background. Otherwise, his girlfriend, who had just gotten out of someone else's Porsche, probably wouldn't have abandoned him. My dad is a writer. Yesterday, Shinichio hadn't revealed his family situation to Lin Yufei and Kong Xiaoyi. He even pretended not to know his father when he mentioned him. Because, in that situation, he felt a little embarrassed. But the situation was different now. Shinichi could probably guess the reason Zhou Yamen was asking about his family background. Lin Yufei's family was obviously well off, so even if she was looking for a boyfriend, her parents wouldn't let her marry someone from a poor background. At the very least, they had to be a good match. That was crucial. So, Shinichi no longer intended to hide the fact that he was the son of the famous writer Shinchioshan. Writer? Zhou Yamen was a little surprised. This profession was familiar to everyone, but it wasn't common in real life. Writers still evoke a certain mystery. Lin Yufei and Kong Xiaoyi were naturally surprised as well. Shinichio had talked to them about many things last night, but he hadn't mentioned his father being a writer. Would you mind telling us about your father's works? After a brief pause, Zhou Yamen asked again. My dad's book, The Three-Body Civilization, is quite popular lately. Shinichi responded calmly, trying to appear unconcerned. But deep down, he was filled with pride. My dad is the only Nebula Award winner in China. The Three-Body Civilization has only been on the market for a day, and it's already sold over 200,000 copies. Isn't that amazing? Just as he expected. Upon hearing the name The Three-Body Civilization, Zhou Yamen, who had always maintained a composed demeanor, suddenly had a look of shock. The Three-Body Civilization, which officially launched yesterday, has already gone viral. As a Nebula Award-winning work, it's been a reading frenzy. Interpretations of the book are currently extremely popular online, even spawning a large number of self-media bloggers. Your father is Shinchioshan? Why didn't you mention it yesterday? Last night, when Shinichi mentioned that he was a student at Sanjiang University, Lin Yufei had mentioned Shinchioshan, but Shinichio hadn't mentioned that he was his son. I felt like I was embarrassing my dad, so I didn't tell him. Shinichio shrugged. My dad's a famous writer, and I've made such a mess of it. You're such a good secreter. Kong Xiaoyi sighed, then added, I didn't expect it yesterday. I remember the news reported that your whole family attended Sanjiang University. Yeah. My sister studies journalism. My dad is in the School of Electronic Information. Shinichio had barely finished his sentence when the waiter knocked on the door and arrived with a food cart. A sumptuous feast soon filled the table. Eat first. Shaoshan, is this your first time in Beijing? Try this roast duck. Zhou Yamen's attitude toward Shinichio had noticeably improved. It's not that she's snobbish, it's just human nature. When you're a child, how others treat you depends on how impressive your parents are. When you grow up, how others treat you depends on how impressive you are. When you're old, how others treat you will depend on how successful your children are. It's human nature. Most people are no exception. If Shinichi were just a poor kid, Zhou Yamen wouldn't have belittled him, but she wouldn't have been warm to him either. It's likely that this meal would be their last meeting. But now Shinichi is the son of a famous writer, and Zhou Yamen has certainly read the news about Shinchioshan. He's the first and currently only recipient of the Nebula Award in China, with a prize money worth tens of millions. Add to that the popularity of his books, and his income must be enormous. It can be said that Shinchioshan is both famous and wealthy. A classic example of both fame and fortune. If they truly were to become in-laws with such a renowned writer, they would be a perfect match. Zhou Yamen herself is a judge in a certain court, while her husband, Lin Yufei's father, is a partner in a renowned domestic law firm and a renowned lawyer. He's also a popular lawyer with millions of followers. In terms of social status and family background, they're actually no worse than Shin Qiushan. If we must compare, Shin Qiushan's fame and status as a Nebula Award winner are indeed incomparable to Zhou Yamen and her husband. However, one is a judge, the other a lawyer, both professions with high social status and public recognition. Therefore, in Zhou Yamen's eyes, they're not much worse than Shin Qiushan, and she also recognizes his status as a renowned writer. In other words, Shinixia's family background is considered acceptable to her. Before she started college, Zhou Yamen and her husband protected their daughter very well, taking care of her meticulously. Because of this, their daughter never had a romantic relationship, nor did she have the opportunity to do so. Now that Lin Yufei was in college, Zhou Yamen and her husband couldn't keep the same watchful eye on her as they had in middle and high school. The main reason was that their daughter was older, an adult now, and dating was inevitable. But if she did, Zhou Yamen still wanted to screen her daughter. After all, as a judge, she had developed a keen eye for judging people. She had a good impression of Shinixiao, finding him naive and a bit clever, but not too much. Overall, he was quite reliable. Shinixiu didn't think much of it. After revealing his identity, he happily began to eat his roast duck. This fresh orange roast duck is truly the restaurant's signature dish, boasting a rich, layered flavor blend of fruity and meaty notes. The duck skin is roasted to a crispy char, while the meat is tender and juicy, leaving it soft and tender without being dry. One roll of roast duck is truly intoxicating. After lunch, Shinichia took a taxi to visit his best friend, Wang Yupeng. Zhou Yamen, meanwhile, took Lin Yufei and Kong Shui out for a stroll in a women's clothing store. While Kong Shui was trying on clothes, Zhou Yamen called her daughter aside and said sternly, "Yufei, you're an adult now. If you want to date, I'm definitely supportive. But there's one prerequisite. Before you start dating, I have to let you meet the person. Take Xiaoshen today, for example. If you really think there's a connection, you can try to get in touch." Seeing her mother bring up this serious topic, Lin Yufei felt a little shy. "Mom, I've already explained my relationship with Shinichia to you. We just met yesterday. We've only known each other for less than 24 hours. "I know." Zhou Yamen smiled, a rare moment. She reached out and smoothed her daughter's hair. "I'm just making my stance clear. Your acquaintance with Xiaoshen was quite dramatic. Don't you kids all believe in fate? Of course, I won't make any decisions for you. I'm just giving you some advice." Seeing that her mother didn't seem to be joking or trying to trick her, Lin Yufei blinked her beautiful, lively eyes. "Mom, do you really think Shinichia is a good person?" "Not really. The young man looks innocent, so he probably doesn't have any bad intentions. He probably wouldn't do anything to hurt you." Zhou Yamen offered her assessment. "I think he's quite innocent, too. No, he's more like stupid. Silly in a silly way." Lin Yufei pouted. "Probably, he's just okay looking." Beijing Electronics Science and Technology College. To put it mildly, it's a private university. To put it bluntly, it's a fake university. It's a technical school among universities. Despite its impressive name, the majors are mostly in the field of electronic and mechanical technology. This professional division is quite pragmatic. After graduation, students can go straight into the factory to tighten screws. But after all, as graduates with certain skills, their jobs are easier than those of frontline workers. This professional structure, along with the career options for graduates, means that Beijing Electronic Science and Technology College is a monk school with too many monks and too little meat. Shinichia stood at the school gate for a while, but saw few girls. "Brother Xiao, long time no see." Wang Yupeng trotted over to Shinichia and gave him a big hug. "Wow, how did you get so tanned?" If Wang Yupeng hadn't rushed over, Shinichia wouldn't have recognized him. He looked like an African. "We've been in military training for a whole month. I've been exposed to the wind and sun every day. I guess my mom won't recognize me when I get home." Wang Yupeng shook his head and complained. "Anyway, I didn't recognize you just now. I thought a giant monkey had just appeared out of nowhere." Shinichia chuckled. "Brother Xiao, you don't look like you've just been heartbroken. I was thinking of some way to comfort you, but it seems there's no need." Wang Yupeng sighed. But he really was talking out of turn. Although Shinichi was trying hard to move on from the breakup, even thinking about quickly starting a new relationship, but it's impossible to forget everything immediately. For him now, The word broken heart is like a trigger for painful memories. The mere mention of it still affects his mood. You didn't need comfort. It's all over. Shinichio adjusted himself, then punched his best friend on the shoulder, and said with a nonchalant air, "From today on, I'm going to be a scumbag. Are there any pretty girls at school? Let's introduce one to you." Chapter 179. Beautiful girl? Brother Xiao, what kind of a story are you telling? There aren't even many girls at our school, let alone beautiful girls. Wang Yupeng shook his head and sighed. He was studying vehicle engineering, and there were only 3 girls in his class, all of them ugly. During the month of military training, he hadn't seen a girl on campus who could compare to Xin Yanran. Brother Xiao, what's going on between you and Luo Yao? Wang Yupeng asked as they walked on campus. You're right. Long-distance relationships really can't have surprises. I overestimated Luo Yao. Shinichi recounted his experience to his best friend. I never realized Luo Yao was that kind of person. Brother Xiao, you should just break up with her. Wang Yupeng condemned her indignantly. Everyone has their own aspirations. Shinichi was now much calmer. Thinking about it, she and I might not have been a good match in the first place. Well, there must be someone better. For example, Lin Yufei, the one who saved you. By the way, is she pretty? How does she compare to Luo Yao? Wang Yupeng asked curiously. She lent me this phone, and there are actually a few photos of her in it. Shinichi opened the phone's photo album. There were dozens of photos, mostly of scenery and food, but also a few selfies of Lin Yufei and photos with Kong Xiaoyi. Holy crap! What a beauty! She's much prettier than Luo Yao. After seeing Lin Yufei's photo, Wang Yupeng exclaimed with wide eyes. Well, she's okay. She's barely up to my taste. Shinichi nodded smugly. But I want to be a scumbag now. Yufei's a nice person, I'm a little confused. Damn! Wang Yupeng rolled his eyes. Brother Xiao, can you be a little more self-aware? Your brain isn't suited to being a scumbag. Get out. What's wrong with my brain? I got into Sanjiang University based on my own merit. Shinichi retorted with a curse. I'm not saying your brain isn't sharp. It's just that you're not flexible enough. You don't have the potential to be a scumbag. For 3 years of high school, Wang Yupeng and Shinichi were nearly inseparable. He certainly understood his good brother. He was always straightforward, never beating around the bush. How could someone with that personality be a scumbag? You're looking down on me, aren't you? Then I show you one. Shinichi glanced around. There was a girl in front of him. She was tall, about 1.7 meters tall, with a pigtail tied back in the back. The way it swung was quite cute when she walked, and from behind, she looked quite good. Wait! Shinichi sprinted a few steps, caught up with the girl, and patted her shoulder. Beautiful lady, may I ask? Shinichi tried to strike up a conversation by pretending to ask for directions, but when the girl turned around, he was startled. It was a man's face, and he looked at Shinichi with a confused expression. What? Buddy, how do I get to the cafeteria? Shinichi reacted quickly, making up an excuse. Over there. The man with the pigtail pointed to the left. Thank you. No problem. The man with the pigtails waved his hand, and continued walking forward. Shinichi sighed, cursing inwardly. Why are you, a grown man, wearing pigtails? Do you think this is the Qin dynasty? How's it going, Brother Xiao? Wang Yupeng sauntered over, a smile plastered across his face. Is your school really that abstract? No one cares if boys have pigtails. Shinichi was speechless. Rock enthusiasts, I guess. Our rock club is pretty popular. Wang Yupeng shrugged. There's a guitarist in a band who likes to wear pigtails, and it's really coquettish. Everyone calls him Auntie Yao. Awesome. Shinichi gave a thumbs up. Scientific research shows that if the male-female ratio in a given space is severely unbalanced, mutations may occur in the group with the majority. Wang Yupeng's monastery probably has the right conditions. The two strolled around the school, and then went to Apple customer service at a nearby mall. Their asking price was even more outrageous, a straight 600. Shinichi was so angry he laughed. He then went to the Huawei Experience store next door, and bought a Huawei Pura 70 Pro. It cost him over 5,000. Handsome guy, would you like to transfer the data from your phone? The saleswoman asked enthusiastically. Shinichi was about to say no, but changed his tone to yes, because the spare phone contained dozens of photos of Lin Yufei. Brother Xiao, why do you have her photos on your phone? Didn't you say you wanted to be a scumbag? Wang Yupeng asked with a pout. What do you know? This is called knowing yourself and knowing your enemy. Shinichi forced an explanation. Brother Xiao, Why don't you call her over for dinner tonight? After all, she helped you, and this is a good opportunity to return her phone. What do you say? Suggested Wang Yupeng, the dog-headed military strategist. Shinichia fiddled with her now bricked iPhone and nodded. Okay, I ask her later. Wang Yupeng's suggestion struck a chord with Shinichia. Brother Xiao, can you let her wear that bun in the photo? Wang Yupeng grinned again. Damn! Aren't you secretly in love with Shen Yanran? Giving up already? Shinichia rolled his eyes. I think we should be more realistic. Your sister doesn't like me anymore. Wang Yupeng sighed. That's true. Shinichia nodded. But Kong Yiji might not be interested in you. He's a top student at Beijing University of Political Science and Law. Wang Yupeng's mouth twitched. Brother Xiao, that hurts. Shinichia patted him on the shoulder. But it's not impossible. What if Kong Yiji likes your type? Kong Yiji? How could such a nice girl be called Kong Yiji? Wang Yupeng had wanted to ask that question earlier. He simply couldn't connect Kong Yiji with the cute girl with a bun in the photo. Her name is Kong Xiui. Kong Yiji is a nickname, Shinichia explained. Kong Xiui, a rather nice name. Wang Yupeng smiled innocently, a hint of longing already in his eyes. At that age when hormones are running rampant, a photo, a smile, can sometimes truly thrill a young man for a long time. Seeing Wang Yupeng smirk, Shinichia cast a disdainful glance. It's not even spring yet, Brother Peng. Why are you acting like a teddy bear? Handsome, the data is transferred. The saleswoman then approached with a smile and handed both phones to Shinichia. Thank you. Shinichia took the phones, put the spare one Lin Yufei had lent him in his backpack, and then sent a WeChat message on his new phone, asking if she had time that evening and offering to treat her to dinner as a token of his gratitude. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Lin Yufei and Kong Xiui were getting ready to go to the movies. Zhou Yamen had left early to attend a gathering with friends. After receiving Shinichia's message, Lin Yufei immediately asked Kong Xiui, who was enjoying ice cream, Shinichia wants to treat us to dinner, saying it's a token of his gratitude. Are you going? Of course. Why not? We have to treat him to a good meal. Kong Xiui nodded repeatedly, muttering under her breath, this jerk has such a rich dad, he needs a good meal. He said he's with friends near the Institute of Electronic Science and Technology. What kind of university is that? I've never heard of it. Kong Xiui looked skeptical. Me neither. Lin Yufei shook her head, took out her phone, and searched. She discovered there was a university in Beijing called the Beijing Institute of Electronic Science and Technology. The school was quite remote, outside the 5th Ring Road, but there was a subway nearby. Just treat it to a trip. I've never been this far in Beijing. The subway only takes an hour and a half. Kong Xiui checked the route, and found they need to change subways twice. Then I replied to him. Wait. A sly glint flashed in Kong Xiui's eyes, and she said with embarrassment, forget it. Changing subways twice is too much trouble. Let's just watch the movie. After saying that, Kong Xiui silently observed Lin Yufei's reaction, wanting to see what her best friend was thinking. Lin Yufei had already selected the OK emoji from the emojis, but after hearing Kong Xiui's words, she was stunned for a moment. Not going? Yeah, I'm too lazy to move. Didn't you say you were going to give him a good meal? What good food can there be in such a remote place? Oh. Lin Yufei had no idea Kong Xiui was testing her, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Of course she wanted to go, but if Kong Xiui didn't want to go, she couldn't force her. Actually, if you want to go, I'm not against accompanying you. Kong Xiui spoke again, winking at Lin Yufei. Kong Yiji, I really should break your legs. Lin Yufei, realizing what was happening, glared at Kong Xiui fiercely. Haha, you clearly want to go. Well, no wonder. We're sleeping in the same bed, and even in someone else's arms. Kong Yiji, you're dead. Lin Yufei, embarrassed and angry, launched a fist attack. Kong Xiui didn't even try to dodge, but instead raised her head proudly. Lin Yufei, please put yourself in your proper place. Otherwise, I can't guarantee where the pictures will be posted. At the mall entrance, Shinichi received a reply from Lin Yufei, asking him to send a location. Any good places to eat nearby? Shinichi turned to Wang Yupeng. There's a seafood barbecue place near the school. It's always packed. My roommate and I went there once, and the food was quite good. Okay. Shinichi immediately sent the location. Brother Xiao, is Kong Xiui coming? Wang Yupeng asked flatteringly. She should be. I invited them both. Then I go back to school, change clothes, and then go to the barber shop to get my hair done, Wang Yupeng said excitedly. Isn't that necessary? Your skin color is like that of an African refugee. It's all in vain. Shinichi wasn't optimistic about the pairing of his best friend and Kong Xiaoyi. Opportunities always come to those who are prepared. Brother Xiao, are you going back to school with me, or waiting for me at the mall? I wait for you. There wasn't much to see in the Buddhist temple at the Institute of Electronic Science and Technology, so Shinichi decided to walk around the mall. Okay. Then I leave, Wang Yupeng said, and happily returned to school. There was a small night market behind the mall, and many vendors were already setting up their stalls. Shinichi was going to choose 2 small gifts as a thank you for Lin Yufei and Kong Xiaoyi's help last night. Giving expensive gifts wouldn't be appropriate given their relationship, so the small gadgets at the night market were more appealing. As soon as Shinichi entered the night market, a recycled cell phone stall caught his eye. A man's voice played on a loop from a speaker on the floor. Recycled old cell phones, broken cell phones, old tablets, broken tablets. A cell phone for a stainless steel basin, a kitchen knife, a pair of scissors, a hammer. Shinichi stopped and took out his bricked-up phone. Boss, what can I trade this for? The stall owner, a man in his 50s, took the phone, weighed it, and replied, take any of the things on the floor. Then this hammer. Shinichi pointed to a hammer lying on the floor. You're quite good at choosing, kid. This hammer is the most expensive. The old man beamed and quickly handed the hammer to Shinichi, fearing he might regret it. Uncle, that's the latest model. You've made a killing. Shinichi shrugged, then strode off with the hammer in hand. The stall owner didn't know that for the young man, what he was trading for wasn't just a broken phone, but memories of his first love. The phone contained many photos of Luo Yao. Now Shinichi wanted to say, first love is bullshit, it's nothing. Chapter 180. Not many people were visiting the night market at this time. Although it was already October, the weather in Beijing was still sweltering. It didn't get better until the sun had completely set, and that's when the night market was busiest. Shinichi, hammer in hand, stood out in the night market. Others were either carrying snacks, newly acquired loot, or occasionally fanning themselves. Feeling out of place, Shinichi put the hammer in his backpack and wandered around the night market. He stopped at a dart stall. The stall used darts to pop balloons. 20 darts for 20 yuan. Hitting 10 to 15 darts earned a commemorative prize. 16 to 18 darts earned third prize. 19 darts earned second prize. And hitting all darts earned first prize. There was also a special prize, requiring 2 rounds of hitting all darts. Boss, let's play a round. Boys are generally more interested in this kind of thing. Shinichi scanned the code for 20 yuan and started his first round. His skills were average, hitting 15, just one shy of the third prize. One more round. Unconvinced, Shinichi scanned the code for another 20. This time, he was even better than the first round, hitting 16 and taking home the third prize, but it was just a small plush toy. Handsome guy, let's play another round. Hit 15 or more, and I upgrade you to the second prize. Seeing that Shinichi had already played 2 rounds, the proprietress, who was in her 30s, offered a bonus. Already unconvinced, Shinichi scanned another 20 yuan, third round, fourth round, fifth round. For the next half hour, Shinichi battled with the balloons on the wooden board. Before he knew it, he played 10 rounds, his highest record being 19 hits, with no perfect result in a single round. Handsome, pick one of the grand prizes. The proprietress, feeling somewhat apologetic, smiled and pointed to the largest plush toy in the row. Shinichi didn't hesitate, and chose a gray rogue bull from the row. Sister, can you give me a smaller one? Shinichi then pointed to the second place rabbit plush. No problem. The proprietress smiled, and handed the rabbit to Shinichi. Taking 200 yuan in revenue, giving away 2 plush toys, a tearful 150 yuan profit. Not only could she give away 1 bunny, she could easily give away several more. Handsome, come visit often when you have time. The proprietress enthusiastically watched the god of wealth leave. Leaving the stall, Shinichi glanced at the plush toys in his hand. Now he didn't have to choose a gift. After wandering around for a while, Shinichi received a call from Wang Yupeng. The guy had finished his work. 10 minutes later, the two met at the main entrance of the night market. Shinichi was almost stunned by Wang Yupeng's hairstyle. He didn't know who had suggested it, but he wore black trousers with a white short-sleeved shirt tucked into his trousers. His gold LX belt buckle gleamed brightly. His hair was parted in a grown-up 3:7 style and sprayed with thick hairspray, making it slick and shiny. In northeastern dialect, it looked as if it had been licked by a calf, so shiny that even flies would skitter on it. How is it? Is it mature enough? Wang Yupeng seemed pleased with his look, stroking his shiny hair with a proud hand. Mature. Perfectly mature. Shinichio was speechless for a moment. Uncle Wang, what are you trying to do? Brother Xiao, you don't understand. Wang Yupeng argued confidently. Kong Xiaoyi is a top student at the University of Political Science and Law. He must have a strong affinity for those working in the political and legal system. I'm dressed like court officials on TV. Shinichio was immediately amused by this guy. He pointed at Wang Yupeng's chest and said, that's not right. You're still missing a judicial badge. I find one online later, but it's too late today. Wang Yupeng said seriously. 6. Shinichio gave him a thumbs up and stopped arguing. Brother Xiao, what are you doing? Wang Yupeng pointed at the 2 dolls Shinichio was holding, especially the anthropomorphic bull, which stood over a meter tall. I won it with darts, Shinichio replied calmly. Holy crap. So impressive. Wang Yupeng was shocked. No big deal. Shinichio shrugged complacently, not mentioning the 200 yuan he spent on 10 rounds. The two walked and chatted. Soon they arrived at the seafood barbecue place Wang Yupeng had mentioned. It was already dinner time, and the place was indeed packed. The dozen or so tables inside were all occupied, and there were a dozen more outside, covered by a large awning. In fact, in the summer, barbecue at these roadside stalls is the most atmospheric. Since it was the tail end of summer, it wasn't too cold sitting outside. Shinichio and Wang Yupeng found an empty table and sat down. Since the place was busy, the waitress threw down a menu and went back to work. As the two were deciding what to eat, Shinichio's phone rang. It was Lin Yufei and Kong Shui. The shop wasn't far from the subway entrance, so the two of them walked there. Lin Yufei stood on the other side of the street while she was on the phone. Shinichio stepped out from the awning and waved at her. Since they had come directly from the mall, Lin Yufei was still wearing the same pale yellow floral dress she wore at noon, which looked a perfect match with Shinichio's yellow and white checkered t-shirt. Kong Shui was wearing a long white skirt, and her hair was still in her signature bun. If she didn't say anything, she looked quite quiet. Shen scumbag, your treat is so insincere. You chose a place so far away. After meeting, Kong Xiaoyi, who had taken the subway for an hour and a half and walked for another 10 minutes, immediately started complaining. It just so happens that my friend is here. Don't worry, I take you back after dinner. Shinichi didn't plan to stay overnight. He wanted to watch the flag-raising ceremony tomorrow morning. In fact, he had already planned his itinerary for the next few days before arriving in Beijing. 2 of the things he absolutely had to do were watching the flag-raising ceremony and climbing the Great Wall. Although his plans were disrupted for now, Shinichi still had to complete both. In fact, for many Chinese, both are on their to-do lists. If you hadn't seen us off, we wouldn't have been afraid? Kong Shui teased. Let's sit down and chat. We're waiting for your order. Shinichi led the two into the awning, but upon returning to his table, he was stunned. Wang Yupeng was gone. No, where's he? Shinichi looked around but couldn't find any sign of Wang Yupeng. Shen scumbag, are these 2 stuffed animals for us? At this moment, Kong Shui pointed to the 2 stuffed animals on the plastic chair. I just won them at the dart stall at the night market. This is a bargain for you. Shinichi gave the small bunny to Kong Shui. Then he handed the large bull to Lin Yufei. Yufei, this is yours. No, Shen scumbag, it's okay for you to give such a childish gift, but you have to be so hypocritical. Kong Shui rolled her eyes. I only won 2. If you like the bigger one, I give you another one later. Shinichi replied perfunctorily. TSK. I don't believe you. Kong Shui snorted and pulled up a chair to sit down. Lin Yufei pinched the bull's horns and asked with a smile, Did you win by shooting balloons with darts? That seems difficult. Shinichi waved his hand gently. Not that difficult. Just hit the dart twice in a row and you win. Isn't that difficult? It's incredibly difficult. Lin Yufei agreed. Kong Shui, who had already sat down, pouted and grumbled. Maybe he had to throw it 8 times. Shinichi's lips twitched, thinking, that was a close call. I was only 2 tries away from getting it right. But since he didn't get it right, it didn't stop Shinichi from pretending to be cool. He swore indignantly, if I had thrown it 8 times, I'd be a dog. Seeing Shinichi had gone so far as to swear, Kong Shui stopped arguing. She picked up the menu and asked, anything? Whatever. Young Master Shen will pay for today's meal. Shinichi patted his chest confidently. He currently had over 30,000 yuan available, richer than ever before. Then I won't be polite. Since you can't pay, just stay and wash the dishes. Kong Shui curled her lips and began studying the menu. Shanixia took out Lin Yufei's backup phone and returned it to her. Just then, Wang Yupeng, who had disappeared, suddenly reappeared, holding a bouquet of lilies and baby's breath. He tucked the hand holding the bouquet behind his back, apparently wanting to give Kong Shui a little surprise. "Hello, beautiful lady," Wang Yupeng greeted with a broad smile. Kong Shui, who had been studying the menu, looked up in confusion. "Are you talking to me?" "Yes." Wang Yupeng nodded quickly. "Oh, no insurance, thank you." Kong Shui waved her hand and returned to studying the menu. Wang Yupeng froze in shock. He had never imagined that his carefully prepared opening would end like this. Shanixia couldn't help but burst out laughing. He had thought Wang Yupeng looked like an insurance salesman or a real estate agent. It turned out that my suspicions were correct. Kong Shui had mistaken Wang Yupeng for an insurance salesman. Lin Yufei looked at Shanixia suspiciously. Her thoughts were similar to Kong Shui's, assuming Wang Yupeng was trying to sell something. Shanixia burst out laughing, leaving Lin Yufei somewhat bewildered. "Brother Xiao, stop laughing." Wang Yupeng, looking hopeless, nudged Shanixia with his elbow. "Kong Yiji, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Wang Yupeng." "Huh?" After hearing Shanixia's introduction, Kong Shui was startled at first, then gave an awkward smile. "Hello, my name is Kong Shui. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to offend." Wang Yupeng waved his hands repeatedly. It's okay. Maybe I was dressed too maturely. It's our first meeting, so a small bouquet of flowers is not a token of respect." With that, Wang Yupeng handed Kong Shui the bouquet he had hidden behind his back. Kong Shui was surprised that the other party had even prepared flowers. She hesitated for a moment, but finally took it. "Thank you." Seeing this, Lin Yufei couldn't help but look at Shanixia, casting him a questioning look. Shanixia responded with a look of "you know what I mean?" After receiving the reply, Lin Yufei actually smiled. Kong Shui had been constantly telling her not to get involved in love these past few days. Now, her suitor had appeared. Lin Yufei was curious to see how her bestie Kong Shui would respond. The four of them sat down. They ordered some of the seafood barbecue restaurant specialty skewers and a super seafood Big Bang. "Kong Yiji, are you still drinking today?" After ordering, Shanixia pouted at Kong Shui. "It's up to you. It's not like I'm the one who's drunk anyway." Kong Shui shrugged nonchalantly. "So tell me, flat white or beer?" "Blank white. Seafood and beer don't go together." "Okay, flat white then." Since Kong Shui had said so, Shanixia couldn't back down and immediately ordered a bottle of Longjiu. Wang Yupeng watched on in amazement. He had never imagined that the seemingly quiet Kong Shui could actually drink baijiu. "Brother Xiao, don't give Xiaoyi too much." Wang Yupeng tugged on Shanixia's arm and whispered in his ear. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Shanixia casually replied, silently sulking. "It's good enough that your Kong Yiji didn't give me too much." Shanixia didn't tell Wang Yupeng in detail about his drunken stupor yesterday, simply saying he gotten drunk to drown his sorrows. "Shanixia, do you have any plans for Beijing?" Lin Yufei asked while waiting for their food. "Tomorrow we watch the flag-raising ceremony, then visit the Forbidden City, and the day after tomorrow we climb the Great Wall." Shanixia briefly outlined his plans. "Shin, you've been secretly asking about Yufei and I's itinerary. Why is it so similar to what we discussed before?" Kong Xiaoyi took over. She and Lin Yufei were also planning to take advantage of the holiday to watch the flag-raising ceremony, visit the Forbidden City, and climb the Great Wall. These are all must-dos in Beijing. Why would we need to secretly inquire about them? It seems so. Kong Xiaoyi thought Shanixia's explanation made sense. "How about we come together? With Xiao and I here, we can help carry your bags, get you water, run errands, and so on," Wang Yupeng said with a naive smile. But as soon as he finished speaking, Shanixia kicked him under the table and said in a low voice, "Damn, if you want to be a bootlicker, don't drag me into this. I'm going to be a scumbag." "Yufei, what do you think?" Kong Shui turned to ask Lin Yufei for her opinion. "I'm fine with either." Lin Yufei naturally agreed, but she still acted nonchalant. Kong Shui pouted. She knew her best friend was thinking this, so she deliberately said, "Yufei's mom's in Beijing, so she might not be able to schedule a date." So, before Kong Shui finished her words, Lin Yufei quickly interrupted, "My mom's leaving tomorrow to visit my dad in Shanghai." "That's no problem." Wang Yupeng chuckled and patted his chest, assuring, "Brother Xiao and I are not only capable of doing the work, but we can also serve as bodyguards. You be absolutely safe with us."